and welcome to the Elestrals Kissimmee 2025 Open. I'm MBT, one of your three casters for today, and I am so excited to be joined by my two co-casters, K. Cray and PK Sparks. How are you two doing today?
I am so good. It is so good to be back here with you, Joseph, and to be joined in person with PK Cray for the first time ever.
I am so excited to be here. The vibes have already been amazing. Cannot wait to see the games you guys have. I get to commentate with these two lovely people. It's going to be a good weekend for Elestrals.
We've been here for a couple of hours already, but our players are just getting ready to start the day's events. They're going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss today, followed by a top cut tomorrow for some really incredible prizing. We've got so much to talk about between the new cards released in Divine Champions livestream and the new strategies they enable, but before all of that, we are almost ready to go into the opening ceremony, where creators Dan A-Drive and Shady Penguin are both going to have words for our competitors. Are you guys excited?
Yes, I cannot wait to see what the news is. I hope it's something. You know what? I don't want set 6, but I would like to know what celebration is going to be like for Shattered Stars.
I cannot wait. And I don't know about you two, but I've been doing a lot of testing with Livestream, and this is, in my opinion, about to be one of the most fun formats that we have had so far in Elestrals.
Absolutely agree. Certainly every format has had its ups and downs, but this one, throughout my testing, has been all ups. The decks are so explosive, have such incredible linear plays. They just feel good. And we got a little bit of an advance notice of what people are playing, and I don't want to spoil anything for you, but I think you're going to see a lot of different strategies, and they're all going to be really cool.
I know that we have our own guesses that we will be able to talk about throughout the day, but let's just say that there are some shakeups. There are some things that we were definitely expecting to see, and it is bound to be an incredible day of casting.
For sure. I mean, don't think that just because Livestream is here, Firestorm has gone away, Moonrise has gone away. If nothing else, Livestream has bolstered those strategies even further. Rise from the Shadows, Guardian of Light. You have the slew of Earth and Water runes. You have Aphrodite Soulmates, Dionysus' Madness. There is so much to look out for in this meta now. Livestream is going to be unlike any other.
You can still cast Ursicle. Like, that's legal. In case you guys were unfamiliar. It can happen, and I expect it to multiple times today. Before any of that, of course, we are going to have a little bit of an opening ceremony. This is going to be an opportunity for the creator of Elestrals to disseminate to the plebeians who have shown up to play his game, Maximilian style, and we'll see what he has in store for us today. We are in a really fantastic convention center, and we are really filling it out. There's almost 200 people showed up today to play, but there are hundreds more who have purchased spectator badges and are going to be able to play side events, on-demand events, and Gunslinger for the entirety of the weekend. I am shocked about, of course, as it was in Dallas, the energy in this room, but the excitement that people have for this game and this product.
I would mention Gunslinger. We walked in, and they were already just slinging their guns with the other casters here.
They started playing at like 5 a.m.
Yes, A-Drive and Shady were already taking hitters, and we saw Shady's Divine in action. Kay, I don't know if you saw it, but we watched it burn for 6 in one turn.
He has not dropped a game yet.
Yeah,
no one has won his. He showed up, flew all the way out here, and he has been like, all right, time to give people nothing. It's incredible.
It's really, really great. And the fact that we are truly, it's happening right there, feet away from war crimes, which is what we have been witnessing happening with Shady Penguin and A-Drive. It's been a great, great day so far.
Yeah, if you don't buy the Shady Penguin bundle, I don't know how you're going to get that Divine any other way, because he is not letting up. That said, if you're here, consider Thunder. I'll leak it. I'll say it right now. Consider Thunder.
That's the tech.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. We saw Shady take down some of the game's best. I got to see a match between him and Super Insane that did not look close at all. But there are a lot of heavy hitters at this event, I will say. Individuals like that who have come not only to claim the title of Kissimmee Champion, but also to defend their own honor as people who have been doing well in webcam events, people who have been doing well on Clash Ladder, individuals who now have to translate that to paper play.
Yep.
I don't know if you saw, our Dallas Open champion is here. Bo has returned.
Yes.
And I can guarantee you, whatever he's playing, no one else is playing.
I did get a little bit of insight as soon as I saw Bo. I beelined and I said, "What are you playing?" So I'm not going to give anything away, but I'm just saying I do know a little bit of information.
I'll
And
give something away. I saw the Dallas semifinalists, Swolax, there along with Bo, and I asked them what they were playing. He said, "I'm gonna show you one card that will reveal the entire deck." The one card was Earthquake.
Whoa.
Yeah,
oh,
That's a
my.
pretty
a whole strategy revealed in one card.
wow. That's an incredible tech decision during this format.
What if
sure.
removal
Wow.
is good?
Wow.
A little bit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a consistent question that we're asking ourselves throughout the entire live stream and possibly every other format that ever exists.
Actually, I would like to mention that, speaking of removal, a card that was kind of waned out between Firestorm and Moonrise that I think has potential now. How do y'all feel about resting on your laurels in this meta?
It got a full art, and that has made it suspect for play in every one of my decks. I'm at 39 cards. I'm looking through my binder, and I go, oh, that would be very pretty if I drew it, and it has made it in as a result.
Yeah.
I think we can expect to see a pretty significant amount of cards like that that benefit you if you are behind in spirits, especially in a metagame that, spoilers, will probably be dominated by a number of extremely powerful Divine runes from the newest set. Divine Champions livestream has totally upended the metagame in a lot of ways, but one of the big ways in which it's changed things is the Divine runes available in this set are game plans in and of themselves. And we will see those game plans execute in real time over the next couple of rounds, I am sure. For the first couple of rounds, of course, we are going to be looking for unsung heroes, weekend warriors, and strategies that you may, to put it kindly, not see later in the day. So if there's any cool off-the-wall strategy you want to see in the first couple of rounds, if you're in the comments section or watching us on any of the streaming services that we are broadcasting on, do let us know in the comments. Against our better judgment, we are reading them, and we'll check to see what you want to see and see if we can't get it matched up.
I would like to mention as well, hashtag play Elestrals. The socials will be monitored, not just from the stream team, but from us as well. So this is live stream release weekend. It is available to everybody. If you have pulled anything amazing, I want to see those stellar rares, the reverse stellars. I want to see the full arts. I want to see what decks you're playing. Anything and everything that is revolving around what you got from live stream, let us know using the socials on hashtag play Elestrals. Using the hashtag play Elestrals on socials is the way to say that. But yeah, I'm excited to see what everybody has. You mentioned Divine Champion upending the meta. Not only that, is giving new life to old strategies. Hestia did not get much time in her release format, Firestorm. But with Hellmelt releasing in live stream, I'm sure Kay is going to love it. Hestia is seeing a lot more strategy. Have you had time to try out Hestia with live stream support?
I haven't gotten to play Hestia yet. I've been pretty focused on some of the big ones, admittedly, but I do love Hellmelt. If I see Smeltung get cast ever in this meta, I'm going to be a happy girl. I love a frog, and Smeltung is a cutie pie.
Oh yeah, I think Smeltung is an Elestral that will get seen in like 2 or 3 weeks. Like, this is release weekend. They kind of want to go with tried and true what they assume. But Smeltung has a lot of potential that have yet to be discovered. Comagma is now getting a lot of seen because of a Hellmelt. So there's a lot to explore there. Again, if you guys want to share us your brews with Smeltung and Hestia, hashtag play Elestrals. I need some deck lists. Like, there's a lot to learn, so let's share it out, share the information out.
BK Sparks, you just live in another world.
What? Smeltung is real.
I have not been brewing with Smeltung. I will freely admit that right now. That has not been a card that's on my radar.
I will in 3 weeks.
If it's won by Smeltung, I will eat my words. I will admit you were right. It's very possible.
Yes, much like a frog in winter, I think it might be a bit of a sleeper pick, but we will see.
That was clever.
I like that.
Wow. Was that off the dome?
My dad's a biologist. We're really pulling from knowledge here.
Just the biggest brain over here.
Well, we're just about ready to hop into the opening ceremony. They're getting the final bits of it set up right now. You will see as we transition over to that stage just what's been set up. But they have this really amazing projector set up. They have an entire stage. I mean, I am certainly floored personally by the production value of an event like this, the second ever in-person Elestrals Open. It's shocking just how quickly this has started to be one of my favorite card game anythings that I attend, and this event looks like it will be no different. I'm just really excited to cast some games with you. I have nothing else to say.
As am I.
Cannot wait.
I'm looking forward to the earth decks, the water decks, the thunder, fire, frost. Show it to me. And as you said earlier, y'all better be casting Ursicle. Somebody better out. Like, don't drop the Mama Bear.
It's legal. What are you doing?
Like, if you're the only way you drop the Mama Bear is better be on the field destroying at least 2.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Otherwise,
I love bears, and I'm always rooting for them. And hey, they're still good, okay?
Yeah.
Just because it's not live stream.
they're just not new. Hey,
Yeah.
we love vintage in this house. But yeah, I'm really excited for the announcements. I cannot wait to see what A Drive and Shady have for us and all that. So, like, are they going to talk about Elestrals Awakened? Are they going to be talking about the future of Elestrals? Which, of course, they will. But, like, in what regard? Will they be having new reveals for the people here? I don't know. There's so many. Oh,
Well,
we're going to
regardless,
transition now. Here
we'll
we
see
go.
it right now.
I want to take a quick second and thank everyone from traveling across the United States, across the world, from different countries. I know we have people here from Australia, the UK, Canada, South America, and beyond. So thank you, everyone, for coming in for an epic weekend of Elestrals. I appreciate everyone here. This weekend is going to be packed with excellent vibes, good times, great community, and some amazing clashes. So I hope everyone remembers to have a great time and have some fun as your opponent flips heads with their gambits. We've got an epic schedule throughout the day, including, of course, our amazing tournament, but we're also going to be running side events throughout the day as well as other options to hang out and have some fun. We've got our shop opened up. We've got all sorts of cool stuff there, the opportunity to pick up the spirit bundles and beyond. So make sure you guys check all that out. We're going to have a blast. We've also got a singles vendor over there if anyone needs any individual cards or card sleeves or anything like that. We've got you guys all hooked up all day long here in Kissimmee. So we're going to have a great time there. Breaking down our event itself, we're going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss. There is a 50-minute round timer for these 8 rounds. And we are playing a constructed format, obviously utilizing the brand new live stream cards. Our top 16 casters will be moving on to day 2. But the good news is prizing extends to top 32. So even if you sneak past the top 16, you'll still get some epic prizing. But let me tell you, the prizing for this event is amazing because our top 16 casters are going to be receiving the X out of 16 Stellar Cyprong Champion of Dionysus. And for our top 3 casters in the room, you will receive the Stellar Locagon Champion of Aphrodite. Now, if you happen to go 0-4 drop, there's going to be plenty of things to do today because we are running side events all day long. We've got all sorts of cool stuff like draft and beyond, and myself and our new co-owner, Shady Penguin. Welcome, Shady. I'm glad to have you on the team.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass it over to Shady to talk a little bit more about the side events and what's next.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for having me here. Thank you to Dan for bringing me onto the team. You guys have already made it feel like home. It's awesome. I love the community here. Like Dan said, we're going to be doing Gunslingers for our Divines over there. So if you manage to beat us, you can win a copy of our Divines. Might be a little broken, so please come prepared to smack me. Beyond that, though, if you want to run other side events, we have the Livestream Starter Deck Plus, including the sealed packs where you build and clash right there on the spot with what you get. We have the Livestream Draft. We'll be drafting from the Livestream set itself. We have Win a Booster Box, which is always fun. That was probably where I would spend most of my day if I wasn't at that table. I'm not going to lie. Outside of that, the Divine Challenges. We have Spirit Challenges as well, where you can win. What exactly? It's the new spirits?
Yeah, so we've actually got some of our best casters throwing down all weekend long. I see Julian over there. We've got some of our best casters throwing down, and if you can beat them, that you get the spirit of their element. So they are representing our divines. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So we've got some extra challenges for you guys to do. We're going to have a blast all weekend long.
Yep. And then the last side event is win an uncut sheet, which those are fire. Once again, I guess I wouldn't spend all my day at the win a booster box. Uncut sheets are fire. But that's it for the side events. Like Dan said, enjoy the tournament, have fun. At the end of the day,
Trade night.
yeah. Well, we'll just talk about today.
Oh, well, you got to talk about that too.
I'm going to talk about tonight. Yeah. But
Sorry.
It's fun. Have a blast, right? At the end of the day, we're here for community. Competition is awesome, but we're all people. Let's respect each other. Have a good time clashing it out. That's what Elestrals is really all about. And then tonight, we have trade night, which is going to be over at the Leighton Gaming store. Yeah. It's totally worth making the trip. The one in Dallas was insane. It was insane. It was an insane trade night, so you don't want to miss out. After we close up here, head over to Leighton.
We'll be there.
We'll be there as well. So make of that what you will. I only brought my Divine deck, so you may have a chance to clash with me there if you didn't get a chance during the day. So that's for me.
Give it up one more time for Shady, guys. All right. I'm super stoked again for everyone to be here in Kissimmee to throw down for live stream. I hope you guys have an amazing day of clashes. Have fun, be awesome, and may your coin flips hit heads every time. Have a great day, guys.
All right.
We got there. Sorry.
There are going to be not only events running all day, 8 rounds of Swiss followed by a top cut to 16 that will play out tomorrow. There's also going to be opportunities if you are here for side event play. You can lose to Shady Penguin, you can lose to Julian, or you can lose to Caleb. Your choice.
Yeah, I think the Spirit Challenges are my favorite thing that was introduced for these Opens. I would love to do so because those Spirits are really, I mean, they're always well designed. They're beautiful, the premier artwork as well. Really love what they do with the Spirits for the Open. So I would beeline my way over. I'm going to do that in between rounds. Absolutely.
I don't want to try and sell you on it, but the Owloon has shutter shades.
I already have been sold on that.
It's so nice.
I mean, you already know I'm a Owloon secondary or Lunar secondary caster, Earth and Lunar. Have you ever picked your primary element, or you just like
I would consider myself a Thundercaster, probably.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Also a great element. We already know Thunder is very solid and the best strategy to beat Shady Penguin here today. I'm calling it now.
You got to play Thunderstorm. That Divine Rune's a
Thunderstorm,
real
Magnetic
problem.
Force Field,
Yep.
Spoil Fruit, of course, with Omni Rune. But yeah, a lot of exciting things. We'll be going into round 1 very soon. And these are just some of the cards you should expect to see. Look at this suite of 27 cards introduced from Livestream.
Wow, you did that math really quick. I was like counting in my head.
Hey, 9 times 3.
Right. No, I do have to say, before we get into the actual games, we should at least refresh our viewers with the incredible cards available in Livestream. Thankfully, the individuals who put together this graphic knew that we would be unable to contain our discussion and have sorted them by the decks in which they will probably be relevant. The first 6 are, of course, the ones that I am the most excited about. Dionysus and its associated cards. Cyprong, a champion of Dionysus, a card that emulates powerful removal spells like Earthquake. Dionysus' Madness, a counter rune so powerful, I expect it to be played in every deck, including those that aren't playing Dionysus. And Dionysus himself, one of the most effective tools for removing utility Elestrals like Astrabbit ever printed. This is a deck I'm super excited about and expect to see everywhere.
I would absolutely say Dionysus is up there with like the Demeter and Zeus. Very problematic for a lot of casters. They can really put a lot of strategies on the back end. So really good strategy there. Boss not really leaning into Dionysus, but a really good Elestro you can turbo out almost immediately. You get a Nexus on it with a water. You get to Barabog, new Barabog, which goes to Boss, which can be a 9/15 body. You can make it a stadium, which prevents stadiums from being played and lower attack and defense by 3 and 3. Or you can play base Galaxy and make it a 15 Behemoth, attacking Behemoth. So really good along with Haparu, a card that I think has a lot of potential, just hasn't been found yet. I think Haparu kind of
Oh, I
fills a
think you'll
void
see
of
it this
Ash
weekend.
Rabbit right now, where it can be good. It's just slightly outspent with what else Livestream introduces.
I don't know if you got to play any of the pre-release events, but Barabas, of course, was available in those events, and thank goodness for that. It was a mechanism to actually win the game. One of the things I liked about the pre-release events is not only did you get a copy of Barabas, you also got the Barabas artwork proof, which was such a cool little item that you can use as a token, as a field center. Really, really sick little additional goober found in the pre-release kits. I do have to say, the card I am probably most excited about, and one that I didn't think I was going to have such strong feelings for when I first looked at it, is Corvishine, Champion of Apollo. This card is totally innocuous. When you foretell, you can foretell a couple extra cards. I mean, is that really that good?
Yes.
It turns out the answer is yeah, absolutely. I think definitely the deck that I was least expecting to be as popular as it is a solar strategy that makes use of this card alongside solar all-stars like Winjin into Tornajin, of course Apollo Foretells, and a bevy of other new cards introduced in Livestream, including Solar Burst. Really, really powerful card. You will see a lot of that deck, but importantly, that deck is being played almost exclusively by the best players in the game. So you will see very, very good people playing this very, very skill-testing deck over the course of today. I am really excited to look at this one.
Agreed. I've played a lot of that in testing, trying to learn live stream, and every time I face a solar list with that Corvishine, I'm just like, okay, Foretell might be the most broken mechanic in this game.
It's not until they Asked Rabbit for 7 you go, oh, that's a problem.
Yes. It's like you hear it, it's like, okay, you get 3 extra, and then you see it, it's like, oh, wait, yeah, no, this should not have been created. So watch out for Corvishine as long as Royal Lotto in solar list. But we also have the water suite right here, Caprigal, Lacagon, Foamy, and April's champions of Aphrodite. These cards are making this strategy really fast, very powerful, and most importantly, very recurring. Lacagon and using Magnos to search out Aphrodite soulmates, keeping the Aprils and Magnos alive, keeping the Lacagon and champion Lacagon alive and on the field makes it a pervasive threat for your opponent. Constantly healing, constantly destroying, and constantly hitting for 2 or 4 with 5. With a 5/7 body and at least 2 attack, but you're likely going to be at what? 7, 8 with the base Lacagon. It's a really strong combo that many casters should be watching out for.
Yeah, 6 on the Caprigal, 7 on those flip Lacagon. Like, you're hitting for 6, 7 pretty much every single time you enter the battle phase. I gotta say, these cards, I don't want to call it a week 1 strategy because that implies it's less powerful than it actually is. This is a strategy that is easy to build.
Yes.
And for that reason, I think it's going to be overrepresented here relative to its power level. That said, I still think its power level is high. I've been talking to a lot of players who think it is best deck in room, and it would be hard to really argue against it. One individual card that doesn't facilitate an archetype on its own is the new Ampup, Champion of Zeus. This card is a great way for any deck, both to deck thin and to just access a 2-spirit Elestral. Using old like a Volt alongside new Ampup in order to enable a huge hit out of nowhere in decks like Bronteglow.
Yeah, Ampup is something else I've seen in action, and it really does just keep up the pressure. It's something that you have to be aware of because first of all, it is a 4/2 body on its own. That's not nothing to snuff at. But then you have the fact that it can ascend to Lycavolt, which can be a 10 attacker and hurt your opponent's hand as well. Gotta watch out for it.
It's crazy it's a hand rip, right? It's
Crazy.
unbelievable.
Like, base set will always come back to haunt us. Base set is amazing. Then you have the new Lycavolt Champion of Zeus, which is also a pervasive that you need to watch out for. Doing that alongside the new Sparkit Champion of Zeus, which is essentially just a searcher, but you're searching for one of the most powerful elements in all of Elestrals. You're getting Zeus or Zeus's Call. So then you can either search out, if you already have Zeus in hand, you search out Zeus's Call, and you get any champion Fulgaris, or whatever you may need. Or you can pull out the Zeus and get stuff weakened on the field. Sparkit Champion Zeus is like a 5, so really got to watch out for these two. They are unassuming on surface, but what they facilitate makes them both very powerful, very similar to both Aviolith, Champion of Hermes, and Morphos Chimera form. These two completely different strategies, but both turn their strategies alive to no other. Aviolith gets a recovery of 4 wins to your Spirit deck or to a Divine Hermes that are already enchanted on your field. And Morphos Chimera form gets you a discard of your Morphos to turn their strategy on even further. On a 5 stat and a 1/7 body, these two are something to watch out for.
I really like Aviolith. Shouts out to Quentin at the greatest locals of all time, Comics to Astonish, for bringing the Hybufin deck featuring this card. I think that is a sleeper pick for a really cool thing you can be doing with Hermes. But a less sleeper pick for things you can be doing this set is the new Lunar stuff. Rise from the Shadows and Theraheart are 2 unbelievable cards for a deck that has only gotten better in previous sets. We all know that Werepup was the scourge of Firestorm meta, and it has come back to roost with the new Lunar Eclipse Lunar Phase, enabling this really, really cool Lunar strategy that I think is definitely going to show up.
For sure. I cannot wait to see what Lunar is going to be doing. I have a Lunar build I cannot wait to test out. And Rise from the Shadows and Theraheart are going to turn Lunar strategies up to 11. Along with Ice Age, giving Frost. I mean, Frost is already one of the most aggressive elements in this game. We know what Cryovern and Rhino Sect has done for this game. But now we have Ice Age, so we can destroy all non-Frost enchanted Elestrals on the field. And mind you, it'll cost you 5. 3 for activation and 2 on a disenchant. But, I mean, you destroy everything? I would always consider that otherwise. And then Guardian of Light, you mentioned it earlier with Corvushan and Voilado. This is one of the best counter runes introduced in this game, and it doesn't just work for it. Like, you can forego the healing of Solar just to get an attack negate on a 1 cost.
Yeah, I definitely think that Solar is probably the sleeper best deck, but it doesn't feel solved in the way that like a Champions of Aphrodite deck would be. You know, there's going to be more time needed to determine what cards are necessary and what cards are just filling space. Hopefully we will see the fruits of some individuals' labor when it's come to testing and building that strategy today. Is there anything on this list that hasn't appeared in this graphic that you are excited about? Any individual cards you think are very good, but also aren't so notorious that they've made it onto the notable set?
You mentioned it loosely, but Lunar Phase, Lunar Eclipse.
Oh, yeah.
Like that card destroying for 2, hitting so hard, well, at least destroying 1. It can allow Werepup to trigger. It's searchable by Werepup as well. Can get out base Like a Void or Like a Void Champion of Tartarus, Escape from Tartarus, Bars. It's a really powerful card that I think a lot of people need to be aware of. Speaking of powerful cards, one thing we glossed over a bit that I think needs to be considered is Humbus. I think that mill is more real now than ever.
I think you're delusional, but that's okay. We'll see over the course of today.
The phrasing was more real. That didn't mean top 16 quality, but we'll see what happens.
If this event is won by Humbust, I will eat my words. I just don't think it's likely.
I'm not quite a believer, but I think it will. I think it's more viable. You can actually play it right now. So.
Well, certainly we will see over the course of today. We have our round 1 ready to go. We're just getting the casters into position and getting them prepared for the actual game. They're going to be playing just mere feet from us in front of this really incredible stand that they've set up. And they'll be playing on the new Kissimmee exclusive mats as well. I got to say, the specific branded items for this event are just really top-notch. It's incredible to see every single event is elevated a little more than the previous one, and it makes me so excited to show up to these.
I am planning my breaks around what I can do at the side events and all that.
I know, yeah. No, I think that maybe I will just try and swap out with Julian during my break and be like, let me gunsling a little bit. Let me do a little spirit challenge. Yeah. You can go get breakfast. I'll just role play Julian.
Yeah, I 100% again. I'll role play Alex. Absolutely.
I
can,
think we
take
could
that.
pass for Alex and Julian.
Easily. I mean, I got the height. Yeah, we're literally right there.
Yeah.
Same people.
I'll just
Same
I'll paint my nails and we'll be good.
Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, just a lot of exciting things. And I love the hush that has fallen over the crowd here. It was a lot of noise going on as everyone was doing their thing. But now you can tell people are starting to get into their play. We can see our casters up on the stage as well, so they're getting set up on their play. Just we're mere minutes away from the first official live stream tournament match that's going to be happening on this stream. So I cannot wait. And again, feel free to engage with us on socials using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. I want to know about your pools. I want to know about your pre-release decks. I want to know how your experiences have been. I want to know about decks you're brewing. Speaking of which, you mentioned cards that weren't mentioned. Haparu was there, but not Wu Mantis. How do you feel about Wu Mantis?
I don't like it. I like Haparu. I think Haparu is an incredible option for decks that would be considering Ast Rabbit in that slot. I am not sold on its ascension.
No, but I think it's an interesting tech that should be considered because it is a guaranteed hit for 2 every single turn. And depending on how you play, you could potentially hit for more.
It is one of those cards that you read and think, there will be a day in the future where this is a problem. I don't think we're there now, but I would be excited to see if someone's able to integrate it into their strategy for sure.
I will one day find a way to make Bloom playable. I like Bloom and I keep trying, but I have not found it yet. Don't laugh at me.
We're just 5 Panzers away. 5 good Panzers, and it'll make it work. No, I'm super excited for today. You mentioned that the energy has totally changed in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
One of the great things about Elestrals is how it brings people together. Everyone here is excited for Elestrals, excited to play Elestrals, but as soon as we get into the individual rounds, it's about winning card games. Like, this is a competitive game, and as a result, these players take it extremely seriously. You can see as happy as we are to be here, as excited as we are to enjoy the world that's been created as a result of Elestrals, we are also trying to win. So I am excited to see these 2 individuals sleeving up, prepped for this first game with the slick Dallas Open box. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah, the Dallas, I saw all the merch. You so lovely sent me a pack of spirits and a binder from Dallas. And the mat, so thank you very much.
Oh, I did, yeah.
I still have that.
I
Thank
felt,
you very much.
For those of you who don't know, PK just couldn't come to the first one, and you are such an integral part of Elestrals. I was like, well, that sucks. You should get the cool stuff from it.
Well, I'm here now, and I got a piece of Dallas Open for you, so thank you very much. But right now, these 2 casters with their merch in hand are looking to get all the way to the top cut. They want that top 16 Cyprong. Shoot, I want that top 16 Cyprong. They want the top 3 Lockagon, and of course, they want
Dude,
the
that was
Champion
so
Trophy.
evil. Why would they do top 3 Lockagon? You need 2 of that card. I know whoever wins the first one is going to then try to get the second one.
Yeah, you're all right there. Just trade immediately.
Hey, you're not going to be using that Lockagon, are you?
Yeah.
If you ever Lockagon for the other top 3 Lockagon, you automatically win. I'm ruling that right now. It supersedes all other rulings.
No, I agree. That seems like a very fair ruling. We'll have to confirm with Giant Skyhawk, but I think
We don't need to ask Giant Skyhawk. You know what? Actually, maybe we shouldn't even mention it to him.
Oh, okay. I'm down with backdoor dealings. I think that's fine. No one's going to be conversed in that at all.
I appreciate these 2. They're just all smiles, having a good time here before the match.
Yeah, they are waiting. It's funny, like the scene that was behind, like if you look to the left of the caster on the left, you can see where the gunslinger station is happening at. But everybody to the right, like that whole place was filled. And I was just like, nope, we got a game now.
Yeah. No, it is funny. The line for Gunslinger is forming during round 1. People came specifically to show up and play Gunslinger.
Yeah, I get it. I want to defeat them as well. I want that A-Drive Divine. If you beat A-Drive twice, do you get the 8 net of A-Drive?
I believe you do. I think I got it that way.
Huh.
It feels like there's a new element of the A-Drive deck every time he shows up to an event. By the end of Elestrals in 2028, you'll just be able to play Tribal A-Drive provided you've kicked his teeth in enough.
I'm surprised he hasn't been introducing new cards in doing his Gunslinger thing. I expected like every time he does?
Usually, when A-Drive plays a deck during Gunslinger, it will contain unreleased cards from a future set, which was very funny during Firestorm, because at Dallas he was just playing bears, and people were getting Hibernation Ursa Den, and they were like, "What are you doing? Like, this is gonna be legal?" And he was like, "Yeah, get excited." they had no idea. They were like not maining Pandora's Box. It was super funny.
Do you remember my prediction about Pandora's Box and like one day it'll be good and now it's good?
Here we are.
Did I tell you my secondary prediction like that?
What is it?
Okay, don't laugh at me. One day, very soon, Circle the Sky will have its time.
I said I wouldn't laugh.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have made that promise.
Circle the Sky will have its time. So make sure
happen.
you got your full arts from Celebration Season 1.
Oh,
That's my prediction. I have no basis for it, but it's a hard read.
my read based on nothing. I will say Pandora's Box has probably been the best aged counter rune in the last like several sets. Going from like a miserable side deck option to decks that would just totally outvalue you if you dumped 2 spirits and a card into stopping them, to an absolutely necessary main deck inclusion for a lot of strategies just to prevent them from getting to their linear game plan. I mean, it is, of course, most notably able to stop bears, but it also has applications versus almost everything else in the format because the ubiquity of these searchers for divine runes just means that you always have like a relevant target no matter what your opponent's playing.
Yeah, Pandora's Box has even seen so much growth that you can now get it in one of the new live stream starter decks as well. I forget, I might be Keon. It might be Keon. I couldn't tell you off the top of my
Is
head.
it Aphrodite?
No, I actually just checked the starter deck. It's not here.
We behind the scenes have been opening the Aphrodite starter because I like to set a little goal for myself every time I go to an event, which is I want to build a deck by like buying things from the vendors selling singles and sealed packs. And one of the cool things about the Aphrodite starter is that if you have 2 of these, you just straight up get to have the best deck in the format. And so I bought 2 of them. We've been putting it together, but unfortunately we'll have to track down some P boxes.
Yeah, we'll figure that one out. It shouldn't be too far. I mean, there's somewhere in here.
Looks like we actually do have the decks that our first 2 casters are going to be playing. JT Casts, of course, is a man who needs no introduction. This individual has performed so incredibly over so many events. Anyone would be afraid to find them round 1. But Aqua Dragon is no slouch either. Crazy to see a match this high-powered this early, and crazy to see these 2 extremely powerful decks. JT Cast is going to be on, unsurprisingly, this Aphrodite deck, playing cards like Locagon, Champion of Aphrodite, Aphros, Champion of Aphrodite, what we were just speaking about, what's expected to be the most obvious linear strategy in the room. Aqua Dragon's playing something else. A solar strategy that went almost entirely under the radar until just a couple of days before this event and was independently discovered by several different testing groups. Now, I don't want to spoil too much about their strategy because we don't really know what they're playing or to what end, but we do know they're playing, unsurprisingly, the new Nova Core, which is just a house and a half, and Celeste Leo. In a metagame where so many people are playing game-ending 2 and 3 Ascension Elestrals, a card like Celeste Leo suddenly has a really valuable home when it might otherwise have been like a fun of you play in your high roll deck.
A fun of is a new phrase, but I absolutely understand it. Aqua Dragon being a player that we have seen on camera or stream very often, so talent, skilled, always should be known and should be respected as a player. JT Cast, a player that I actually get to play at my locals very often, and I can attest, JT knows this game.
What's your record versus JT?
It's losing.
Okay, well.
It's losing. I've definitely gotten a win, but it's 1 or 2. But overall, JT is a player that you need to be aware of because the awareness in the game state and what the options are in his deck, bar none. Absolutely understands his game, so I cannot wait to see what JT does in round 1.
On one hand, it's like a rough position for these casters to be in, of course. You don't want to be playing players of this caliber so early, right? Like, you want to see these individuals in top 16. But on the other hand, if you came to Kissimmee to win the event, you will have to beat JT Cast at some point. You will have to make it through Aqua Dragon. So might as well get it out of the way early.
Yeah.
If nothing else, once you lose, your breakers are going to be quite good.
Yeah, there's a perspective to this. So you feel safe knowing if I take this loss, the other one's likely going to do well. It should be
Yeah.
fine in a minute. So excited to see what's going to be going on here. We have this wonderful screen here, exclusive for the Kissimmee Open, and I just love the aesthetic of this one.
I mean, I don't want to talk it up every single time, but they were showing us the capabilities of this new screen, and I was thinking, wow, it's just unthinkable that they've been able to put this together so quickly. I'm super excited to be able to not only cast this beautiful top-down, but also for you all to be able to read along with individual cards as they're played on the left and right there. So they're going to perform the die roll real quick, decide who's going first and who's going second. There's really no strategy to it yet. I don't think there's many decks that want to go second. Just better to be able to get through cards like the Aphoros, the Foamy, Uninterrupted, non-Gorgon's Gazeable.
Yeah.
And not necessarily worth the extra card you get for going second.
JT did roll a 19 there. So JT did roll a 19, so they're going to be going first. So his choice. And now we get to see the water deck in action. Cannot wait to see what this one is going to be
So
doing
thrilled.
because
This deck is so good.
yes, it is. And it's going to be really exciting to watch it play. Make sure you take some notes because I know you're building Aphrodite right now. You might see some text that you need.
I'm just gonna net deck it. Like I'm gonna go. Excuse me. What is JT playing exactly? And then I'll go to the vendor and say, do you have 3 Lakagon?
Well, here we go. The cards have been drawn. Do we have a mulligan? Looks like we do not. So we're going to be starting off with JT casting out
Foamy.
the holographic Foamy. Look at that thing.
You know, that was actually my reveal card. Not to toot my own horn. Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, incredibly powerful card, which enables you to get Aphrodite, or actually go a little further if you already have it in a rotation. I love this really elegant way to resolve the issue of cards like Elechick, which can just get any divine. These get a very specific divine, but give you a benefit if you are only playing that divine, or
Yes.
you only want to find it. Fantastic solution, and we're seeing the benefit right now. Casting Foamy gets you Aphrodite, which enables you to search another Foamy Champion of Aphrodite from your deck. Then you can use its hand effect to expend a water and discard the Foamy to search for a 2-spirit water Elestral here, the Lakagon Champion of Aphrodite that has been the absolute most broken card in testing, in my experience. This card can be special cast with 2 waters if you did not. You can special cast a Lakagon with 2 waters if you did not special cast a Lakagon this turn. So if it makes it onto the field, we will see JT Cast go very wide very quickly. If that set card is something like a Shield or a Gorgons, just blanking an attack might be enough to take the entire game this very second turn.
Don't forget the healing effect of Champion Lakagon that will turn on base Lakagon's effect here. We have Aqua Dragon going on the offensive with Nebuleo, so we're going to go deep into the deck with these foretells here as we reveal 2 Champ
2
Pluckies
Pluckies.
and a Poison Tip Arrow. Oh, and a 4th one as well, the Lyre of Apollo. Not bad, but not anything that you can add off, so you're kind of just shuffling there. Not exactly what you want to see for if you're Aqua Dragon, but we'll see if there's an Apollo that can get something to buff up the attack of this Nebuleo, because right now it's just a 3 attacker, not enough to get over that Foamy.
Here we
Oh no!
Yeah, here it is. So I was going to say, the thing about Nebuleo is, in the past, you would feel really bad when you revealed a really powerful suite of cards that didn't advance your game plan. You'd think, oh no, for the next 4 turns, I'm going to be locked into drawing Lyre, and your opponent would have perfect information the whole time. Now, the more important part of these cards is that you get to know the top of your deck. Relevant for cards like Wind Djinn, but also, of course, relevant for cards like Solar Burst 2. I can't believe they gave Solar Earthquake. That's a really elegant way to keep JT Cast's field completely bare, which Aqua Dragon will have to do every single turn of this game lest the Lakagon come down. And if he's able to do it without running into a Shield or a Gorgon's Gaze, then he'll be able to walk with the game pretty quickly. Here we're just going to set a rune past turn, try and get in for 1. And JT says, yeah, I'm not going to expend anything off that. We'll take the damage, draw a card. But this Lakagon deck is no slouch. Even in positions where it doesn't have an Elestral landed on field, it can still extend all the way to Lakagon Champion of Aphrodite using a couple of specific cards we'll see if JT has.
Yeah, Magnaros is an option right there to search out the Aphrodite.
There's
I was
one.
going to say
There's
Tap Puff
one.
to get out the Lockagon, and this
Beautiful
is what you have to
Tad
watch
Puff.
out for, because now the option that Aqua Dragon did to get the Elestral off field is moot. Now we're going to do special cast a Tap Puff, ascend into the Champ Lockagon. Now you have to go for the heal now, right? Like you do that because there's no chance Spoiled Fruit is in the main. We go for the heal, and now we're going to use Aphrodite to search out the other Lockagon and special cast that, get another heal off, get a destruction off. So right now the question is Aqua Dragon's face down Gorgon's Gaze? If so, you're buying yourself a turn to stop this play. If not, game might be over.
I mean, that's the frustrating part about this deck. You said if it's Gorgon's Gaze, you buy a turn. Yeah, you buy a turn. But you still have to deal with a 5/7 Elestral on field, a 2-Spirit Enchanted Elestral. Looks like we don't have it, and so that Lockagon is going to use its effect to get out base Lockagon, which of course is just as powerful. Once the heal goes off, Lockagon is able to target that back row, pop that Guardian, and now we're going to get in for, at minimum, 3. This deck just goes so wide.
We're going to start the new meme. It's not Shield doesn't resolve. It's now Guardian of Light does not resolve. But yeah, hitting for 3 immediately. Spirit count is not looking great for Aqua Dragon right here. But we do have Glimbat. As long as that new face down is not Aphrodite Soulmates, this can break the board. If you do that, search out Temple of the Moon, Temple of the Sun, special cast out Nova Core. Destruction of the base Lockagon, run over Champion Lockagon, that's a field clear. The question is, how real is JT's face down?
Yeah, you have to imagine that it is. Remember, it was set turn 1 specifically to insulate that foamy from an attack. I would have to imagine it's either a shield or a Gorgons, and either of those is going to be devastating for Aqua Dragon. Good play that you described, though. Nova Core is kind of the crux of this deck, the reason to play it, and we'll see why if the play is successful. New Nova Core is just an unbelievable card.
A lot of time spent shuffling there, right, making sure that thing is done out, but Temple of the Moon is going to be played out. You should assume that Temple of the Sun is in every solo deck right now.
There he
and
is.
There's the Nova Core coming out as a 6/8 under the Temple, and now we're thinking about the target destruction. I believe
Unsurprisingly, it's going to go for old Lockagon.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
I believe there was 3 warders left, so you could have went for Champion Lockagon, but let's see how real it is, and it
Shield.
resolved.
Yeah.
But hey, you can normal cast
That's
it
a
out next turn.
fine shield. You know, you'd prefer that over hard removal. This Nova Core is going to be a problem for JT casts every single stage of the game from here on out.
So now we have to see what JT has. Most importantly, is JT on more than one base set Lockagon?
I
If
think you have
so,
to imagine that he is.
I mean, it's a thing that people are trying to figure out. Are you on 2 or are you on 1? As far as I know, I haven't seen a decided on ratio. We are going to be searching for a Lockagon, and it is a second base Lockagon. So now Aqua Dragon, I mean, we're targeting the Sun, right?
Yeah. This is a worst case scenario for Aqua Dragon. It's got to be Gorgon's Gaze or bust, and even if it's Gorgon's Gaze, you know, you're in a bad position spirit-wise. He's doing math here. He says, well, hold on. I imagine if it's Gorgons, you just fire it. Yeah. So that's good. It means that Aqua Dragon is still in this game. As you mentioned, if the other Lockagon came down, the heal would trigger, which enables old Lockagon's effect to pop Temple of the Sun, turning off Nova Core indefinitely. Here, that's not available, which means that Aqua Dragon will theoretically be able to cast the Nova Core a second time, pop the other Lockagon, and deal with it. Down comes Magnaros as well, grabbing that Aphrodite Aphoros. Aqua Dragon here, I think, is preparing to take a couple of damage, but probably won't, courtesy of Gorgon's Gaze. Down comes new Aphoros. Magnaros and Aphoros going wide. Aqua Dragon revealing and sending 2. We are getting very thin in the Spirit deck here. The strange part of JT Cast deck is that it is not particularly Spirit heavy. There's not a huge investment into setting up this play. The resource that it deals with is the copies of Lockagon in deck. So once you out this board, suddenly it's not that big of a deal if they have 12 remaining. It's unlikely they're going to be able to stabilize and get to it again. So Aqua Dragon here, totally comfortable just casting the Nova Core again, leaving them on the Magnaros rather than the Aphros because it makes the ascension into the Lockagon in hand just so much worse.
Yeah.
You have to play for the Lockagon combos that you might have seen during Frostfall metagame from this position on Lockagon plus Ambrosia or something can still very much win a game, even if you have established a Nova Core. So this game that 2 turns ago looked unwinnable for Aqua Dragon now looks like they are in a very winnable position. It looks like we are going for another copy of Aphoros. That's kind of rough for JT Casts because it means that we've just been sitting on it. We'll then be able to hard ascend into our Lockagon, and we do need something to pair with it here to feel really good about it. Do we have an Ambro? Do we have
7?
Oh,
Oh, man. So many spirits in the underworld right now, making Lockagon just a monster attacker, easily getting over the
We are
even
just going for the
boosted
attack,
attack of the Nova Core and hitting for 1. Aqua Dragon, maybe on his last legs, have to see what this next. But so the last few turns, we've only seen Temple and Nova Core. We have like 3 other cards in hand that could be doing something right now, although Aqua Dragon's face is not bold confidence.
yeah, I'm not sure if he shuffled. It may be Liar and then the other cards revealed, which are reactive, don't do too much against this set-up strategy. Looks like we're going to set 1 back row. He's just doing a little math in his head. This is the thing, he's at 4 spirits. There's just so little he can do from this position. Thumbing over something in the hand, maybe trying to clear the Magnaros and bring it down to just a Lockagon and a Dream. Then if you find 1 mechanism to remove it, your opponent might be permanently out of the game. It looks like we are going to go for something. That is a Water Enchanted Lumaru, which does contest the Magnaros, but obviously doesn't contest the Lockagon. With 3 spirits remaining, I think it's unlikely that anything sans a shield would do it. Let's see if JT has found an Ambro or a way to heal. Dratagua here would probably close it up. Galaxy is pretty good. That'll swap the Lumaru, which is Water Enchanted, to 2/5. And, of course, itself to 5/2. Aqua Dragon just fanning out the Spirit deck here. Says, I'm at 3. Take me down to 1. I don't know what they're going to do from this position. It's got to be Ambro or bust, followed by action. And with 2 cards in hand, it seems very unlikely.
Wait, hold up. We saw a hill tilt there. That's
Could
something.
be Ambro plus action. Again,
do
we're
have
in
a spirit
position where an Ambro almost stabilizes us.
We do have a spirit underneath the temple as well, so that is a resource you can utilize. Assuming that the last spirit left in spirit deck is solar, we do have a possibility to do some plays, but what exactly do you do to out this Lockagon? It has to be solar burst.
It has to be
plus,
Nova
right?
Core or Solar Burst, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not sure what you can do. You might just need to accept the writing on the wall, but we can see 1 spirit in spirit deck. Looks like JT is low as well, so maybe there's some way to do direct spirit damage that could catch JT off guard. Instead, we're just setting 1.
And we are going for our last cast here. Calfmel? No, it's Plucky.
Wait a minute. That doesn't... Wait, if you put it on a Lockagon, that makes Lockagon a 6 attacker, and it will have Plucky be a 5 defender.
Well, unfortunately, there's
defender.
no way we can cast this Liar. It would have to be...
Oh, right, yeah, it had to
Ambro
be.
set as a bluff off the Temple, and then we can maybe cast the Liar. There's so few options for Aqua Dragon here. It's frustrating because in this deck, this solar strategy, you just have such unbelievable ability to utilize the incredibly powerful cards within your deck through Apollo, through Corvishine. You just see more than your opponent. This is a match in which he just hasn't seen anything. And as a result, it's just been playing understated Elestrals into one of the most consistent explosive strategies in the room, and it's ended up as you would expect, even though JT Cass hasn't found like an Ambro to pair with the Lockagon.
Yeah, every turn from JT has been efficient. Like we saw the first one, it was everything with Foamy to search out the champ Lockagon. Then we got out base Lockagon. We got out a second base Lockagon after the first one was outed and just kept up the offense. Not a single turn this game by JT has been a bust. So Aqua Dragon just drawing cards that was not able to advance the strategy. As we do have an ascension over the galaxy.
Another
into
Lockagon.
an Earth and water Earth.
That's another
That's not
galaxy.
Barabog.
That's cute. This Galaxy swaps it to 5/2, which means that it can contest the Plucky, and we can get in with either of these. Puts Aqua Dragon in a no-win situation. Any back row rune that would be able to contest this costs 2, which is everything. So here we are going to pay off of the Temple for a Guardian.
Oh, that heals too.
It does heal, but I mean, we're about to really eat it. Unfortunately, by losing Temple of the Sun, we now have turned off Novacore as an out. So the Lakagon can get over the Plucky. We have 3 spirits to work with, 1 card in hand, and 1 back row that's been set for multiple turns. I don't know what it's got to be, but it's got to be something crazy.
Where did the 3rd spirit come from? I thought he had 0. That's only
I'm
be
not
2,
sure.
right?
I'd have to check.
Huh. Well, I'm sure the judges are there. But in the meantime, we do have Solar Burst.
Wait, this is the Lakagon out. If that last card in hand is an Elestral, it could happen. Reveal, reveal, reveal.
Oh.
Lucky last one. So lucky there.
So, I mean, you can take out the Galaxy. It's not the lockout.
Yeah. Still has to find a way to get over the lock.
I think we just take out the Glimbat. Yeah, we don't need the Glimbat anymore. I'm assuming that there was only 1 Sun. That's typically the ratio played with Temple of the Sun. Might want to go to 2 after siding because you're probably
Let's see.
But
Let's see what we're doing here. I mean, we can't just pass. We will lose. Yeah, it looks like that's
a
just
concession. Yeah, I mean, kudos to Aqua Dragon playing to the very end, but just were not able to find the 2 cost Celestial from Solar Burst to take out the Lakagon. So definitely played, absolutely a contender. I think the story of this game is that the cards just didn't fall in Aqua Dragon's favor.
Kind of an irritating game for Aqua Dragon for sure. Like, you can kind of see the story of this game on Aqua Dragon's face. They were very expressive. Definitely what happened is the keep included a mechanism to get to Novacore, and you just can't pass those up in this Solar deck. You know, a Solar Burst, a Temple Access, and Novacore wins you the game on the spot. You can't say no to that hand. But if it doesn't have Corvishine, if it doesn't have Apollo, you can very easily get into a position where you just get out-resourced by a deck that either goes wide, has the ability to add additional Elestrals to its hand, or puts so many Elestrals on the board that demand hard removal that you can't keep up even with repeated casts of Novacore. And unfortunately for Aqua Dragon, JT Cast is playing exactly the deck that does that. It's not hard to imagine a scenario where Aqua Dragon was playing against a Dionysus deck, something that plays a little more low to the ground, and was able to take it with that hand. But against a deck like JT Cast's, you're going to have to high roll, and it just didn't happen.
100%. And there are a lot of cards that can get you to what you want. Apollo's likely at 3. Corvishine, 2/5 body that everyone has to respect.
Yeah.
What is it? You have the Nebuleo that you can dig into. So many, and the Guardian of Light. Mind you, one was pop, but we did see Guardian of Light. There are so many things that could have broken the game in against JT for Aqua Dragon, but it's also a situation where you just got to see the cards. I don't think it was anything to do with play. As we said at the very beginning, both of these casters are highly skilled and technical with their play. Fantastic performances all around.
Well, the game started just how Aqua Dragon wanted. You know,
Yeah,
hard
exactly.
removal for the foamy to stave off the Lakagon. JT just had the Tad Puff. I mean, what can you do from that position other than get Gorgonsing? And it came just 1 turn too late. One thing that I think is worth noting in a deck like Solar is that despite the fact that that first game looked very close, but unfortunately didn't work out for our Solar caster, post-board, things get so much better for the Solar player. The ability to see more cards means you can be very stingy with the cards that you board. This Lakagon deck's presence in the metagame is making people make very specific choices when it comes to the sideboard. You expect to see this probably in about a quarter of your games if you aren't playing it personally, which means you probably can main deck the very powerful outs to this strategy. But out of the board, you do have a lot more options. So I think in Game 2, you are going to see a really targeted suite of back row runes, specifically designed to hate out this Lakagon strategy from Aqua Dragon. And JT Casts is going to be in a comparatively worse position because this Lakagon deck requires so much engine. You have to be playing the Locks. You have to be playing the Aphrodite, the Magnaros, the Aphoros, the Tadpuff. There's so much less you can get rid of. So I think post-board, you will see the Solar deck very favored. If you're JT, you're just trying to make magic happen exactly one more time.
I mean, you said it all there. Nothing else I can really add to it. But yeah, JT, it comes down to what you think your opponent is going to be adjusting for. Like, that's the important thing about Game 2 is that, okay, the strategy is known, the plays are known. Now we know that there are 2 base set Lakagons. It does make you wonder, if there are 2 base set Lakagon, is there only 1 champion Lakagon? You know, because that was the enabler that makes base set good. So maybe JT plans for the first one to be gone, and they're not going to expect the second one. They may have flip ratio that I have experienced, but it could very well be possible. Sideboard, spoiled fruit, Pandora's box. Those
The board options.
yeah,
this
you should
deck are
expect
killer.
those at 3 and 3 at least from everybody. You have Thunderstorm to try to take out Aphrodite.
Yep.
Gorgon's Gaze, if you don't have that at 3 already, put it at 3. Stop the cast to give yourself a turn, not the game, but a turn. And all that. And then, of course, maybe we can up on Nova Core and whatnot. But it looks like our players are going. Aqua Dragon is on the play and
Whoa.
casting Royal Lotto. Joseph, tell me about Royal Lotto. This thing is disgusting.
Royal Lotto is it is a hard card to talk about because this solar deck that has been discovered was basically independently discovered by 2 different testing groups. And one of them believes in Royal Lotto and the other doesn't. The thing about Royal Lotto is it's an incredibly powerful card against an opponent who adamantly refuses to read. If they don't read the text on Royal Lotto, it's the best card in the game by a wide margin. Unfortunately, JT Casts is literate. So you saw no reaction when the Royal Lotto came down. I think probably they're pretty ready for this card. This is a fantastic deployment here. Magnaros, get the Aphoros. I mean, if they have access to a Locagon, that back row better be something.
Right now, it all depends on, I mean, the thing that people tend to do with Royal Lotto is they disrespect it. I'm just going to hit into it. You're not going to hit all the time, and it's very likely that they will.
No.
You get a search of 3, 6 if Corvuscant is on the field. Aphrodite comes down onto the field to get a search of another Aphoros, and that's going to be the champion Aphoros right here. I know some people have been thinking of base Aphoros as well to dig into, and honestly, I think there's value in that. But right now, we're going for the idea of you destroy one of these, I will get out the other and ascend it into my Locagon. It will happen one way or another. Along with 2 face downs, JT is looking really confident and secure going into his battle phase here. And the attack is going to be declared. So now the roulette spins. What will the top 3 be? We have off the top,
I was going to
Lucky,
say
that's
probably
the out.
not, yeah.
Poison
Oh,
and
wow.
you only need to add 1. So that's a guarantee attack negate on the other.
Yeah, that's so nice. No, I actually am a little puzzled by this attack. JT Cass is playing a strategy that does have consistent access to hard removal in old Locagon. I'm surprised that they would make that attack.
Yeah,
Now Aqua Dragon is so much farther ahead.
Giving your opponent a free card and knowing what the next choice is. I mean, you just gave them a Strabbit.
Yeah.
Essentially, on their turn. Like, they didn't have to do it with spin their cast to play it.
And, like, now they
So
can
now-
deploy the Nebuleo. Now we know what 2 of those are going to be. Oh, my God.
What?
This is so strange. I think they
Fun
heard
God, is that you?
I think they heard that from us. You can see him giggling. We're far away, but we're not that far away. I think probably.
I apologize.
No. It was very funny. I am surprised to see this, certainly. Again, JT Cass is playing a deck that does have access to hard removal. How hard would it be to just ascend over the Aphoros, fire off an Ambro or something, and start chewing away at the Royal Lottos without giving Aqua Dragon more searches? It looks like we are going for the Aphoros first and foremost. We can continue afterwards, courtesy of its effect that enables it to special cast, provided you control an Aphoros and haven't done it yet. Thinking real quick about this hand, I mean, I don't think you'd have to think that much. You either have something named Locagon or you don't. Kind of thumbing through the math here. We are going for the Ascension here. I have to imagine this is Locagon. Got to be new Locagon. Yeah, we're going to fire off the Aphrodite. That's going to enable us to get old Locagon. We can special cast that with the effect of new Locagon, and then we're off to the races.
Gorgon's Gaze now?
Gorgon's Gaze. This is interesting.
It doesn't change the name, so you still get the search.
You do still get the search. The reason we're Gorgon's Gazing now is to prevent the recursion of 1 spirit, right? We're specifically trying to prevent the Locagon from returning a spirit to the spirit deck. Not super instrumental in a deck like JT Casts that's so feast or famine, but you do have to play for these little percentages. And all of a sudden, we just don't have anything that really elegantly gets over the Royal Lottos. We are going to go for the Aphrodite here, get ourselves a copy of Locagon. Just important to be able to have that, especially when we already have Aphroses in hand. Enables us to try again next turn, even if everything is negated or stopped. And this is why I just don't like this defensive posturing from Aqua Dragon, is like, the Royalotls just don't do anything. They sit there and prepare for an opponent who has a nuclear bomb in their back pocket to deploy it. A third back row, my goodness.
Yeah.
This time says, I'm not falling for that Royalotl again.
Yeah, and
get your Nebuleo.
this is really rough for Aqua Dragon because you need to push the offensive. Knowing that the back row is insulated, you have to even wonder, is one of them Aphrodite? Aphrodite soulmates. We do have Earthquake to take out the champion Lakagon, so the best way to out that right now. Now we got to see if there is a second champion Lakagon. Otherwise, you're playing base Lakagon or bust.
It's just so spirit inefficient, though. You spent 2 cards on it, the Gorgon's Gaze and the Earthquake, 4 spirits on a Lakagon that is going to come down next turn because we searched a champ off the Aphrodite. We have to clear the entire field to prevent that from happening, and even if we do that, a Tadpuff absolutely ruins our day. Okay, we have revealed some powerful Elestrals here, but, I mean, all we're doing is giving our opponent a good reason not to attack into the Royalotl for another turn. One of them will be going down courtesy of the Lakagon that will be coming down after the champion of Aphrodite, so the other one is basically just set dressing until we figure out something to do with it. And Aqua Dragon now in the old solar issue, looking at 4 cards that don't win them the game and thinking, God, how do I set these so that I don't die?
I think the big reveal there was showing off that two Nova Core are in the list for Aqua Dragon right now.
Wow, that's...
Oh, Solar Burst. That's going to take out
miserable.
something, yeah.
So we're solaring the Aphoros, and we're going to try and walk over the Magnaros to keep them off Lakagon. It feels bad, but, like, you have to do it, because if you don't, they will just cast Lakagon.
Yeah, the play makes complete sense. I agree with it, especially with the double Royalotl. Like your defense is insulated rather well, so you're pretty safe there. And not to mention, this Nebuleo is now a 5 attacker. It can get over the Magnaros, and this is probably the best time to start pulling out the back row from JT Cass and forcing him to play some runes to get his spirit count down.
You might even let this go, just because, like, if you ascend over it, the Lakagon isn't even on. We're going to go for Madness. Madness is a better out for it than others. Switches the Nebuleo to defense here and is going to enable the Magnaros to get over it, meaning we can go a little wide. Let's thumb that out real quick.
Yeah.
Dionysus' Madness, an incredibly powerful card. My pick for best card of the format. It is very funny that Tsunami has totally fallen into disuse courtesy of this Aphrodite deck being so popular, and Dionysus' Madness functionally performs the same role, switching an Elestral.
Very similar. Another Aphoros champion of Aphrodite in the hand, making 2 5 attackers on the field, but not really threatening the Nebuleo as much as you would want.
I mean,
it's a special cast, though, so it's
right?
Lakagon, and Lakagon coming up there. You still have to get past the attacks, though, and hoping that Aqua Dragon will whiff on the reveals. And I'm pretty sure we
know that he won't.
Does Royalotl have to pull a 1 cost? Does Royalotl have to pull a 1 cost?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think it's just a solar.
Oh,
we'll get confirmation on that in a little bit. But you got to understand.
No, if a solar Elestral was
a solar. Okay, so then we know that
only add a 1 cost.
So I mean, that this Royalotl is safe, so you can't attack
JT just
it.
thinking here. I imagine the line is Lakagon Aphrodite for old Lakagon, cast it, then return, pop one of the Royalotls, walk into the Nebuleo, and pop the next one next turn. That gives Aqua Dragon a little room to play, which is obviously not something you want to be doing, but you don't really have an option. The one thing that's kind of frustrating for JT Cass is they're almost out of cards.
Confirmation of a second champion Lakagon. So
we saw that searched off the Aphrodite.
Oh, did we? I assumed it was base, I'll be honest. Okay, so that makes complete sense. So now we know that is
tough.
2 base Lakagon, 2 champion Lakagon. So a really just consistent build by JT here, as we have the healing that Aqua Dragon is trying to figure out if the healing will be allowed. And it looked like it is going to follow through. And that means
thinking about a Gorgons, I think. This is a tough Gorgons call to make because you can still get old Lakagon. Yeah. Here he comes. I think you want your opponent to perform the expenditure. Like, the reason we Gorgons the first one on Cass is we don't want the Lakagon in a hand that includes Aphoros, because then you can hard cast old Lakagon and a card like Ambro cooks you alive. Here, we are getting to a later point in the game where we have to ensure that this can't be done every turn for the rest of the game. Or we just don't have Gorgons, or we are just bluffing Gorgons. All right, well,
Yeah, we're just going for it.
okay.
Oh, yeah, we saw that one.
PTA's not bad, but we are still going to be put in a bad situation here. Returning a Spirit here is going to trigger the old Lockagon. I imagine we're popping a Royal Lottle. We know the next 2 Royal Lottle attacks will hit, which means we probably don't go into the other one. We just pass. The one upside to Aqua Dragon here is that JT Cast no longer has an elegant piece of removal for the other Royal Lottle, so they will have to attack into it if they want to get rid of it, and potentially plus Aqua Dragon even more.
Yeah. So, I mean, just keep yourself safe, and you can find yourself in a winning position. But right now, your Aqua Dragon's in for the long game.
Yeah.
100%. Like, you have no
I think the
immediate
first
out.
turn Royal Lottle confirmed that.
Yeah, like
He
you're
said,
playing for this
I'm
one.
sitting.
Nebuleo, Fortel, get out Leo, and when Leo comes out, you can potentially wipe this entire field. Non-targeting, mind you.
I wonder what the attack stat on the Lockagon is. It's got to be like 6 down to 4. The Nebuleo, if I recall, is at 7, right?
Well, now, wait, we have an attack into the Leo, but we're going to
Ooh,
Fortel.
no, that's I didn't read the Royal Lottle.
Yeah.
What did I say? This card's crazy.
I
if you
thought he
don't read.
understood it. He picked it up like 2 or 3 times, so I thought he was looking for that specific turn. But yeah, it's any attack that is declared. So did he allow him to recall the attack?
No, he's going to Gorgon's Gaze in response to the effect. Well,
Okay.
that is devastating for Aqua Dragon. It means that not only are we going to be able to get over the Nebuleo, we're going to be able to get over the Royal Lottle with our copy of Magnaros, and we're going to be able to get in for 2 with the Lockagon. An additional 2 down means we go to 6 and still have to deal with 3 spirits worth of Elestrals on the board. Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate situation for Aqua Dragon, just getting your entire board wiped. Fortunately, you are removing the Lockagon, but as you just said,
to 5, 1 card in hand. It's got to be something crazy.
no Apollo this entire game from Aqua Dragon either.
I mean, I think we know it's the Nova Core. If the card in hand is Temple, we actually are kind of in a winning position, but only if the card in hand is Temple.
Yeah, I know that one Glenbat was discarded for the search, and we have a play. It looks like it's not Temple.
That's Plucky.
It is Plucky. This card, I mean, normally is good, but has not been netting much results for Aqua Dragon this game. If we do have a
Liar
Temple in
doesn't
hand,
do anything
we
here.
can make it a 6 attacker and get over the Champ Lockagon. Which, you know, it ain't nothing. JT now pulling, just making sure he understands the situation. I got to be honest, I'm so not used to just watching players reach across and read the cards.
Yeah.
It's so nice to watch. Right now, Aqua Dragon is setting up his play here. As we have we'll do our best to keep things going for you, but we see Aqua Dragon did cast out the
Lyre of Apollo.
the Lyre of Apollo, so likely going to be trying to get over it. And it looks like something may have been sent to the underworld. It may have just been getting over the Magnaros, but it looks like that is a handshake. Might be a acceptance that the game is over, which means that JT will be going 2-0 and going up to round 2 1-0.
That's incredible. Unfortunate we didn't get to see that last swing. My understanding is that it was a macro rune that was game determinative. Not particularly surprising to hear after watching just how dominant JT's deck looked in this. Really unfortunate situation for Aqua Dragon. I mean, I certainly was excited to see this solar deck pop off, and we did not. We saw 1 Nova Core activation. We did not see Apollo. We did not see Corvashine. It really makes you think what those keeps must have been from Aqua Dragon. I think, unfortunately, just a misapplication of what their role in the match is. I feel like I say this every single time I get on camera, and I apologize, but when 2 people sit down, 1 person has to be the aggressor and 1 has to be the more defensive deck. And the thing about this Aphrodite deck is, while it looks particularly aggressive because it puts so many spirits on board so quickly, courtesy of Lockagon and Champion Lockagon, it is a deck that actually excels in games that go longer. It has the ability to find more of their combo pieces, I'll say, and buttress a strategy that's already so unbelievably powerful. It's a deck that excels really early when you're able to land a Lockagon with a high roll hand, and really late as you're able to build up the resources necessary to make a late game push other decks just aren't capable of doing. So if you give that deck that amount of time by playing cards like Royal Lottle, even if they play poorly into the Royal Lottle, just the game extending is so good for them that they're happy to be like, yeah, I'll set a card and plus every turn off of an Aphrodite. Unfortunate for Aqua Dragon. I really wanted to see that deck go far, but I think we will see it more today. We'll definitely see more of that Aphrodite deck as well.
I think the issue for Aqua Dragon is that we didn't see what that deck was to do. We saw 2, maybe 3 foretells an entire game, not counting Royal Lotto being attacked into. We saw Nebuleo twice, and I think only Royal Lotto once. So did not really get to see much going on there. And I want to know how Aqua Dragon feels about that and how they progress going on. As you said in the beginning, like this, if you're going to lose round 1, an opponent such as JT Cass is definitely a player you want to lose to. I believe we're going to see a lot more in a positive record from Aqua Dragon as we go into these later rounds. 8 rounds of Swiss today, a whole lot more Elestrals to play.
I believe that means that individuals who are 6'2", at least 6'2" with good breakers will make it, and if you're losing to JT Speed, your breakers are going to be fine. So just have to win out from this position. You get one more screw up, but after that, it's all on you. I totally have faith in Aqua Dragon's ability to do that. I totally have faith in JT Speed's ability to close it out. I mean, that Aphrodite deck looked totally dominant.
Yeah, I cannot wait to talk with JT. We're going to be doing an interview with him in just a little bit, and we're going to get him on the mic. Joseph will be taking a well-deserved break for him. But me, I have the energy of a Strabbit. You ain't getting rid of me. I will be here in the next round, so make sure you guys stick around and come through. Right now, we're waiting for the interview to be set up, and in the meantime, I mean, those two decks, man, I really do feel like Solar just has a better matchup versus Lakagon. I do believe it is one of the better elements in live stream format. That was just a rough showing. I mean, we already said it all, but I really do think the lack of foretelling foretold the entire end of that game.
It's a misapplication of your role in the matchup, and it's an unwillingness to aggressively sideboard, I think. I think we will see players who play a little more risky, willing to take 1, 2, and even 3 mulligans to find the cards that beat Aphrodite, because the cards that beat it, like you said, Spoiled Fruit, beat it so completely that they can turn the entire tide of the game by themselves. Yeah. If we see people hard mulling to Corvishine, hard mulling to Apollo, finding ways to get those powerful counter runes out of their deck, they will see more success. Right. Hard to do that game 1 on camera. It's a very nervous situation. You don't want to just mull 5 times and lose, even if doing so gets you the best EV. It's tough. It's tough for sure. And I think we will both see good players succeed with the Solar deck, but we will also see cracks revealed in the Aphrodite strategy, even though in that game it looked unbeatable.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about how people learn and how they adjust. But I think right now we're going to transition and get set up for our interview. So sit tight, guys. We'll be right back. We're going to be talking with JT Cass about how they piloted the Aphrodite deck today. Hello and welcome back. I am here with the round one winner, JT Cass, player of the Aphrodite list. How are you feeling today and how are you feeling about your round one?
I was a little nervous coming in, not gonna lie. This is an event that it's nothing like we've ever had before. Going into an event with a brand new set, wide open meta. So I was a little nervous coming in, but I was really confident in my deck choice, and I'm glad I got to showcase that in round one.
Yeah, I saw interesting ratios. I saw you won 2 of each Lockagon. That was really nice. Don't want you to explain too much. Keep it secret for anybody that you can. But what made you choose Aphrodite?
It's just a very powerful deck in the format. I think the format Livestream as a set has kind of progressed the game forward. A lot of decks need to go a little bit wider than they did before. Gone are the days of summoning of casting 1 Elestral and setting 2 and passing.
Estrabon is kind of waned.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Lockagon is just the best and most consistent way to get a wide board that also interrupts your opponent in several different ways. And Aphrodite is just such a strong card.
I agree. Just the
insane.
consistent searching you saw.
It's basically it's AOS, but it's a 1 cost. It's insane.
Exactly. Like what we saw was that you had no 0 turns.
Correct.
Like every turn, even if you didn't attack, you got some sort of progress. Meanwhile, your opponent, unfortunately, I think they foretold, 3 times,
Yeah.
one by your attack.
Yep.
So they're really just missing the big play that they needed. So not major for them. Are there any decks that you're really looking forward to playing or one that you are trying to dodge in your Swiss rounds?
Honestly, Solar. Solar was a deck that I was trying to dodge, and also something that I was trying to brew up. I think it's a really strong deck. It's kind of the same philosophy as the Aphrodite deck. It's a deck that can go really, really wide, put a lot of big bodies on the board, and Royal Lotto is a really annoying card to deal with. So, I mean, if anything, I'm glad that I got it out of the way in round 1. I hope that that's the last one. That's the first and only one that I have to face all day, because that's a really powerful deck that I'm scared of.
Who's going to tell them? there might be more
Listen,
out
Apollo,
there.
Hopefully Apollo was on my side today and not my opponent's.
I'm assuming your heart skipped a beat when you saw 2 Nova Core
Oh, yes.
being cast out there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Aqua Dragon, and unfortunately for you, at the top of the deck, you're like, all right, I know you're there,
Yeah.
so now you gotta get out the sun, and everything else is kind
I
of
think
played
that
out
is the
there.
big downside with just playing a solar deck in general, is because foretells are public knowledge, your opponent can play in a way because they know, they have a general idea of what's going to be on the top of your deck at all
Right.
times. So they're allowed, I'm allowed to make that Gorgon's Gaze play on the Royal Lotto there,
Right.
knowing that my opponent is probably top decking the Nova Core.
Exactly. Yeah, because now their setup play is ruined, and you broke that very well. Speaking of which, did y'all hear me when I popped off at the second one?
A couple times, yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I was just like, wait,
problem.
what? Listen, I'm a reactive person.
Yeah, of
That's what
course.
I am. So I'm going to let you go. I know you got round 2 coming up. I want to get you prepared for that one. Is there any shout-outs to people that you want to thank for the deck you chose or playing, however you want?
Yeah, I want to shout out the Divine Droppers, my team, and our little testing group that I traveled out to this event with. A really fun group. They helped me get together this deck in the waning hours of the night last night. I came into the event not knowing what deck I was going to play, and they helped me get there. So shout out to those guys.
Awesome. Well, hey, I'm glad you're not late for round 1. Thank y'all for being here. JT, good luck on the rest of your tournament, round 2 and beyond. I hope to see you in the top cut. We're going to take you to a quick break. In a little bit, we'll be setting up for round 2 with PK Cray on the mic. Hello and welcome back, Elestrals casters. We are entering round 2 of the Elestrals Kissimmee Open, and I am here with my twin, Kay Cray. Kay, you got the round 1 off, so you got to see what's going out there on the floor. How are the people feeling? What are the vibes like? Is there cake?
I didn't see cake, but one thing that I did see was, I think you guys talked about it on stream, where everything was very electric during the opening ceremony, and then as soon as that round 1 timer started, everyone locked in.
Yes, the hush was insane.
Dead silent.
Everyone
out
was
there.
excited. Like, all right, we got to lock in like Lockagon, and there's 2 of them in there. We got to see Lockagon in round 1, both 2 of base set and champion Lockagon. And I do believe that the secondary Lockagon is what really secured that game for JT Cass. Solar still has a lot of strength to it. I don't think that was his best showing, but at the same time, we didn't show much of foretelling. Not much we can really do about that.
I know that there are a few solar brews around, and it will be interesting to see what our casters have cooked up. It's funny because we were talking about, oh yeah, in the first rounds we get to see some of the more obscure decks that we might not see for the rest of the day. Turn 1, Solar and Lockagon.
2 of the most represented decks this
Yeah.
round 1, but you bound to have it. Aqua Dragon, JT Cass, both very accomplished casters, so not shocked to see them playing that. We do have our own predictions going on about what we expect to see from this one. Actually, we have predictions not just from your commentary team, but from the owners as well, Shady Penguin and A-Drive, so we'll go to that in just a little bit. But I have a lot. Oh, here we go right now. We have predictions going live, and my prediction here is very simple. I believe in Earth. Right now, we're going back to the live stream notable card. I'm trying to find a sign. It's fine. But, yeah, I believe in Earth, and I think that Giga Flora is going to be strong. That champion of the meter package, first of all, is going to get ridiculous when we get more champions of the meter. But I think Giga Flora is very consistent and is something that what Viserys was to Elestrals before Moonrise and it got limited is what I think this Giga Flora package is going to be. Likewise, we saw it on stream, Guardian of Light to represent Solar. I think that there's a lot of legs and strength to be feared from Solar.
I agree. I think that Guardian of Light is a really strong card. Of course, the entire Solar package, you saw Solar Burst, and I'm with you on the Gigaflora and Giraflora stuff. I think that that's such a strong package for Demeter, and you're right, it's only going to get stronger. And you know, me and PK, we are Demeter girlies.
Yeah, absolutely. We came in at the exact same time, both pulled Earth. Both went really well in the Illustria Season 2, if I may say so ourselves. We know what we're doing. Yeah, it's going to get to see exactly what we can do in the future. Let me just tell you that right now. But, Kay, I like your choices as well. Ampup, very strong. Post-to-boost, I think it has a murmur about it, but not quite the noise I think it deserves.
Honestly, so the Ampup engine, this is something that I think is really strong, and Thunder is one of those elements that has always been good. It will always be good, and any new support that it gets is just going to be incredibly strong. And Ampup being able to, depending on which Ampup, whether you're doing Champup or the regular Ampup, able to search itself out and get the engine live, get the Leica Volt out. It's so strong, and I hope that we're able to see it on stream at some point. The Posthumous, if we're being honest, this was my pick for just, I think Lunar is good, and I was aura farming with my Posthumous art here. That was the one that I wanted. Of course, Rise from the Shadows is one of those cards that I think is going to go crazy. And, I mean, Posthumous is great. Thera Heart is really the one from that Ascension line to keep an eye on. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Thera Heart, which works really well with Rise from the Shadows, of course, being able to go and search it out.
Yeah.
But the Posthumous, I'm with you. I think that it is a little bit slept on. I think that people aren't giving it as much credit, and I am manifesting with this pick, if anything.
I believe there's a world where both champion Posthumous and base Posthumous will actually come through and do very well together because they both have similar effects that can both be essentially cheated out from the main deck and be played to an egregious effect. So I take a look, casters, at what Posthumous can do. Your predictions are very similar to A-Drive's as well, both choosing a Thunder and Lunar card to be represented in the list right now. A-Drive believing in Bronzeglow, which I do believe has a lot more legs than it ever has before. The new Thunderstorm Supercell, the new Fun Glow as well, and of course the supercharged Bronzeglow. There's a lot to be liked here. I think it might be a bit of a puzzle though. Not exactly something that's week one from Livestream. It may take some time to figure out, but there is some strength there. So I can't wait to, I'm not going to talk too much about it. I'm going to let A-Drive and Shady talk about their predictions when they come on commentary later on. But let me just say, I had to go out of my way to get my Rise of Shadows because my Pharaoh Geist will be cast and be permanent. I promise you. I cannot wait for that one.
PK, you have consistently excellent taste, I must say.
Thank you.
We agree on so much in this game.
You and I are just two peas in the pie. The Aphros to my Magnaros.
That was beautiful.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
That's my twin right there.
Twin. Don't question anything. But what's it? We're going to let MBT and A-Drive and Shady come up there and talk about their predictions later on. But if you guys haven't done so yet, these casters are playing for some amazing prizing that I can't wait for to see who's going to be earning that and who I need to talk to trade for a top 16 Cyprong.
Oh, that Cyprong is stunning. That side bleed art. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to need that swiftly.
Yeah, the prizing for today is immense, not just for top 16, but top 32 as well. There are exclusive playmats, there are product prizes, packages, and more. So we'll get that up on screen in just a little bit, but the prizing for today is just out of this world. That Lakagon, we had MBT spinning a tale about how much he needs that Lakagon, and honestly, I get it. It's a beautiful artwork, but yeah, it's just really good.
Well, not only that, just for entering, actually, our casters get their hands on the new tournament packs, the Premier 2 packs, which we've been given these.
Are we entrants?
I don't know. I think we might be. And I think at some point today, I'm just saying, chat, you have the power here. We've been told not to open them, but I'm just saying if there is enough uproar, if there is enough noise being made, we may be allowed to open them. And that is something to look forward to. Just make sure that we're on camera for it.
Yeah, please. Exactly. Oh, yeah, there's an important reason why. We'll tell you about that later. But, yeah, these things that you can get, and not only do you get it from entering today, but you can also get it from Webcam Premier tournaments. Ooh. So make sure you guys join the next Webcam Premier tournament. I believe it is October 11th, like next Saturday, right?
Yes, it is coming quickly. So if you have the post-Kissimmee Blues, boy, do we have an event for you. But with that being said, I think we are getting ready here to get into the next round imminently.
I actually would like to go back to the scene if we can, because I want to talk about it a little bit. The cards are really cool. Like, this is why we want to be on screen for this one. The chase of the Premier Packs is the Stellar base set Aphros with amazing artwork as well. Gambit, Champion Abominursa, Champion Cockadoodle, Champion Sparkit. The top cards, Kay.
Yeah, the Humburst. We've got the Champion Humburst, the Sprouter. I know that
I need the Sprouter.
Yeah, we are going to be chasing that. And two of my favorite spirits, Heratlas and Leviathan, are here represented as well. And I know that a lot of casters are probably asking, that Aphros, it's not the Champion Aphros that everyone is so excited about, but of course the last webcam premiere that we had, that Aphros was used in a deck that I believe enabled the Chronodile to become the final champion of Firestorm. So don't sleep on this Aphros just because you've got the new tech out.
Especially with Champion Aphros making it 5 attacker, you gotta beware of that. At least a one-off, consider it, because Magnos can search it. But what we're going to be searching is for our round 2 casters who are going to be up on stream in just a little bit. So I cannot wait to see what these casters are playing today, if they're going to be a little bit off the beat with besides solar and water, or are they bringing out something like Dionysus? Are we going to be seeing Bears maybe still existing
Bears
right now?
is still good. We've been saying
we could be seeing Thunder, seeing Zeus. Don't think that Zeus is still not a top 3 divine in this game. Like, Zeus is still very real. It's a field buff of -3 to your opponent.
Yes.
So, I mean, in both stats. So it can get over a lot. Beware of Zeus, especially with Zeus's call searching out any champions of Zeus. I am so shocked that we do not mention anything else regarding champion of Fulgaris as well.
Yeah.
Would love to see if our casters can play that. We're going to see what they are playing today. We're going to see who we have up on stream as well. So it looks like our casters are there and ready to go. And the base set sleeves, I'm so jealous that they have them. I keep asking A Drive to reprint them because I missed it and I regret it.
They are beautiful, and we have two casters who
Oh.
I know that these are familiar names. We have Ari, who actually was the third place finisher from the Dallas Open. So this is a caster who, I mean, look at that, Pantera represented right
Yeah.
there. That is the card that Ari used to get top 3 in Dallas. So this is a caster to watch for sure. And we have Ruli over on the Hermes and new Aviolith Champ package, which is very interesting.
I'm really excited to see that champion area lift in action because if it's anything like we've seen in testing, that card is going to make Aries' life terrible. It is going to drag this game on not in Ari's favor, especially with Pantera being such an expensive card. It could go out of favor very quickly. Look at our casters have already rolled the dice, and I think Ari won the die roll there, so we'll go from there. But Ruli with Hermes and Hermes Trickery, but we have Pantera, the largest attack in this game. Cannot wait to see how it goes. Round 2 of Kissimmee Open is now on your screen and ready to go. I am just excited for some more Elestrals. Live stream is such an exciting format.
Yeah, this is going to be an explosive game. I cannot wait. I love watching Ari. I love watching Ruli. And I was able to, on my break, actually talk with Ari a little bit. And
Okay.
I just want to say, to those of you watching at home, there might be a side deck card that Ari is going to go and reach for that if we see it on stream is going to be an incredible moment. So keep an eye out for that.
Gotcha. The cards that we see on screen are not representative of the player's decks, so we'll get that off screen momentarily. But we are just waiting for the players to start their play and their round timer to be reset as well. But these play mats, I mean, just look at the artwork. The licorice, like I'm not typically like a licorice fan, but it looks, I like it.
And I will say, you know what, you may not be a Lycris fan, but to those of you who have been playing Clash, there's a new tutorial, and I'm just saying there might be a familiar voice in your ear voicing a Lycris for the tutorial alongside Zeus.
You're doing voice acting now?
This is, yeah, I'm hard launching it, actually, yes. I'm voicing Lycris.
You're so talented.
PK, you're one to talk, listen.
No, I'm not voice acting talented. All this, I mean, I could be Zapter.
You could be Zapter.
No, I think there already is. I don't know. I'm putting my hat in the ring. A Drive, cast me for Zapter. I would love to know if you guys could do a voice for any of the Spirit Elestrals we have right now. Let us know using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. Would love to hear your engagement on that one. I'm calling Zapter for me. I would love to do an Owloon, but Owloon kind of strikes me as elegant, despite the shutter shades right here. It does strike me as an elegant voice, and my voice is far from elegant.
Hey, you know what? You call out those shades, but she is pulling them off, I hate to say.
Oh, easily.
Mm-hmm.
Easily. Okay, we have Ruli going first, so I was wrong on my prediction there. Ruli did win the die roll there. We're going to be getting this set up momentarily. Looks like our production is ready to go. Casters are ready to go. The round time has been reset. Game 1 of round 2 begins now. Hermes Trickery going first is not what Ari wants to see. But getting an Elestral on board that Hydrate can potentially crash into again from Twindred to get Pantera out game 2, turn 2, I think that's worth it.
Well, I would be interested to see if Ari is playing a full Pantera package. No way we see a Werepup coming out here. But on that preview, we did see Ari is playing Aphoros, which could be interesting.
So I was looking around the lobby yesterday, and I think I know what this list is. And if Werepup is searching Lunar Phase, this may be another Pantera Turbo list. We might have a pseudo mirror going on here. The specific builds are going to really change the tide. But I remember seeing a Werepup package in this, and Lunar Phase should not be doubted. We do have a face down being set as well. If we already have a Lunar Phase right now and we can go in, this is going to be a devastating play for Ari on this back row. But we have Spectrus coming out now, so essentially threatening the Werepup. You need to ascend now or I'm running you over.
Yeah, that is a perfect counter to this Werepup, being able to suppress it in the battle stage here. Ruli, of course, possibly having set that Lunar Phase Eclipse, which is actually an Invoke rune, so it could have happened that last. turn. However,
Gorgon's Gaze is going to be played, stopping the attack and allowing the Werepup to survive the turn, which, you know, a little early to have to expend the Gorgon's Gaze. That is the premier counter rune in Elestrals right now, such a load-bearing counter rune. So we'll see how that bites Ruli in the long run, but does get him forward as we destroy the back row with the Lunar Phase and threaten the Ascension to Leica Void. But Gorgon's Gaze by Ari will be cast out to stop the Ascension.
yes, we're going to be chaining that Gorgon's Gaze, and it really showed how much Ruli does value this Werepup, having used that Gorgon's Gaze, as you mentioned, being one of the most valuable cards in the game right now. And I wonder if we're going to be seeing an Ascension into the Leica Void here after that Lunar Phase activation, because that does count as full moon.
Yes, it does. Instead, we have a... I'm trying to see what that one is. Is that Spinef? That's Spinef. We're going to be searching Hermes. Champion Spinef can search out a Hermes on cast, and it gets a lot of things online. So now this should reveal one of the strategies by Ruli to Ari. Hermes being added to hand, being able to mill or send from deck to Underworld any card that is, I believe, wind enchanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, any Wind Elestral.
Wind Elestral, yes.
And this is such an interesting combination of cards here. You said this is maybe a brew that you've seen, but this is completely unfamiliar to me. And we do see Hermes fully loaded.
Yeah, and I am not surprised. Hermes fully loaded is going to be very common with how this deck can play in the long run. We have 4 spirits sitting under Hermes, and I guarantee you we may see more than 4 later on. So keep your eyes open, folks at home.
Yeah.
We have a disenchant of 2 to mill. Now the question is, will it be Champion Avia Lift to heal already? Will it be carry off?
That's
going
to
be my next suggestion. Get over it because you don't have the stats on field. So honestly, this is a fine way to do so, getting in for 3. Do we have a full moon in hand? If so, then the Werepup could be very safe right now.
I would be interested to see. And you're right about this Hermes. Hermes being the divine that I think is one of the most common targets for divine healing, which is a card that we've been seeing a little bit more because of Firestorm. But I'm hoping that maybe it's one that gets a little bit more play here moving forward in a live stream.
Oh, another Spectrus comes out, so once again threatening the Werepup, and actually everything on the field. Spinef is only a 2/4 defender, so able to get over everything after you activate the effect of Spectrus, which you need to do on attack declaration. Just make sure that is noted by everybody. But it looks like the attack is going to be going into. The question is, who do you target? And if you ask me, I'm taking out the Spinef.
And it looks like that's exactly what Ari is doing here. There goes the Spinef. Ruli, without any back row set over here, is unfortunately defenseless. That Gorgon's Gaze going so early might end up costing them. However, Ari is sitting over there with a back row set as well. So let's see what Ruli is looking at here. We know that that carry-off is in the Underworld. Could possibly see some movement there. Looking at another activation of Hermes. There goes the disenchant of 2 wind spirits, going to be going in and searching out a Wind Elestral, sending it to the Underworld.
We've seen a lot of gameplay advancement by Ruli during these few turns. We've only seen a cast out and a set by Ari. So playing again, Ruli just loaded the ground and being very patient with everything. Hermes milling another carry off, which is, we're seeing a lot of expensive plays. 2 Gorgon's Gaze played by each of these players. Now 2 carry-offs being sent to the Underworld to destroy the Spectators on the field. And also kind of signaling that Ruli doesn't have much else to deal with a 5 or a potential 5 attacker right now. But looks like it's just going to the I'm a little confused with what the situation here is. Looks like we're trying to clarify it. So we have a destruction of... Okay, so we are going to be destroying with carry-off, but I am going to clarify the effect of carry-off just to make sure that we are up to pace with everything that's happening here. And it looks like you can... expended a Thunder to destroy the Spectres. That's what that was.
Mm-hmm. And in spite of, as you mentioned, Ruli has been playing very expensive, but look at the spirit discrepancy here. Ari is at not 8. I think we might actually have a misrepresentation on screen here. I was going to say.
Yeah, no, there's been we have 2 Spectators and a Gorgon's Gaze played by Ari, so I believe the spirit count should be 16 for Ari. But of course, we'll let judges in production get an accurate count. Ruli has definitely been playing really loaded. Actually, it's possible that the spirit counts may be switched.
It's
Looking at
possible.
it.
But there seems to be another Hermes coming out.
Looks like there is, and I think we sent out Avialift to the Underworld, which is going to allow you to heal for a win, returning Ruli up to 8 spirits in Spirit deck. And this is why the game can go real far, real fast for Ruli.
And a Rise from the Ashes coming out. That is a one-of card, bringing back that Avialith champion of Aeolus.
Aeolus, yes. Avialith. And I think that does allow for another healing when you normal cast it, when it's sent to the Underworld or with Hermes effect.
And it
Okay,
is
so no, it does allow.
matter.
It does not matter because this is the list I thought about. We brought it back so we can get out to Pantera. Pantera mirrors is on screen. Ari is now staring down the head of his own Elestral. The Spirit and Spirit deck, 2 for Ruli, 16 for Ari. But the power and presence on field is immaculate for Ruli right now. If you could just maintain this board, we will be good going into game 2.
But as you mentioned, I was about to say, Ari is probably the most popular caster of Pantera. If anyone is going to be able to deal with this multi-headed Hydra, it's going to be Ari. And that shield coming out, bouncing it back to hand, unfortunately is going to be incredibly punishing for Ruli.
Top 3 at Dallas Open. Got the premiere, the top 3 Pantera as well. Said you will not defeat me with a copy from the stars. I promise you. Ruli now with only 2 spirits in Spirit deck is really looking a little tough in their play as Champ Galaxy. Ari just still sticking low to the ground, not overcommitting to anything. The Werepup finally goes down after 3 to 4 turns of surviving as well as he can. Scrappy little pup not able to survive a whale, unfortunately. Who knew that wolves can't swim?
Well, Werepup found out today, certainly. Werepup, not in the ocean.
We need. I mean, we've been waiting for a water puppy for a long time, so now's the time better than any. The Hermes is sitting with 2 spirits underneath it, so we could disenchant. We could send a second champ Avialith. We could heal or we'll just normal cast it from our hand.
Yes, be able to cast this Avialith, and we do know that Pantera is still in hand. So if this Avialith is able to survive to the next turn,
Yeah, I mean. So you just have to make sure you don't re-enchant the Galaxy. So you have to have some way to stop the Galaxy from switching the stats and making this really problematic for you. But it looks like we have a big search. That was Ruli's Underworld we were looking at here. A lot of play been played by Ruli, and this is the glory of Elestrals here. A lot of play has been played by Ruli, but look at how many cards were played in the Underworld. It's night and day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Hermes deck, this is exactly what it wants to do and how it wants to exist here.
That is a
Carry on.
Yeah, stellar carry on.
Yep.
Look at that beautiful artwork, and that is going to be able to special ascend to the. special cast to the field because it was sent to the Underworld by Hermes effect. So getting a lot of advantage here. Love that Licorice art as well. I don't know why I'm saying Licorice.
I think you might be a little hungry.
I might be a little hungry. I have been here since round 1, so I will get in my snack right after. But the Galaxy does go down, and that does insulate the Avialith pretty well, so he can survive going into the next turn here. 4 spirits on Ruli, 10 on Ari. And we are, was that an expend to draw?
That was an expend to draw, which unfortunately, as we know, that Pantera is in hand. And ascending over this Avialith, if you squint, Avialith is pretty much just Calf-Mel, is not only going to enable a healing, but also get out a big 15 attacking body on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you squint, it's Calf-Mel. If you blink, it's Pantera. So you gotta make sure you can have some way to get out of this, but I don't think it exists. And now, I mean, we know what's happening. Why would you stop it?
With the 2 back row set, however, I'm hoping that Ari has something here, although with only, I mean, if these spirit counts are accurate, 4 spirits does not leave a lot to deal with a Pantera.
I believe it's 4 spirits on Ruli's side. Production has a little switch, but I mean we're doing our best to keep it up here in the commentary booth. Avialith. I mean, if you have a Gorgon's Gaze, I would suggest hitting it just so you can try to survive the turn. We are going to ascend the carry on. Is it going to be to Twindra? We're going to Twindra.
Oh.
So now you have 4 damage being threatened. That's a lot of damage that Ari does not want to have to deal with. Do you have shield that's real? Is it Tsunami? Can you insulate yourself for this turn? Do you even want a Tsunami a champ able to lift back to defense? Looks like we're just going to take the damage. Oh, look at that, Spirits. Just going to the underworld. Beautiful artwork.
Yeah, that is going to hurt for sure. And Ruli, despite not having any back row, is clearly not too worried because unless Ari is able to deal with both of these bodies on the board, we are getting Pantera out next turn.
Right now, you can see Ruli. Ruli has been low on spirits for the longest time, but I mean, trying their best. As we have resting on your laurels, taking out the Twindra. I was talking to Joseph about this in round 1. I believe resting on your laurels is in its best meta to be played right now. The 1-up coming through here and the Ambrosia bringing Ari back up to 7. Going to be 7.
Yeah, this game is very much not over. I am with you. I think that we're seeing a resting on your laurels renaissance a little bit here with all of these big explosive plays, wide boards, people playing divines. There is a high likelihood that resting on your laurels is absolutely going to be live for our casters, and we saw that just now with Ari being able to take care of this board at least a little bit. And with some more spirits to work with, maybe we'll be able to deal with this Aviolith. I mean, if Ari is able to cast a body, any body, we can...
Nobby's. Oh, this is great. This is a lot. This might be game. I believe Ruli's on 3, so we hit over this one. No, it won't be game. We have 1 in deck, but it does get over the Aviolith. It does stop the Terror in hand. It does go Doppelganger, which is hitting everything for -2 attack per this game, and I think that's going to be the acceptance of it. I think that is this damage or is that scooping?
I think that was damage there.
Yeah.
I don't think that we've reached for the rest. Okay.
All right, so we have 1 Spirit and Spirit deck for Ruli here, 4 for Ari as we're going into this one, and we...
Hey, you could always top deck Ambrosia.
You're not wrong. Looks like we have 5 Spirits in Spirit deck now. 4 or 5. 1, 2, 3, 5.
I think you're right there. I think that is 5. So we still have a good amount of Elestrals here left to be played. But with Doppelganger on board, no way to get into that Pantera. This is going to be a bit tricky for Ruli after what felt like a pretty dominating one-sided game in just 1 turn. With the power of resting on your laurels, I will say, Ari was able to turn this game around and now has a very threatening 5-4 body on the board.
That card is a 1-up for a reason. It's been a situation where maybe it wasn't justified that was a 1. Now I think, like, yeah, we need to beware and not let that be what is going to be. Doppelganger is a huge threat, although
Speaking of,
Nobby does not work on Doppelganger, I believe. I believe it's Solar and Lunar that enchanted, right? And
however, it does not matter. We have Dionysus's Madness coming out, going to be, I imagine, dazing this Nobby.
It is Solar and Lunar enchanted, so it would not have lowered the attack, but it is going to daze the Nobby and not allow it to attack, which is going to run over for the next turn.
Enraged it, which made it have to.
Oh, beautiful.
There we go. See, this is why we need those beautiful coins so that we can indicate the status.
Why aren't we playing the coins on screen?
You know what I've been saying?
Production, get on that.
We need to get a set of coins stat, but forcing the Nobby to attack by being enraged, and that has wrapped up this game 1.
Wow.
Game 1 to Ari, so well played.
There were 4 Elestrals played by Ari. We saw 2 Spectrus, we saw 1 Nobby, and we saw Galaxy.
And what's funny is that the preview for this deck that we saw, Pantera, Aphoros. Not a whisper.
Ended up being the boss that he had to take down. I wonder how that felt for Ari as a player. Well, you got to ask that question if he comes up here. How did that feel to have to take down your Elestral?
I imagine, like I said, I think that this is something that Ari said, I know how to deal with this.
Yeah.
I've played this Elestral enough. I know what I don't want to see on the other side of the field. I know what I don't want to see teamed up, and therefore I know what I want to play here.
The secret for dealing with Pantera, know that shield will resolve.
Shield always resolved for Pantera, absolutely.
So, I mean, really fantastic play there. You got to give it up to Ruli. That list was insane. Now, I did see that. That was the list I saw in the lobby. I saw, like, really refining it going into this tournament here. So I'm glad to see it in action. And I think it's something that Ari needs to be aware of because that was efficient. So many plays being made and maybe just not seeing all the cards that Woolley needed to really secure that game. But look at all the moves that were made. I think the problems with that, the carry-offs were maybe being expended earlier. But at the same time, if we didn't destroy them then the Spectres would have just sat on the field. I think that the aerial lift came out a little too soon, but if you didn't do that, then you wouldn't have had the life to get as far as you did. Maybe you spent Hermes too early, but then what would you have done otherwise for your play? Did you need to go on your main deck to get out the carry off, get out the aerial lift or whatever, or is there another play in your hand that you could have opted for? Maybe we just turboed into Pantera way too much, because as soon as it hit the field, it U-turned right back out. It did not sit around. So the question I would have if I was Woolley is more so my sequencing. The plays worked. Did I make the right plays at the right time?
And that is interesting to think about, because we saw Woolley go for Pantera twice. Obviously, the second time it didn't end up resolving with building that wide board with the Twindra, and the Aviolith ended up saying, okay, you know what, I'm going to hedge my bets here and say next turn, surely one of these is going to survive. Possibly Aviolith being left in defense might have been the option there, but then again, resting on your laurels was able to just come in and clean it up. So with that late game Nabi and Doppelganger combo from Ari, it is hard once you've invested so many resources, like you said, going really hard, really early. It's hard to come back from that.
Yeah, Aviolith, I mean, that's the decision you have to make, because I agree that maybe keeping it in defense was better for the long game. But with the Spirits caps we're at, you got to push for your advantage. I don't think anyone can properly play around resting on your laurels.
No, the only option is just simply not have the Spirits on field. But in that case, you're not playing the game. But of course, we were looking at Ari that entire time saying, okay, well, we've got one Elestral. Okay, we've got 0 Elestrals. Okay, we have one.
One Elestral.
But then, of course, that set Ari up to be able to throw out that resting on your laurels right when it mattered the most.
Joseph said something where in every game, one player has to be the aggressor, one has to be the defender. I think in that scenario, the defender role for Ari, playing low to the ground, playing your cards to your chest, not overcommitting when you don't need to, is really what secured Ari the game, because you allowed your opponent to burn themselves out. All you did was the finishing blow.
And it also strikes me as a play style that, I mean, as we know, Ari, third place finisher from Dallas. This is an experienced caster who is used to going the full way, used to going the long run. And this playstyle really seems to speak to that.
Yeah.
Being able to be relaxed and say, I know when I need to play what cards, and I know when I can just kind of sit back, take it easy. And I really think that Ari is a caster who we're going to see more from later.
It's weird to see a defensive play from a Pantera player. Like, typically, Pantera just wants to play out the Pantera to pummel their opponent as much as they can. But instead, we ended up seeing Ari said, you know, Spectress.
Yeah, I didn't know that they released Zen Terror.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Are you on production? Are we making Nexus forms right now? Zen Terror sounds kind of fire. Someone write that down. Looks like our play has begun. We are going into game 2 of round 2, and Woolley will be beginning with Spine Nymph to go search out the Hermes and get their strategy locked and loaded. The question here that we did not see from game 1, is there champion Spinosect? Is there Hermes trickery?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Or is there so much investment in the Pantera stuff that we maybe don't have enough room for those sort of niche tech choices?
We'll see what they're going on, but the defensive play and going to set 1 is a really good play. Let's see if we can get some more offensive play from Ari, and we do with Magnaros?
Yeah, well, we know
Hey,
that
that's me.
Aphoros, that is you. Oh my gosh, and searching out me.
Yo, my
that's
twin,
Aphoros,
look at that.
twins. And of course, with this Magnaros, we know that once Aphoros comes out, that is going to be a 5 attacking Elestral. And here comes that Aphoros special casting out, and now setting up a pretty intimidating board state.
Yeah, I mean, 2 5s immediately is something that everyone should fear. It's anybody who knows about 5s, it's everyone who played during base set Astrabit. So we see that as like, all right, we got to respect that. We do have the destruction of the Spine Nymph, but we do have Hermes in hand. Game is far from over, but really decent board for Ari going into game turn 3.
One thing that we have to be careful of with this exact
Wait.
board state, however, Hurricane coming out, which means Ruli
one.
might be doing a big push here, because if we aren't getting huge value in terms of number of set cards, I think that there's got to be a big play coming.
Has to be. Like, we have to go Hermes, Aerialith.
That is exactly what it is. We are
We're clearing the
going-
board.
We are going biblically accurate Hydrake right now. We are
Oh.
Hydrake crashing, going into Twindra.
The Twindra will crash into the Aetheros, which will go into the Pantera, and Pantera will run over the Magneros. Man, we just got here. What happened?
I know, and I was just about to say, you know what we need to be careful of with this board state from Ari is a Siphon Ascension into that Pantera, but in fact it looks like the other side of the board is where we're going to be seeing Pantera coming out, and here comes that Twindra from deck.
You know, I was saying the exact same thing. We need that as well. But yeah, really good play by Ruli to just clear the board. Shocking to see Hurricane cast for one, especially seeing that it was days. It does stop the entire play. So good on them. Good play for
It was
them.
a high-value Hurricane.
Yes, very high value. Only the most high value Hurricane for one I've ever seen, for sure. Hey, maybe play Helio Chariot vibe, but don't listen to me. We do have to crash into the Aetheros, which is a 5, making the Magneros a 3. Sorry, Kay, you love having you here. Now Pantera. Why I got to face down to Pantera?
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry to have left you to deal with this on your own, but I think that you're going to be joining me in the underworld here pretty soon.
I wonder if this will be
Back row.
properly cast. And if it is properly cast. Will we see a switch out to more Twindra and Hydrake from the main deck if
Yeah.
Pantera is destroyed?
Are we going to be flooding the board, which is actually something that Ari did in their top 3 match?
That will be the most biblically accurate Pantera of all time. Like, I've only seen that happen in a tournament game once. But 9 spirits on
Oh,
Ruli, 17 and wait.
The
Hold up.
one-of Earthquake coming out and taking care of the Pantera.
We're activating the effect. We're
Here we
casting
go.
out Twindra and Hydrake from the main deck.
We are swarming the board with little dragons.
I am so thrilled. This
It's
is a lot of
Hydrake.
play. And again, just the active play by Ruli. I wonder if Ari is shocked right now to see the Pantera break off into the little dragons. Do we only have one?
Okay, well, one little dragon.
I mean, it's better than nothing for sure. But
Yeah.
that does kind of signal, because, I mean, if it's the exact same list I saw when I saw him building it last, the other Twindra is in hand.
Oh, a lunar Hydrake coming out here, which is very interesting.
Beautiful artwork of that Hydrake, by the way, as we go for the Stellar
Oh.
Hydrake from the Premier Pack 1.
I cannot believe Ruli is getting mogged on stream right now by this stellar Hydrake. Ari said, that's a nice Hydrake you have there.
I mean, you have to activate the face down, right? Otherwise, you're going for Twindra. Is the face down real?
Oh, we looked at it.
All right, looks like we're mulling over the play here. Just trying. I mean, the question is, do you have any other way to do a Pantera or Twindra? Which, you know, we're going for it right now. So Twindra does have to be destroyed in battle to go into Pantera. It's possible that we have another way out, your own Earthquake. Oh, wait, we have Hermes searched. We have Hermes searched. So we just Hermes for carry off, destroy it, and then go for it. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be 4 on the Hermes. Then you got to get rid of the carry off and then spend another 5. So that puts him down to his last 1.
Yeah, there is certainly a line here, but it's also, I think, dependent, like you said, on maybe we see an Ambrosia that's able to fund this. Maybe we see a different line from Ruli, because as we saw in game 1, Ruli really committed to the Pantera stuff and ended up being just too low on spirits by the end to deal with the threats that Ari was putting on the board.
Divine Healing would be amazing right now.
Hey, we have been talking about Divine Healing and people are not listening.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if there's anything we're known for is making our commentator predictions, and we've been doing very well. Don't check the tapes.
Hey, after your Pandora's Box victory, I think that you have bragging rights forever.
Circle the sky will be real one day, I promise you.
Okay, well, maybe not forever. We might take those away right now. I'm going to go ahead and revoke those immediately. Thank you.
Hermes is on the field, enchanted for 2, and now we're just waiting for. I have a headache. We have Hermes essentially just mulling over what's going to be happening what the play line is, because you have to mitigate or manage how much spirits you spend, how much damage you're potentially going to take on the next turn, what you can cast out, what you need to destroy. I mean, we have Champ Aviolith in hand.
Aviolith. Okay, so the healing effect from this Aviolith could be big here. I also wonder if Ruli, because as you mentioned, we saw the Spy Nymph. Are we looking at Spinossect?
Did he forget to heal? He cast out the Aviolith but didn't heal any wind. I think he's realizing his misplay.
Well, it did.
Let's see. Okay.
It wasn't sent to the underworld, so I don't know if that was the intent there. And
Oh, right. It can only be cast out if it's a.
yes, yeah, it has to. So to get the healing effect, it has to go to the underworld, but it can be cast, normal cast, when you have your Hermes enchanted. And we have the carry off going into the underworld here, and there goes the Twindra. However, Rise from the Shadows immediately being activated by Ari, going to be casting out Twindra with the 2 Lunar Spirits. Hey, you know what? This is why Lunar is crazy, but also splashable in all kinds of decks.
He's enraging the Aviolith, forcing it to attack in. Wait, was that Rise? That was a Lunar counter rune.
Yeah, it was Rise from the Shadows.
No, from Ruli. Ruli looked over the face down, and I know it was a Lunar counter rune. I couldn't see what it was.
Oh, I missed that little flash.
Let's see.
Also, I think we might just be out of the spirits.
No, because it was sent to the when it's sent from the underworld to your field or with Hermes' effect. So now he gets to heal right now. So he gets to heal 4, but with Gambit coming. Wait, Gambit? Okay, full art Gambit.
Do you remember when I said there is a side deck warrior? No, let Ari do the coin flip. No, come on.
It only works on Elestrals, I'm pretty sure. So there's no target besides targeting
I
yourself.
know.
But still, that
Ari.
is going to be the hit. Ari will go up 2. Oh, fantastic play. Much more offensive in that game as well. Although Ruli did not let up. Absolutely no slouch. But man, fantastic play by that one. That was exciting game.
That was such a fun look at 2 very different brews based around the same card, being Pin Terror.
Yeah. Like Rise from the Shadows coming out there, just a huge pop off. I did not expect to see that in this list, but man, was that just exciting to see. It goes to show you. I mentioned in the very beginning, Guardian of Light can be worked to stop any attack if you just want to forego the solar healing, and Rise from the Shadows can bring back anything as long as you bring back Lunar Spirit. So I don't think I've ever seen a double Lunar Enchanted Twindra in my life. I wonder what the play would have been for that beyond, because now you're not properly enchanted to ascend to a Pantera if you're destroyed in battle. But the fact that you're bringing back out a 5-body, there's value in it, especially using from the underworld. Value in that.
Absolutely, and that is just ascension fodder if you do want to throw down a Pantera over it, because
For Gorix.
no.
Tell me I'm wrong.
PK, I would never do that. I would never do that to you, and I love that you're a dreamer. I think that that's beautiful. However,
Not to my face. Listen, slot it in. Who knows? As much as A-Drive loves Pantera, he loves Fulgurix as well. It's right there, black and white, clear as crystal. You cast Twindra with Lunar Enchanted from Rise from the Shadows. You ascend to the Fulgurix. You win. Good day, sir.
okay, or hear me out. Posthumous.
Oh, prediction.
Posthumous.
Now who's dreaming?
Give me some points.
Now who's dreaming?
This is self-serving.
Congratulations to Ari, though. Like, I enjoyed both of those plays. Our casters are still up there conversing about the strategy as well. Goes to show, like, hey, we came up here very similar list. Like, the prediction that we had there, Hermes, which, you know, there are key differences in there. At the same time, they took 2 different paths to get to the same goal.
Yeah.
And you got to wonder, like, what happened there? What broke it apart that allowed Ari to go there? Because game 1, very low to the ground, very basic, and just allowed Ruli to do everything that he needed the damage to be done. Game 2, Ari said, actually, I'm the ruler now.
Yeah.
Like, Pantera's my guy, and I'm running over this one. So it's curious to see how that could have went. And I imagine, I would love to have a situation where we get, like, another match between those lists and another match just to see, like, who comes out on top. Because I have a feeling it's more even than what that looked like.
I agree, and both of those lists, like you said, they're very similar in terms of their end goal. But that's what's fun about Elestrals is there are so many of these engines that you can splash into all kinds of different decks. You say, you know what, I really like Pantera. I think it's crazy.
Yeah.
So why don't I play Aphoros with it? Why don't I play a Hermes package? And I think that those are both really interesting lists. I would be curious to see what the side decks for those look like. Did we see Spinosect in that list represented at all? Because a bounce could have been nice to see, or was it just the Spy Nymph to
Yeah.
search out the Hermes? I'm curious to know how extensive of a package for Hermes we were looking at in that list.
Yeah, it does seem like the list was really tight, especially from, again, what I saw from the deck building and like the theory craft and whatnot. What they decided was valuable, what was not. It's possible that Spinef was just an engine to get to Hermes, which, every deck needs their starter. But, going back to what you said, I like Pantera. I want to put this in here. I like Farrageist. I might as well play Comalis. I like Chronodile. I might as well play Bubloon, Champion, or Aphrodite. I like Postamoose. I might as well Rise from the Shadows, my Twindra. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways you can play. This game has so many different ways you can see it right now, and the options that are introduced from Livestream, y'all need to be on this ASAP. Like, this box, this product, this set is changing this game. Firestorm was just the kindling, right? As despite the name, it was just the kindling for the meta of Elestrals. What I think Livestream is doing is turning that into an inferno, despite the fact that it's a marshy temper right now. Like, it's turning it all up. Like, this is insane what Livestream has done. I'm excited. I'm giddy. I am interested. I'm intrigued. My excitement is peaked. I need to know what every caster will be brewing. So please, if y'all have any text you haven't seen yet or you want to try to see on tournament, let us know using the hashtag PlayAlestrals and communicate in the chat. We said it earlier, but we are looking for what you guys want. We will try to get a matchup that you guys are interested in. So if you want to see some of Shady's picks, you saw he had Leonite and Up in Flames. If you want to see a list like that, let us know. Maybe there's one out there in the field that we can bring up on stream. Maybe you want to see some Frost, iWooly, and whatnot is possible. So we can try to get them on stream. iWooly is a real big threat as well.
iWooly has been a very interesting tech, and I wholly hope that we see it on stream at some point.
I'm tired of this girl's wet. Impossible. But absolutely, we have a lot of things going on for it. So we're going to let you talk with Ari because you have a matchup that is going to be really exciting. So the only thing I need you to ask is, how did it feel to have to take down his guy?
Oh, yeah. I think that we have a lot of questions to ask, and that is a big one. And I'm going to be inquiring about that Gambit at the end.
We did see it. Gambit is real. A-Drive was out there screaming somewhere. If he was looking at the screen, he was out there somewhere. But we're going to let Kay take the interview with Ari. It is time for my break of this pack.
They can't stop him.
They can't stop him. I'm going to let you guys sit with Kay. MBT will be back here momentarily after the interview with Ari. Sit tight. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate your time. And again, engage with us on socials using hashtag PlayAlestrals. But for right now, it's time for me to dip. Stay right here, guys. Kay will be right back with the interview with Ari.
And I am here with our round 2 winner, Ari.
Yep.
How are you feeling after this victory?
I'm feeling amazing. Already going up on the feature match. Got to show off very well. 2-0, very very quick and easy. Yeah.
It's so funny because we were actually just talking. I had my round 1 off and I found Ari and we had a little bit of a conversation about your brew with this new pin terror thing. I feel like you're constantly just figuring out what's the new best pin terror list to play.
New subjective. It's just add in the new cards, the new good cards. Obviously, you saw them. Magnaros, Aphoros. And switching up the packages, no longer playing the pigs. And as you saw, the Nobbies take its place.
Yeah, that was such a huge card that put in a lot of work in that first game, and I have to ask about it, the Gambit.
I drew Earthquake, so I had the Gambit in the starter. I kept it, and I was really wanting to use my giant Kissimmee coin that I got, but I wrapped up the match too fast.
Yeah, you decided, you know what, actually, I think instead of putting this on a coin flip, I think I'll just win.
Yeah, which is a little better.
You know what, I understand it, but you did have the aura farming moment at the end. You did get the Gambit on the field, and that's what matters. Now, PK is going to be very upset with me if I don't ask this. How was it going against your own signature Elestral on the other side of the board?
It was terrifying. In that game 2, as soon as Hurricane came down, I looked at my board and I went, I'm getting Penterred. And I knew. But thankfully, I then looked at my hand, I saw EQ Gambit, and I knew I was fine. Even properly enchanted.
It's probably one of those things that you have so much experience on the other side that you know the lines, you know the answers, and you know the outs.
I was scared because of his Hermes list. I was scared that he was going to be playing 2 Twindra. And he said he did after the game. He cited it out.
No!
So it would have been a very different game if he got the Twindra on top of the Hydrake. I would have then had to Gambit.
Well, honestly, I wish we could have seen that. But with that being said, what an incredible game.
Yeah.
Congrats to you, already doing so well today. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more from you.
Yeah,
Best
hopefully
of luck
on the
for
main
rest.
stage, day 2.
Ooh.
Elestrals Kissimmee Open. I am joined once again by Kay Cray.
Hi.
It's so good to be on the casting desk with you once again
I
after
know.
our whirlwind adventure we had in Dallas.
Dallas Part 2. Kissimmee Boogaloo? I'm not quite sure. Something.
We're not going to call it that. We are on our third round of 8 of Swiss today at the Kissimmee Open. We have already seen some really explosive decks from some of the game's best, using a lot of the new powerful cards in Vine Champions livestream. You may have missed, we got to cast a little bit of Aphrodite, a little bit of the new Apollo cards. Unfortunately, I got to miss Penterror on Penterror action.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard, but Pent Best Deck, many people are saying this, and it was really exciting to see the new brews and what people are cooking up. And going into our next round, we actually have some interesting decks, and I want to say we have 2 casters that are both familiar names. We're going to be looking at Ant MPH and Cinder Shade.
And I know what you're thinking. No, Cinder Shade is not playing Mill.
We asked.
They're playing a real deck. The 2 decks that we are going to take a look at are firstly this extremely powerful Artemis strategy that utilizes the lunar suite of not only Elestrals but also runes. There are just an unbelievable bevy of reanimation tools. The new Theraheart is unthinkable.
Yeah.
I am super excited to see this deck, and importantly, unlike decks like Aphrodite, it's not a deck that builds itself. Player expression and deck building is going to matter a lot in terms of what tools are available and how they deploy them.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that new Theraheart, and Theraheart, of course, gives you access to a whole new suite of these lunar counter runes, of course, being, for example, Rise from the Shadows, which is a card that we saw in the last round, which was used to rise a Twindra.
That's funny.
Back, which, you know, could have been very interesting. And over on Cinder Shade's side, we did say not on Mill, and in fact on Dionysus Ladagon. What do you think of this list?
Well, I like Dionysus. When I was rating the decks that I would be scared of were I playing in the Kissimmee Open, one of the top ones was some Earth strategy. I think it's probably undeniable that Dionysus is this incredible tool both for getting yourself more turns to live, as well as removing utility Elestrals like Astrabbit. It's also really, really great to be playing Dionysus in a format where Dionysus's madness is in almost every single list. And Cyprong, of course, is no slouch, especially when your opponent is trying to build to one specific Elestral. Where I am a little less excited is the Ladagon stuff. These cards, Ladagon Champion of Dionysus, were built specifically to play with this Divine Rune. In testing, I was not thrilled with them. But it's very possible Cindershade figured something out that I didn't, and if they did, we will get to see it over the course of this game.
I have seen some brews of this list that play the original Ladagon with the new champion, and those have been interesting. People have been whispering about a resurgence, and I don't know if resurgence is really the word, because has it ever surged?
Yeah.
Golden Apple of Discord.
A resurgence of old Ladagon after 0 sets of playability. Finally!
And we are going to be going with Ant MPH going first here, starting us off, and it looks like possibly,
An expended draw.
Yeah, an expended draw going first here.
We talked about this a little bit. Back in the day when the best possible play was Astrabbit Pass, this looked very weak, but now it does not. That is unbelievable. Already a Drataya followed up with a Dionysus.
The Dionysus coming out here, going to be
We are
enraging this Drataya, which means we are going to be special ascending into the Ladagon.
It's really incredible to think of Dionysus as this extremely flexible tool. Obviously, it has the potential to daze or enrage opponents' Elestrals and put them in bad combat situations. But there's so many Elestrals between Cyprong and Ladagon and Drataya that just get so unbelievably strong if you decide to use your daze or enrage on them, that it's just an offensive tool, it's a defensive tool. Here it has popped a Shield of Achilles and hit for 2 on the very first turn. It's really hard to say no to an effect like that.
Yeah, this is exactly what this deck wants to do, and as you said, having it come out turn 1 is incredible to see. And Ant MPH going to need to answer this 8/5 body immediately.
The thing about Ant MPH's deck, it is if it is playing very specific Lunar tools, it has a huge capacity to be reactive. Almost all the good Lunar cards, like deal with an Elestral that's on field, or punish an opponent for overextending, or enable you to pop a back row that your opponent has set, you really don't want to be in a situation where they're just passing and accruing advantage. So if you're an MPH, you're pretty excited that the cards are on the table, that you know what your opponent's playing, they have committed to it early, and that you have the opportunity to respond. That's all true if you have the out in your hand. If you don't, you're going to take 7 trying to find it.
However, we know with Lunar, as you said, there are a lot of tools. There are some very silly tools.
Oh, yeah.
Notably, Gambit.
Oh, okay,
Which-
so I guess the cat's out of the bag. This individual is playing Gambit. If you're unfamiliar with this card, if you once per turn, you can target an Elestral and flip a coin, and if you flip a heads, that Elestral is destroyed. If you flip a tails, they're allowed to return spirits to the spirit deck equal to the enchantment cost of the targeted Elestral. High risk, high reward, but the reward is so unbelievable. Here we're just going to go for a removal spell that is a little less conditional, firing off the Earthquake, targeting the Latagon, and now we have free reign to develop something like a Werepup, perhaps?
And we see Ambrosia coming out. It's so funny that in a situation where we could have had Gambit, this is exactly what happened to Ari last game, where Ari said, I chose to just go with the good card that meant that I was able to destroy it. However, here comes the Gambit.
You're just deploying it. This deck is full of 2 Spirit Elestrals, and just getting a guy with decent stats on the board is probably fine. A little scary into a card like Dionysus that can, even in a situation where you're able to blank an opponent's attack with something like a Gorgon's Gaze or a Shield, get yourself in a bad situation. Speaking of, here's a bad situation.
Here's a Rise from the Ashes, that one of feeling a lot more potent than one of here. We're going to be getting that Latagon back here. And of course, with Dionysus still enchanted, that means that we can enrage the Latagon, which means we can pop another card. Which it looks like.
Here, we haven't even committed to our cast yet. We are playing Thrust. Oh my goodness. This is not a card that I expected to be seen today, but it's extremely powerful. It's an artifact that enables your individual Earth Enchanted rune to hit like a house and draw cards, I believe. Here we're going to eat the back row, I believe, enraging permanently with the effect of that, and then getting in for 2.
So we didn't even need to use the Dionysus. As you mentioned, the effect of that artifact rune also means that Latagon is permanently enraged, which means that we're going to be eating through back row, destroying things. And NPH says, I'm going to commit heavily to back row so that you're going to have to pick and get lucky and hit the thing that you need to hit.
I mean, you never want to be in this position, of course, like giving your opponent 33% to just win the game. If you have something like a Shield of Achilles, here just drawing, expending to draw and hoping that it's going to get you out of it. Developing a card like Thrust is just so incredibly powerful because it negates the need to expend a draw. Like, you're still seeing more cards in your deck without using your expend to do so. So you can just re-enchant onto the Latagon and hit harder and harder. Here we're going to start sniping back row. Ambrosia probably not what you wanted to hit. You are looking for like a Shield of Achilles, but you now have the opportunity to go wide as you put more and more pressure on an Nymph. Here we are just going to expend a draw. Says, you know, I actually don't have anything else going. Looking at the hand, it appears to be all back row runes.
Which is very interesting. And I mean, if we are playing the original Latagon, hitting that Ambrosia, Ant might
Good
not
shield.
be too upset about that. But yeah, that shield coming out, going to be hitting not only the 3 Spirit Enchanted Latagon, but getting rid of that artifact rune as well. So a lot of value in that shield here.
I tried on that artifact rune. It's Thyresis.
Thyrsis, I think.
Thyrsis? Thrust was close. You know, it's a thrust of Dionysus.
You know, I admired the attempt. It was just going to let it happen.
Not particularly tactical. All right, we're going to develop a Nabi. I love this art of the Nabi, the Suga Mosby art. Beautiful stuff. I will say a little less good when there's nothing to walk over.
Yeah, as you said about Lunar, it likes to be very reactive.
Yeah.
And so if you are looking at an empty board because you've been having to answer threat after threat after threat, not so good. However, Ant having dealt with this Latagon not once but twice, hopefully that means we are in the clear at least for a little bit.
Developing, I believe, a Spectrus here. It's a beautiful Spectrus. We'll see if it's going to be met with a PTA. This would be a particularly fortuitous one. Looks like not going to happen. and firing off the Ambrose now, you just feel so behind against this Latagon deck because after you answer their threat, they have the capacity to just heal for 6, which we, of course, see Cindershade doing now. This Spectrus is the serialized Stellar, which is always great to see on camera. One of the things I love about people who pick up Stellars is the Stellars are really highly sought after, but not so sought after that you would put them in a slab and never play them. I like seeing these cards played.
And I find that people like to build around, like maybe Spectrus wasn't going to go into this deck originally, but...
But I do have the Stellar.
Exactly, so here it is. We are just going to be...
That's an attack deck, Gorgons, specifically designed to keep the Nobby on field. Perhaps you have a 2-Spirit Ascension. We haven't had a good attempt at an Ascension yet. This is a really, really fantastic.
It looks like resting on your laurels, coming out, going to be hitting that Specterus. And we will see what Ant MPH has to answer with here. A lot of expend to draws happening.
Some kind of linear play. We can't keep expending to draw. We're on 4.
Surely we have cards in our hand at this point, right?
Yeah. We're looking at this card in hand. We are expending.
Another expend to draw.
We're expending 2. What was that? I may have missed. That may have been the payoff, the Gorgon's case. Instead, this Nobby's going to get in for 1, putting Cindershade, I believe, down to 5. But of course, we know there's another Ambro in hand as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, these Latagon lists, they just love to heal. And I don't know if we're going to be seeing base Latagon, but at this point, I mean, we've seen enough. It has seen sufficient healing. And
good draw here off the top. The Hopperoo is a poor man's Ast Rabbit. The Ambro here coming down says, I don't want to play with my life total. We are going to return to as many spirits in the spirit deck as possible, just so we don't get blown out. And then we can pressure Ant MPH's spirit deck without having to get over the Nobby, and in so doing, can maybe find action off the top.
And we'll see if we get to see any foretells happening here. We are going to be...
I imagine that's the days on the Nobby. Oh, we even have the days coin.
I love to see these coins.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten mine in yet, but cool to see them on the stream here. And here, okay, here's that foretell. We didn't see...
We saw another Hopperoo. That's the only target we could have gotten. After that is a Gorgon's Gaze and a Necklace. This is a really bad position to be in if you're Ant MPH because, of course, you're at 2 spirits and your opponent is going to develop a second Hopperoo. You can see they have another Nobby in hand and they're just agonizing over whether to play it. Anything in the back row, be it a Gorgon's Gaze or a Shield of Achilles, is going to absolutely ruin your day. But to some degree, like, do you just go for it? Even if you hit the Nobby, you can't really ascend because if you do so, they just cast Hopperoo and attack you directly for the extra point of damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit of dependent on what this back row is. We saw that Necklace of Harmonia. Are we looking at a situation where there's Argo in the back row waiting to answer here?
If you're Ant MPH, I mean, yeah, I like not developing the Nobby here. You understand that we haven't seen any Elestrals out of Cindershade in like 7 turns, just the Hopperoo and the repeated Latagon. For that reason, you have to imagine they're bricking on something. And it's going to be Gorgons, it's going to be Shield, and in some cases it's going to be Argo. And MPH says, oh my goodness, okay. Cindershade goes down to 2 or 3. This explains the Thyrus, and Ant MPH is going to scoop it up. That's 1 game down for Cindershade's really fantastic Dionysus Latagon deck. I don't know if you saw one of the cards in hand, but I think there's a lot more to this strategy than we had originally anticipated. I saw a Tablet Pharaohgeist.
A Pharaohgeist. We do see those lunar spirits there,
And
which...
The one of Luminape? What's that for, I wonder?
Very interesting. I mean, I wonder what you even ascend from at that point.
Well, it depends on what the back row suite looks like. I think there may be some positions where this deck is playing a rune like Rise, or I mean, we know that Rise from the Ashes is in the deck. Maybe there is more of a reanimation element to it than we had originally anticipated.
That could be really interesting to see. It might also be something that becomes a little bit more live with side decking patterns, so we could see into game 2 if the identity of this deck is going to change up a little bit. Ant MPH, I imagine, wants to look at some maybe taller builds here. There were just a lot of Elestrals that Ant was only able to answer with specific cards like Earthquake, and you can't always count on the one of Earthquake to show up when you need it.
It was kind of a rough game, you know, the one of Earthquake into the one of Resting, or into the one of Rise from the Ashes, for instance. But if you are and MPH, you're probably just trying to mull a little more aggressively. You need to find a game plan. One of the frustrating things about playing a deck like Lunar is so much of its power is concentrated in individual cards like the Nabi. The issue is the only Elestral that ever showed up and would have potentially been contested by the Nabi was Spectrus, which is itself a Lunar. So in that position, obviously that card does nothing. And you have to think to yourself, like, is there a way I can continue kind of steamrolling my opponent and trying to doppelganger my way into top cut? Or do I need to become the control deck? Do I need to ensure that that one Latagon goes to the Underworld permanently and then just like slowly accrue advantage and win the game through repeated like activations of my Lunar spells?
And what's interesting is that we didn't really get to see what this deck wants to do, which is the Theraheart, Rise from the Shadows, keeping threats on board. As you mentioned, getting into Doppelganger is one of those threats, and that simply just did not happen because Cindershade has not been setting up board states that allow for that to happen.
No.
So Ant and PH really needing to think about what to do here, and I would love to see Lunar pop off. My own personal predictions, of course, are on the line a little bit, but we'll see. I don't know if the Posthumous is necessarily the answer here, but hey, it could be.
One of the cool things about Lunar is they have such a bevy of finishers, Farrageist, Posthumous, etc., that out of the board you can really effectively tailor your high end to what your opponent's doing and what's going to be effective against them. So I hope that we see a more focused deck from Ant MPH in this next one. I think that's going to be mission critical if we want to take this, because I don't think this feels like a particularly good matchup as we move into game 2.
I agree with you here, and as you mentioned, that Farrageist possibly lurking in the deck. I'm interested to see what this game 2 is going to look like.
Oh, yeah.
Because it could be a completely different identity in terms of these decks from both of our casters here.
And it looks like we are seeing an expend.
Or possibly a mulligan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This Dionysus deck does have the capacity to draw poorly. You know, you're playing so many individual cards that like find Dionysus or are good with Dionysus. If you draw like only Dionysuses or cards that are only good with Dionysus and then no Dionysus, that's rough. You want to have access to your Divine Rune plus cards that benefit off of having the Divine Rune. And there are not actually a lot of hands that fulfill that condition. Though it looks like they may have found one for their first mulligan.
Well, fortunately, as we saw, if you hit 3 Ambrosias, it really doesn't matter if you mulligan.
Yeah.
And especially if you are able to get later out on your very first turn, that also makes it feel pretty good.
This is a cool turn 1 to develop this Spectrus. You never really want to be using the Spectrus anything but defensive or reactively. But in this position, I think maybe MPH is understanding that they're in a position where they have to start being the aggressor. That's irritating. And also understanding that any individual Lunar Elestral that remains on the field is potentially a mechanism by which they can get to a card like Theraheart. We have it. There's a Drataya and Dionysus once again. Do we have a Gorgon's Gaze? Let's find out.
I'm not sure, but that Spectaris is in fact now dazed thanks to the effect of the Drataya and
P-Box, come down.
Oh, okay, so there is one of those side deck text. And a pretty good mill there. That Ambrosia is a big hit.
So the really frustrating part about this for Ant MPH, and a reason that P-Box is not particularly considered or hasn't been, is that Cindershade can just do this again if they have another copy of the Drataya in deck. We just landed the
coming out.
That's the one from the Shattered Stars.
Yeah.
Beautiful art on this card. I love it. Just looks clean. We're going to go get a Poison-Tipped Arrow. We have options. We can get Poison-Tipped Arrow or, of course, the Artemis version, which is an Invoke Rune. Here, we're just going to get the old classic, really good against a strategy that is attempting to land a single Elestral. You know, the Latagon may hit you for 2 or 3. You pay out off the Poison-Tipped, and they are up the creek. We're going to be able to get in for 1 here at least as well and unlock that Spectrus, which means future turns will have more to contest things like the Drataya. Set that bad boy.
That Pandora's box showing a lot of value here. PK cannot keep getting away with this.
I know. I'm really
actually.
glad he isn't here because he would be rubbing it in my face. And you see
Oh.
from Cindershade just nothing. It's Rise from the Ashes and then 2 counter runes. It's like, well, do we really want to go in on a Rise targeting... Yeah, I thought that was
Tectaurus!
Earthquake. That's
No!
actually tech.
It's my beloved Tectaurus, which
Wow.
means that we have 4 Earth Spirits on the field right now.
7-2?
That is a big boy. I love Tectaurus. I have loved and been a defender of Tectaurus since Elestrals Season 2, I'm just going to say.
I bet.
And, I mean, 3 back row for Tectaurus does not feel good, though, because all you need is a single Gorgon's Gaze in attack step, or battle step, I guess, would be the trick there.
Tectaurus is a card that has largely fallen out of play for that reason. There's so many mechanisms by which you can suppress an Elestral. I mean, one of them's on the field. And there just are better utility Elestrals in slot that it's been shaved from everything. But I do like considering it in a deck like Dionysus that just ends up with a bunch of material on its side of the field. A bunch of spirits underneath Dionysus that it will always be like a 4 or 5.
Yeah, I mean, for a 1 cost is a huge value. And it looks like we are no longer dazed on the Spectaris, which, as you mentioned, Tectaurus does not like to see. However, we know that there is not a limited number of back row that Cindershade is working with. In fact, quite the opposite. We are working with almost exclusively
Oh my
back
goodness,
row.
we are going in. So here we're going to go ahead and Rise, paying 1 for the Spirit cost, and then 3 for the cost of Rise, targeting our Dratara. We're going to get the Drataya back, and then of course we can go for the effect.
Yep, there is the daze effect on this Spectaris.
This Spectaris is never getting in.
No, it is not. And we still have Dionysus active, which means Latagon is imminent. Here comes the Enrage.
Second P-Box.
I honestly, I thought that Reach was going to be the second Pandora's box. Is that? No.
Oh, madness.
So we are going in dazing this Drataya again, which means that we cannot special ascend into the Latagon.
That's interesting. We asked about this interaction earlier today, and an Elestral that is dazed can't be enraged, and an enraged Elestral can't be dazed. I don't mean the effect cannot be applied to them. I mean they cannot have both effects at once. So if you're able to use a counter rune like Dionysus' Madness to make this Drataya dazed instead of enraged, then its trigger for enrage won't be able to trigger. And that's just what's happened. It's happened in a really bad way for Cindershade because now they don't have access to Dionysus to try it again next turn. The Spectaris can eat either the Tectaurus or the Drataya. I do like this attack, if only because the Tectaurus doesn't get over anything on field. Tsunami here coming down is fine. The Tectaurus maybe gets over one of these Spectruses, but we do need something to follow it up before Cindershade.
I think that this really speaks to the side decking from Ant MPH. This has been a completely different game,
Oh, yeah.
despite the fact that, I mean, Elestrals-wise, been very similar. But
We
that
found
macro-
Drataya, we found Dionysus, we were ready to go to Latagon, and it just hasn't happened. We've been sitting behind a Tectaurus in a dream.
Yes, thank you, Pandora's Box. Thank you, Dionysus' Madness. Really cool to see it played in that way. Clearly,
yeah.
this is something that Ant MPH has practiced against and prepared for. And a really, really smart play. I'd love to see that. The
You can't
re-enchant-
stop the re-enchant, though. Here going to daze the Spectaris once again. That means that the Tectaurus is going to be able to get over the one that isn't dazed, and the dazed one is just going to chill for a little bit.
Uh-huh. We don't have Dionysus, however, which means that we cannot enrage the Strataya, so Latagon is at least...
Oh, as bad as it gets. Oh, he's right back. Rise from the Shadows, one of the most valued cards at the pre-release I went to by casters. They really like this reanimation effect. Because this Spectaris was just destroyed in battle, we can just go ahead and get it back for the low cost of 1 Lunar Spirit. In a format where Rise from the Ashes costs you 3, that's a pretty good price. Here we're going to be able to threaten the entire board, walking over either the Tectaurus or the Drataya. You probably go for the Drataya. Spirit Differential too good. We still don't have an out from the Tectaurus. Oh, goodness. Do we spend another piece of back row on this?
I don't know if this other Spectaris is ever going to not be dazed. I feel like from
If we
the
Gorgons
second...
it, if we Shields it, we're at 6 right now. We're going to go down to 4 to stop an inevitable Spectaris hit again. It's a really hard question to rankle with. You can see the
However,
hand doesn't look good.
I am excited to see a Tectara stick around as long as it has. We take our victories where we can get them.
We are going to let it go, and now the Tectoris stands alone against two Elestrals that totally eat its lunch. Speaking of an Elestral that eats its lunch, there's Specteris into Specteris.
Oh. Yep, that is exactly what we're going to see, and it is that same serialized stellar.
There's a
Specteris.
million different runes here that just eat it alive. PTA, Gorgons.
Yeah, we know that PTA was lurking thanks to that Cyanectar.
That's cool. I'm paying the Ambro off the Specteris. Although, to be honest, it also sucks to not get the Spirit off Ant MPH. At this point, though, you're so low, you don't get to make those kinds of decisions.
No, this is about spirit management and just staying alive at this point. And
After a super explosive game one, it looks like game two is just going to be Specteris beatdown. Like, we haven't seen anything but these two Elestrals, and they have dog-walked everything Cindershade has done.
it just goes to show. And here comes
go.
the Fawnlet. We're going to be going out and searching either the Artemis or the Theraheart. I hope to see the Theraheart.
I think we may see it. Both of these individual cards found in the deck, and both so powerful, we are getting the Theraheart. A 2 enchantment cost Elestral that just searches anything on cast. It says, just go get a rune.
Which, of course, Rise from the Shadows, as we were just talking about, and have seen multiple times today already. And one cool thing about Rise from the Shadows is you don't have to use it on a Lunar Elestral. You simply have to enchant with
correct.
Lunar.
Yeah.
So as we saw last game, Ari used it to enchant a Twindra with 2 Lunar. And I think that this is something that we're going to be seeing a lot in this format.
All right, coming out with another Tsunami here.
Well, that'll save you for
Maybe
one
a turn.
turn. All you need is just the 2 pieces, just the Drataya and the Dionysus. Hopperoo coming
is
out.
fine, but at 4, it's just so unmanageable. You attack, you deal 1, you foretell, and you reveal a card you just aren't going to be able to cast because it costs too much. And MPH now, considering this Tectoris effect, like, do you want to protect a Specteris when the other Specteris also deals with the Tectoris? Probably not. You know, you want to save your back row for something more consequential. If you have a Shield of Achilles, you're ready for the Latagon, right? There's another Tectoris. Boy, this matchup was not the one for Tectoris.
No.
Cindershade like, I can't believe I have these in my list.
However, that Ambrosia looking probably like what Cindershade exactly needs to see. And I think, unfortunately, you are right about the Tectoris, as much as I love him.
Yeah.
And I think that there are
There's
certainly
the Theraheart.
applications.
This might lock it up. Theraheart trigger here gets you any Lunar counter rune from your deck. As we mentioned, Rise from the Shadows is probably the pick, but it also could not be. There's a lot of really powerful Lunar counter runes. Dense Fog comes to mind. Let's see what we grab. Oh, there it is, Dense Fog.
Okay,
That's a beautiful Dense Fog.
I don't know that I've seen that art, actually. I think Cindershade is saying the same
It's
thing.
like, that's Dense Fog?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. And of course, Dense Fog gets so much better when you have any Elestral on board that benefits from the ability of suppression. For instance, it can be used as a combat trick to buff your Specteris up to unmentionable attack stats. Cindershade now down to 1 piece of back row. Ant MPH is just getting to the position where they have to be pressuring every single thing. It is Argo. And a P-Box here
Pandora's
once
box.
again is going to destroy Cindershade. Cindershade says, I've seen enough, I've seen
Yep.
enough. Scoops it up. Wow, and Ant MPH takes that decisive game 2. Never seemed in question off the back of a super expansive sideboard.
Well, and what we were able to see here is exactly what we were talking about in game 1, is that this was a reactive deck. There was
Yeah.
an answer to everything
Yeah.
that Cindershade wanted to do, and as a result, Cindershade could not do anything. And like we said, Elestrals-wise, from Ant MPH, very similar game. We did see that Theraheart eventually, we saw the Fawnlet, but not until the end. It was really just a parade of Specteris, one of which was dazed for longer than I think.
Quite literally the whole game.
Yeah.
And you got to think of it in terms of spirit efficiency, right? Because, like, no, it doesn't cost you any cards to deal with that Specteris, obviously. But it did cost them, like, 4 or 5 spirits of dazing off a Dionysus. There's an opportunity cost to that, too, because those spirits on the Dionysus couldn't be used to repeatedly try and trigger the Drataya. So, you came out way ahead in that if you're the Lunar player. I gotta say, I mean, I don't want to gas him up too much, but Ant MPH really displayed in that game what I want to see out of sideboarding. I think too frequently people get in their head, they're like, Pandora's Box is good against bears, I want to be playing a Galaxy against a deck that relies on water stats. Tsunami comes in if there's no waters and goes out if there is waters. That's very simplistic thinking when it comes to side decking frequently, especially in decks like this Lunar deck where you are attempting to play the control strategy. You need to be boarding out large portions of your strategy, and that's what we saw. I mean, like you said, we saw the same linear line from the Latagon player and a completely different outcome. A decisive victory from the Lunar player that just couldn't get together in the first game. If we see anything close to that in Game 3, I mean, I don't know how the Latagon player is going to make up that difference.
I really loved that Dionysus's Madness play that we saw from Ant
so
NPH.
good.
I think that, I don't know if that's a sideboard card, but as you mentioned, Ant really, really showed a mastery and showed, as someone who has shown up to events saying, I don't need a side deck. I don't need to think about a side deck.
You really do.
You really, really do, and it is a powerful tool to be able to say, yeah, you may take game 1, but that's just me getting information, and that's
It depends
fine.
on the deck, of course. Some super linear strategies like Aphrodite, it's like, really, what could you take out? But that's a huge weakness when you're selecting a deck, because this deck is so tight, is so linear. Can I afford to move slots for silver bullets? And here you see Ant MPH mulliganing. I love seeing players in boarded games mull. I feel like so frequently players will play a close game that comes down to the last couple spirits, then refuse to mull in Game 3. You gotta be finding those cards that win you the game. Like, you have to be finding the cards you boarded in. You get so many shots at it for such a little opportunity cost. Mulliganing is absolutely incredible in this game, and so few people actually do it. So excited to see both Ant Nymph and Cindershade go down. I hope that they are able to find interactive hands. If you're Ant MPH, what you're looking for is P-Box, you're looking for Spectaruses, you're looking for answers to Cindershade's linear play. If you are Cindershade, you are looking for answers to answers, cards that beat Ant MPH's setup. You're looking for those Tsunamis that gave you some game. You've probably boarded out of cards like Tectorus that just line up so poorly against the Elestral lineup of Ant MPH, and accordingly, Ant MPH is probably boarded out of cards like Nobby that eat Tectorus and nothing else in the strategy. Cindershade going first, and then going to expend to draw on the first turn. Looks like it's going back to Ant MPH after setting a couple of cards.
And we did get a peek at, this is something that I love about these in-person events, is getting to get this insight into what the hands are looking like. And it's looking very interesting from Cindershade. We had...
You see the Tectorus again?
I think that might be Earthquake this time.
Okay,
you might just have a little bit of trauma from the last game, but I do think that is that is the
Love
Earthquake.
the Fawnlet here, by the way, on a board where you don't have to develop the Spectrus. Being able to deploy the Fawnlet is so incredible. Pressures your opponent's spirit deck, but also advances your game plan. Artemis here, so good, because so many of the individual Elestrals in Cindershade's deck are dead in the water if they ever encounter a suppression effect. I love Artemis. I think it's really well positioned this format, and I think it enables a lot of really cool cards, though not the Toxiri suppression control deck that I had originally hoped.
Hey, you know what? Toxiri could have a place. Who's to say, especially with all the dense fog, but...
I mean, I just played Gunslinger versus Dan and lost to Tox Venom.
Oh, see?
Maybe
There
it's going to happen.
Hopperoo coming out here against the Fawnlet. With these two back row set and having not played Fawnlet in defense with the Artemis available, I assume that NMPH has a way to protect it going into this next turn.
I'm actually totally confused by Cindershade's board plan. I think we saw, a Nobby. Like, why would you board into Nobby here? It's never going to be able to get any value.
Especially into a Lunar list.
Am I-
Yeah, that actually, you know what, wait a minute.
It's a little interesting, for sure. There we got the Cyprong, which is the Dionysus. So if you're Ant-MPH, you have to be prepared for that. But you also can deploy something like a Cyanectar here and try and get off to the races yourself. Your board already contests your opponents because your Fawnlet can crash and you can feel good about already getting the advantage off of it. The Cyanectar here is going to grab either a PTA or the Artemis PTA. We don't actually know if we're on the Artemis PTA. I don't think we've seen it yet. Oh,
but there it is. Yes, we are on the Artemis PTA, which this one actually is an Invoke rune, which I believe gives -2/-2 Might need to check that. But
Yeah, it's like a weird combat trick. You play it because it's searchable, and it gets you out of spots like this where your opponent has an Elestral that is kind of a problem, but not pressing to remove. Or if you already have a poison-tipped arrow set. It is kind of weird. It's like, yeah, it's two different reactive cards, but they're reactive in different ways. We're trying here to get the 4/1 Psynectar, and that's going to prompt a Tsunami from Cindershade. And looks like we are going to pass back, but I mean, if you're Ant-MPH, you're fine with this position.
yeah, I mean, with the 2 back row set,
It
as
is
you
Earthquake,
mentioned.
yeah. And it's Nobby in the hand.
Yeah, that is interesting, and I would be curious to know. I mean, hey, Navi into Cyanectar here. Maybe
This is a good attack, yeah.
maybe Cindershade knows something that we don't know. But those 2 back row from NMPH, I don't know if this attack is going to be able to go through, unfortunately.
It's a little interesting, if only because the Nobby can clear the Fawnlet as well, which means we could theoretically eat the board. I
Okay,
don't
so
know
we
if
do
that's
see.
going to happen, but we'll see.
Yeah, let's see this Hopperoo.
There's no way, yeah. Madness here, dazing the Nobby, I'd imagine.
Also, did we not see the effect of
Oh,
the
and it's going
Hopperoo?
to be met with a Madness to do the
Oh!
same play, enraging it instead, walking over the Fawnlet, and oh my goodness, the Nobby is going to ascend.
This really is madness.
Wow.
Aptly named, I would say. So, you know what? Hey, Doppelgator's coming out. Maybe we were wrong, and maybe this is how we're going to get into that Farrageist that we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a telegraphed poison-tipped arrow here, getting the poison tip off of the Cyanectar, but it means we're going to take 5 dealing with this Doppelgator, which is not nothing.
No, I mean, Cindershade obviously doesn't feel good to immediately have your threat answered, but not only are you going to do damage, but also you're making your opponent pay out to get rid of it. So, all in all, this Doppelgator did what it needed to do.
I think we went down to 9 off that. That's rough. All right, back to Ant-MPH. This is a turn in which he could deploy something pretty powerful. Depends on what is in hand. You can see we have a Nobby as well. Looks like might be time to try it.
Yeah, I see. It looks like another Fawnlet as well if we wanted to,
Get Theraheart or something.
yeah, continue with that line. But I think all of that is very
Tuffy, it's just a question of if you think that back row is real.
We're really thinking about it. It looks like it is going to be the Fawnlet.
For the Fawnlet.
So going in and searching, I assume the Theraheart. We know that that Artemis is still in hand. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
The Theraheart, champion of Artemis.
I think making the correct decision here and being like, no, you are not an aggressive deck. I am not going to be like beat down by Hopperoo beats. You are going to have to make it to Latagon, and for that reason, it is a better game plan for me to try and activate like the cards in my hand to get them online, rather than going for like a Nobby push that, as we know, will just be answered by a.
Oh, the poison-tipped arrow, the Artemis's poison-tipped arrow coming out and making it so that this Fawnlet can swing over the Hopperoo. I kind of wonder if Cindershade has sided out of the Latagon stuff in these later games.
Wow. Not often that Fawnlet gets a Madness, but we'll take it.
This has been a game of Dionysus's madness.
All right, this
for
is a great
sure.
opportunity to deploy that Cyprong that we picked up earlier, and it looks like that's probably what we're doing.
Yep.
Cyprong here, was that Jotaya? No, that's Cyprong.
No, that's the Cyprong. Going to be going in and searching out that Dionysus.
And the Cyprong cannot destroy the Fawnlet, I believe.
No,
but
it
can
has to
attack
be-
over it.
Yeah, unless it is over 5 attack stat. This is the answer to the 5s format in Elestral. Thank you so much for everything you're doing, Cyprong. However, here, seemingly just a tool to go in and get the Dionysus.
Yeah. This is an interesting set as well. We know, by virtue of being back here, that there... Ooh, put those back. We know that there isn't actually a live back row rune, but playing as if there are potentially 2, or maybe you are trying to get your opponent to think there's 1 and a bluff, means that it's less likely they're going to go for this Gator push, which otherwise does kind of absolutely dome you. The problem is, like, as options are removed from Ant-MPH's pool, you know, they do have to go for it anyway.
Well, here we go. There goes the Nobby. We are starting this, and I mean, Cindershade did take a peek at both of those back rows, so I don't know if this means that we're going to see this answered. No. Hopperoo
we
simply
know that
going to
it's
go
not.
down, and here comes Doppelgator.
So we know that there's a response in the earthquake, but it also does alleviate the pressure. If you are Ant-MPH, which is the name of the game, you just want this to end, this attack on your spirit count.
And unfortunately, Cyprong probably going to be going down here, which this is a situation where Cyprong would be great. As you mentioned, we saw that earthquake from the very beginning, so this is a pretty good answer to that.
Maybe it's a wayward Tech Taurus again.
I have to believe this is the earthquake. I know what I saw. I know it.
So we do have one more Elestral that's playable in hand. We know the card on top. We are setting one more. We have EQ Cyprong.
Okay, so it looks like Equilinx is going to be
boy.
coming out.
That is a sexy card.
And Dionysus is it. There is that earthquake.
So here, earthquaking the Doppelgator, we can land the Dionysus, and we can start going in on the back row. This could be like the end game for Cindershade, is getting rid of Ant-MPH's final few spirits just by virtue of Equilinxing them out. I like this a lot. Performing the Nexus here to 3. This is the critical juncture. If there's like a Gorgons in the back row, you might absolutely get cooked.
Oh,
Like,
it is the Artemis was set.
Oh no.
We usually see Equilinx with Demeter, but this Equilinx Dionysus is very interesting. And hey, works just the same.
Taking the 3, that's as bad as it gets, unless it's an Ambrose set. We might be out of the game.
This might be the end of the line, and we didn't see Latagon at all this game.
Here is Nobby. Sometimes you're just playing base set Earth, says, I just have to pretend that none of that back row is real. Nobby effect, walk in. The spirit differential is really good, but we know that there could be something like a Spectrus coming that just eats the Nobby.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not like we can afford to get into Doppelgator
Two
again.
spirits on Cindershade.
Really agonizing over this decision here.
You can't not attack. I mean, okay, that's interesting.
So
that's
we
the
are
last remaining spirit.
rising from the shadows, which I mean, I don't know if that's just a matter of not having guys in hand and wanting to make sure that.
Oh, we can now crash with the Nobby and deal 1. Oh my goodness, that'll do it. Re-enchant the Equilinx or cast a second guy.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Wow. And Ant-MPH says, well, guess you got it.
Oh my goodness.
Came down to the last spirit, but Cindershade was able to take it with this Latagon deck where we didn't see Latagon in games 2 and 3.
No.
Incredible stuff. I mean, sometimes like base set Earth is just good enough. The tools that this deck is on. Anything else in the game. So it's not too surprising to see a deck like this succeed. It's a little unfortunate that we didn't get to see that Lunar deck rewarded after how well I think that they played game 2.
I think that game 2 is one of the best played games of Elestrals that we have seen today.
Yeah.
Especially going from that game 1 where I think you and I were both a little bit concerned for Ant-MPH and how that went. But it just goes to show that, again, know your siding patterns, get a solid side deck, and know what your answers are. And huge congratulations to Cindershade. I mean, that last game could have been anybody's, and I think that you and I both were not sure how that was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Cindershade that it did work out, but depending on the draws, depending on how many sideboard pieces they saw, it very much could have gone the other way. And I really appreciate that we saw such an unbelievable bevy of like text into text into text, keeping the Nobby in. I mean, I guess we were absolutely wrong. It did find its way to a valuable attack courtesy of a Tsunami that also was kept in a format where people are playing fewer and fewer things that change the battle position of Elestrals and aren't named Dionysus's Madness. It's wild to see those included still and reaping such incredible rewards. Excited to see how this Latagon deck continues to perform throughout the rest of today, but we will be able to tell you how it performs from the mouth of the individual who piloted it almost momentarily as they hop in for a interview. Okay, I think I may have to say bye to you after this one.
Yes, I think in my place we're going to be seeing the most recent winner. We're going to be seeing Cinder Shade, and I am very curious to hear from them and hear what they have to say about those games.
Yeah, I will make sure to press them on the most important issue. Did you mean to put Tech Taurus in Game 2?
Please mean it. Please mean it.
See
I can go into it a little bit.
And we are here with the winner of the previous round, Cinder Shade.
Hi, nice
First
to be here.
And foremost, I have to ask, no mill?
No Mel this time.
Okay, well, that's acceptable, I assume. Congratulations on your round.
Thank you.
Very hard-fought victory, especially that Game 2 in which you just faced every single Spectress in the entire universe.
And it was everything from my deck that just lost to Spec.
It was one right after the other. I have to ask, did the Tech Tauruses make it in Game 3?
They got cited out for the Nobbies Game 3.
Okay, I expected something had to change for the Nobbies to make an appearance. Congratulations on your victory once again. How did you end up in terms of preparation on this Dionysus Lytagon strategy?
So myself and my roommate, when we started seeing the cards, did a load of testing. We probably played over 1,000 games, and came to the conclusion that Lytagon's pretty strong. If you can, almost every card in the deck generates value and tempo, so you can just out-pressure your opponents, blow up all their back row. You get Ambro, because searching for Ambro is great.
No, yeah, I mean, for sure. I have to say, were you concerned about the Lunar matchup walking into it? Because on paper, it does seem kind of scary for you.
There's a lot of the deck that loses to specifically Spec mainboard, but I was kind of just worried about him getting like a big Posthumous out, which he told me after the game that he wasn't running it. But
in terms of the big scary Elestrals in the format, you're playing a Cyprong deck, of course, affords you removal against a majority of the field.
yes.
Are there any scarier Elestrals that Cyprong doesn't deal with that you've been trying to avoid, outside of the Posthumous, of course?
The main one is just against Bear Bomb and the Majursa. The deck, if you can find a way to get rid of the Majursa either through Argos or EQ, you can win that matchup pretty easily. But if you can't, you'll just not be able to eat it. But you've at least got Lytagon that can like crash with it.
Yeah. We saw a couple of times over the course of the set a play that the two of you did, where since you're both on Dionysus's Madness, you can change an Enrage or a Daze to blank an effect. Is that something that came up a ton in testing?
Not until about a week ago, where we found out after you resolve the chains to enrage, that it creates an open board state that your opponent can then madness to like daze your dude.
Yeah, it is a little unintuitive, but it also wins you the game if it does what you want.
Yeah.
Well, game 1, of course, the Latagon took over everything. Game
did.
2, you fell into the Spectaris Vortex. What were you thinking going into game 3?
Game 3, I was trying to I had a Latagon in hand. Was like, if I can resolve this, I'll probably win. Looking at like the back row he had, knowing what he like tutored for, and I was feeling pretty good about midway through the game because he was just down quite a few spirits.
The poison tipped arrow for 5 certainly helped.
Definitely.
When you look at the rest of your run, you're now undefeated, right? 3-0?
Undefeated so far.
Is there any deck that you really do not want to encounter?
Probably Lokagons is one of the harder matchups. It goes kind of 50-50 depending on what you see, what they see. Hopefully when I do go against it, they're just running the Magnaroses and Amphiroses, and my specs will eat that just like how I lost in game 2.
Exactly. Well, congratulations once again. I hope you're able to keep it up, and best of luck in the rest of your rounds.
All right. Well, thank you.
We'll
And we are here for the 2025 Kissimmee Open event. I am joined by my casting partner, Shady Penguin.
Did you think I was over there for a second?
I thought he said something to me.
Yes, excited to be here. This is round four
of
the Open, and apparently we're going to be watching the only player that is 3-0.
With a specific type of deck. That's the asterisk.
The caveat.
That's the asterisk. But
Hey, I didn't realize that.
this is going to be a lot of fun. We obviously had some great rounds casted by our fellow commentators, MBT, PK Sparks, and Kay.
Yep.
They did a phenomenal job. But Shady and I are going to take over the mic for the next couple of rounds and have some fun. Cast a little bit of Elestrals. I know we haven't had a chance to watch any because
we've been
taking our own
gunslinging.
challenges.
Yes.
We've been taking a lot of challenges, which have been crazy. I know you've been having a blast with
It's been so cool. The array of players, like I've had young, medium, old, and it's cool to just see that there's no age gap or age gate.
Yeah,
on
for
Elestrals.
sure.
It's
for
so
sure.
cool, man.
Yeah, and the vibe here has been immaculate since the doors opened. Obviously, everyone's super excited to be here. A lot of buzz around the format, a lot of uncertainty about what to bring.
Yeah.
I know a lot of talks about Solar, a lot of talks about Thunderstorm. I think that might actually be the matchup we're about to watch.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, Solar does seem intense in a good way, for sure. And I also see a lot of Earth running around, though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have the ability to utilize Cyprong and Dionysus together as a removal tool, but also just to be able to generate, advantage in a clash, forcing your opponents to attack you is really strong.
Yeah.
It forces your opponents into awkward decisions. But we're going into this next round. It's actually funny. Iconics came up to me in round 3 and said, if you have any pull, please put me up on stream for round 4. And I said, that's not my choice to make, but go figure. He ends up here rocking a very powerful deck that's featuring Brontiglow, Thunderstorm with an Ampup likeable package.
Ooh.
That means he's going to be able to do a couple things. One, the Ampup package allows you to toss those cards aside, search through your deck, generate a ton of advantage in your card, and be able to get out your likeable quickly. You thin your deck tremendously, meaning you have much higher likelihood to find those counter runes, those powerful runes that can turn the tide of battle. Jandry's on the other side here, rocking a Solar Tornagin build. So we're going to look to see them try to utilize Glimbat to search out that Temple of the Sun, cast out their Nova Core to destroy Elestrals, probably holding that for a big move against Brontiglow or something otherwise. And of course, Tornagin able to, pop off on a Foretell from Winjin. So this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like they're already getting into it. From what I can tell, I see Apollo's on the field already. Heavy has a lot of spirits on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think he did activate it once.
And it looks like we're going to flip over, so the clash has begun. Jandry's kicking things off with an Apollo, going to get that Foretell, so good timing on our end. And it looks like they are going to expend to draw alongside that. We see a little bit of the hand there. We see a poison-tipped arrow going face down. I don't know what that other one was, maybe a Guardian. But the thing is, Iconic's deck, we know is going to be utilizing that Brontiglow. So he's going to be looking to probably slow play a little bit here in the beginning stage of the game, get some of those spirits to the Underworld so that way he can utilize his Supercell. This clash may come down to who is able to get their stadium second to the field.
Ooh, and both these players, they're obviously experienced by being here. Looks like they're both 3-0. They're gonna probably pick up on that. That hey, you might want to rush to throw your stadium down, but it's really one of those plays like you're saying, whoever goes second is going to be at the advantage here.
And we see Sundial, the mascot of the Kissimmee Open. Sundial, if it connects and destroys an Elestral in battle, it forces the opponent to skip their draw phase for the turn. That could be incredibly impactful in the right opportunities. Obviously, Iconics with 2 face-down runes going to be able to protect against that, but Sundial has an open field to attack directly for a little bit of chip damage here. I think if you're Iconics, you just let this one fly.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to stop it at this point. It's just 1 spirit of damage, let it go through. And now Iconics starts his next turn. 2 face down, feels good. Obviously, I assume he had to expend the draw as well. I might have missed that.
Yep.
And we'll see if he's going to start running. Like you said, he might want to slow play a bit.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do. With the Thunderstorm deck, you're really looking to slow play in the first half of the game. You're looking to find your combo pieces. You're looking to try to whittle down that back row a little bit so that way your Thunderstorm can hit the target that you need it to hit. We're actually going to see another expended draw. I'm sure Iconics would prefer those to be Astrabit plays instead, but this is going to have to work. Another set and a pass into Jandry's. We'll see what he's going to rock with. Seems like he's got one of those key pieces that he's looking for in hand, that Temple of the Sun. So that allows him to bomb out that Nova Core at any point in this clash to take out anything, which is going to be very difficult. But he's going to go double Sundial here.
I mean, that actually feels pretty good, right? Because even though you're not getting the Sundial effect off by destroying an Elestral, getting those small pokes of damage, even though, it's kind of advantageous for Iconics, like you said, to get some spirits in the drop, for it kind of progresses his own game plan. I think it's what Jandry's got to do here. He might as well just poke in for 2.
Yeah, no, for sure. I
And
think
it's a low commitment.
Yeah, if you're Jandries, you got to be feeling really good about your positioning here. Even if Iconics has an opportunity to pop off, Jandries has 3 back row, and almost certainly one of those is going to be a Gorgon's Gaze. But Arcolith hits the field right into the wheelhouse there. The limited to 1 copy Arcolith hits the field right now and immediately is able to return 3 Thunder Spirits onto the field, making it have 5 Spirits. If you're Jandries, you're going to need to stop this attack because you're taking a lot of damage if it connects. Fortunately for Jandries, there's a few ways to deal with that. Shield of Achilles, Gorgon's Gaze, a lot of those things. I think if it's Gorgons, you probably play it on the cast. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's not Gorgon's face down at this point.
I mean, it would feel pretty good to shield and get all those spirits right back in the drop, right? You bounce it, and oh well, he's going to get it back.
It all kind of ends up being the same thing. Generally, you would try to prevent them from hitting the field in the first place, but you're right. There is the shield anyway. Nice predict. All 5 of those are going to the underworld. Ultimately, it ends up only being a -2 for Iconics, but now Jandries has to play carefully around that. If he keeps 2 guys in attack position for the next turn, that Arcolith can come right back and heal those 3 spirits back to the field.
Yeah, so I guess there's the option of potentially ascending and siphoning spirits to make it so that he only has 1 Elestral on the field at that point.
Yeah.
That from happening.
Yeah, another option is you just simply say, you know what, I'm going to put my Sundial in defense, but we're going to see a little bit more into Jandries' deck there. There's the Exaltus, Champion of Apollo, really useful piece. I know you're pretty familiar with it.
I love that card. Oh, I love that card. Come on, destroy my Elestral. I dare you.
That's a really good one. He's going to grab that, of course, add it to his hand, a stacked hand here. That's what you're going to see out of these solar decks, man. They continue to accumulate resources throughout the entire clash because of how Apollo works. It's so funny. The metagame, it's really interesting that he's going to cast this. The metagame has shifted so much. Originally, there was a point in time where you would run maybe 16 Elestrals in a deck. Now, a lot of decks are running 20, and I bet you Jandries is pretty close to that.
Wow, yeah. It's cool. I mean, like you said before, there's a lot of uncertainty around live stream, so people are still trying to figure it out. But I personally like the idea of the Elestral count going up in a deck because the Elestrals are becoming a little bit more versatile with their effects.
For sure.
Looks like Jandries is going in for another attack.
That's going to be connecting for 3. One thing to note here that I find incredibly fascinating, the new metagame for Livestream has basically kicked Tsunami to the curb. No one's running Tsunami. So board states like this become even more overwhelming to deal with. However, if there's one deck that can flood the field very quickly, it is definitely the Thunderstorm deck. Don't forget, 2 Thunderstorms and a Funglow turns into 2 Bronzoglows very quickly. So let's see what we're going to see here in Ambrosia to heal a little bit back. That's not a good sign, in my opinion, for Iconics. Knowing that he has Arcolith in hand, you don't really want to see the Ambrosia at this point in the clash. I'm quite surprised to see that.
Yeah, I mean, because ideally you just play the Arcolith again right now, which, oh, he's actually going to go, is that a Funglow?
That is a Funglow. That's interesting. I wonder if he's running not a ton of Thunder in his Spirit deck, so that way he needed it to be able to pull off this combo, because I think what we're going to see here is definitely a Thunderstorm, right? The question is it the Stadium? It is going to be Supercell.
Okay.
Supercell will allow him to heal 1 on cast. You see Jandries needing to double check on these effects. All these new cards, players are still familiarizing yourself, but you do actually get to heal back the cast. So you get a Spirit right back just from throwing it down.
Okay, cool. I like that. I mean, it has to stick. There's not too many ways to immediately stop that on the cast. Oh yeah, he's asking if he has to heal, right? Is there a you may? We'll find out.
Yeah, so he would get to heal off of the Supercell, and then Funglow's effect is going to be added to the chain as well, which is going to allow that Funglow to special cast a Bronzoglow. And this is not an Ascension. This is a special cast of Bronzoglow, which is huge. Wow. So I'm curious, he is running the charge version, the supercharged version, which is going to allow him to burn Jandries every turn based on the number of Funglows. The question now is, does Iconics have a Funglow charge that he can now special cast to the field with that Supercell? That's how this engine really gets going.
Okay, okay. And we see that right now Jandries is at 9. So what's the maximum output that Iconics can put out right now?
Well, he could potentially special cast out 2 more Funglows.
Okay.
That would allow him to burn for 3.
Okay.
I think maybe a more advantageous position would be for him to actually play a Thunderstorm right now. Let's see if he has that. But as you can see, he's healing up those spirits every single time.
Yeah.
He's starting to generate advantage. He can use Bronzoglow's effect, so he's going to take 1 spirit of damage on Jandries here. That tells me that he doesn't have another Funglow in hand. And he's not going to activate another Thunderstorm. The problem that you generally find with this Thunderstorm deck, though, is if you're not able to get... Oh, he does have it. Wow.
He does have it.
Interesting. So he goes for it now. Smart play. Look, he wanted to bait out the Gorgons first.
Yes.
That was really smart.
That was really, really smart.
And what's crazy about this, Shady, is this Thunderstorm, it only costs 1 spirit because you're healing 1 back from Supercell.
That's a really strong stadium. I like that a lot. It has to stick, and you need other pieces to really take advantage of that passive healing. But yet, making Thunderstorm cost 1 makes it incredibly viable card among all the other synergy it has with the deck.
And I think Jandry is learning real quickly what Thunderstorm does right about now, because he's about to face down another Bronzoglow Supercharge. Not only is that going to put a 6 on the field, but because of the Supercell Stadium on the field, he gets an additional +2 attack, not to mention the +1 attack that Funglow is generating. These are 9 attack Bronzoglows,
Oh, this deck is beautiful. Listen, straight up, this is my first time seeing this deck played, and it is awesome.
Yeah, it's
What a
very,
fun
very
deck.
cool. A lot of what Lifestream does and enables is casters to be able to swarm the field with multiple Elestrals. We see it in a couple different elements. Frost has some swarming, Water and Magneros have some swarming, and of course Thunderstorm with a very cool swarming deck. And here we're going to see it in action. He's going to heal back a Spirit from casting that Thunderstorm, and now he's going to be able to cast another Bronzaglow. The question is, does Iconics have another supercharged Bronzaglow, or is he rocking the OG one, which actually suppresses Elestrals? It's a very interesting build, so we'll see what he's rocking with.
I mean, if I'm Jandries right now, I'm learning about these cards, I'm seeing what they do. I am hoping that I have Pandora's Box on my side, right? Would Pandora's Box be a good answer for
That's
this?
a very good answer. Yeah, Pandora's Box is a very good answer. That's going to stop these searches. It's one of the more effective ways to approach this is to just stop the search. I think most casters. Another option is Spoiled Fruit is really viable in this because you can at least get rid of the stadium.
Yes.
I think if you're Jandries, you're less concerned about that. We know what he has in the pocket. He's got that.
He's going to be able to play his own stadium.
So,
right?
but this is Iconic's turn, right? If you're Iconics, you're looking to clear this board on this turn.
Yeah.
And if there's nothing to stop his attacks, and most certainly Jandries is going to have another Guardian face down or something like that, but if he's able to get 2 attacks through, that could be pretty big.
It's crazy because it really looked like Iconics was not in an advantageous position. But you pointed it out right away that, hey, the deck wants to play a slower game plan. It wants to get Spirits in the drop. It wants to just keep drawing pieces. Why I think we saw, 2 expended draws in a row from Iconics.
Yep.
Just to get more cards. So even though it doesn't have, the deck itself doesn't seem to have the same value generation that the Solar deck does, you can play it you can play it slow and get the advantage when it comes around.
And it is going to be that Supercharge.
Bronaglow.
So the beautiful thing about Bronaglow Supercharge is that it's going to be able to burn again. So he's going to be able to hit him for another Spirit when this one hits the field. And that's going to bring him down to 7. And then he's got to deal with the onslaught of attacks. Remember, that Funglow is now sitting at 4 attack because of all the support on the field.
Wow.
The Bronzaglows are both sitting at 9 attack. These are going to do a lot of damage if Jandries can't stop these.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, the new Solar Negate, what is it again? Remind me?
Guardian of the Light.
Guardian is going to heal for 2, which is good. It's going to help stabilize Jandries a little bit if he has it right now to stop an attack and go +1 Spirit off of that. But yeah, there's a lot of damage output here.
Funglow connects, takes out the Exaltus. Very nice there. That was the first thing you had to do. Are we going to see an Argo Necklace here? That would be actually crazy. No, it's going to be Guardian.
Yep, it's going to be Guardian. Stop
oh
the
my God,
attack.
Sundial Argo Necklace sounds actually
That sounds
nuts.
disgusting.
That sounds actually disgusting. But we are going to see the Guardian. No surprises there. Crazy had 2 face down. That'll allow him to heal 2 up. That's going to neutralize a lot of this onslaught, but it does seem as though 1 is going to connect. So he does get through a Bronzaglow, and the most important thing for Iconics, he's got 2 Bronzaglows and a Funglow on the field. Barring a Celestlio, he's in a pretty powerful position.
Yeah. I wonder what destroyed. Do you know what destroyed that second Sundial?
The Bronzaglow did.
It was the Bronzaglow.
So
okay.
1 got Guardianed, 1 got knocked over. Yeah.
So he should have taken an extra Spirit. Oh, there you go. He's taking it.
Yeah, he
awesome.
did.
Cool,
and then he's going to be able to Ambrosia here. That'll heal back a couple Spirits.
Okay.
So we're neck and neck here. These 2 casters are very, very close. I don't think that Supercell is going to last for very long. The real key right now is, does Jandries have a Nova Core? I think I saw it in his hand.
Oh, man.
That is huge.
Okay, all right.
Does Iconics have a Gorgon's Gaze face down? That's going to be the difference maker on this play.
I mean, if he has it, Iconics wouldn't be sweating at all, right? He's in a clean position, a wide board state. Let's see, he's looking at his back row. Any response?
He is fielding it out. There's the 2 Solar on Nova Core. This is a non-targeting removal as well. He does choose to target the Bronzaglow. Bronzaglow is going to go down.
Wow.
Don't forget, Iconics Bronzaglow is a 7 attacker right now, and that Nova Core is actually a 6 attacker. But he can always obviously go after the Funglow first. There is a Foretell, Glimbat, Royal Otto, and Madness. Definitely take the Royal Otto there. Probably stack the Madness to the top. Probably don't need that Glimbat. He's going to shuffle it up and pretend like he's going to
he's not
going to do that, but we already know what he's going to do.
That's such a fun thing that we as card players do. Like, it's very obvious that there's 2 cards, which one's going to be
like,
on
oh, I
top.
searched Dense Fog. This is totally not set.
Yeah.
And a Shield of Achilles. Ooh. What is he going to shield, though? Oh, I think there was a miscommunication there. He went to go to shield the Nova Core. Jandries declared the attack with the Sundial first. And now we have a little bit of a discussion about what was going to happen. Ultimately, the play was Sundial is going to connect to the Funglow. He's going to Madness that to daze the Sundial.
Yep.
And now Nova Core is going to connect and get shielded. So a pretty good position if you're Iconics. You really need that play. You can't lose your draw phase. Now, the real question is, if you're Iconics, can you find a Titanic Strike or a Supercell? You really want to get rid of that Temple if you can.
Yeah, I think. Oh, he has
There
another
it
stadium
is.
to drop and get rid of that Temple right away, and I think that really puts Iconics in an extremely comfortable position here.
What's
There's still 2 face down, though, on Jundry's side.
Yes, what is crazy about this, too? Oh, he's going to pop one of them. What's crazy about this is if he had more Bronziglos in his deck, he'd be casting them out right now. He could potentially cast out 2 more, but most players are just running on the 2 Supercharge right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, is he going to go for it? Let's see.
I think hitting that PTA.
There's no way he's running a third, is
No,
he?
that's it. I think he's. They're moving on to game number 2.
Yeah,
Just
Jandry's
like
going to
that.
scoop that one. What a game that was.
Wow.
Iconics with a dominant performance, utilizing Thunderstorm, Supercell there at the end, getting Bronziglo out. That was a really interesting clash. We saw them both kind of vie for position, get their boss guy out, but ultimately it was Iconics who was able to get just enough to the field to be able to take the advantage there.
You know, and interestingly enough, obviously the first player to play their stadium ended up winning, but only because he had a second.
He had a second one.
copy. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the caveat to that, right? Is that you feel comfortable playing it as long as you have a backup. If you accept that, hey, this stadium is here for 1 turn. Let me do its job for 1 turn and just treat it like an invoke and just know that it's gone. Is a good way to look at it.
And again, Iconics played that one perfectly. I'm really curious. We didn't get to see any of the win-gen aspect of the deck, but this is where side decks are so important. And we kind of discussed this pre-tournament. I think of every tournament we've ever had for Elestrals, the side deck is the most important in this one. Casters have the opportunity to have 15 cards in their side deck. That could be both Spirits, Runes, Elestrals, anything you want. And I think we're going to see a lot of casters utilizing cards like Pandora's Box, as you highlighted, Spoiled Fruit as another one. A lot of those cards can counter some of the strategies that these casters are trying to use. And I think that you're going to see most certainly Jandry start to side those in. We'll see if Iconics does any changes too.
Yeah, and I do guess that, I was going to say, do you think Tsunami is in anyone's sides? But you're right, there's just too much water running around to even let it take up a slot in the side deck. There's just other threats that you need to have an answer to other than going wide. But it's crazy, man. A lot of decks are just going wide.
Yeah. The challenge is, it's so interesting. We see a theory that Tsunami comes out of the game because Dionysus Madness becomes a more effective tool to remove some of the more defensive threats by forcing them to attack. So Tsunami kind of gets pushed to the side. But then so many of these decks, minus Sephiroth, Magneros, are a little bit more susceptible to a Tsunami. So this is going to be so interesting to watch post Kissimmee, because you're going to have these top deck lists that get posted. You're going to have players be able to evaluate what really worked, what really stood out, what was on the cusp, what just needs a few cards tweaked, and then you're going to see the whole metagame shift again, because everyone's going to try to counter those things, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I believe there's another event, not an open, but there's the, is there a premiere?
Yeah, we have a premiere like next weekend or something.
So it's going to be crazy to see the results of Kissimmee, and then people try to counter what was at Kissimmee, but then you can go deep. You play some 5D chess.
It's going to be really
you
fun.
can try to counter the counter.
And that's actually what we saw in our final Firestorm premiere. Was there was such an emphasis around Majursa and the quote-unquote bear bomb strategy, and the guy who ends up winning, I believe Dooms, just decided, you know what, I'm going to run a turbo Chronodile deck because you can't out it, and once I get my Chronodile out, I just win. And he won the whole tournament because of that. So countering the metagame is certainly a thing. It's just there's no metagame yet, so we're going to have to see how that all plays out.
It's cool because, like, but you even if you're seeing it in Firestorm, obviously we're going to see it for a while in Livestream, is that there's enough variety in Elestrals to really dig deep. And deck build and craft and test things out to put yourself in, like, okay, what's a deck that I want to run that also has so much potential because of the variety of plays you have available?
This is exactly what Solar wants to do. There's that Pandora's Box already.
Yes, already. No, you don't even want to show it, though, but there you
if
go.
you're Iconics, that is not what you want to see. 2 incredibly powerful counter runes that are going to stop your push very quickly. You're on a timer now because both Gorgon's Gaze and Pandora's Box are going to be very problematic if you're Iconics. It almost means that you need 2 or 3 Thunderstorms now to just be able to do what you want to do, or you hope you have it in your hand right now and you're just going to do it. Jandry's does grab, of course, the pull off the top, goes for the expend to draw here, and just setting a couple, and I think he'll pass his turn from there.
It's such a tough spot. Like, Jandry's has amazing tools right now. 3
Hurricane
face
is
down.
so
Hurricane's
real right now.
Hurricane
is
not
so
a real
real
card.
right now.
It is not a real card.
He's smiling. No way.
No, there's no way. I'll...
Oh, okay.
Okay. If it was it's Titano Strike coming out, that searches his deck for
a Thunderstorm.
A Thunderstorm. Awesome.
When we see a Pandora's Box, we will.
Ooh, okay.
Open the box. Pandora's Box going to shut that down. Mill 2. It is going to be a Madness and an Ambrosia. Honestly, if you're Iconics, you don't care about that. That could have been much worse.
I guess that's true because he's going to be able to get those spirits back in other ways as well from the drop since his stadium heals so much. It's tough for Jandry's, I feel like, because...
Oh, there's the amp up.
Ooh, you want to...
That was so smart. He burned the Pandora's Box. Now he gets his amp up play.
Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely huge.
That's incredible. So it's tough because Jandry's, like you said, you need to progress the game. But Iconic's deck inherently doesn't mind when the game gets progressed, unless the actual progress that Jandry's makes is building up his side of the board, right? And he did that the last game, and it didn't work out. But maybe he has to, instead of going wide, go tall. You know?
Yeah, I think the interesting dynamic, Foretell is such an interesting mechanic because it says what's coming, right? And Iconics knows exactly what's coming. So he's going through his whole amp up cycle. Right now, you search your 2 amp ups, then he's going to toss another one. He's going to grab 2 more amp ups. This is doing a few things. It's 1, thinning the deck, which is really important for him. 2, it's opening up his Lycavolt play for later in the game. But we know that there is a Gorgon's Gaze and a Pandora's Box in the wait coming, and we'll see which one's next. It was the Gorgons is what he had on top, so that means he's got 1 more turn before P-Box comes. The thing is, if you're Iconics, you almost have to just do everything you can to, like, bait those out.
Yeah.
Oh, he must have taken it. Oh, he drew it before.
Yeah, I think he expended his draw to grab that Pandora's Box.
And then he is going to go for the Foretell. We see the Royal Ottle obviously has his grab. He's going to shuffle those 2. I think you most certainly put the Torn Engine. You don't want that one next. And we'll have to see what he's going to try to do here. Going to go for the Royal Ottle.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, it gives you a little bit of protection on the board.
Show me Dionysus Madness, Iconics.
Oh, come on.
That would be bonkers.
That would be insane. Yeah, it's tough, man. This does seem like a pretty comfortable matchup for Iconics deck because I'm having a hard time finding a way. If Iconics is left alone to his own devices, he also has the ability to destroy cards, right? So you really have to try to progress and almost. Ooh, okay.
Very spicy. Solar Burst here. That's going to foretell 4. He's going to be able to pick one off the top, and he can throw it to the underworld, and that is going to destroy something. That is really nice to see. He gets to ditch his Exaltus here. Honestly, you could throw your Tornage here too, I think, but you are going to go for the Exaltus. Pitch that. That will destroy the Titanus Strike, and now he gets to reorder those other 3. And Jandry's double-checking his effect text there, making sure he doesn't mess anything up.
Yep.
But now he's got Nova Core in the pocket, and he's got another Solar Burst. So Jandry's, honestly, I feel like he's got all the tools he needs to control this game. The question is, can Iconics power through all of that?
Yes.
Hurricane would be huge, but I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah. I mean, and we see the Spirit count right now. It's a pretty stark difference right now. We're going to see Ampup hit the board on Iconics' side.
He's going to look to beta Gorgons here.
Yes.
He's going to expend a Thunder Spirit to be able to activate to try to ascend into Lycavolt. What's really interesting about this is there is the new Lifestream Lycavolt. Most people are running the base set one, which allows you to hand rip if you connect. But the Lifestream one actually drops stats, and then you get to destroy things if their stats hit 0.
Ooh.
That happens to destroy Royal Ottle. It's a very interesting counter.
Wow. Oh, what a potential perfect position then for Iconics. We'll see if there's any sort of Gorgon's Gaze. It doesn't look like it. He's going to expend the 1 in order, and he ditches that's an amp up that he ditches.
Yep, and then he's going to get Gorgon's Gaze. So if you're Iconics, I feel like you kind of knew this was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
There was no doubt that eventually you were going to run into these Gorgons. Your goal right now is you just need to kind of whittle down, because if you can accumulate enough resources, get through these Gorgons and these P-boxes, then you just drop your Funglow Thunderstorm, and you're going to be able to flip this board regardless of what it looks like.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, right, with the Solar deck, it's been foretelling a lot. So we saw the 1 P-box early on, was already drawn and used. So, and you haven't seen one since. You have to ask yourself, if you're Iconics, is there another one set on the board? Is that what he's thinking? Or is it just deep in the deck and he doesn't have to worry about it right now?
Yeah, it's tough, because when he's most certainly on 3 P-box, 3 Gorgon's Gaze. So you've gotten through 2, but there's always the potential for more. So, but I think if you're Iconics, you just do the same thing. You just try to keep pushing through. If this Royal Ottle's not threatening you. Jandry's, the interesting thing about Nova Core is you can't just ascend into it to do the pop. You have to have the temple, so there is some kind of, tough luck there with that card if you don't have the right pieces for it. And I'll tell you, Apollo, so strong by being able to do this foretell, but this gets expensive really fast. Oh, no, you only get 3, but now we know a little bit more about what's coming.
Yeah.
But this gets really expensive really fast. Like, those spirits add up every single turn, and that becomes very difficult. That also tells us that Solar Burst is in hand from the prior turn.
Yes.
And I don't know. I think you could go Tornage here, add it to your hand, go for the Ascension, try to go offensive. If you run into a shield, you're in a really bad spot, though.
I think it's tough. Like you said, Jandry's plays right now have been very expensive. He's down to 9 spirits, and that's a pretty tough spot to be when you're staring down 15, 2 face down, and a deck that self-heals.
Yeah,
so
oh yeah.
To start trying to make plays and trying to ascend, especially into those 2 face downs, and it almost feels like it's not worth using, using your Invoke to get rid of the Amp Up either. Like, was it Solar Burst in hand? Not Solar Burst.
Yeah, you got Solar Burst, yeah.
Like, Amp Up's not much of a threat to pay more to get rid of that.
Yeah. Well, the problem is if you if you don't do that, then you're gonna have to pay something to stop it on the next turn, or you need to go offensive here, go for the Ascension and try to push. That's the thing about Royal Otto. It's an incredibly powerful defensive card to generate resources, but if your opponent's just not attacking into it, it's just gonna sit there, and it just ends up being a 2/2. Doesn't really do a ton. One thing I want to see, post Kissimmee, is if we see a lot of like Cryoblast, right? That's a card that can kind of clear some of these threats that are popping up more and more now. The Cryoblast, it deals with some of the Aphro stuff. It deals with Cyan Nectar, which is very common right now. Royal Otto obviously being a really big pain. You really just don't even want to attack when this thing's on the field.
Yeah, it's cool because Cryoblast was heavy in the meta 2 sets ago, right?
2 sets ago,
Firestorm. Firestorm came out, no one was running Cryoblast. So it's cool that there is room potentially, whether it's in the side or in the main if you're running Frost, like to see it again because it would be useful in a lot of these situations.
All right, seems like there's some sort of discussion here with the judges. We always have a judge on site to discuss. I don't know if this has to do with the accidental reveal of shield or whatever it may be, but we're looking to resolve this Foretell of Apollo, and of course two good choices rather. You can't grab the Winjin, but the nice thing is on the next turn you can use Winjin and you get a guaranteed predict, which is very nice. So you got a couple different options there.
It's been tough. I don't remember if Jandre's played Corvishine in the first.
No, we didn't see Corvishine yet. I don't think he's on the Corvishine build.
Okay.
Typically what we're seeing from the Corvishine build is that's looking to maximize your Foretell for things like the Nebuleo deck. With, we've even seen some Leo Brights and Celestleos. Celestleo is incredibly powerful. Wow, that is a hand. But an expensive hand nonetheless. So this is going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. I think if you're Iconics, though, you're feeling really good.
Yeah, I do think he's pretty comfortable, right? And if he happens to have his Stadium Rune in hand as well, it's just more security. It's more heal. We saw an early Ambrosia go, which didn't seem to matter too much, like you said, because his deck is just going to passively recover, and he's really sitting at. I mean, it's a 6 Spirit count difference, which is huge. When in Elestrals, everything costs something to play, and no matter how big the Solar player's hand gets, he's got to pay a price to play it.
All right, let's see here. Looks like we might be resolving. I saw another judge run up. We see the Foretell grab the Nova Core, but no Temple. And again, ascending into Nova Core does not give you its effect. You only get the pop effect if you normal cast it from its effect with the Temple. So a nice little. I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that design restriction. Otherwise, that card is very, very strong. Otherwise, but they're just discussing, trying to figure out what they were trying to do. I'm not very good at lip reading, but I think he is saying that I wasn't trying to be a rascal. I was just trying to find the cards off the top of my deck with my foretelling, and hopefully we'll resume play here shortly.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where it's a game state that's kind of hard to redo as far as like, hey, how do we fix this? I think we know the shield's there, and you just keep going. Maybe when you're going to draw the shield, then you can shuffle, but you can't shuffle with the foretelled cards up there.
Yeah.
So I think the judges are making the right call here and letting the foretell go through and move on from there. I think there actually might still be doing a little deliberating.
Yeah, and if that Winjin ends up coming out, it is going to shuffle when it ascends.
Okay,
so,
okay.
There's a little bit of flexibility there too. You'll probably put the Winjin next, and then put, yeah, I guess you would Winjin, you would call Tornajin on the call, which is interesting how that would play out.
Yeah.
But actually, oh, you know what? It is really important because he can call Shield. I think that might be why this is problematic, because he saw an extra card, so he can call Shield, add the Shield, ascend into Tornajin.
Well, that's why I think that once you get past the 2 cards that have been foretold already, the ones that were properly foretold, right? And then he took one out of the hand. The other 2 went back on a shuffle. We know that 3rd card is a Shield.
Yeah.
I think you would go continue turn. Before the Shield is drawn, shuffle the deck. Because that's information that shouldn't be known, and randomizing the deck at that point has no impact. You could even take the 2 cards that are foretold right now, put them on the side, shuffle the deck.
Yeah.
That would be, I think, a solution.
Well, fortunately, we have a great judge team that is going to figure this one out.
Oh, yeah.
This is beyond my pay grade, that's
for
sure.
I agree completely. I mean, listen, I'm here to watch some good clashes, and this has been, I mean, it has been really cool to see.
When I see a little fist bump there. Love that.
Camaraderie, baby.
I got to, it's so funny. I was actually talking to a couple casters in between rounds, and one of the things that was really highlighted was just the environment here.
Yeah.
Just the camaraderie, I think, is a great way to describe it. Just good vibes all around. Obviously people are here. They came far. They want to win. They want to, they want to win those side prongs and those Lockagon prize cards. But everyone's here to have a good time and make friends, and that's been a great takeaway from the weekend so far. Is a lot of these casters making some new friends. You can actually see in the background behind Iconics, those are our divine find challenges, which has been really fun.
Yeah.
Some of our best casters, Caleb.exe, Bungus or Julian, you may know him, Full Frontage, Brewlock, some of the most established casters in the space, unable to compete in the tournament because they were part of our testing team in the past. They actually get a special role to be able to take challenges against people, and you see they're busy over there. They're all taking some challenges, so that's quite fun.
I'm pretty sure it's been hundreds of people here, whether they are entering the tournament or they were here as spectators to do the side events and have a good time. It's like we said in the opening ceremony. Everyone's here to play Elestrals and have fun. And yes, competition is amazing. I'm a competitive guy myself. I love competition. But as long as you can see fist bumps at the end of the game, it's a good time. And I really love that about Elestrals.
For sure, for sure. And it looks like they're actually grabbing Skyhawk here, our head judge, coming out to the table. It seems to be that might be the case. Yep, Skyhawk is going to walk up onto the stage and get things sorted. Skyhawk is the guy. I got to give a big props while we have a moment here to our entire staff. This has been incredible. People have been asking me how have I been feeling, right, as the guy who's kind of running the show.
Yeah.
And honestly, I've been feeling great because we have such a great team. I haven't been stressed at all. My team has been doing everything. We got a great team running the production here. Our judge team has been on top of stuff. Our shop has been killing it. Our stream production team. Everyone has been absolutely crushing it, and it just comes from, I think, just a level of love for the game, right?
Yeah.
I think everyone here just wants to do the best they can and create something awesome. My thank you to everyone here. It's been really fun so far.
And I can confirm that is not CEO speak. Like, genuinely, like, Dan loves this community so much.
Oh
and
my
it is
God.
really cool to have that he has built this team and that this team has come alongside of him in order to have events like this and to create an environment that is safe and comfortable and friendly. It's really, really cool to see it play out live. It's my first time seeing an event live. And it's, like I said, it's good vibes, man. If you have the chance to come to an event, you really have to. It's really, really cool.
Vibes are definitely immaculate. Oh, I just clipped my ankle.
You clipped your ankle again, the same
thing,
one?
Same thing,
Bro,
man.
these chairs are out for you. They're out for blood, literally.
These chairs are like so comfortable at this venue, but there's like these little screws that stick out, man, and I've caught my ankle twice. Back to gameplay. It seems like we're close here.
I'm sure they're sorting it. I see Skyhawk wagging his finger. That usually means that there is a result happening soon.
Yeah, so they're going to figure this out. It's all good. This is one of those things. It's an honest mistake, but I can understand wanting to make sure we get to a resolution that feels good because that could have implications in the game, right? It can. And if you're Jandries, it's tough because you're like, I want that shield there, right?
Yeah,
like, I need that there. And if you're Iconics, you're like, well, I don't want him to call shield on that win gen. Like,
yeah, I think because of it just thinks that it's that card, right? Because Shield would be a very good card for him to have in general, but it's just knowledge you're not supposed to have.
Yeah.
For the effective win gen, right? So it definitely is something that I would say it has to be. You take the
and
two.
I think they might have him shuffle it.
I really think that is the correct play.
Let's see if that's what they're going to do. He's putting the Nova Core back, so they're going to reestablish the game state that they had.
Yep.
I'm very curious how the judge ends up handling this. So, and then the thing that makes this tricky is and it's honest mistake by Jandries, right? Apollo foretells 3, Solar Burst foretells 4.
Yes.
Muscle memory, just going for it. You know what I mean? We know what he has in his hand, so it's just kind of one of those funny situations. But we'll get it sorted. I tell you though, I was playing some games earlier, and I got to use my Humbust mill deck, and there was a point in time where I got out 2 Corvishines.
Okay.
With a Royal Lottle.
Oh my goodness.
And we were at the point where my opponent was milling 10 every time they declared an attack. It was pretty bonkers.
That is insane.
Yeah, I kind of felt bad for them.
How did you establish and keep that board state? And they are doing the shuffle.
Yes.
So I'm no judge, but I did call. I believe this is the proper solution that is fair to both players.
Judge Shady, yes. I agree. I think this is the way you got to do it.
100%.
Yeah, because he shouldn't have known. And it's so funny because in a lot of decks, it probably doesn't matter. But in this exact scenario, it matters
literally
so
matters
much
so heavy.
because Winjin is going to call a card.
Yes.
And it's going to call Shield.
Yes. And it's going to call Shield, and it's only going to be right 100% of the time because of that slip-up. So this is 100% the correct play. The foretold cards are supposed to be still there on the top. And, I mean, truthfully, there's still 2 more cards he has to get through to even get to that 3rd card. And, well, I mean, the Spirit count is definitely not 20 on Iconic side, but it's 15 to 9,
It was 15,
I
I
believe.
think, yeah.
It was a 6 count different. And
honestly, if you're Jandries, like, I wonder if that like ends up helping him. We know he needs Temple of the Sun
well,
really badly
I was
in that, right?
I was gonna say that, like, I know Shield is he gets to call it, but in this board stage, Shield isn't really helping him that much. It's not something that he's going to want to pay. If we see Brodigal hit the board again, he's not going to want to pay 3 spirits.
He's not going to have it. He's not going to have
it at that point.
What Jandry's really needs is he needs Temple the Sun, or he needs Glimbat, or he needs to be able to go Tornadin and find those things.
Yes.
That's really what he needs at this point, because we know he's got 2 Pocket Nova Cores right now. Those are going to blow up anything and put on the offensive pressure he needs, because it's just going to be so strong.
Yeah.
But we're getting to a place now where, I'll tell you what, Jandry's is getting real low, and he's got a lot of powerful cards in his hand. If I'm him, I'm Solar Bursting right now, personally.
You are Solar Bursting the amp up?
I don't think you can leave that amp up there for another turn. If that sits there for another turn, you are in big trouble if Like a Volt comes out, especially if Iconics is running Lifestream Like a Volt, because if that clears the Royal Lotto, a lot of your strategy gets blown up. Yes, you have the backup plan, you have Earthquake, but again, we know he's running low on spirits. There doesn't seem to be any, regeneration in sight for him to start to heal that back. I don't think he'd Sided in Calf Mail or anything to help him out. He is going to drop Solar Burst. I think that's. He's thinking about it.
He's saying, no, never mind, forget it. He felt your presence, and he said, no, I don't want to do it. It looks like they're actually still looking towards the judges for something.
Well, we appreciate everyone's patience as we hang around and try to get this figured out. God, I love those play mats, man.
Those are so
big shout outs to the art team. My boy Luan holding it down, making some incredible spirit arts. One of my favorite things is when we kind of book these events and we get to do all the art and build everything out, do some more research about the area, try to come up with some fun theming and stuff like that. And this one,
Well, I'm here.
Just great.
I'm here for Taurus Vipiro with the visor.
Yeah,
I'm all about it. Slurping on a good drink. I don't know.
He's got an OJ.
He's got an OJ for
He's got orange
fruit.
juice.
I love it. It's fantastic.
We got that. Good stuff there. And I know your shirt's looking very similar to Luminape's, so.
Yeah, I know. I had to bust out the Floridian flowers for being down here. I actually used to come down here when I was a kid and literally squeeze fresh oranges from my grandpa's tree.
Wow, that's a story.
Yes,
that's
it is
an origin story.
It is an origin story for sure. So I've got a little special place
with his
for
bare hands, his 5-year-old bare hands,
well,
squeezing
oranges.
oranges.
I think I was pushing down on something from what I can remember, but it's a little fuzzy, maybe 1 or 2
with
my bare hands.
That's so
So
fun.
I definitely vibe with the Vipiro.
All right, let's see what Jandry's ends up doing. I do feel like you still go for the Solar Burst. If I'm him, you know what? The interesting part is he's not guaranteed to hit here. I guess you always hit Tornadin to clear, but I'm really curious. So there's the Solar Burst. That's 100% the play.
Yep.
I 100%. You got to get rid of the Champ Up, no doubt about it. The thing is, I don't really remember the earlier game state, but I feel like there is a chance where Iconics has another Champ Up in hand. Iconics, considering his face down, there's nothing that stops Foretell outside of like a Divine Blessing, which would stop the burst. But I'm very confused.
What could he be playing right now?
I am very confused.
I mean, we've seen Iconics make some very high-level plays.
He's looking to see if Pandora's Box stops this, but it does not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything here.
Because Pandora's Box is when you search your deck for a card. This is not searching your deck for a card. This is
But I should write a card that stops Foretell.
Yeah, you should. Let's bring that in.
Okay, so there's the 4. You ditch the Royal Lotto here every time. Good to know Apollo's coming. He does clear the Champ Up. That's pretty big. I think if you're Jandry's, this is a good opportunity to probably swing for one. It's a pretty low-risk play to just go Royal Lotto into attack. We'll see if he goes for that. I 100% think you do it, especially at this stage, and that is exactly what he's going to do. He is going to get that 1 chip Spirit in. We'll make sure we get Iconic Spirit count updated.
He's on 14 now.
Yeah, I think he's 14. Iconics will take 1, but as we saw from that game 1, he doesn't care.
No, it's a pleasure. Please put spirits in the underworld for me. And I don't know. I understand that Solar Burst in the Amp Up is the only play, and it is the correct play. It's just really tough knowing. Well, now we know what the next 4 cards are because he foretold again.
And he's got another Titanic Strike. This is going to allow him to search for another Thunderstorm. Almost certainly going to grab Supercell here, I would assume.
Yeah.
The question now is, do you go offensive into Royal Lotto? Are we going to see
another Pandora? We see another Pandora's
That's
box
crazy
here?
because Jandry's, he's getting real low, man.
So low.
He's going to
Oh,
Gorgons.
he's going to Gorgons
Wow.
in. Okay.
Okay, so I think we're kind of at a critical point here. Jandry's recognizes I cannot allow him
to go in his deck.
If he finds his combo piece and has a Funglo and a Thunderstorm, I lose.
Yes,
I think
100%.
that's where Jandry's is at right now. And if you're Jandry's, you desperately need to find your Temple of the Sun. But we know it's not coming.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to figure that one out.
Is there anything in the Solar package that lets you shuffle? There's a card that lets you shuffle your deck.
Yeah, so I think if you're Jandry's, from what we've seen so far, his play now, in my opinion, is actually just hard ascend into Tornadin. It's a very, very high-risk play.
Okay.
But then you hard ascend into Tornadin. It's going to give you the flexibility of being able to, he's going to go for the Foretell. He got Apollo, Tornadin, And that's what he needed. He needed that Glimbat real bad.
Okay.
That's a perfect find for Jandries.
I wonder, would he have seen that Glimbat before? When he foretold 4?
No.
No? Okay, it wasn't deep enough because he drew a card for turn. That's right.
Yep.
Okay. All right, but he's actually not going to take it. He's going to go with the Tornadin.
I'm very surprised about that, actually. I don't know if I totally agree, but that's okay.
Yeah.
He's better than me, that's for sure. So Jandry's going to go for the Ascension. He is going to go for
Ascension.
it. That's really crazy because I do feel like you could grab Glimbat there, pitch it, grab Temple, go Nova Core, and start to put pressure on. The downside there is like
It costs a lot of spirits, doesn't it?
if Iconics has Pandora's Box and he Pandora's Boxes the Glimbat pitch,
It's just over.
dude.
It's over. It's just over. You lose in the spot. So maybe that's what Jandries was playing around.
So
Which
Jandries gets some
Ooh.
really interesting flexibility here. He gets to pick 3 cards out of his deck. They all have to be different names, and 1 is going to be added to his hand at random. So this is so crucial. There was a point in the Firestorm metagame that was super duper interesting where players were actually running things like Quackle in this deck, Calfmel in this deck, so that way no matter what, you could always grab a heal card with Tornadin, because you can't grab 3 Ambrosias.
Oh,
but you can grab Ambrosia plus Quackle plus Calfmel.
Yeah.
And casters were doing that. Based on what I've seen from Jandry so far, that is not what he's running, but I think we're going to see Ambrosia. We might see Temple, we might see Glimbat that way, and then he kind of gets both things that he wants.
Okay, yeah, that would be cool to see the Glimbat for sure.
Guardian will help
we're gonna
there.
see
It'll stop the attack. But honestly, if you're Iconics, you don't care about Guardian.
Yeah, do you even want to attack right now? You're
I
just
just saw Spoil Fruit as well. So
Ooh.
Jandries did load up the side, goes Pandora's Box. Yeah, Jandries is in a point where he knows, like, I cannot allow anything to connect with that search. And we're going to see a die roll here to determine what they're going to do. He's calling out numbers on what it's going to be. This die roll is pretty big. I think best case scenario, if you're Iconics, he grabs Pandora's Box, but it's going to be Ambrosia. Yep. That's probably what Jandries wanted the most.
yeah, for sure.
But I tell you what, sitting at 3, you're going to be at 5 after this play. 5. If there's a shield, this one might just be over.
Yeah, I think that's the case for sure. That it would just, the game would end on the spot. Obviously, if we know that Iconics doesn't have a gaze, he would have played it already. Shield is pretty much the card that seals the deal because 5 spirits to 13. I'm rooting for Jay. I want to see this attack connect.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
I love going to a game 3. I love going to a game 3.
There's a lot of cards here though that disrupt this attack. Gorgon's Gaze being one, Shield of Achilles, Dionysus Madness we've seen already, so that could daze him to stop the attack.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few plays that Iconics could do here. Any one of those plays is going to put him in a very powerful position. As we've seen, it's so funny. Iconics hasn't been able to do anything he's wanted to do in this game.
Yeah.
But because he's been able to try to do stuff,
yes,
Jandry's had to stop everything.
Yes, because there was a cost to saying no to Iconics. That cost is passive damage.
Wow,
Wow, we're going to see the attack get
We got ourselves a ball game. All right.
All right.
Iconics will take 1 spirit of damage from that. And now the question is he going to unleash everything right now? Are we going to see an Amp-Up into a Lycavol? Are we going to see a Funglo into a Thunderstorm? It's going to be the Champ-Up.
It's going to be the Champ-Up.
Going to expend a Thunder Spirit to allow him to ascend, discard the Champ-Up. Jandry's thinking about it. Does he have anything? This is where the Pandora's box would have been really good.
Yeah, it would have been
Which Lycavolt
great.
will it be? I think you're looking for the live stream one. Oh, no, actually, the base set one is like 16 attack right now.
Oh, okay, so you want to go with that because its attack increases based on the spirits in your underworld?
Based on the number of Amp-Ups in the underworld.
Oh, okay. And
he's got like 5.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
so that's like an 18 attack Lycavolt.
Oh, it's so cool to see with the additional Amp-Up, like the titled Amp-Ups,
Yeah.
being able to bring this card back to life all the way from set 1, right? This is a a set
base
1
set,
card.
which
Base
saw
set.
very little
play. No play at all in base set.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
I'm really I'm bullish over the title.
Yeah.
You know, and that's gonna connect, and that is massive because now he gets to look at his hand and rip one thing,
Oh
and guess
my-
what's gone? It's gonna be that.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Engine.
You always do because you take one of the core shines. You take one of the what is that card called? I'm sorry.
Nova Core?
You take a Nova Core. He still has a Nova Core. You want to remove the option from the player.
Face down
right?
Earthquake, which was smart of Jandry's to set it.
Ooh.
So good plays on his end.
Wow, yeah, that is smart.
That keeps him in this game with
Yeah.
3 spirits
3
left.
spirits
He's not out of
left.
it yet, but that top deck had to be big. I don't know. He really needs like a temple or something. I don't know what he needs. He's going to set something. He's going to pass. Iconic certainly has an Elestral.
Yeah.
Let's see what it's going to be. No, an
Oh, he just
expended
expended-
draw. Oh my gosh, we got a game.
Okay.
This is something else. We see a
We
really
see it.
powerful card in his hand.
We
Yep.
do see some gazing snakes in his hand.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Amp-Ups. That's
Wow.
plus 12 attack. So we're an
It's
18
2
like
per Amp-Up?
I think it's 2, yeah, 2.
Woo! That is a strong Lycavolt potentially in the near future.
Yeah, 18, dude. 18 attack. That beats Pantera, guys.
That beats Pantera. That beats the is Pantera the highest stat?
Yeah,
in the
15,
game?
yeah.
That's a permanent ceiling. I like that. If that's the case, like, you know.
Yeah, that's the plan for at least the next while.
Okay,
I haven't planned to go above 15.
Okay,
so.
cool. No, I like that. I like effects that can bring us above there, but
Yeah,
printing, having a ceiling for printing is cool.
So it's funny. Fun fact: Fulgorix has 10 attack, drops attack stats by 5 with its effect to be on par with Pantera.
Oh, I like that. I like that. That's awesome. All right, we're gonna see. Is that as the Exaltus?
Yep, Champ Exaltus.
Champ Exaltus comes out and attempts to swing in for 1.1 damage.
Honestly, if
Does
you're,
1 speed
you're just
damage.
like, all I need is a Funglow in this
Yeah,
one.
just give me a
Just
fung
give me a
blow,
Fung
bro.
Blow.
Where's my fung bro?
I just need my little mushroom. Let's see
Are we gonna
it.
see it?
He's
It's
got
not another expended
Celestial.
draw. Nope, there it is.
Oh, that's a big
Ooh,
one.
it's
Titanic Strike.
Titanic Strike.
He's going to get the search off. Jandries does not have enough spirits to stop this one, down to just 1. He can grab Supercell here, easy peasy. This is going to allow him to get Supercell into the field. It's going to allow him to heal every time he casts a Thunderstorm-related card. You can even just hold it in hand for next turn at this point.
Yeah.
I
don't
he's
think
going to
he
just
wants
play
He's
it.
just gonna play it.
Yeah.
I mean, with 1 spirit in the deck, right? There's not much interaction that Jandries can afford to do right now.
Tell me he's specialing a Funglow. No, he's going to Thunderstorm another time. This is going to be a 1-cost Thunderstorm. He's going to remove this back row. There's a spoiled fruit. He could use it, but he's not going to.
Yep.
He'll heal 1 off that Thunderstorm, and let's see here what's next. But look at Iconics down to 3, dude. This is
I know
so
this ended up being a super close game. It took a lot. I think Jandries did everything he could to put Iconics in a position where he had to use every ounce of resource to get into this spot. And we're gonna see
that's
a
gonna be
GG.
3 Nova Core in hand.
Wow.
That is, that's the thing, man. So Nova Core is such a powerful card, but if you can't find the Temple of the Sun, it becomes dead weight in hand, and that's something that casters are going to have to navigate as they orchestrate the live stream format. Am I willing to take that risk? Yes, you have the best searcher in terms of stadiums with Glimbat, but if you can't find those, even with all the foretelling that he did, it puts you in a really interesting position. Jandries opted to go for a more counteractive playstyle with his Pandora's boxes as spoiled fruits, but it ended up costing him so much health and not able to hang into that clash. Congratulations to Iconics for moving on 4-0 with a dominant victory with the Thunderstorm deck. That first game he popped off entirely. The second game, he was just hanging in there.
Yeah, he was just hanging around and letting Jandries kind of chip himself down over and over again, which is, dude, it's tough because I would say the Solar deck is the most card game deck because, like you just said, you're doing all this foretelling. You're seeing the cards come out, and like, it does feel bad to just see not what I need, not what I need, not what I need. Like, there's psychic damage you take every turn that you're foretelling and not getting what you want. I'd rather just not see and just draw and go.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Maybe next turn.
That is the craziest part is you know, you're seeing what's coming. Sometimes it means you're just doomed.
Yes,
You're
yes.
just doomed.
Having to know that you have no hope is way worse than just drawing and not having the hope, for sure. Corvishine,
This
right
little
here.
guy's really interesting because it has an effect that says you can shuffle your deck.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up before was Corvishine. If you're playing a foretell, not only will this increase the number
it
of
extends
times you
your
foretell,
foretell,
you don't like what you saw? Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
And we also talked about how expensive
heal,
that
by the way,
deck-
right?
Yeah, you're healing from your underworld. So how expensive that deck is, this card is able to really heal you back and generate some of those resources. So ultimately, we'll have to see if some of the solar builds that, you know, make it to day 2, if there are any, if they're on that Corvishine. We didn't see it today. We saw, obviously, the Tornigen package, which I think is really strong, right? Don't get me wrong. But I am interested to see how the Corvishine package comes in, plays a part. It's so interesting. You know, some of the boogeymen of the format, the Nova Cores, the Royal Autos, they did nothing.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that is true. I mean, you said you printed very well, designed very well.
I just,
that there is that stipulation of, hey, you need Temple of the Sun out there in order to get this on the field. And I think that's a good thing. It just, you know, that's why I wanted to bring up that, hey, you're foretelling, you're not seeing what you want. That just, sometimes that happens in card games. And there's a reason why Jandries is 3-0. I think he's still going to have a great rest of the day. I think the deck is strong. And when you're playing a deck that needs certain combo pieces, sometimes they just don't come through.
Yeah, and you know the good news is in a tournament of this size, sitting at 3-1 going into the next round, you're in a pretty good spot.
Pretty comfy
You got to keep rocking though. You really got to keep the pressure up. If you're Iconic, so 4-0, you're feeling real good. And I tell you what, that was one of the decks that I had called out going into the event. Thunderstorm plus Likeable. It puts on so much pressure because you have 2 packages inside of it. And again, I cannot overstate enough, or whatever the word is, I can't emphasize enough how important important it is that you have the flexibility to thin your deck so much. And by taking all of those Ampups out of your deck, especially in a deck that doesn't care about getting Thunder Spirits in the Underworld early, right?
Yeah.
By pulling those all out of your deck, you are increasing the statistical likelihood that you find the cards you need for the entirety of the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden your 40 cards is now, 35 after turn 1, and then you're down to like 30. You're pulling out so many more cards.
I'm a math geek, dude. You're speaking my love language.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
were.
I
Just
love that.
Yeah,
Deck thinning is deck winning. We all know this is card game players, and I remember, dude. This is a while ago when you were showing me stuff from live streaming. You literally said, "Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be strong." I remember Tight No Strike specifically, and you being like, "This is gonna be a really good package," and it's cool to see it play out.
Yeah, that's been one of the fun things for me. Is when I build the sets, I really try to build on top of what was previously done. So we saw Firestorm introduce Titanic Strike, very cool card, Searching Thunderstorm, but it wasn't enough for the full Thunderstorm package. And then we see Livestream introduce the Fun Glow and the Bronze Glow, and now all of a sudden Thunderstorm is a real strategy. And it's one that positions itself really uniquely against a lot of the other decks that we're seeing in the metagame. We didn't see Iconics go after that Apollo, but if you see Iconics going up against maybe an Aphrodite deck or a Dionysus deck, you might see him go that Thunderstorm into one of those, Divine Runes.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, those players are thinking, okay, maybe I don't load this up with 4. Maybe I only put 2 on it, right? That could make the difference in a clash, those types of decision-making. And we didn't see the Hurricane, but I will tell you, Thunderstorm decks that also run Hurricane have, I think, the highest blowout potential of any deck because you are conditioning your opponent to set as many as possible in preparation for Thunderstorm. And if at any point in time you drop a Hurricane with your very thin deck,
Oh my goodness,
it's
over.
You may just win on the spot.
Yeah.
So absolutely crazy. It looks like we've got some really exciting stuff, though. After we finish up this round here, Iconics with the big W, we're going to actually be jumping into an interview with Iconics. So I'm going to be kicking Mr. Penguin out here for a little bit, and I'm going to be joined at the caster desk with Iconics to talk a little bit more about their incredible strategy utilizing Funglow, Bronze Glow, Lycavolt, Thunderstorm, and everything in between. So this should be pretty exciting. So we'll see you guys very soon for that interview. And we are here with our round 4 stream winner. We've got Brett or Iconics here rocking the incredible Thunderstorm Lycavolt deck. What a win, man. That was incredible.
It was awesome. It was a great game. Honestly, game plan's going great. Exactly as I expected it to go.
Yeah, man, super cool. We were just chatting a little bit. You're a card game veteran. This isn't your first showdown. You felt really comfortable on stage, which was awesome. I did want to talk about one interesting interaction that took place, and I think it was a really cool moment. We had that instance where your opponent accidentally foretold an extra card, probably because of Solar Burst, right? Yep. They revealed the Shield of Achilles, and why don't you say what happened next? I thought that was really cool.
Sure. So, big ups to my opponent. Very sportsmanlike. So he actually appealed the judge call because the original judge call was to just keep the top card on the deck. Skyhawk didn't know all of the implications of what was going on, but because of the Tornadin and the Windjin, he was able to just instantly ascend off the guy. So he ended up shuffling the deck. But big ups to him, man. Super
Yeah.
sportsmanlike.
Yeah, so to recap, his opponent could have just left the shield there, but said, you know what, I shouldn't have seen that. Let's appeal this. Let's make sure we get it right and make sure we have a very fair game. So I got to applaud your opponent there. That was incredible. Great
100%.
sportsmanship. I'd love to see that here at Elestrals. So tell me about this. You're coming into this tournament. The metagame is wide open. You can run anything you want. What brought you to the mushrooms?
So I've been a Thundercaster since daybreak. Since day one. A huge fan. I was actually getting 100% pilled on doing Lunar for this event. Then my buddy that I've been testing with a lot, he's just like, hey man, I really think there's something here, and I know you really like Thunder. Why don't we test it out? And man, it's been crazy.
Yeah.
So
what was really fun to see from Shady in my perspective was the fact that that deck allows you to really sit back for the first couple turns,
Yeah.
allow your opponent to start to set up their game plan because you know you can flip that board so incredibly
100%.
quick. Going into game 2, was there any concerns you had with side deck? I know your deck, it seemed as your opponent actually did quite a bit to try to counter for that in the side. Pandora's Box, Spoiled Fruit, etc. How do you feel going into a game 2 in that scenario, knowing that the side deck exists?
I haven't had any issues yet. I do know that P-Box very much hurts my deck because everything's searchable. Amp-Pups search other Amp-Pups, Titano Strike searches Thunderstorms. So P-Box hurts me, but that's really about it, if you want my honest opinion.
Yeah.
And also, going off of like the second game and stuff like that, I have technically won every single coin flip because I want to go second.
Oh yeah,
I think I'm probably the only person in the building that wants to go second.
And that's really that's a really great, interesting point there. And what is it about the deck that makes you want to go second? Is it that you want that extra card turn 1 to get you closer to your strategy?
Yes and no. The extra card definitely helps, but the fact that I have so much interaction with your board, with Thunderstorms, with I can turn 1 like a Volt, the OG, to pop a card in your hand if you have just a poopy Elestrals or something like that. So it's very advantageous for me to go second.
That's really cool, man. That's really cool. Have you had any close calls so far in your first 4 rounds?
Every damn game's been close.
Yeah,
it's gone down to like 2 or 3 spirits almost every single game. Actually, round 2, the second game, I was facing an Aphrodite deck, and I did not have any spirits left.
Wow.
I had 1 guy on board, and that's how I won.
That's incredible. I got to ask, are you running any charged variants of Funglo in this? Or
No.
Wow, okay.
I'm going to go down on it right now. 10 toes down, card's bad.
Okay, I've got it in my Phosphocell deck. I'm running a Phosphocell Thunderstorm variant for my challenges over there. I've got a few in there, but I like turboing them out because it ascends into Larvacell, so it kind of.
In your aspect, but for my deck, it's just not very good.
That's some good insight for you casters out there. Funglo charged. We're getting a downvote here from Iconics, but that's okay. I'm assuming a couple rabbits. You got the bunnies to
I
finally.
don't run rabbit.
You're not running rabbit.
Nope,
Wow.
nope,
This
nope.
is a coin. You're flipping the script here, guys.
We
You guys
out
didn't
here.
have the rabbit.
Changing the meta.
Absolutely nuts. Is there anyone you want to shout out that came to the event with you or anything?
We're going to go shout out to Lofty. He's my test partner. None of this would happen without him. He helped me bust out so many games. I got to prepare for every single deck that's here so far. Shout out to him.
I love that, man. Well, congratulations on your round 4W, man. That was incredible. Of
course.
I wish you luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much, brother.
And let's see those mushrooms keep on charging forward.
Mushrooms!
All right, we'll see you guys for the next round. Shady and I are casting round 5. We'll see you soon. And we are back for round 5 of the 2025 Kissimmee Open, first ever live stream event. We just saw an incredible clash in round 4.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Thunder taking it all the way, baby.
Thunder is massive, but I'll tell you what, this next clash, oh, do we have the lineup of the century for you guys? This is going to be crazy. We are actually going to be able to watch Bean Soldier versus Kier. This is going to be crazy because these two casters are on drastically different decks.
Yeah.
And we are going to see just some fireworks exploding in this next one.
Both decks pretty explosive.
Yeah.
Like, they're explosive decks for sure, but very different.
Yeah, very different. We just got to see a really interesting solar build that focused around Nova Core, focusing around kind of Apollo generating advantage with Tornigen. We never really saw the Tornigen do a ton.
Yeah.
Bean Soldier's on a slightly different variation of solar, one that I think is going to be something to watch out for as the live stream metagame progresses. Kier on something totally different that I think a lot of people may have written off, but as we said, explosive for sure. Are we just jumping right in? It looks like we are. There are two casters getting their clash mats ready to rock. Both these casters are, what is it, 4-0?
Yeah, 4-0. Yep,
4-0.
undefeated on the day.
Undefeated, and these middle rounds here are so crucial as the fatigue starts to set in. I know you're pretty
I'm
gassed.
gonna say I'm shot, brother. These guys are actually playing hyper competitive games. We're gunslinging. There's some fun happening, but these guys are firing in all cylinders for hours and hours and hours. So you're right. This is an important match because you want to sit comfy and you secure that 5-0. You feel really good.
Yeah, you're feeling good at 5-0.
Incredible.
I think one of the kind of unsung heroes of a tournament like this is the fact of that kind of endurance is so crucial. I know Bean Soldier has been on record of saying he is all about the boy breakfast. He just goes for the energy drink, doesn't eat all day, and he just rocks off of that to keep himself energized and focused. But the reality of it is a gruelingly long day.
Oh, yeah.
Many of these casters were up very late last night testing and game planning and strategizing. Some told me they went to bed super early and said, forget that, I'd rather prioritize sleep. Whichever
Valid,
strategy,
honestly.
yeah.
If you're comfortable with your list,
Yeah.
you might as well just get some extra sleep.
That's it. And Kier's rubbing his eyes. I think
He's not one of the players that opted for the
Kier was in the lobby last night for sure, jamming games, no doubt about it. Looks like we got a nice little die roll here to determine who is going to go first. I thought it was so interesting. Iconics in his interview post game there was saying that he's one of the few casters in this whole room who wants to go second every game. He's like, I get to go second every game no matter what.
Wow, yeah, because obviously most casters are going to choose to go first if they win, and then if he loses, he gets exactly what he wants.
Yeah,
okay, love that.
So both casters going to pick up their 5-card hands here. Bean Soldier, a veteran. What's really interesting is in the road to qualifying for Worlds, Bean Soldier has the most points of any caster in the world. Over 800 qualifier points so far.
How many points did you need to qualify?
250.
Okay, so he's just smoking. He's just smoking in the
smoking.
competition right
He
now.
is
Wow, what a
smoking,
rascal.
yeah.
That's crazy.
He has certainly been crushing the competition. I had some great conversations with him yesterday about how testing has been. He said that the format has obviously been very fun, but obviously the Wild West, because there's just so many things that could come to fruition. But I know he and his group of friends came to some similar conclusions about what they feel are the best decks in the room, and we're going to see that on Showcase in this clash.
It's cool. Do you happen to know if their group, were they on the end of Firestorm? Was one of them the Chronodial player?
No.
So it's cool, and I mean, the meta's so early. Obviously, set just came out, but even though they are such talented and skilled players, and they have an idea of, hey, what's going to carry right now, there's always room for innovation.
For sure.
And I love that because, you hear a player, oh, he's got over 800 qualifying points. Is his word law? And I just don't think that's ever the case in this game. I don't think it is. I think they will have an idea of what's going to run shop right now.
For sure.
But it's not a permanent law for the rest of live stream. The meta's been solved. I don't think that's the case at all.
For sure, and this was something that I always appreciated about competing in the past in other games, is the fact that one thing that's really interesting in games like this is you have these testing circles, right? And they're going to determine what they believe is the strongest, but each testing circle may come to different conclusions.
Yeah.
And different testing circles in different regions of the world may come to different conclusions too. And that's what we've seen. We've seen, especially when I want to shout out my Aussie crew, they're bringing the Chronodials, they're bringing the Celestial Bombs at times when no one are considering those decks, and they're bringing them kind of from down under and doing some dominant
intentional?
things.
Are they just like, I'm making Chronodial work because
That's it.
on 4 legs and that's I have that dream? That's so cool. I love
We
it.
did see Kier, by the way, a little reveal there. Kier rocking Blizztrix iWooly. I think that's the boogeyman going into live stream. A lot of people very concerned about the power level of iWooly. If it hits the field early with Catarant's ability, able to foretell, cast out the iWooly, you can flood the field very quickly. And if that flood ends up turning into Cryolings or Brumalinxes, those cards can be incredibly powerful. Both casters, a double mulligan to start. I think Kier probably hurts the most from a double mulligan, considering what we think Bean Soldier's on with the solar package.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, both casters, we're going to start this one 18-18.
Well, it's interesting because I'm used to seeing. This is obviously back in the day now. It's almost old school. But Frost used to not care about getting there. They used to mulligan on purpose.
Yeah.
Get my Cryoling online as soon as possible. But
that's very true.
now.
That's very true. And I'm sure there's some sort of Cryovern package mixed into this. Generally, you'll see that. It's just such a powerful card. But Bean gets his exact start he wants. That reverse Stellar Corvishine plus Apollo. This is the perfect start for him. Not only is he going to be able to foretell an additional 3 every time, he gets to foretell 6 right now, but he also gets to heal onto his Apollo.
Wow.
That is incredibly powerful. He's going to shuffle as well. That's an interesting decision to shuffle at this point. But
I think the reason you do it is, you're foretelling 7. You have a pretty high likelihood of being able to rearrange the cards the way you want them. Like, you usually save your shuffle for when you are disappointed.
Yeah.
But he's going to this high hopes. I'm not going to be disappointed. He believes in his deck.
Wow, so we're going to see a lot of things. Leo Bright getting revealed here. Very powerful card. Nebuleo can extend those foretells, being able to get power buffs for every Solar Spirit on the field. That is what he is going to grab. Lots of powerful counter runes. The one thing we will note here is it seems as though Bean Soldier is going to be looking to get out a Celestleo in the mid-game to blow up the field. Once that sticks, it is pretty much GG.
Yeah.
Here on the other side is going to look to avalanche his way with his Snowlits to find that Asprowl, then find his Blizztrix. It's going to be a race to the top for both these casters.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I have a gut feeling this is going to be a pretty quick match one way or the other just because both players are going to try to explode as quickly as they can and move their game plan along. We're going to see the Catarant come out. That's Champerant, right?
That is the Champerant, yes.
Is that a real term, a Champerant, or did I butcher your name?
I love it. We're going to take
cool.
that.
Love it.
Will we see a Gorgon's Gaze here, or will the Foretell 4 come off? It is going to be the
it's going to be the
Gaze
full
right out
art
the gate.
gaze.
Yeah, that's going to be a really smart play there by Bean. Not even going to allow the Foretell to happen. The Foretell is going to allow Kier to stack the deck if he gets it off. And, of course, if he finds the Iwilly, he's able to do some serious work there. But he's going to just set one pass. But this is exactly where Bean wants to be because his Foretells are extended. When Corvishine can sit there for a turn, it's going to generate so much advantage.
Oh, man.
This is a
Here we
Foretell
go.
7, and every first light, Nebuleo, Leo Bright, and Celestleo get added to his hand. There's 2 Leo Brights. Both of those get added to his hand.
And we're going to see, that's a full art Stadium Rune, right?
That is.
Shout out to full art Stadium Runes. They're like my top 3 favorite cards that have ever been printed. They're so beautiful. This is Solar gaining advantage in the hand. This is what Solar loves to do. Let me see the cards. Let me choose the cards. He almost has a book in his hand.
That's
There's
crazy.
a small biography there.
And we talked so much in the last game about the generation of Amp-Up being able to essentially, thin your deck significantly. And this is great for Bean. That shuffle is so big. I remember designing Corvishine and discussing with our testers about what does Apollo really need. And our conclusion was it really needs a shuffle.
Yeah.
It needs a good card that can help the deck and allow it to shuffle in case you don't find the thing you want. And this is Bean Soldier in actuality going for it right here. He gets a Foretell 6.
Yep, this is off the Corvishine. And, dude, the fact that Corvishine is a 2/5 sit and comfy, when you're sitting across me, you really have to deal with it. You can't let this thing sit here.
No.
It generates way too much value.
And he
He's
gets
adding
to
a
grab
plucky. Okay, adding a plucky to hand.
Wow, that's going to allow him to get another Apollo.
Oh,
be able to do
my
this multiple
goodness.
times. And because of the Corvishine, these are free Foretells, able to regenerate a spirit from his spirit deck onto his Apollo every single turn because of Corvishine's effect. The question is he going to be able to get over this Catarant? That is the question. Does Nebuleo hit over it? It is sitting at a very powerful attack stat, but Shield of Achilles will bounce it back. That's exactly what Kier needs here to keep this board state at bay. Of course, Nebuleo starting at 2, getting to 3, 4, 5. There was, I think, a 5 or a 6 attacker there, but Catarant's 4 defense doesn't need to be utilized here with that Shield of Achilles.
No, and I think if you're here,
There's
you
the
really...
Foretell 4,
oh, there we go.
And he doesn't find it. No Iwilly there. Some really interesting pieces, though. The Brumalinks, we know that that's there. The Mountains of Boreas. The Tadflow, really interesting. That's going to be able to turbo out into those Ascension lines. So even if he isn't able to find it through the Catarant, maybe his Iwilly in hand, he could go, Tadflow next turn and Iwilly. There's a lot of things that he can do to flip the board. The question now remains in my mind is, if Bean Soldier somehow does get out that Celestleo, how do you stop it?
No, I don't think you can. That's a line on a mission, man. It's gonna raise the battlefield. I think here we really, you can't even play. Oh, we're gonna see Ampharix.
Oh, we might see an Ascension. Yeah, we're going to see an Ascension here.
Wow.
We're going to see the Ampharix that's going to, or Ampharostrix rather, that's going to special cast out the Brumalinks. Brumalinks is on normal cast search, so you're able to grab either a Blizzard here. You can grab your Mountains of Boreas. That's when he's going to grab the Boreas. So he does have the Stadium Rune. This is another Stadium War clash where both casters are trying to utilize their Stadium to generate advantage. That's going to be one of the ways he's going to be able to power over some of these Elestrals, especially the Corvishine and things of that nature. But Bean Soldier running, multiple Temple of the Sun, funds and ways to find it. That's going to be an interesting dynamic throughout this one.
Yeah, and we've already seen the Temple of the Sun in the deck. We don't know if he has one. Have we seen one in his hand yet for Beam Soldier?
I think he did. He is going to go for a Hard Ascend here. Cataran, after it's failed Foretell, going to Hard Ascend. Are we going to see an Asprowl here? No, Hard Ascend Moralith.
Ooh, okay.
Moralith will hit over the Corvishine. That's his main goal. He's going to send a couple cards to the Underworld. That's 5. There's the I Will he wanted. Unfortunately, all of those
a little
going
bit
to the
too
Underworld.
late.
He also thins his deck with this.
He does thin his deck, that is true, but when thinning also includes getting rid of a Gorgon's Gaze and a shield, it feels a little bit worse than getting to choose what you're thinning with, like the Ampups do. We're going to see the Mountain hit the field now, so the first stadium has been played in order to beef up the Elestrals on Kier's side. Ooh, but we're going to see a negate of that attack and a heal.
Yeah.
A +1 in spirit count for Bean right there. As if Solar needed that right now, Bean is he is sitting comfy.
This is a tough spot to be for Kier. I saw his hand. He has a Cedar Sword in hand that you do not want to have.
You don't want to have it in your hand.
He had to normal cast or send out his Moralith because of the way the gameplay has played out. He wasn't able to just cast it out. Not the position you want to be in. He burned his Infrostics, didn't really generate a lot of advantage. The one bit of advantage he did generate was to get a Mountains of Boreas out. He's most certainly going to lose that Mountains of Boreas very soon. There's a Celestlio. It's game time.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be online at this point. It's tough, dude, because Blistrix, obviously, it's one of those decks where it has so many cards that you want to mill to your Underworld that you're right. When you draw them in your hand, it just stunts your game plan. Like, you're sitting there almost a fish in a barrel waiting to be taken out.
Bean's going to reorganize the top of his deck. He has an opportunity here to ascend into Leah Bright. That's exactly what he's doing. We're going to see Celestlio right here on this turn.
And there's no face downs from Kier, so there really is no stopping this. It is just full on. Yeah, there we go. Celestlio's coming out, hitting the board.
Absolutely bonkers, and Celestlio gets to use his effect, and then he gets to just destroy things. And don't forget, each one of these Solar Elestrals is getting added to hand.
Wow, and we're going to see everything on Kier's side just gets wiped out from that Celestlio. That is destructive.
Absolutely destructive. Going to be able to hit directly for 3, and with that massive hand, you just load your back. He only needs to set 1. He only needs
set 1. You know what? He's playing around the Hurricane. He's doing it. Doesn't need to, but he's going to do it.
Yeah, big hit there for 3. Kier's going to need something to out this Celestlio. What a big body that is. Does he have it? He's got a couple different things, but again, he kind of used his Infrostics in the last turn. We know he's got a Tadflow. He could potentially go iWooly, but you got to get over 13. That's a big number.
13 is a big number. Listen, we just talked about 15 is the biggest printed. We've got 13 right beneath
expend to draw.
Yeah, that's a tough.
And he's just going to
scoop it up. Yep,
yeah.
scoop it up for game 1.
If you're Kier, though, I think you walk away from this one. You have a little bit better understanding of what Bean's trying to do. You know Celestlio's game plan. Leah Bright seeing play for the first time, basically ever.
Yeah.
But if you're Kier, you had your mulligan, you didn't find what you wanted, you drew in a Cedar Sword, that feels bad. You never saw a Snowlit, your Cataran missed. If you're going into game 2, you're going to use your side deck here. You're going to figure out some tweaks you can make, and then you're going to kind of, go into it with a fresh state of mind because really things didn't go his way in game 1. You can't really beat yourself up too much.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's not something he has to say, man, what did I do wrong? It's just, man, this was a card game and the draws were not on my side this time. And once again, in a deck that wants to see certain cards on the deck to get sent to the Underworld, that's going to happen sometimes.
For sure. And if you're Bean Soldier, I think you, according to plan, you just look for that exact 2-card combo that you found there. Corvishine plus Apollo. It enables the entirety of the engine. Corvishine comes out. Apollo's foretelling 6. You have full autonomy over what you're going to find for the next few turns. He's grabbing these really powerful cards like Leah Bright, generating so much advantage with Nebuleo. Daybreak is in full force here in combination with Lifestream. It's really incredible to see.
It's so cool. I mean, we talked about it before, but getting to see cards from previous sets come to life because of whether it's new title prints or just new synergies that are found because of what's being designed, it's cool. It's a blast. Like you said, what is that? Is this the first time Leah Bright's being played?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen anyone reliably playing Leah Bright, but this is such a unique situation where because you can see so far into your deck with Foretell, it allows you to stack that Celestlio closer to the top. So when you do go for a hard ascend on a Corvishine, boom, you have Celestlio right there, and that's exactly what Bean did. He said, okay, you know what? I got my Leo Brights from my Nebuleo. My Corvishine stuck here from turn 1. I'm going to ascend into it. I know I can stack my deck with Celestlio. Boom, I've got Celestlio, and I get to blow up the entire board because I got to see 7-8 cards deep.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy because I'm mathing it. I'm pretty sure from turn 1, when you play Corvishine Apollo, you see 20% of your deck. Like every time you foretell, because you have 35 cards left, and you see 7 of them, that's 20%.
Yeah.
That's an insane advantage that you can have to see exactly the cards you need, add them to hand, rearrange your deck, the ability to shuffle and heal. Solar's got a lot going on.
It definitely has a lot going on this set, and what's really interesting is that there's, as we've seen, a few different ways to approach it too.
Yeah.
But Kier getting a much better start.
There we go. That's
There's
what
a
you want to see.
Snowlet, Cedar Soar already.
That's what you want to
Catarant,
see.
Blizz. You don't want to see the Blizz, but the Cedar Soar is nice. Is he going to cast it? Yeah, you're going to
You
cast
have to.
it.
You have to, for sure.
That's going to set him up for an Ascension too. Don't forget, you can always hard ascend off of that Cedar Soar into either an iWoolly or a Blizztrix on a following turn. Much better start though for Kier.
Now, is it common for players to run more than one Blizztrix? Did he just use only Blizztrix and it's gone, or do they?
No, I think generally the consensus is at least 2.
Okay.
I think most players are running 2 because you really want to find it off your Asprowl.
Yes, of course. Let's get it on the board.
And Laurels is big. That's going to get rid of at least the Snowlet here. Good start for Bean, finding the one of resting on your Laurels. That brand new full art, so adorable. And Winjin, wow, this might have been a side play. I'm not sure if he was running this in main.
Did he just change his whole deck?
I don't know. This might be a smoke screen. I don't know what he called, but he finds those 3. I don't think he called those 3. If he did, he is, I don't know. He might be Apollo himself.
He's become one with the foretell.
Absolutely
wow,
nuts.
seeing the Winge in turn 1, I was just so ready to see Core Shine, especially because he didn't mulligan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I might have seen Earthquake in hand or a Madness. There was an Earth card in Bean's hand, which could be really big for later in the game. Might be holding on to it for that Blizztrix. I'm curious if Kier is running the Rise from the Ashes. That could be very big here. Go on the offensive. I'd probably hold it for a little bit. But there's the Enfrostic, so he's bringing back that Snowlet. He's going to go round 2.
Yeah, I love that. Recycle the Snowlet, let it go off again. Maybe this time you hit an Aspen.
Catarant instead.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he really wants to hit that iWoolly.
Yeah, and that's where you can really start to put the pressure on. I think if you're Kier, there's a lot of there's the Rise. One's got to go to the Underworld. No iWoolly, so that's really unfortunate. But if you're Kier, that's how you win this game, right? You got to get the pressure on. Bean's only got 1 face down. If he was able to connect an iWoolly there, get a couple, flood the field with 4 Elestrals, you could be swinging for 5, 6, 7 damage there. Yeah. And you put Bean in such a back foot where he's not able to generate the advantage he needs to be able to get out the cards he wants. But Kier misses on this one.
Dude, shout out to Kier for playing this deck and having the mental stability to not, like, walk away. Like, in general, like, this is the 5th round, right? So, like, I imagine this has happened before where the certain cards are getting hit, you don't want to see them in the right times. But seeing the one of Rise with the Blizztrix in the Underworld is pretty cool. Would you imagine he put that at the top, or
it looks like he actually put that second. So I think there was a counter rune there that he wanted. It might have been Gorgons, if I remember correctly. He goes to grab. It was Gorgons.
It was Gorgons, yeah.
He grabs the Gorgons. That's pretty smart. I think you probably go offensive here with the Cedar Soar. Probably wishing that Catarant was in attack position, but Cedar Soar is going to be able to put some pressure on. Shield would be pretty rough right now, but he is going to clear through. That's really big. That just goes to show, though, if that iWoolly hit, oh my gosh, this would be a totally different game.
It would be wild for sure. I mean, I think this is a much better start. Another Winjin.
Yeah, we saw him find that actually on the Foretell, but now he gets to clear his top. He's not going to whiff it. And is that Gorgons?
Yeah, that's Gorgons gaze that he set. Yep.
That was the expended draw there. That was really smart by Kier. And he gets to go, and he's got the Rise. Do you push the Rise button right now? I think you do.
I think you do, 100%.
Foretell looking for an iWoolly. Doesn't find it again. Wow.
Like I said, the mental stability it takes to play a deck like this where you just feel like the odds, you do something so many times, you think it'll work out in your favor, and it doesn't again and again.
Yeah.
I really give him credit.
Asprowl gets pitched here.
Yep.
Knows what the top 3 are going to be. He's got a lot of opportunities here. Do you push the Rise button? He's going for it.
Yeah, we love to see that. That is such a big play. An expensive play, but he's going to, it looks like he is grabbing a third. Grabbing a third Spirit, so clearly he's going for that Blizztrix right now.
And this Blizztrix is going to have a tough choice to make. Do you go for the back row face down, or do you go for the Winjin here? I think, obviously, the straightforward answer is you always want to pop the back row.
Yeah.
He's going to return 3, utilize Blizztrix effect. He's got 3 Elestrals in Underworld. Thank you to Catarant for helping the cause. And there's a Gorgon's Gaze. That's the downside, right? I know it seems so obvious to say, yeah, of course you pop the back row. But those are the reasons why it becomes tough. However, not a terrible spot for Kier.
No.
If that was indeed an Earthquake, though, which I think it might have been out of Beans, that could be pretty crazy. It does say Beans at 4 Spirits. I don't know if I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think that's true. I think maybe he's taken 4 Spirits.
Kier might be at 4 and Bean might be at 13. I think they're flipped.
Okay.
That's an expend a draw, though.
Wow. Okay, but are we going to see the Earthquake that you think that Bean might be sitting on right now come out in order to get rid of this Blizztrix?
He could Solar Burst looking for Celestia right now.
Ooh.
That's what he's going to do.
That is what he's going to do. Okay.
4.
Oh,
he wow!
Lord, that's crazy.
Bean Soldier finds Celestlio off the top ropes with Solar Burst popping the BlizzTrix. He's got a massive smile on his face because he knows that was huge. Apollo himself blessed him there.
We were not wrong about him being
Absolutely
one with the fourth held. To hit that on the fourth card is wild.
I tell you what, Bean Soldier is in Zen mode right now after that expend the draw. That is crazy.
I'm definitely speechless for more reasons than one, but that play was wild to witness.
I want to see if Kier is running Catarant right now. Frostfall Catarant to heal. I think that's a card that it could be really impactful right now coming down to this late game state. I do think our spirits are flipped, so I think Kier's at 3.
Okay.
He's going to go Snowlit. I don't know what you're going to do with that at this point, but
yeah, you
so
don't have
be
the
it.
spirits to run it at that point. Even if you hit the Asprow, it's really not going to do much for you.
Yeah. Some good news, though. You're able to pressure with quite a bit of spirits here.
Yeah.
Bean hasn't really tried to respond with anything. If you can hit for 4 here, that's a pretty good spot to be. We're going to foretell 4. Look for Well, he finds it.
Okay, wait a minute. We
will
have something here.
The thing is this is great, but you really, Iwilly's not doing a whole lot for you right now.
Is it too late, huh?
I think you still use it because who cares about those dense fogs?
Yep. Absolutely.
I think you still go for it, but now you're hitting for 5.
That is true.
Which
and
is quite nice.
That's going to be pretty good. That's a good chunk of damage done to Bean. And Bean, like you said, he hasn't done much. Dude, if it wasn't for that Celestlio, I think that Kier just takes this game.
And that's 5.
That's 5 right there.
Okay, that's a big swing there.
Looks like we're looking at...
Yeah, that Celestlio hit was crazy,
That Celestlio hit was just the swingiest swing I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure Kier was just...
Against the swingiest deck of all time.
Yes,
There's the Glimbat. He's going to pitch it. He's going to grab his Temple of the Sun. That means Novacore is coming. Iwilly's going to go down to that Novacore, and then Novacore actually gets to take out one of these cards. So if you're Kier and you don't have Gorgon's Gaze face down,
this is GG.
This is tricky.
Yeah, okay. This is, I think, the last 2 turns of this game. Does Kier have the gaze is what it's really going to come down to.
A Shield of Achilles, actually no. Well, you'd have to sacrifice one of your guys to shield. Gaze is really what you want here.
Yeah.
There is the Temple of the Sun. This is going to get rid of the Mountains of Boreas, which is really crucial at this point in the clash. And it's going to turn on Novacore. So Novacore can hit the field now. Non-targeting removal, gets to pop anything. You obviously are going to pop the Iwilly here. Here comes the 2 Solar Spirits for it. Here comes the Novacore. Does Kier have an answer to the Novacore? If Novacore can land, pop a guy, and get an attack off, I think Bean might have this one in the bag. Here comes Novacore. Kier loses his Iwilly. Shield can still work here, though. You can still shield. He has it, pays off the Narpoon, pays his last 2 spirits, bounces it back. Cedar Soar could potentially connect for game
my
here.
goodness, with 0 spirits left in the spirit deck.
It means that Bean Soldier is going to be needing Ambrosia off the temple. Attacks for 2, but it's a Achilles. He plays it, and Bean Soldier takes it with his last 2 spirits, 0-0. So it comes down to who has
more cards
left in their deck.
Oh my goodness! And unfortunately, as a Frost player, you've been sending a ton to your Underworld. How often do you see this? How often do you see a 0-0 spirit score?
I think Bean's gonna have this one based on the
so.
But don't forget, BlizzTrix did bring him back. 27. Bean shakes his hand. I think Bean's got it.
Yeah, I think Bean's got it.
Yeah,
Yep,
Bean's gonna take that one. Wow, a 0-0 win for Bean Soldier, ultimately taking it because he had more cards in his deck.
I got to be honest. Apollo's working some magic out here because not only was that 4th foretell card the sole reason why Bean was, I believe, still in that game, then to just have it go down to a shield v shield, 0 spirit scenario is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That was an epic finish and really interesting game plan. I think game 1 was a little rough for Kier. He never really was able to get anything going, but game 2 we got to see his deck kind of work.
Yeah.
And you can see how that BlizzTrix and that Iwilly deck, just one different turn can change the entire course of that clash. The big one there for Bean, though, finding Celestlio as the 4th card on Solar Burst to take out BlizzTrix, and ultimately that's what really got him the game.
Yes, 100%, that 4th card. And I mean, you play to your outs, man. When you're playing a card game and you called it, you said, hey, he can try to look for the Celestlio, and on the 4th card that happens, it takes a skilled player to recognize, okay, if my back is up against the wall, what is the only chance I have of winning this game? And I think that play was correct. And
That was crazy.
it was
Often
beautiful
expend
to
the draw
watch.
too to get
Yes,
one
often
deeper,
expend
dude.
the draw. That's crazy.
That was crazy. But that's why Bean is, most known as one of the top, if not the top player in the game. He just has such incredible wherewithal throughout the game state, understanding what his out is. And that's one of the key aspects of a top-level card game player is being able to determine what your win condition is, not only going into a clash, but as the clash develops, sometimes that win condition changes. And figuring out exactly what that is and being able to identify when it changes and what it changes to as the game state develops, that is one of the most powerful skills that any caster can learn.
100%. I definitely, but when you interview him, definitely ask if the Wingens were in his main.
Yeah, or side, yeah.
Or if he sided them in, because that alone, I'd love to hear an explanation of why he went with that option. Or if it was just, hey, he didn't want a mulligan, he didn't see the Corvus early, and this was just the secondary option in his deck that this is what he decided to run.
It's just incredible how deep you go into that deck to be able to find the pieces that you want. And again, you're just generating so much advantage. It's so funny because that second game, it was totally different, right?
Yeah,
like those two clashes were very, very different. It felt like Bean really wasn't able to get anything going. It felt like Kier was dominating even though he consumed so many spirits. And again, we were one different play away on a Catarant or a Mill from Snowlit or any of those could have rolled just slightly differently. I do wonder, I'm going to talk to Kier kind of after the event, but I'm curious if was any thought to run Frostfall Iwooly. Because when you're running Catarant and you're only seeing, you have 3 Iwooly presumably, your chances of seeing them on a Foretell 4 is not super high, right?
But
if you slap 2 or 3 Frostfall in, I think people like to write that one off, but in a metagame where people are going so wide, the Frostfall one allows you to attack everything.
Yeah.
So you have the opportunity to attack everything on the field and run over everything, and I think that could be really interesting to watch as the Catarant type decks develop.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting because I think going into this event, I think a lot of people were thinking BlizzTrix Iwooly, it was kind of the boogeyman, but I think some people were saying that maybe you just run the Iwooly, maybe you take the BlizzTrix stuff out. Kier obviously running the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Obviously, it got him this far.
Yeah, for sure.
4-1 now. 4-1 now. So very impressive run from them, and we'll see how the rest of their event goes. There's still quite a few rounds to go here, and fatigue definitely setting in for our players. But Bean Soldier's like, I'll just see what's on the top. I just picked the sparkliest one, right?
Bro, it's so cool to watch. Like you said, a player of Bean's level. And I mean, Kier did great. It's just that the Frost package feels very much like I'm going to mill and then let me hope I can do my thing. But I think the solar package gives you a bit more influence on what you're going to do because of the nature of foretelling and reestablishing your cards and when you put them back on top of your deck. Man, I'm going to be talking about that 4 foretell.
That's
Celestlio. Celestlio hitting that on the 4th card for so long. Incredible.
One thing I want to ask Bean, too, and I hope I don't forget, is I'm really curious how many Celestlio. Because I have a feeling it may not be just one. I could see him potentially being on 2.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested. He's actually only a few feet away from me, but I don't think he can hear me yet.
I mean, he did hit the... So they
How many Celestlio? How many Celestlio?
2? It is 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was going to be one of my questions for you, but I don't want to forget. That's going to be a difference maker there. When you can get that onto the field, you are going to blow everything up, and that's really powerful. And we saw the consistency of it in Game 1, and then he didn't even need to play it.
The super consistency with the extra foretells with Corvus. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the deck still did what it needed to do. It definitely felt a little slower, but when Apollo's on your side, brother.
He got it, man. He got it. The prophecy is there. Well, we're going to take a quick break here, and then we are going to jump over to an interview with Bean Soldier. Big shouts to my man Shady for hanging out with us here on stream. I'm going to interview Bean Soldier, and then I will be stepping away and handing back to our proper commentators for the rest of the event. But thank you to everyone watching here, and thank you for being a part of Elestrals, and we'll catch you guys with Bean here in just a few moments. And we are back with our round 5 winner and highest point holder in Elestrals so far. We've got Bean Soldier.
Hey, how's it going?
It's how is it going for you, man? That was an incredible clash coming through with this sparkly new solar deck utilizing Celestia. We were just chatting a little bit about it, but tell me, what brought Celestia and Leah Bright, of course, to this tournament for you guys?
So, the foretell cards in this set are just unbelievable. Corvishine, I think, is probably one of the best cards in the set to pair along with like Solar Burst, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to play 3 Earthquake again.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much it. It's a really fun deck. I've always wanted to play Foretell Solar. I've always tinkered with it in the past, like even back in Daybreak, and it just didn't have the tools it needed to really succeed. And now it's got everything it needs.
Yeah, that's super cool. We were chatting a little bit before about the number of Celestia. Obviously, the big moment in that clash was you going for that Foretell with the Solar Burst, finding Celestia as the 4th card, enabling you to pop the 3-cost Blizztrix on Kier's side of the field. That must have felt amazing for one.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I could have gotten any luckier. That was insane.
And 2, you were saying 20, 23, or 24 Elestrals. That is breaking the mold entirely.
Oh, yeah. And I think, too, let's give it away. I'm not playing Ambrosia at all. Cards like Guardian of Light have been fantastic to kind of make up for the healing stuff. And it's just wombo combo. I want to see all of my pieces and make sure that I can get to Celestia or Tornadian every single game.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before, confirming the Tornadian was not side. That's main. So you're running all 3 packages. You've got the Lion package with Celestia, you've got Tornadian, and you've got Nova Core all slammed into one. That's 3 big opportunities to hit a really strong Elestral onto the field and blow up your opponent's field, which is crazy.
Yeah, and it helps with the Solar Burst, too. Being able to hit those 2 drops, those 3 drops, to be able to hit any threat rather than just the 1 drops that you typically see.
Now, with running so many Elestrals and so many 2-costs, do you ever feel like this deck bricks, or is it just, I'll just mulligan and I'll find what I need?
I've been mulliganing a lot today.
Yeah.
Some hands do get pretty bricky. Like, there's been a few games that I've seen, like, double Celestia in the opener, and that's tragic. We got to put that back and try again. But even the hands that aren't phenomenal, because you're foretelling so much, you can control your fate over the next few turns to make sure you can get out of it, and you have so many ways to shuffle the deck in case things aren't going the right way for you.
Yeah, and when we look at that matchup against Kier, that was kind of one of the things we highlighted is you seem to be in control of your fate, where Kier was kind of rolling the dice every time one of those mills was happening, and it shows kind of the polar opposite of the 2 decks. One slightly different mill in game 2, it looked like you might have been on the back foot, right? Like that was a very close game 2. Game 1, it seemed like you were in control the whole way. You never found a snow litter in like that, but it was just really interesting to see kind of the dichotomy of those 2 different builds function in such a dynamic way. So obviously you play tested a lot, you prepared a lot, you spent a lot of time coming. If you didn't bring Celestia, what was your pick?
Lakagon.
Yeah, Lakagon, the new
That deck
Lakagon.
is insane.
Very cool.
Very, very good.
Very cool. Anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to the rest of the Knots, of course. Shout outs to Dymax and Trish, all the testing partners. Obviously couldn't come up with lists like these without the help of them and their knowledge as well.
I love that, man. Well, we're heading into round 6 now. You're sitting at a comfortable 5-0. How you feeling? You got a couple rounds left.
Still nervous. Still nervous. I bubbled out of Dallas, and I don't want that to happen for this one. So
fair enough.
Let's keep it going strong. I want to get that top 16.
And I have one more question. Are you still on the boy breakfast?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's just an energy drink and nothing else.
Yep. Haven't eaten anything. Nothing else to drink.
There's a lot of interesting studies around fasting, in case you're wondering. But Bean Soldier here coming through with a dominant 5-0, rocking Celestia Solar, finding all the things he needs off the top of his deck with Apollo, Foretell, Corvishine, and beyond. No Royal Autos, I presume.
And they're in the side.
Okay, they're in the side. Fair enough. But congratulations, Bean, on an
Appreciate it.
epic round 5. GG's, of course, to Kier for the epic matchup. We're going to be taking a quick pause as we head into round 6 with another matchup. I'll be passing the baton over to my other commentators, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. PK Sparks, MBT, back on the mic as we start going into round 6. We got the last 2 rounds off. We were spectating, but we were absolutely out there on the field. What have you got to explore while you were out there on our break?
Well, the most recent round 6, I got to watch that incredible game that Bean Soldier TV was able to play. I can't believe it came down to deck size, one of my favorite things that can happen in the game of Elestrals. But in the round prior, I was doing some spirit battles over in the side event area. Some of the game's best are taking the week off as part of the testing team and are jamming games against challengers for the prize of spirit that's exclusive to this event.
You win any?
I did. There are 8 spirits. I played against 7 people. I've won 5 so far. Nice. So after this round, I'm going to run over, try and get the solar, and then tomorrow I'm coming for that water, and I'm coming for that frost.
I am 2 for 3. I won Wind, I won Thunder. I lost Lunar, unfortunately. Blue Lock in his Moose list was very tough.
Owned.
So I got to go. So I got to go back there and try to get that from him. But speaking of cards that we're all getting for, we're trying to get these spirits. We have the top 12 Elestrals that are being used inside this tournament. I want to discuss with you, MBT, and everybody involved. Let's look at what these cards may be. I have no idea until we see this graphic. And wow, Galaxy Champ is still high up there?
It's incredibly good for a number of reasons. Firstly, it performs this utility role in a certain number of strategies. You know, it doesn't take a genius looking at all the blue on these 12 to understand that water is in. And for that reason, a utility Elestral that has applications against other decks is definitely worth considering. Secondly, Galaxy's pretty good against these water decks as well. You can see the Aphros, for instance. 4-2 is nothing to shake a stick at, but 2-4, not so great. There's a lot of situations where like a 6-attack Lockagon isn't that big of a deal, but a 10-attack Lockagon might be. I'm just surprised that for the first time ever, any Elestral has edged out the one, the only Astrabbit.
Yes.
That's just unbelievable.
Astrabbit has been a staple for so long, and that is a sign of the times. We are moving away from Rabbit meta. Astrabbit is still really good. Do not take your eyes off Astrabbit, but it is slow. It is not advancing the strategy as much as you can. Even Haparu does a little better because on a 3-4 body, it at least attacks directly. So it is a lot more than what you would expect. Astrabbit, you know, a little bit down, far from out, but you may only see Astrabbit in actual Thunder builds moving forward. Although I am curious how many of these lists that are using Astrabbit are actually Thunder versus people who have not quite acclimated to the live stream meta.
Could be that. Astrabbit is decent in decks that require a 2-card combo like Bear Bomb, and for that reason, you know, if you're trying to fill out your Elestral count, it's not too far outside the realm of possibility that you jam 3 of the bunny. I really like that Aphros, Champion of Aphrodite, is at 21, but Magnaros, Champion of Aphrodite, is at 19. There's like 2 or 3 decks where they just forgot to register this card, I'd imagine. Moreover, Lockagon, Champion of Apollo, is at 18. So there's 2 decks out there that are playing Magnaros and Aphros, but not Champion of Aphrodite Lockagon. That's good. That's what I like to see.
That should absolutely be even.
And I love the Champion of Aphrodite Lockagon being at 1 deck more than base Lockagon. Some people are just using Champion of Aphrodite Lockagon to cast Champion of Aphrodite Lockagon. Very funny.
You know, I see the idea. I like the inspiration. I don't know if I agree with it. But
yeah.
Like, hey, test as much as you want. You also see Saipong in 32 decks. That lets you know Dionysus is absolutely out there.
Yeah.
One of the most represented decks in this game so far. So you got to be wary of Saipong. Search Dionysus. Dionysus Days Saipong. Saipong pop your Lockagon, whatever it may be. It has 5 or more attack. Although at the same time, you got to watch out for Aphrodite Soulmate. So maybe it's not as good as you want it to be.
To speak about more macro trends, I think, as expected, Aphrodite is the deck in the room that is the most popular. It's incredibly powerful. It is decently simple to play, and I think it's overrepresented relative to its power level, but there's no denying that it is really good. For that reason, the Elestrals that are almost exclusively found in that strategy populate the top 12, even though that deck is only one of like 5 or 6 that should probably be a consideration for this event. Similarly, Viserys and Cyprong are boutique Elestrals for these Dionysus strategies, leaving only Galaxy Champion of Poseidon, Astrabbit, Spectrus, and Boombat as generic Elestrals, in quotes, that theoretically could show up in any list more recently any sideboard in order to beat back specific strategies. We got to watch Spectrus put on an absolute clinic in one of the casted games against a Dionysus strategy, and Boombat's fantastic in a format full of these huge Elestrals that resist the specific destruction of Cyprong. I love the way that the metagame has developed. I like that we have a good mix of both Elestrals designed for a specific linear game plan and Elestrals designed to fill gaps in people's Elestral lineups as a whole.
Yeah, everything is it's forming together very well, and I'm loving what Livestream has brought to the meta. Like, I want more Cypong, I want more Boomerlinks. Those type of cards where you are further advancing your strategy as well as going for a combo piece that can be more advanced later on. If every deck has that, no deck is to advantage. So I love that Cypong exists and can't not wait to see more of it. We have a lot more runes as well, the top 12 runes from this game, and I want to see just how many Guardian of Light. It's not even on here.
That's incredible. Shouts out to Gorgon's Gaze, the greatest of all time. 2 individuals decided not to pack Gorgon's Gaze, I imagine just because they lost them on the drive over. I really appreciate that this card has just this unbelievable utility and is still seeing so much consistent play. Ambrosia Shield of Achilles, not particularly surprising either. Neither is Poison Tipped Arrow, Earthquake Resting on Your Laurels, staples since the beginning of Elestrals. However, a couple of cards that have been in and out of deck lists over the course of Elestrals history is our 4th and 5th place, Pandora's Box, seeing a ton of representation both in the main and sideboard in order to be not only people playing cards like Ursaden, but also Lakagon and its associated ilk that need to be stopped if you want to be able to equalize the board state.
I haven't seen any Pandora's boxes yet, but absolutely, it is because there is so much searching and casting from the deck. It is a staple in and of itself. Sending 2 extra cards to the underworld can really net you a real big play. We saw in round 1 where there was extra Lakagon being played by JT Cass. You have to wonder if you could have milled that, what that game state would have been in. What I'm interested in and what I agree with is Cryoblast once again returning to the top 12 rooms. There are a lot of cards that can be hurt by Cryoblast. This is not the same meta of 3 defenders or whatever. So I think Cryoblast is in a really good spot to take a lot of advantage and sneak a lot of KOs on Elestrals that players may not be prepared for. It's
really funny. Historically, Cryoblast was used to destroy exactly Werepup. And at present, it is being used to destroy exactly Werepup. Casting the Werepup and grabbing the Full Moon Eclipse has put it in an advantageous position once again. Even more so because a lot of individuals are choosing to totally forego Like a Void Escape from Tartarus and are instead playing Like a Void, the Daybreak meta king. I will say 2 cards that I am not particularly happy to see on this list are Hurricane and Helios's Chariot Ride.
Oh, what's wrong with them?
Well, Chariot Ride, I think, has been the card that has had the biggest change when it comes to players' perception of the card. I remember back in base set, it was seen as like a gimmicky mechanism by which you could get a Trifernal OTK in or something. But as players have kind of evolved in terms of their understanding of the game, they've come to realize that it is not only Red Reboot, it can stop you from playing runes for an entire turn if cast during your opponent's draw phase. So a lot of these really powerful decks like Aphrodite that have to resolve runes in order to get to their game plan can be stopped and tempoed out by a card like Helios's Chariot Ride. I love this card. I think it's incredibly powerful, and I think a lot of individuals who aren't even playing automatic win condition synergies like Bear Bomb are still seeing success with this just as a mechanism to disrupt their opponent for an entire turn.
So help me out. You can't play runes that turn Helios Chariot Ride is cast. Does that mean you cannot disenchant from a divine that's already face up on the field?
I think you can, but you can't play a divine rune.
Okay, so you can play a new one. So you can kind of preemptively get it. So there are pros and cons there. You got to have a really good read on your opponent. I don't know how much that would do against Aphrodite because typically if you Dratagua you get out Aphrodite, you're likely going to search for the other Dratagua to get your search out immediately. So I don't know how much it's going to do, but you're not wrong in its applications. Helios Chariot Ride being played typically means huge damage if not the game is coming to an end. It's one or the other. So I agree, I understand the concern with Helios Chariot Ride, but I feel like the player base needs to find a lot more success before we can even consider putting that on the Tartarus list in any way. Hurricane, you're already there. All right, in 56 decks are playing it. If you're playing Lakagon, you might as well find room for it. I wonder how many times it's been cast. We are in Florida, so if there's any time to play a Hurricane, it would be now.
Yeah, no, Hurricane is obviously a card that needs no introduction. It's incredibly powerful. Certainly is seeing a lot of play today, if not because of its powerful effect, because it is in spirit for Lakagon, which is already playing Pelaquarius, already playing Magnaros. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to just splash maybe one additional Lycaris and get this into the 60. I love seeing Tsunami so low. It used to be that Tsunami was like part of a big four of powerful back row runes.
Makes me sad.
This counter rune, unfortunately, has seen better days. So many people are playing Water Elestrals at seeing play in the sideboard, if at all. One card I am shocked is not on here is the card that's largely replaced it, Dionysus' Madness. We've seen this card played all day, and to think that it's seeing less experimentation than Cryoblast, I mean, honestly, I just don't believe it. Casters, you got to get with the times. This card is incredibly powerful, and you need to be considering it when you're building your decks.
I think that's what really comes down to is just inexperience.
Yeah.
You know, I did content with Bean Soldier, and Swole was just saying, hey, help me teach me how to deck build. And I built a Moonrise list, and they told me, yeah, so maybe you don't need to play this. You forgot Rise from the Shadows, etc., etc. This is the first weekend of live stream. There's essentially a possibility that players have not figured out what Dionysus Madness can apply to. Every time I'm told about how you can apply Dionysus Madness, I'm blown back. You can stop Ursicle. You can stop his Strabbit defensive plays. You can stop setting up. You can force your opponent to crash. I saw Dionysus Madness being cast out on a defense Avia Lift champ. And
That's
just,
so nice.
You heal up. It's just like, actually, no, you don't take all that damage back. And I'm hitting you for 4 on the next turn. Like, what do you do? So, yeah.
It's an incredibly flexible card. It is a card that is flexible in a way that almost no other Elestrals rune is. And so it's not particularly surprising that it's been seeing the success it has, even if it's not in many people's decks. I think, like you said, misunderstandings about the card and its applications are very popular. It says Dionysus on it. So I think a lot of people expect you can only play it in the Dionysus deck. We've seen it in Lakagon. We've seen it in Lunar. We saw it in Solar. It's got applications almost everywhere. And I think casters are going to come to that conclusion in the coming weeks.
If not after this tournament, absolutely.
Yeah.
Tsunami and Hurricane seeing it play right now makes sense regarding the amount of Aphrodite lists that we are seeing. So I would like to go into the top 6 decks that are here at Kissimmee Open right now. And we have Aphrodite at the top. Everyone saw that coming. Dionysus, definitely a contender for the second best deck, but I think there are so many ways to play a Dionysus list that people haven't quite figured it out yet. Love to see Bear still in the top 5. Thunderstorm getting a lot of attention. I believe that's your prediction, if I recall correctly. Either yours or A-Drive's. And then Apollo, we've seen so much Solar. Even though the round 1 didn't have the best representation, Solar still has a lot of power. So I think I understand this top 6 decks being represented right now. Wait a minute. False Self-Mill.
Blizztrix and friends. Certainly, I don't think Aphrodite is particularly shocking. You know, it's a deck that's playable out of the structures, and for that reason, a lot of individuals gravitated towards it. They feel they don't have to experiment too much with live stream cards because the experimentation has been done for them by the playtesting team. Dionysus similarly is playable out of box, but I think a lot of individuals are playing different strategies. It's hard to clump these into one specific slice of a pie when a deck that's playing Lotagon is totally different than a deck that's looking to play low to the ground and like madness you into a Viscerus, for instance. This Apollo deck is really fantastic. It's my pick to win the event. A couple of different builds have been independently discovered by different testing circles, and I'm so excited to see the fruition of that incredible work come into play here this weekend. Unfortunately, I think this Bronteglow deck is not great. I think it was unfortunately the winner of the only event that used live stream cards before this event. And so people thought it was really powerful. Don't get me wrong, there are powerful cards in it. I think Ampup specifically has a home in this format. I am not sold on Supercell. Bears is still Bears. You can still do the Bears thing. Yeah. And there are new cards the deck can play. I've seen a more expansive Morfrost engine playing copies of Chimera in order to dig deeper for individual combo pieces. And, you know, it's so surprising to me that Blizztrix got so many new tools, Iwilly, Cataran, Sisyphus's Boulder, and still converts at about the same level as it used to. I mean, we saw in the previous match, it is still a deck where everything needs to go right, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, that gamble of it. Like, you really don't know what the top of your deck is. Like, you are not Apollo. You are not foretelling everything. Even though I Willie says so, it's not that, or Catarant says so, it's still not that good.
Catarant is one card that mills, and you have 4 or 5, you know? Sometimes
yeah.
you won't find it.
But yeah, so I mean, you can do your best there, but all you can do is just keep rolling the dice and see what happens, which is why Sisyphus' Boulder is very nice in it, because you can reshuffle that and send 5 others. I mean, Snowlet misses, but now you have 5 other things in the underworld. You just activate Sisyphus Boulder. Oh, look, there's Espral right there. You go from there. So I like it in essence. I am not a high roller. I refuse to touch that deck, but I will watch anybody who does it who's brave enough to do so. Dionysus, you talked about how many ways to play it, and that's why I don't think Dionysus is solved yet, because you have the Dionysus Waspivy, Champion Waspivy, which does major damage, which you can do even more with Dionysus Madness. You have the September Centaurbalist, which is seeing a lot of experimentation right now. Of course, you have
you.
No, other people as well. It's not just me. It's a very real list that you have to try. What is it? You have the Ladogon you see on the screen, which is pretty easy to get out with Jotaya, although Jotaya itself is rather vulnerable if you cannot enrage it immediately. So
we got to cast a match of the Ladogon deck, and
Did you?
Yeah, it's quite powerful. I mean, Ladogon is an incredibly strong card, takes over the game immediately. But outside of outside of the Ladogon, the rest of the cards in the deck are good. You get to play Cyprongs, you get to play Madness, you get to play Dionysus, you get to play Cyanectar, you get to play Drataya, and all those are fine.
Yeah, and you may disagree with me here, but people have been playing the Champion of Demeter package as well, and there's a lot of recursion and power that people have to respect that can fit in almost any Earth deck.
No, I will not disagree with you on this. I think that Gigaflora and its ilk are vastly underestimated in this strategy. We've seen a lot of people not playing them, and I urge them to reconsider.
Yeah, you should definitely look at those cards, but these are the top 6 decks, along with the top 12 Elestrals and Runes to be played here today, that are being played here today, and we're going to be getting our next roundup very soon. So I want to hear what you guys have seen, what you guys have thought about Elestrals, especially the past 2 rounds. We were not here, we were out there, so I want to hear your thoughts using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. Joseph, did you see round 4's match?
Yeah.
There was a Tectorus there.
Yeah, we casted that match, yeah.
It won.
Yeah, the Tectorus was the worst card in the deck.
It was on screen.
That is true. It was on screen.
Tectorus win?
No. That was the match. That was the round it lost. In Game 2, the Lunar player drew 3 Spectrus, and the Ladogon player looked at a handful of Tectorus and was like, oh my god, what do I do?
That's like the worst case scenario.
It's miserable, yeah.
Unfortunate.
It came out Game 3, I'll tell you that. That was the first question we had.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, hey, Tectorus is still my guy, and I love him, so I'm glad you have seen it. But I hope you guys have been enjoying the event. Round 4, round 5. I got to peek in a little bit on Shady and A-Drive's commentary. They're really fun.
Yeah, they had a good time. And they had some fun matches to cast as well. That Bean Soldier game coming down to deck count was really just something else.
Yeah, I'm sitting there watching it, just like there's no way this is going to be how it ends. But
we were in the crowd sweating, and I was like, oh no, like, is he ahead or is he behind? And Distant Coder turns to me and he goes, Joseph, his opponent is playing BlueStacks. I'm like, oh right, okay, yeah, then he's way ahead, right?
That's the only deck that would have worked. Solar is always adding cards to their hand. That's the BlueStacks is the only deck that would have lost in that scenario.
Right.
So.
But of course, you play to your outs. You play to the matchup. And the unfortunate truth is the Bean Soldier also is just him.
True.
Yeah.
If you've never played Bean Soldier, hope you don't.
Yeah. I'm trying to, this weekend, aside from getting the individual spirits from the Spirit Challenge, I've been finding individuals who have gotten their rewards from their Clash backing and have a Divine rune on them to do bootleg Divine challenges. I got Neil before memes. I'm trying to get Josh's, but the problem is I've never beaten Josh in bracket. So I have to engineer a way that I can beat him so I can get his rune.
Yeah, I'm still reeling off of my loss to him in Elestriad Season 2. Still the best match in that season.
We could talk about Elestriad Season 2 all day. That was such an unbelievable time.
It was unbelievable. Y'all don't understand, like, just to give a little backload to everything.
This is the equivalent of, like, the 2, like, football players with blown out knees being like, back in my day, we could have gone pro. Elestriad Season 2. Oh, my goodness.
Nah, y'all don't understand, though. Like, we have our own team chats, and we're just all hustling behind. Y'all remember that we started so poorly, the Imperial Watch that were in the end, and, like, the last 2 weeks, we started rallying. It actually came down to the final game. This wasn't no production trick.
No,
or
yeah,
anything.
it actually was. I remember we, when it happened, we called up, Wirtz did it, I think, and we called him up and we were like, yeah, woohoo!
We called everybody. It was actually in the end of the video of the last Swiss season of all that last video there. But yeah, it was just a huge camaraderie. You should go back and watch that specifically. I'm not going to keep it.
You're like, you should watch all the PK games.
Yeah, all the PK games.
If I have to say anything about Elestriad Season 2, it's this. Go Cryo Scorch.
They don't even know the joke.
No, this is inside baseball. Can you tell that we just came back from lunch? So this next round is going to be coming up soon. And we do have a little bit of insight into your top 16 so far. If we could head there now, we'll be able to talk specifically about some of the casters who have done so well, they've already punched their tickets to day 2. Of course, at present, we've only played 5 of our rounds, but from this position, I think we can start coming to conclusions about who's in and who's out.
Yeah, seeing what everybody is doing and how their records are going. I've heard that there's no one undefeated right now.
That's unbelievable.
I've heard. I'm not so sure. We'll get the information right now. It looks like it's popping up on screens. Let's talk about it. And we have, there were a few people who are undefeated. I was told bad information. But Josh going up 5-0 is absolutely understandable. Swolax also being 5-0. There's a distinct lack of bow here.
We were casting Cindershade. That's your
Yes.
Tectoris player, still undefeated as well. Kier took their first loss against Bean Soldier in the last round. Ash Winters, Sanguine Star, Sunny at 4-1 as well. Shouts out to Caster's Corner. Adam at 4-1. Sensali at 4-1, incredible player. I was able to hand her off the Sundial Cube, very important. And I gotta say, I am actually shocked about some of the names that are not on here. I don't see Ari, I don't see Bo. But of course, there is a lot of game to be played. You know, going X2 into round 6 and then winning out is sufficient to make it into day 2. So I would not be surprised to see those people make it anyway. But at present, these are the individuals in contention. If you're Bean Soldier, if you're Sunflower, if you're Evo Vamp, Swolax, or Cindershade, in the next 3 rounds, you're trying to punch your ticket by just getting 1 win. From this position, your breakers are going to be so good. If you lose rounds 7 and 8, you will likely make it in a top 16 anyway. So for all of these casters, it is do or die, win and in. For everyone else, still up in the air. You got to play your best, win out as best you can, and hope that the tiebreakers work in your favor.
These names up here are all really good, but as you said, it can change up any time. So I would recommend you guys take a screenshot and let us know. Give us a prediction about on using hashtag #PlayAlestras on social. Who do you think will actually swap out of here? Do you think someone else will come up? Do we have anyone new breaking into the top 16? I want to know what Bo's record is. And as a matter of fact, I think that we have Bo coming up on stream next.
Oh, that's exciting. If I know anything about Bo, he will be playing a ridiculous strategy, despite the fact that the new live stream set has totally revamped the decks that we play, the mechanisms by which we play them. Bo exists on a whole other level, and for that reason, I expect the 40 that he has sleeved up is going to be totally incomprehensible to us plebeians.
Oh yeah, we will not understand the strategy even while we're actively playing, but that's what makes it so exciting. Bo is always coming out here and they have an understanding of the game that many people do not have until you see it in action. And I love that. Like, there are so, with Livestream releasing this weekend, available on shopelectros.com, there are so many more cars available, you like that plug, where we can try out new strategies on everything. Like, I don't need to mention the counter moves that are introduced in this game, like Dinosaur's Madness, Rise from the Shadows, and Guardian of Light. But it comes down to the nuances and the words on the cards. Like, we even saw earlier on stream where JT Cass read Royal Lotto 3 times and still attacked and said, oh wait, it works like that? Because they attack not Royal Lotto, but it's any attack that can go through the roulette of Royal Lotto. So you got to play out for it both ways. Regardless, though, what Bo has figured out with his team, we'll have to find out, but I'm excited to see.
Yeah, of course, Bo is our Dallas 2025 Elestrals Open champion, and did so with a deck that I think no one had any beat on. The story of that
Atlanta Open, right?
Yeah, the story of that event was that the Elestronauts had come out with this Earth Lunar deck, which aimed to flip Full Moon and enchant a Lycovoid with an Earth Spirit, which could then be Nexus to an Equilynx. And Swolax went on an unbelievable tear throughout Swiss, made it all the way to the finals just to play against Bo on an incredibly tight artifact list, playing Kindleo, Heliolith, Argo, and got wiped. I mean, it was a Cinderella story for Bo and one of their favorite decks. And I'm interested in seeing if they are playing an Artifact Nexus strategy or if instead they have decided to play one of the decks from Livestream.
I believe that was the tournament that put Heliolith on the map as well, because people started realizing, wow, the fire artifact cards are already crazy, but now we can get a non-target bounce every single turn. On a 5/5 body was really decent during that time. Not so much anymore. But still, like, the bounce is still really good, so I would consider it regardless.
It's hard to sell individuals on Heliolith bouncing and then attacking for 2 when Novacore can just pop and then attack for 2. But either way, I think that there will probably be Solar, there will probably be Fire in Bo's list. We'll have to see once we have their decks. I think they're setting up now. Round 6 is just starting, and individuals are sitting down, coming back from a lunch break, and feeling themselves for this 6th of 8 rounds here today. We've just got 2 more after this one before we wrap up and make it to top 16.
Yeah, I'm going to be going. Actually, I'll be taking my break. You'll be here for the next one, I believe. Yes, I believe.
No.
Am I leaving?
Oh, no. You're staying, buddy.
Oh. All right, that's fine. We get to be here anyway. But here we go. Looks like we're going to get to see our casters here. And if you guys didn't hear that, round 6 has started for the main room. Of course, stream is on a slightly different time, but we'll be getting here soon as we have Bo versus currently top 16, Mr. Payphone. Aphrodite. Wait a minute. It's an Aphrodite mirror.
That's unbelievable. Bo, what happened? Well, unsurprising, this deck is incredibly good, and Bo wants to perform well. Winning out from this position would net him a top, so I am excited to see exactly what direction he takes this list. If I know anything about Bo, it's definitely got some spice in it. Big fan of Mr. Payphone's hat as well. I've heard that casting ain't easy. The two of them have fist bumped and will determine who's going first and second. They'll decide if they want to keep their hands or not. Just confirming with the judges real quick. And we are underway in your 6th round. Going to begin with a mulligan from Bo, and I believe a mulligan from Mr. Payphone as well. I love these Ardbud sleeves. How do you feel about these?
Yeah, I was just looking at them. They're really adorable. I think that Stellar Ardbud is one of my favorite Stellars that have been created. I pulled the Serialized Stellar as well, and it's not quite what I was expecting, but I'm happy to have it.
Yeah, I believe Ard Buddies is the name of their team.
Yes.
So good luck to them. Unfortunately, no Ardbuds in the Aphrodite mirror. But
no. Look at the spirits that were expended. Even though they're on a mirror, we have 2 Thunders being spent by Mr. Payphone, but 2 Warders being spent by Bo. And I feel like that makes more sense in the long run. We are using Aphrodite to search out an Aetheros lane. So do we have the card, the base set one?
I have not seen anyone cast the base set Aetheros yet, and I am not starting today.
Oh.
I lied. I am. Wow, there it is. That's the beautiful Shattered Stars rarity. I love these constellation rarities. I will say I tend not to use them because I just like the Shattered Stars base rarities, like the commons that have like alt arts. They're so pretty.
I agree, but I think the star constellation design concept is really good.
It's unfortunate there is one that I really like, which is Pantera, but it has a better rarity, and that's top 16.
I was going to say
Dallas Open.
We saw the Constellation Pantera on stream earlier in round 2.
Bo's got one. Bo's got the nice Astrabbit too, of course.
Yeah, Bo. I wonder if Bo's playing the Astrabbit right now.
Nah, I don't think so. Probably not. This deck is just a little too fast to be considering a card like that.
Yeah, but
Mr. Payphone's deck is not, though. You can see that he does have an Astrabbit in hand. We're going to go for the cast instead. Also going for an Aphros, getting so in so quick. Gorgon's Gaze here doesn't really do what you want. Bo says, fine, I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Payphone's going to set to try and attack into the Aphros, keep the Aphros train from getting on the tracks, and then pass back. Bo draws for turn and leads with the old Aphros here trying to Nexus from the Aphrodite after activating it to get new Aphros in order to draw a couple of cards as well. This is just a mechanism by which you can drown your opponent in advantage, and it's not hard to see why a deck like this would be so alluring to a player like Bo that knows the more resources at his advantage, the more effectively he's going to be able to wield the difference in skill between himself and his opponent.
Okay, that's actually a really crazy play I did not consider. And this, even when we were saying, like, oh, you're playing Aphrodite, I have not seen base Aphros search champ Aphros, cast base Aphros 2/5 and get a draw. Like,
we're
that
going to
is
Nexus
insane.
them to new Aphros, draw 2, and I think I did see an Argo. I think he's still playing Argo.
Isn't there an argument for Nexusing onto the base Aphros instead of champ Aphros?
There is, of course, but I think the argument against that would be that new Aphros has more attack.
Yeah, but they both have 5.
While there's 2, you get rid of 1, and then he becomes a 4, and the other one becomes a 2.
Yeah, but then you split your opponent between, do you want to get rid of the spirits, or you want to get rid of the attack?
I understand.
All the same. Hey, look, it's Rabbit.
Yep. That's in Mr. Payphone's list, and I think, unfortunately, you're seeing why it's not a particularly common tech within these Aphrodite decks. It's just a little slow into a deck that's already gotten off to the races. Bo used their first turn to establish the Aphros that has got us into this position, whereas Mr. Payphone is now looking for something to deploy on a future turn against 4 spirits worth of attack. This is a good resting. We get old Aphros, but the new one still hits like a truck. As we go to end phase, I imagine that Astrabbit will be paid out for the poison-tipped arrows. Going to the Underworld, and from this position, we're already threatening 3. I imagine we're about to start threatening a lot more. Is it Lakagon time?
There's the immediate argument against putting the spirits onto the base
Magnaros
as well. Magnaros is coming out, so now we have 2 5 attackers. We cannot Nexus, but there is a lot of power on that Aphros.
Oh my God!
Respect.
Not only is Bo playing Astrabbit in his list, he is playing the first place Astrabbit.
Good. I bet you that's the only one. That's the only one.
Gotta play it as a 1-up.
But that is representation, making that top 12 list look a lot more understanding, right? But base Aphros coming back out here again.
Wow,
to make
that's
sure
2 base Aphros? That's incredible.
Yeah, this is looking like an Aphros beatdown list.
I mean, look at the value this Aphros has gotten. Shield of Achilles, that's a card to deal with it. A card in the Resting on Your Laurels, and the other Aphros. We've drawn 2 cards in the last couple of turns, and now we can just deploy it again next turn because we have the Magnaros in rotation. Here comes another Astrabbit. I mean, good luck to you. Does not look like there's a poison-tipped arrow for this. Mr. Payphone might be able to stick a defensive wall that prevents the Spirit Bleed from continuing, but they're already down to 7. And we're thumbing through the hand real quick.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what the best choice of the top 3 are. But right now, we're not seeing any aggression from Mr. Payphone. Every other match of a player who's won on stream, they had no 0 turns.
Yeah.
Right now, Mr. Payphone is currently on 2. Like, he lost the Astrabbit last turn, and then he might lose the Astrabbit on the next turn, not getting much advantage. He even uses Resting on Your Laurels. Meanwhile, we know there's a base Aphros in hand. We know there's a champ Aphros in hand. You're going to have to deal with 5 attackers, although, Astrabbit is probably the best 5 defender to go against that.
It's tough, of course. Earthquake here coming down to deal with the Astrabbit. To be in a position like this where Bo is just so far up in terms of card advantage, courtesy of a couple of Aphroses. But it's very hard to play this deck, this strategy, with very few spirits in your spirit deck. When you're at like 10 or 15, obviously you can just cast Lakagons with Wanton Abandon, but when you get down to where Bo is, going back up to 6 off this Ambrosia, you have to play a lot more careful. You can't be going for your 2 Ascension into 2 Ascension play. I mean, that's the rest of your spirit deck. So instead, we see Bo just going through the motions in order to put utility Elestrals on board. Like this Aphros hits for 1, Magnaros hits for 1, Aphros hits for 1. Obviously all threaten an Ascension, but all have to be dealt with from a Mr. Payphone Spirit deck that now has 4 remaining cards.
Right now, we're just seeing a set, and you got to get something going this turn, as we do have a cast out of a
Tagua is not bad. It's a way to incur some spirits. We're back to 5 now. That's probably not enough to start going in on an Aphrodite, but it might be enough to stop the bleeding. Nothing on board at present actually beats the Dratagua, so Bo will have to commit just a little bit. It looks like we might be ascending over the Aphros.
Nope, just
we're re-enchanting so we can Nexus, and then afterwards we'll be able to draw. It looks like we are going to Gorgon's Gaze new Aphros, which does not prevent the draw here because we can Nexus to Magnaros.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they new Afros was targeted. Should have just been the base Afros to keep the spirits there. But regardless, the damage is going to be hit regardless. Going to be able to threaten at least 2 points of damage.
I mean, there's an argument that maybe you want the spirits on the Magnaros. That's one that you could theoretically kill with an Afros of your own, and you can put Bo at a spirit disadvantage. This is unsurprising. We're going to use this Drautago here to get into, what is that, new Lakagon. If we have old Lakagon in hand, it can come out. It'll trigger new Lakagon, and absent any back row, this is going to potentially put Mr. Payphone into a winning situation. But if there's any at all, then it's going to be a huge problem. Whoa.
Why are we not healing?
Something? Maybe trying to play around Spoiled Fruit?
I mean, I think it's too early. It's game 1 here. And we have Argo being cast.
Bo deciding how they want to cast this. This seems right. Pulling it off the Magnaros, and then afterwards we can go and grab.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Neck.
And you're going to be able to Nexus off of the Afros.
Brings them to 8. I think the other Lakagon might still get over the Magnaros, though. I'd have to check.
I mean, they have 0 spirits left, so it has to.
Yeah.
But even then, like, you're not doing enough damage, and then you're putting... Well, the Nexus will just get expended the next turn because the spirit count will likely be under if the base Afros is taken out here. And it looks like the attack is going to go into, and it hits a shield off of the necklace.
The sequence there from Bo, really fantastic. Obviously, Argo had to resolve first so we could get the necklace on and have spirits to pull off for the Shield of Achilles. I mean, it was totally textbook, but it's unfortunate. I think you were right. There were some lines in which Mr. Payphone could have made it back if we used the heal to contest the back row, playing less around like Spoiled Fruit and just trying to get into an advantageous position with the understanding that some of that back row was going to be live with a 4 Spirit deck. I mean, there's just a lot that you can account for, and it's hard to be in a position like this versus a player of Bo's caliber, right? Like, against a lot of players, if you make a mistake, decks like the Aphrodite one are forgiving. You know, they enable you to still play through certain pieces of back row, even if you're not accounting for them. Against a player like Bo, they will take any mistake you make and make you pay for it.
Unfortunately, we saw the worst of Estrabit there as well. Like, we saw Estrabit twice, and it netted no advantage. Meanwhile, there was an Aphros parade by Bo. Base Aphros, Magnaros, Champ Aphros, just keeping the 5 attackers out there. We did see the Lakagon come out, which was great, but you know, not choosing the heal, which means you don't get the pop. I feel like that was the biggest misplay that entire game.
I'm trying to think, like, maybe why it was done. We might be missing something. It could be like it was misenchanted, but then you wouldn't be able to cast the Lakagon. I'm not sure. Looks like Bo is boarding out of, I think, Dionysus's Madness, understanding that, like, we are not getting into creature combat. That is not going to be the name of the game here. It's going to be won by whoever can access their big swingy combo first. And to be honest, Bo's specific build probably massively favors him. It's playing cards like Aphoros. It is going to see more than your opponent, and for that reason, I think it's pretty likely he'll be able to find his combo a little more frequently.
I would love to see the Bo's list and like what the exact ratios are. I think that the surface level review of Aphoros and Lakagon was very incorrect. Like, Lakagon may just be the big play follow-up that is an option in case it's necessary for whatever reason. I would even gamble that there is only one of each Lakagon in Bo's list. That's how confident I am. Just
you are so in on the 1/1 Lakagon theory.
No, I'm not. Actually, that's wrong. I believe in 2/1.
2/1, yeah.
2/1, but we saw 2/2. But I feel like from what Bo has been playing, it just made it just a 1/1, like a extra thing to fill out deck space. Regardless, though, game 2 is happening here. We have a really interesting hand. Yeah, Payphone is not happy with that one. I think that's 2 Ambro.
Bo's is interesting. It looks like New Lock, Old Lock, Peliquarius, and if that's the case, then yeah. But it might also be New Lock, Old Lock, no turn 1 play, and if that's the case, we got a mulligan.
Oh, wait, it looks like Mr. Payphone will not be mulliganing. There's no way you keep that hand. I guess
So
feeling
what does the
confident
hand
with the
look
starting
like?
Poison Tip Arrow. They do have a Poison Tip Arrow in the starting, so maybe they're hoping to bank off of that. But, you know, Magneros PTA isn't going to stop Magneros.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what happens, but we do have a mulligan by Bo, so that is going to work in Mr. Payphone's favor. Hopefully it can work out as they go into their first turn here.
It's not that ridiculous.
I think has base Lakagon in hand as well.
You have a lot of flexibility in this deck to take mulligans. You know, you intend to heal over the course of a turn. Your game is going to be determined not by a matter of inches, but a matter of miles. Here we're going for the aggro bunny. Is the PTA coming down? Surely, right?
That's a second Estrabit that's not
They're
champion.
letting it happen. That's interesting.
Yeah, I would have bet it was only the one just for the meme of it all, but still, beautiful artwork from the Clash Kickstarter.
I
So
shouldn't have said anything about Astrop. It looks like everybody loves this card.
I feel like it's wrong, but who knows? At the same time, who are we to doubt Bo?
We are Monday morning quarterbacking for sure.
For sure. But the damage is going to come out. Mr. Payphone is taking their second turn. They did expend the draw last turn, and no poison arrow was spent on the Astrabit.
That's interesting. I wonder if they figure they need to leverage it against something like a Lockagon. The problem with a play like that is it's just so expensive. You know, you're going to be taking 5 over the course of the sequence. Afros here, just unbelievable.
Right now, the setting of a new card, Afro's coming in, and the attack is going to get Gorgon's Gaze.
This is about the best case scenario for Mr. Payphone. A piece of removal that doesn't actually remove the Afros.
Yeah, because now you can just get over that. As we have the Galaxy, you were talking about this card still being number 1, and we're seeing it in action right now, switching everything to attack. So now Bo is the one with 2/5 attackers.
Oh, Bo's thumb.
Is this just live stream 5s from Bo?
Yeah, I don't understand. Mr. Payphone is thumbing that PTA. It's like, how does PTA work with the whale? Yeah, you're about to find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to kill it at the end of the phase no matter what.
Oh, what
and
is
we are
that?
Aphrodite going to get another Galaxy out.
Really? That'd have to be, yeah. It can't be Astrop it.
No, and there it is, Champ Galaxy coming out, letting them know that I am keeping the pressure on. Mr. Payphone with a slight nod. I wonder how he doesn't really look comfortable with this game state.
One thing that no one's been doing yet, and I wonder if Bo is doing, your sneaking speculation that this is Livestream 5s is sounding a little more valid, is using Aphrodite just as a mechanism to add cards from your deck to your hand. You play a bunch of really powerful utility Elestrals, and then you get a second copy of them a couple of times if you're able to find Aphrodite. It also enables you to play cards like Foamy, which are pretty independently good. I don't know. I could see it. Speaking of, let's go for that Dratagua, gain a couple of spirits back. And our opponent doesn't have a good out for this at present. They're going to have to develop that Galaxy. If we have a Gorgon's Gaze, we can threaten a 2-stack.
Yeah, but you got to figure out how to get past that Champ Galaxy. You know it's in the hand, and when Champ Galaxy comes out, Aphrodite can search another one. So at this point, what exactly, like, you need to get an offensive play here. And I think Mr. Payphone has too many defensive plays to really get the ball going. Gorgon's Gaze is going to stop the Galaxy from switching stats, but likely we'll see Aphrodite here searching out the third Galaxy. Maybe? Oh, yeah, no, just letting it go. We are now ascending to base Lockagon that was drawn at the beginning of the game. Not sure how many Water Spirits are in Underworld, but it has to be enough to take out at least the Galaxy. Right now, we're playing another one. Ambrosia coming out.
Ambrosia here can threaten anything on the board. I think that, unfortunately, it also has to return some number of Water Spirits, which is going to make the Lockagon weaker. We'll go for the Unknown. It is a shield. That card never resolves.
Never resolves.
Now we have the ability to walk over the Galaxy if we so desire. As much as I want to walk over the Rabbit, they're checking right now. I think they are at 4. Maybe that makes them a 6/6. They could.
Well, we're going to see what Mr. Payphone has. The attack goes in. It's very safe thanks to the destruction of the shield. So now Astrabit goes down. Not Champion, though, as we have Champ Foamy going out there. I'm actually unfamiliar with this effect.
Oh, what? You don't watch Mono Bluetron Elestrals? This was my promotional card. It has the ability not only to find an Aphrodite, it can also find a 2-spirit water Elestral.
You know what? It's the art. That's a stellar artwork. I didn't notice that. That's beautiful.
A nice one. So here, just leaving the Galaxy on board has enabled Bo to do this play. We're going to go for the Lockagon. The Lockagon triggers, and Spoiled Fruit comes down. You see Bo's face goes, oh! That is going to be the end of that play. Oh, no.
Look at Mr. Payphone. He's just kind of holding his breath like, you have no answer to this, right? And that's really rough because Bo did not even give a sense that Lockagon was in the build. So seeing that coming out there, I mean, that side deck is potent and powerful for every caster in this tournament right now.
I mean, I guess you would probably expect it, right?
I mean, yeah, but there was no inkling. We saw nothing of it. We
and
just
Mr.
saw
Payphone feels absolutely no pressure, says, I'll just keep drawing. That's fine. You want to get ahead in spirits from a position like this?
Yeah, 12-9, almost clear board, just sitting Aphrodite with one spirit underneath it. If you can build wider, you should.
Here comes Aphrodite. This may be the end of the game. From here, we can go into Lockagon. There's nothing in the back row, which means did we expend a draw? We did. So we're not able here to ascend the Lockagon over the Lockagon and then get another Lockagon and special cast that out, but we are able to threaten pretty much every turn from here on out.
Is that a fail to find, or did he add the Lockagon?
Oh, no. I think it was a fail to find. That means the Lockagon is in hand. Wait, how could that possibly be? Wait, maybe Mr. Payphone is playing the 1-1.
Possibly.
I think actually.
The fabled 1-1.
All right, there's Magnaros coming down. That's a big deal. Going for the Astrabbit. Who, the only
Champ
man in
Rabbit.
the world who can do this.
Champ Rabbit. Absolutely gorgeous. And we see the hand. You see the Cryoblast and the
Bangers.
shield.
Shield, Cryoblast, Heliod's Chariot Ride as well.
Helios? Oh,
yeah.
Well, that's how it got on the top 12 list. Well, right now, not enough to get past the Lockagon. If we can heal, though, then we can do what we want. But that face down by Bo needs to be real. How much can it stop a Champ Lockagon if it is a hand?
If we have an Ambro, yeah, there we go. This might be the end of the game. We're allowed to contest that back row. Then afterwards, we can establish something face up. We can eat the rabbit and then use the Lockagon in order to hit direct. It's a shield once again. The shield is just not going to resolve, Bo.
Yeah.
Gotta give up on it.
Bo's face is even like another one. But that's the second Ambro hitting a second shield as the first Lockagon hits the only gold trophy Astrabbit. And now Bo is on the back foot. Really interesting that we're having essentially two mirror matches. I wonder if these two casters built their list similarly.
It doesn't look like it. We've seen a lot out of Bo, these Apheroses that aren't found in Mr. Payphone's deck. Both of them have elected to start playing cards like Astrabbit, but Bo's seems much less back row heavy than the other. Here we're going for our copies of Apheros, Champion of Aphrodite, which we can special cast theoretically and then get to a position where we could actually do something with them. Speaking of, we're going to use the effect of Aphrodite in order to get another Apheros, here base Apheros. That rarity is just so beautiful. I love it.
Yeah, it stands out really well in this playmat, just in this top-down view. Glad that Bo chose to use it. But I'm interested that they did not choose a Champ Apheros, just get a special cast out and build wider, as we play our own Ambrosia to get built back up. Unfortunately, Bo has already spent their Champ Lockagon and got spoiled fruit for it. But we are bringing back, it looks like 2 Waters and a Thunder.
Yeah.
There's no way we have Hurricane in here, right?
I kind of doubt it. I will say this this matchup gets really frustrating post-board. You get into so many positions like this where like your opponent has the capacity to blow you out of the water at any opportunity and you're just trying to tempo them out. A spoiled fruit can totally ruin your entire game plan. It's tough to consider. Here we're going for a Foamy Enchanted with a Zaptor that's missed, and then we're going to go for the Lockagon and the Foamy Direct for 1, bringing Bo down to 4 total spirit counts. They're going to have to make something happen with very little of their life remaining.
Mr. Payphone is very comfortable. 10 spirits to Bo's 4, although they did spend 2 Ambrosia, so not able to get much else off otherwise. I guess that's why we have the Tagua in our main deck.
I mean, 2 Ambrosia ain't nothing.
No, not at all. Like, you got that spent out there, but you got to figure out how to secure this game, as Shield is going to bounce the 2 Spirit Champ Apheros and just return that back to the hand. Not able to get anything and losing a lot of advantage for Bo's troubles. As the card is drawn, Mr. Payphone is on the offensive right now. Only target is a face-down rune. If we have any way to heal, that will essentially end this game.
I imagine we don't. Like, I would have to imagine the reason we're not slamming an Ambro is because we don't have one.
Yeah, there we go.
I
We
like
got to spin the
digging
draw.
for 1. Digging for 1 is a funny play.
Dotagua may be able to come through here. I know that.
Well, we're not able to cast it after.
Not this spin the draw, no. But you know,
at
just
some point.
Future.
Bo going to 1 here? Oh no.
I still feel like you attack here. If that is Shield or Gaze, you want to put them on 1 spirit. But then again, if it's Shield, you're going to lose your last Lockagon. So, actually, if it is Shield, they lose everything. So yeah, you just go in. So right now the attack is being declared. Let's see what Bo decides to do. Spending, I guess, thumbing over what spirits have been spent. And now we are going to be activating Gorgon's Gaze, spending 2 Earth to pause the Lockagon in its assault, as Ambrosia is drawn by Bo.
Personally, I am not particularly thrilled by this Apheros line in Game 2. In Game 1, it was just unthinkable what this deck was able to accomplish just by using the Apheros in order to net an unthinkable amount of advantage over the course of a couple of turns. I mean, we watched Bo draw like upwards of 7 cards. This game, it's really just driving home that if you get on the back foot, these cards are so low quality.
Yeah, and it's odd that these games are going this way, considering that the other player went first on the turn they won. Bo went second last time, and now we're seeing Mr. Payphone on the verge of victory here in Game 2 with the Bo going first. So it's kind of crazy how this one played out. But right now, just going through the underworld, seeing what is possible as Bo is just, I mean, you have Ambrosia, so you can fix your deck for whatever plays you want to do next. But what are the other cards in hand? We're going for the
Lock.
Wait, we're doing that right now?
Yeah. Oh, and then going to battle.
And just going for the shield, just saying. So, why didn't we at least heal?
We had no spirits. We'd have to heal off the lock.
No, we had one in spirit deck.
Oh, maybe we were playing around Spoiled Fruit.
Possibly. Yeah,
in
okay.
Game 2 and 3, that is.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Mr. Payphone
sense.
here is at 5. Like, there's an argument that if you stick that Lockagon, there's not anything in Mr. Payphone's deck that can out it because the only thing with a considerably higher attack stat is another Lockagon.
Yeah.
So either they have the Shield of Achilles and you're never going to be able to win, or they don't and they're never going to be able to go to win. I do kind of like Bo putting them on Gotta Have It instead of going for a play that not only lost to Spoiled Fruit, still would lose to Shield of Achilles, right? Because if you do the Spoiled Fruit play, pop the Lockagon, and then attack into Shield of Achilles, well, then you are at 2 into an opponent who is going to cast an Elestral and attack you. Then you can never get back to the Lockagon and will lose to them inevitably finding it.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to hope your opponent just did not get lucky. Unfortunately for Bo, Mr. Payphone did. We're going into a Game 3 here. Both of these castles are playing really well. Very similar lists, and well, very similar strategies, but very different lists. I still believe that there is room for Aetherials to come out, and I don't know what Bo may have adjusted to where we did not see the Aetherials parade going into Game 2. So maybe we'll see an adjustment there. We did not see Argo as well. We do see a crowd. We see an interesting look at our casters' decks right now. Well, we had it, thanks production.
It's tough because if you're Bo, you like cards like Aetherios that give you more options because you can more effectively wield your options relative to your opponent just because of the difference in skill. You expect that you are going to be better at Elestrals than your opponent. You want to give yourself more tools than your opponent to wield that skill differential. But a card like Aetherios doesn't only give you the ability to wield that skill, it also represents a huge weakness if you find yourself in a situation where you're behind. You expect there's going to be few and far between times when you are behind versus an opponent, but they do happen, as did in this game. And if you get blown out by a singleton like Spoiled Fruit, or one of the many cards, admittedly, that hoses this Aphrodite strategy, then suddenly you're on the back foot with a grip of 2/4s that don't do anything unless you draw a 2-card combo and invest 4 spirits into it. So it's a hard call to make, and I think Bo will at least feel a little more comfortable because they're going first in Game 3, and will have at least one crack at a play that can't be Gorgonsed. But either way, I am really excited to see the outcome of this one.
I mean, you bring up a really good point about the side deck. We don't, like, we already know Bo is a really creative caster, and we don't know what kind of text they are bringing. Maybe there was a situation where they're just like, I don't need Spoiled Fruit or Pandora's Box. But it looks like we need Magneros to get out Aetherials, and they put 2 5s up on the field. Absolutely makes sense. A very strong opening, and it makes Mr. Payphone need to try to answer them ASAP, or you do not know what either of this could go. We can go back to the Lockagon build. We could go out for base Aetherials and get more searches.
As bad as it gets for me.
Yeah.
It's exactly what happened in Game 1. Before a Gorgon's Gaze can interrupt Bo, they're able to go Magneros into Ampharos into Aphrodite, grab old Ampharos. One of these two is going to stick around. Then you can use the Ampharos to Nexus off of the Aphrodite to draw so many cards your opponent can't possibly make up the differential, even if they're threatening Lockagon every turn. Again, this Lockagon deck, it helps to conceptualize it as a 2-card combo deck. You know, you need individual pieces in order to be able to do your thing. So some decks are playing Nectar of the Gods, some like this one are just playing Aetherios.
The hand is interesting by Mr. Payphone, but seeing base Lockagon in the hand is not great. But you do have the Aetherial, so if you can play towards mid-game, you might be able to really break the board and make a strong play. Interesting here that both of these casters are on Lockagon, and we have yet to see a tap puff from either of them.
Yeah, I think there are different builds of the strategy. I think there's less of an argument for this one to have Tadpuff because there are so many ways, especially post-board, to punish going in on the Lockagon early. And you can see both of them playing not only Astrabbit, but also this Galaxy. I think they are focused on a more mid-range style of gameplay. Sometimes we will just Magneros them out of the game rather than locking them out of the game. Here it is, the play that we forecasted, and it is just as devastating as we had feared. Going for the Aphrodite here is going to enable Bo to get old Magneros into new Magneros, which means that we can special cast the new Magneros. Everybody's going to be a 5. And then afterwards, if we have an Aphrodite, we can just draw 3.
Yeah, so we got to see exactly. I mean, it's going to be very terrifying for Mr. Payphone with this build. We do know that one of those baits is one of the face down is a bait.
Oh, no.
I believe the other one was a Gorgon's Gaze, as we are going for the second Aphrodite. And
He's going for the Nexus, going for the linked effect. Mr. Payphone says yes, and oh my goodness, look at that Argo plus Aphrodite. This is just where Bo wants to be. That Argo's perfect because you can pull them off the Magnaros in order to get what you want done. You maybe don't even attack with it to try and not give them a good spirit differential from a Shield of Achilles. Going for the Aphrodite again. Each individual Divine Rune can be activated once per turn, which means we can get another Aphros here, thin the deck even more. We're getting old Aphros because we have enough spirits in rotation that we feel confident we'll be able to cast it next turn and perform a Nexus. I mean, if you're Mr. Payphone, what do you do?
Don't forget that the Argo was just drawn off the Aphros as well, so you have even more protection. Like, exactly the question you just asked, what do you do? Mr. Payphone has no idea the danger that is lurking in that back row form. I mean,
wouldn't be a Bo deck without an Argo. Going in with the Magnaros, that's going to be 4 direct, and you look at Bo's spirit count, you're at 11 to Mr. Payphone's 19, and you think, okay, well, at least there is a spirit differential, right? That hugely impactful play did cost them a lot. Well, if you get to crack back for 4, it didn't really cost you anything. Mr. Payphone's at 15 to your 11, and you have 4 spirits represented on board. That's a tie. So here we get to go for a Magnaros. We're going to grab that Aphros as well, and potentially this is how a crackback could occur, but without access to the ability to special summon a Locagon, it's just going to look like Bo's board, which means a card like Argo is going to win the game.
So right now you have to ask yourself the question, what do you break first? Do you champ Aphros into champ Aphros, or do you... I mean, honestly, I don't have the answer for Mr. Payphone. I'm not sure what
I feel awful about it. Just like the ability to play without having to worry about back row turn 1 just means you are in such a rough position. PTA here, I don't know how this interacts with Aphros. What is Aphros' current attack stat?
I believe it'll go to a 3 because it makes it all 5 and then you
base 5 down to 3?
Yeah.
That makes sense. We're going to try this one, and down comes the Argo, pulling off the Magnaros, which enables...
completely off the Magnaros.
Yeah, which enables Bo to hit him where it hurts. What are we grabbing? Necklace?
Has to be Necklace. Oh, it is going to be Necklace. That way we could just Nexus off it with Aphros.
Yeah, draw 2 more cards. My word.
And deal 4 damage plus.
I feel like Bo built this deck backwards. Like a lot of us, we started by thinking, oh my goodness, Locagon is so powerful. What cards enable the Locagon? The Magnaros, the new Aphros. Bo was like, okay, so Aphros can draw cards if you Nexus from a Necklace of Harmonia. How do we build a deck around that?
Yeah, that absolutely makes it like, oh, well, I want to play Argo.
Yeah.
What are my targets?
Step
Argo?
1,
Go for
I
that.
have these nice Argos with the silver organized play stamp. Step 2, we'll find a line to win the game.
And a third Aphros hits the field, getting out a third champ.
Oh, my goodness.
And another base Aphros. That Constellation rare is shining
Look,
like
he's
the
smiling
stars
to himself.
themselves
He said,
here.
hee, take 5.
Yeah, he knows, like, all right, your face down ain't going to do anything, so I'm
Nexusing
good.
back onto the Aphrodite to draw a second time. Remember,
Gorgon's
each
Gaze,
Aphros is
second
once
champ.
per turn. Go for it again. Grab another champ Aphros. Oh, my goodness. We haven't special cast this turn,
Special
have we?
cast that
Yeah.
one, you Nexus onto whichever one you want, draw 2 more. How many
No,
cards
no.
have been drawn this game?
From Aphros specifically, we've drawn 6. Which basically makes it a free Nectar of the Gods. And you look at the hand, it's all back row, it's all utility Elestrals, it's all removal. There's just, I mean, if I'm Mr. Payphone, I just feel miserable right now. 4 down. Bo is at 5, but Mr. Payphone is at 11 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 represented on board. I mean, it's pretty close regardless. A couple of eruptions would do it, but Dratagua is a little late. God, it feels bad going for Dratagua, even when you know your opponent has boarded into Spoiled Fruit. But what other option does he have?
I wish this game was taking place on Clash. I would love to know the disparity in the main deck count.
Yeah. Another Magnaros off the top. Is there a Locagon in this deck? Are we going to ever see a Locagon? And Bo says, I don't care about Locagon. I'm drawing 2 cards.
It's the Aphros Parade. You don't need to. That was
Look at
another
that.
one.
That was Shield of Achilles Gorgons off that.
Nexusing
Triggered the
again,
other
drawing
Aphros
2 more. Gorgon's Gaze.
PTA. That's literally every back row in the game. Look at him. He tilted his head right there like a pit bull. He's like, oh, you know, I don't know. I guess we'll make another Aphros. Said, you know what? Why would I ever ascend into a Locagon? I could ascend into an Aphros and draw 2 more cards. This is unthinkable, dude. Okay, if you're Mr. Payphone, it's deck out time. We are playing for deck out.
At this point, what do you do? Do you get Aphros healing off of
that ought to close it up. I do like Bo's play here. You know, I think the only scenario in which they lose is a situation where they get blown out by a hugely stacked up Locagon. So for that reason, like, casting the additional Aetheros to try and dig for an Ambro makes sense, but it also looks really funny in a situation where they've got 15 cards in hand and are like, I need to draw 2 more. What else am I going to do? Those 5 bases getting in, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, puts Payphone down to 5. Bo at 7, now firmly ahead in spirit count, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional spirits remaining on board. I mean, this is unthinkable stuff. Mr. Payphone, good luck. You can see a little head shake, another Dratagua perhaps. You have to imagine a Spoiled Fruit is coming after drawing that many cards. And Bo says, I didn't even set Spoiled Fruit.
Oh.
Just kidding, here it is.
It was the last
There
one.
comes the handshake, and Bo is going to walk away with a decisive Game 3. Their Lockagon-less Lockagon deck taking it down. That was textbook, an absolute clinic, and keeps Bo in contention for top 6.
Look at Payphone. What else what to do there? But yeah,
I had Spoiled Fruit. You never healed.
you never healed. All you did was draw cards and play 5s. This was live stream 5s. This was an Aetheros parade. I prefer that name, actually.
Yeah, Aetheros Parade.
Aetheros
Well, it wasn't even
Parade.
really 5s. He didn't cast any utility Elestrals. There was a Galaxy turn 1, and after that it was just Aetheros drawing cards the whole time.
Aetheros beatdown was absolutely real. That was fun to watch, but man, you just had to feel the despair flow over Mr. Payphone from that. Unfortunately, that will likely knock him out of top 16 as well.
It's possible. Both of these individuals were 4-1, and Mr. Payphone had better breakers. Losing to Bo is a great breaker. I'm of the opinion that if they win out, they will make top 16, but that's a big if.
Yeah.
You got to get through a lot of really good players between here and there.
What I have to say. It was really interesting play by both of them. Like the list, and I want to know their deck list because they played so similarly, but it was the focus from Aetheros and the draw cards that I really think was the huge catalyst that put it all into Bo's favor. I mean, what was that turn? 6 cards drawn in one turn.
No,
4 before, 2 before.
I think that Bo's list is a radically different take on this this Lockagon list. I think it's so funny that the next great innovation in Lockagon appears to be taking out the Lockagons and just drawing cards. I appreciate it. It's going to be great for you to pick Bo's brain on this. I imagine he's going to have a lot to say, and I hope we get to cast him again. Like, I would be thrilled to see this again in top 16. It is such a Bo list. A heads-up, normal list, turbo out Lockagon. He goes, I'm taking out the turbo elements. I'm just playing Aetheros because Magnaros into Aetheros into Aphoros is just unthinkably strong and synergistic. I mean, I love it. It
was a very consistent beatdown strategy.
One of the things I love most about Elestrals is that you can have the same card pool. You can have all the same Elestrals. You can have all the same strategies represented. You can be handed structure decks that tell you how to play the strategy in an insert on a piece of paper, and 2 different people can come to 2 completely different consensuses about what should be played in the deck. And I just love that. I love that we have this diversity of thought that ends up building decks we are calling Lockagon that play so differently than standard Lockagon, as you just saw in that Game 3.
Yeah, it's really funny. You started off the tournament when we say, oh, Bo's going to come up with something innovative. Then we saw the cover. It was Aphrodite Lockagon. Oh, I'm disappointed. Oh, no, I thought you were something crazier. And then we see it in action. We saw Lockagon by Bo once.
Yeah.
And it was destroyed immediately. It was arguably the weakest part of the deck.
Yeah.
So I
cannot go in on it.
I cannot wait to pick Bo's brain on this one and find out what they were thinking when they created this. They're probably not going to give too much sauce, but I'm going to ask all the questions. So is there any question you need me to ask Bo about that list?
I want to know in what order he built it. Did it start with Lockagon and integrate Aphroses, or did it start with Aphros and integrate Lockagons?
Got it. I got you. That would be the last question to ask as the finale. But we're going to be linking up with Bo in just a little bit. MBT is going to be taking a quick break afterwards, so make sure you guys stay tuned. We're going to get Bo set up for the interview. We'll see you guys in 3 to 5 minutes with the full conversation. Hello and welcome back. This is the round 6 interview with the winner of this round, Bo, and the Aphrodite Lockagon list that wasn't quite so using so Lockagon.
Yep.
So first of all, how do you feel about the round? How do you feel about your win?
It feels very nice. Triple Aphoros is so much fun.
Oh yeah, triple. Yeah, that was the biggest thing that we saw. We hit the initial conversation was, oh, Bo is on stream. We're going to see something really innovative. And then the preview showed Aphrodite Lockagon. The phrase was, oh, I'm disappointed. Then we saw the deck in action.
It is not a Lockagon deck.
It is not a
It
Lockagon.
is an Aphoros deck with Lockagon as a top end.
We saw Lockagon played once. It was Spoil Fruit, and that was just like, okay, whatever.
Yep.
So that was a big. So what made you come to that specific build of the list?
So it was a lot of testing with Adam and I. I initially started off with Aphoros Morfrost.
Okay.
As the start for this build, and then he started on a more lock turbo.
I have to specify which Aphoros.
Both.
Okay, so Aphoros and Champ Aphoros.
Yeah,
Got it.
and all of that together in the Morfrost with the Morfrost package as well. So Adam started on more of a lock turbo version of the build, and then we eventually converged on the same exact list for this tournament.
Okay. Did you both just share a list and say this is what we're going to bring?
So actually, no, it was really iterative. So we would make small tweaks here and there,
Okay.
and then eventually, oh, I am on the same exact Elestral lineup. You just need to change a couple of cards in the runes, and then we're on the same list.
Wow. So just two great minds literally thinking alike.
Yep.
Amazing play. So there's a question by MBT that needs to be asked. What came first, the Aphoros or the runes? Was it Argo first, or was it like, I want to play Aphoros?
So the idea behind Argo plus Aphoros actually came from a deck back in Firestorm.
Okay.
I played a deck focused around Aphoros and Galaxy in
Right.
that, and that synergy within them. Champ Aphoros is basically Galaxy, but you get to special cast it every turn.
Right. Yeah, and you kept that parade going. Do you have a name for this list, by the way? Because we were calling it Aphoros Beatdown, Aphoros Parade, Livestream Fives. Like, do you have a name for it?
I would say it's Aphoros Tempo. You really want to be putting up 2 bodies every single turn.
Okay.
And really put on pressure every turn.
Okay, so can we call it Parade because it sounds fun?
Sure.
Aphoros Parade is in. So you have a few more rounds left to go, 2 more to go.
Yep.
You are very close. Your opponent there was actually in top 16
Yep.
and was right on the bubble. So, you get that win over them. It's absolutely great for you. You have 2 more rounds left. Are there any decks you're hoping to avoid or specifically face up into?
So my one loss in Swiss so far has been to BlueStacks. I really hope I don't get to play that again. And also Solar is very scary. Adam and I and the Penthouse were trying to make a Solar list work. And we just needed like another week to really figure it out. But Bean Soldier and Swolax bringing it and really showing how strong it is
Yep.
is very, very scary.
Oh, yeah. They are currently 5-0 right now, as we know of this interview. But they are showing up and showing out. They showed me the power of that list, and I actually asked them, can you please get off of that list? I would like to try to win. It was really bad. Solar Burst is scary, so you have to be wary of it. Any specific cards besides Aphrodite that you're looking to explore once Kissimmee is over?
Solar is definitely something that I would like to explore more. The Foretels definitely seem to lead to a lot of skill expression.
I agree.
And I think, like, after seeing Beans and Swolax's list, along with what we figured out in our testing so far, I think we can figure out a more suitable Solar list for us.
Got it. All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you and your team create with. 2 more questions. One, what do you think of Chance and Tarver?
It is very cool. I really wanted to bring it, but there's a few missing parts in Dionysus that make it a little tricky.
Oh, you actually considered it for the tournament?
Yes. That was
everyone laughs at me.
That was going to be that was my initial pick.
Okay.
I wanted to play Photosynthesis again.
Okay, yeah, I remember your photosynthesis list.
So
incredible.
Yeah.
All right, and last question: is there anybody you want to shut out? This is your open mic. Say whatever you want.
Of course, Adam. We've been testing nonstop basically for the past week. The rest of the Penthouse, Rybot, San Sally, Perky, MG. Am I missing one?
The whole crew,
Yeah.
as it were.
Ari's the last one.
Ari, yeah, we saw Ari on stream earlier. The having to face and take down his own Pantera. So crazy play. But all right, congratulations on your run. Good luck in the rest of your tournament. Don't you guys go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Elestrals. We have a lot more to talk about and a lot more things to do. 2 more rounds of Swiss and a whole lot more of PK. You'll likely see Bo later on as well. We'll see you guys in
Top Cut.
Yeah, hopefully in Top Cut. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
we are back for round 7. How are you feeling after, we're almost there, after a long, long day. We've got 2 more rounds left.
Oh, we've got 2 more rounds left. You've got 2 more rounds left.
Okay, yes, that's true. You have 1.
I will be taking my union-mandated break after this. I'm part of the Divine Union. Dionysus is actually our ombudsman.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I hear he kind of slacks off on the job, though.
He does, and he's a drinker. Regardless, we're excited to cast more of his incredible list. Today, we have seen some really, really powerful Elestrals make it to the field. We have seen some really innovative decks. We have seen some incredible casters with really amazing understandings of strategy. And I don't know if you got to catch any of the last match, but we got to see Bo play a Lockagon list that just didn't ever cast Lockagon.
I didn't see that, no.
So it turns out, if you cast Magnaros into Aphoros into old Aphoros, you can just draw 12 cards.
Yeah.
And we watched him do that 2 or 3 times. It was miraculous. I hope we'll get to watch him again in Top Cut. We've got 2 more rounds of Swiss before we will be revealing who is in that Top Cut. But at present, we do have 3 undefeated individuals who, even if they lose their next 2 rounds, I believe are a lock. That includes fan favorite Bean Soldier, who is still undefeated on that solar strategy. That shield really took him places, as well as 2 other casters that we may get for this round, we may not, depending on how long they intend to stay in. I'm super excited to see anything this next round. Is there anything we haven't gotten to take a look at that you feel has been missing from this broadcast?
Well, I don't know that we've seen a lot of the Thunder stuff. I would love to see Amp Up, toss Amp Up, like a Volt, partially because it was one of my predictions, but also partially because I think that it's a strategy that is hugely important.
Yeah, no, I would like to see that as well, but I think we are not pulling people from the X4 bracket, so it seems unlikely. Despite that, we will do our best to find an interesting match for you. But I've been excited. Even the Lockagon games, the most linear deck in the format, the games have played out massively differently based on the skill of the pilot, the decisions they made during deck building, and their end goal, be it to overwhelm an opponent with a Lockagon and play directly into Spoiled Fruit with the understanding that maybe they just don't have it, or if they just want to draw 12 cards on camera.
I know that Lockagon is one of those lists that, from what I've heard, as you've mentioned, it can be so different depending on who's piloting it. And there are so many different lines, and it takes a really, really intricate understanding. So I think this is going to be one of those lists that, as the format develops, it's really going to change, and we're also going to see a lot more different skill expression and ways of playing this card.
One deck that hasn't changed in months is Bear Bomb, which we haven't gotten to cast yet at all. I don't know if it's because the pilots aren't doing well or because very few people brought it. It is one of the top 6 most represented decks this weekend. Unfortunately, it looks to have bombed out.
What's wild is that I could have kept up with my Firestorm pattern of choosing bears every time, and I could have been at least kind of right.
Yeah. No, a very powerful deck in the waning months of the Firestorm metagame now unfortunately looks to be superseded by a number of new strategies. One that I don't think we have a good handle on yet is Dionysus. It's no secret that the top 2 decks we've seen all day are undoubtedly Aphrodite and that solar list.
Yeah.
Dionysus seems to be coming a third, but I don't really know what it looks like. We've seen lists with Latagon. We've seen lists that are just trying to get a cool madness into a Viserys going. We've seen Cyprong everywhere. Who knows what will reign supreme?
It is interesting seeing some of these Earth strategies revert almost to sort of base set Earth feeling lists. And I mean, now it just happens to be Equilink's Dionysus.
Yeah.
But, you know, the new pairing is very interesting. I would also love to see, and this is something I don't even know how represented it has been, the small Tuga stuff with Volcaries, sort of the evolution of fire artifacts, which was so prevalent in Firestorm and now nowhere.
I think Bo was our last hope for that strategy, and unfortunately was playing Lockagon.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, I'm excited to see some strategies. Let us know if there's a deck you would like us to field for this and the coming round, and place it in the comments section below, which, against our better judgment, we are reading. If you're here at the event or playing Elestrals on your own time, be it at a release weekend event through Divine Champions livestream, please shout us out, tag it with #PlayElestrals, and you could be featured.
Ooh. Yeah, if there are any favorite moments that you've had from this broadcast, any particularly crazy on-stream bits or aura farming that we've seen from a few of our casters, honestly, I would love to see those as well.
The shield, yeah, the shield. I would say the shield. Did you get a chance to play any of the side events during our break?
I was simply running around and socializing with the community and talking to anyone who would talk to me. That is the best part of these events for me. As much as I would have loved to have played, I actually didn't show up with any cards. But being able to talk to all of the Elestrals casters, people who weren't engaged in active clashes, it's so fun being here in person and being with everyone here and being able to chat and just hear about people's tournament runs, their experiences, and it's been a wonderful time.
It has so far, and we've still got a lot of it left. 2 more rounds, followed by more rounds tomorrow for our top 16. I believe 4 of them before we crown our Kissimmee 2025 Open champion. It could be anyone. I'm hoping that it will be one of the casters that we get to cast momentarily. We are just setting them up now. Round 7 has gone up, so we are fielding some individuals who are maybe on strategies that are a little less represented than the ones that we've already seen. I personally would love to see Brontiglow. Unfortunately, having spoke with some people who brought it, it seems to not be working.
Which is so unfortunate, especially with all of the new Fun Glow swag that we have from this event.
Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine having seen the stellar Fun Glow stuff?
And I feel like, you know, thematically, this event, for those of you that don't know, is taking place in the middle of a hurricane. There is just pouring rain outside. It would be nice for a thunderstorm deck to take it.
Well, it does seem like Aphrodite is the one who's going to have the final word, if there is anything that she has to say about it. However, the sun could shine.
Oh, wow.
With
It all
solar.
connects.
It
all
really
connects.
does. The sun could shine again because solar is one of those lists that is so represented.
And if, unfortunately, the games aren't good and the clashes don't live up to the hype, we can still all get plastered with the god of wine, Dionysus. That's the last one I've got.
I think we are out. However, I don't know about you, but I haven't gotten to open too much of the new set.
I have opened
And you know what? They can't stop both of us if we simply just open a pack each and have a little pack battle. Are you down?
I'm down.
Okay. I might need your help. I have nails here.
That's-
Oh,
I
you
got
are
a
already ready with the tool.
Oh, yeah. No, I've been here before. All right, first up, let's get that X of 10 off the box topper. All right, here it is. You're going to see the first one pulled right here on stream.
Unbelievable.
We're going to permanently damage it right here. This is not how you should be opening boxes at home,
Do
chat.
not do
Do not do
this.
this. All right, here we go. The box topper is posthumous. It is not an X of 10.
Hey, it was on stream. That was
was on
my pick. It counts. Yes.
All right, just 1 and 1?
Yes.
All right.
Are you a believer in mixing them up, or do you think just one from
I
the
just
top?
take them off the top.
All right, I'm with you.
I am not.
Ooh, and I got the posthumous art.
All right, what are we doing? Dense fog, Achilles mist,
Okay. Yeah, I hear.
Giraffe flora.
Okay, that's real. That's real. Oh, the Babloon champ. Okay, Drataya.
Sisyphus's boulder.
Oh, oh my. Oh, twins. Okay, we've got the new Nomadial.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite loafing Catarant.
Oh.
I love him so much.
I didn't realize he was loafing. That is funny.
He is.
Magneros.
Okay, we have Ivory, and
That's a nice one.
Yup.
That's a nice one.
Smalltuga,
half.
the
I've lost to
reverse
a lot
hollow.
of this. Gets you into Krakatuga.
Okay.
Peliquarius, and I got Guardian of Light. Oh, I actually got 2 of them.
Yeah, that was your reverse hollow, and I got the Aviolith hollow.
I like Aviolith a lot. Honestly, I would have a hard time betting against the Aphros, though.
I think that you probably won this one just strictly based on deck playability.
Yeah, we've cast a lot of Aphros doing a lot of crazy
We
stuff.
have, but you know what? Aviolith has also been cast today.
That is
a
true.
little bit.
That is true.
So it's not a total wash with Aphros.
Okay, I'm going to open the box topper as well. This
I
is
mean, hey,
important.
there's a code there to
There
claim
is a
if we
code.
want.
All right, so here's the deal. If you are in chat, I'm just going to give you a code to redeem free Elestrals caster coins. Your Play Elestrals account. Oh, they're zooming in. They're zooming in.
Okay, quick.
Oh. Here we go. Ooh, I don't know if the camera's going to get it. I'll read it out to you. UQ8LRT BVL6 VJF512.
And if you claim that first, you could be the proud owner of, I believe, 10 more caster coins.
It is a random number between 10 and 100, and 100 gets you a box. So
Okay, so that actually could be crazy.
you're just learning this right now.
Wait a minute. Actually, I'm going to go claim that. Actually, no one else get it, please.
Next one. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, I'm super excited. I think that we could see some really cool stuff this upcoming round. Me personally, I would love to cast Fire Artifact, but I just don't believe there's very many people playing it.
I've heard a couple top players talk about getting Eruption for game, I feel like it
that
must
could
be.
happen to anybody.
It really could.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's got to be lurking. That must be Krakatuga. I'm coping.
I will say personally, Krakatuga, the Small Tuga Krakatuga package is quite strong. I played against it at my local event as a board plan against Bears, which doesn't have an elegant out to it. If you go Small Tuga into Krakatuga, you can just hit them for 9 in one turn. You've, of course, gone all in on this strategy, but it means that they can't bomb you, and nothing in their deck natively beats a 9 defense Elestral. So it's a really interesting take on the card, and I like it a lot, especially as a sideboard plan.
I really like the combo and the line. I think that it makes a lot of sense. The Valkyries, the Hephaestus, and then you get to reveal the artifact with the Small Tuga and all of that. I think that it's real, and we're saying it now, which means that it's true. If it worked for PK in Pandora's Box, why can't it work for us?
That's we have to manifest it.
Yes.
All right, looks like we are just about ready to hop into the 7th round of competition. We've got 2 incredible clashers prepared for this round, just getting shuffled up right here. It's going to be Lush versus Pope.
And based on that little snippet that we saw for just ever so... Oh, there it is.
Oh, my goodness.
There's
a
no
lot
way.
of nonsense going on. Pope, I'm like, right, Latagana. We've seen that already. What the heck is Lush?
Rumantis Lycavolt.
So Lycavolt isn't too shocking. Amp Up, in case you're unfamiliar, is, I get it, a very powerful Elestral from base set, which can be discarded in order to add 2 additional Amp Ups to your hand. It does not specify that it's the Amp Up from base set. So you can get the new Amp Up from Divine Champions Livestream, which enables you to expend a Thunder Spirit in order to ascend into a Lycavolt from deck. And Lycavolt is fine. It's a large man that hits hard, and if it connects, takes a card out of your opponent's hand and puts it in the underworld. So it is just a well-statted utility Elestral that thins your deck in the process. I think a lot of decks are considering it to be played. The card that is freaking me out is the Rumantis.
I have to say, I actually did talk to Lush in my many ventures around this convention center speaking to people, and from what I was told, this is actually, we're probably going to see a very similar matchup because Lush is on Earth Good Stuff with a Lycavolt package.
That's nice.
And we saw the Thunder Earth team up sort of towards the end of, I believe it was the Daybreak era.
They said never ends, man. That's unbelievable.
And it's coming back again. And this new strategy, according to Lush, Rumantis has won games for them.
I believe. Rumantis, if you're unfamiliar, can attack directly. That's its huge sell. And when it does so, I mean, it does 2 damage. How many times have you gotten down to 1 spirit in your spirit deck? And you would just have to deal with Rumantis doming you direct, no matter what Elestrals you have on field, be they a Lotagon or less.
So this, regardless, is shaping up to be very interesting. We are seeing more of the Latagon stuff, and I will be curious to see what Pope's specific build is. As we've talked about, this Dionysus formula hasn't really been figured out yet, and everyone's on kind of different brews.
We know that Dionysus and Cyprong are good. We know that Dionysus's Madness is good. We know that Earth is good, but that's about all we know. And seeing the way that people engineer these decks is really exciting to me. Personally, I'm actually pretty surprised that the Pope is willing to recognize the pantheon of canonized Greek gods.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Hey, I mean, you know.
It does seem like a conflict of interest.
Whatever floats your Pope. First up comes Amp Up. down to the Underworld, we're going to add Ampups from deck to hand. Ampup here, just an unbelievably powerful card. I remember reading this in base set and thinking there will be a day in the near future where this is a good one. And all it needed was a good Ampup to get. Here, the Ampup from Divine Champions livestream is just exactly what you need. On your first turn, you can get out an Elestral that has 2 spirits attached and 6 attack. I mean, what more do you want?
And this is, in fact, my stream prediction. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the points.
Wow,
Yes.
congratulations.
It's really, I would like to thank the production team for making this happen for me. I would like to thank Lush for doing this. And in spite of all that, we are just casting Astrabbit in defense.
Well, don't worry. I mean, the Amp Up gets a lot better on your second turn when it has the ability to connect and potentially rip a card out of Pope's hand. And Pope, I imagine, as a 5-1 individual, knows all the cards in Divine Champions livestream, is totally familiar with what Lush is doing, and as a result, now has to play with the understanding that if their Elestral connects, they could lose an extremely powerful Elestral in their hand that they failed to develop. It totally turns the game on its head in terms of the pace and the tempo of it, and as a result, we'll see Pope probably navigate this upcoming turn way differently than they would have otherwise, maybe going all in super early into known back row, just in order to ensure that they don't get a good Lycavolt off on the next turn.
I mean, there's a chance that that hand is entirely the Latagon combo, and it just simply works out, and we don't have to worry about it.
Latagon combo here just being Drataya plus Dionysus. Hey,
Well.
by the way, this is Cyanectar, so won't be happening this turn.
No.
But Cyanectar, an independently powerful card as well. On cast, of course, can go ahead and grab a poison-tipped arrow from the deck. And of course, there are more than one poison-tipped arrows now. There's the reactive one that deals with an Elestral permanently, but there's also an Invoke rune, courtesy of Artemis, that can decrease an Elestral's stats. Here, if you want to contest the Astrabbit, we could go for that, but I think correctly making the read, that said card behind the Astrabbit will protect it.
And with this, we do have an answer possibly to the Lycavolt if that's how Pope chooses to deal with that particular threat.
It's not even great. Like, Lush gets this really cool spirit differential, gets to crash into the Cyanectar with a 4-attack Lycavolt and rip a card while getting the poison-tipped arrow to the yard, a 3-for-1. I mean, you get a sense almost immediately of how good this Lycavolt is.
Although, having not set the Cyanectar in defense, it makes me think that Pope does have an answer.
A shield or something.
Potentially, yes. That does signify that to me a little bit. And with that PTA there, we have a pretty flush
I'll
out
go
back
for
row.
it, yeah.
Yep, here we go. We're going to bring out Ampup. An Ampup is going to then discard an Ampup and a Spirit.
Thumbing through the hand real quick, of course, we added 2 Amp Ups, so we always will have fodder for the Amp Up. Now we're going to try the linked effect. This would be when you Gorgon's Gaze. We are not seeing it, which means we are at least allowed to get the Lycavoid. I think if you're Lush, you can make the read that either they don't have the Gorgon's Gaze, or they do have a shield. And then from this position, down comes the Lycavoid. Lycavolt here is the base set Lycavolt. I believe that's the Shattered Stars art. Lycavolt is weird in that it has, I think, 2 arts in base set, and I like that. There's a couple of cards like that. Boombat has like an art from the starters that it doesn't
I love the Starter Boombat art.
Starter
It's
Boombat
my
art is
favorite
so
one.
nice. Unfortunately, the Stellar Boombat art is also really good. Boombat is a card that has just gotten a lot of good alts.
Listen, I love Boombat, and I love
comes the
whoever
PTA.
loves Boombat.
And I mean, this just feels so good if you're Lush. This is brought down to 4. You can crash with the Cyanectar. You rip a card out of the hand. Like, that is a 3-for-1. What more do you want? Oh my
However,
goodness. Is that madness?
it is Dionysus's madness.
So we've dazed the Lycavolt, and we've picked...
This is so expensive.
Lush has got to be smirking to himself. That cost Lush 3 spirits and 1 card to get rid of 4 spirits and 3 cards from Pope. That's as good as it gets. Unfortunately, speaking of cards that instantly replenish themselves, Cyprong may turn on the entire strategy if Lush doesn't have a Gorgon's Gaze, and quick head shake signals that he doesn't. Down comes Dionysus, and we've got a game on our hands.
Okay, so with all of this, now Lush is going to have to get into whatever secondary engines they're working with. We saw Rumantis. I don't know if that is what we are going to be going for.
There's a format Dionysus says, enrage your Astrabbit. That boy's going to attack.
So we are slowly going to be picking apart this board, which tells me maybe we're going to be pushing next turn. And the 2 back row set here going to be,
There we go.
enraging this Astrabbit.
So if you're unfamiliar with Enrage, that means when Lush enters battle, that Astrabbit will have to switch to attack position and will have to perform an attack. Pope has structured their board so that every attack will kill the Astrabbit. So it is not long for this world, sent to the underworld momentarily, but also puts Lush in a position where you get a good sense that Pope didn't have access to a shield prior, because the shield here would allow you to ascend over the Astrabbit and negate this entirely. Still an option. We're going to go for the Viscerus. That's a great one. Contests the Cyprong and the Cyanectar. Almost immediately demands a response. If we don't see a PTA, we got to imagine there's got to be like a Gorgons, which is totally inefficient. I said that and then realized this is new Viscerus. All right, well, he's going to do his best.
Yeah, we have new Viscerus coming out, and I haven't gotten to see the Viscerus combo with Dionysus's Madness yet, which I've been very excited to see, where original Viscerus cast second one, use Dionysus's Madness. Suddenly
yeah.
you're not in defense anymore.
It's like if Altar
Very
of Stars
scary.
was good.
Exactly. And I haven't seen it all day today, which Lush probably has been getting up to similar shenanigans, if only they had the right Viscerus.
Yeah. Pope really thinking about this one. This is a hard call to make. This Viscerus isn't that threatening. Gonna go for the Gorgons here. I think if you're Lush, you're very happy about that. Doing it in the battle step, which means that Viscerus is going to go down to a 4 and trade with the Cyprong, which has already replenished itself. But if you're Lush, the Cyprong also represents a recursive removal spell. So you've really gotten away with murder here, and it's expressed in the spirit count. Lush is at 18 to Pope's 7.
The absolute poetic irony here of the
Cyanectar
Cyanectar coming out, getting PTA'd, grabbing PTA. All right. There are arrows flying from both sides of the board here.
Lush doing a quick shuffle up. Let me ask you this. This is very important.
Mm-hmm.
What's your stance on unsleeved spirits?
You know, this is a very controversial topic. Me personally, I'm sleeving them every time. But I do understand that many top players are of the, I guess, ideology. I think that this is, it's sort of
a cult.
Yeah, it is an important, big issue. Where do you stand on it?
I always sleeve premier spirits. I like to play with the Dallas marbles as much as possible. I like to play with shiny spirits when I can. But there is also a thrill to picking some spirits out of bulk and just not sleeving them. You can riffle shuffle them between games. People it really squicks people very badly. They go, oh, don't do that. And you go, why?
It's
They're
a
my
mind
spirits.
game.
Yeah.
It would throw me, I have to admit.
Kind of a rough hand for Lush. We can see that it's Ambro, Equilinx, and Dionysus's Madness. You really don't want to develop any of those cards. Thinking about, I think, expending to draw here. We have time.
Yeah, that
we're
is
at
absolutely
7
what
to
happened.
Pope's, or we're at 12 to Pope's 7,
Mhm.
which means we can afford to take 2 spirits of damage this turn without too much of a fuss. Going to set up a Dionysus's Madness play. That can get us a really valuable Equilinx. In this matchup, Equilinx targeting your opponent's Dionysus can be such an unbelievable play just in terms of spirit differential. And I guess we are just going to poison tip
Yeah.
every single critter who's ever lived.
And the second
Do we
Cyanectar
still
comes
have
out.
a poison tipped? Are we getting the Artemis one here?
Maybe?
Whoa, what is that?
That is
Poison
Nectar coming
Dionysus's
out.
Chalice. That's incredible. You don't see that often, but it is a fun of that you see occasionally splashed in these brews, just because it has utility against some of the metagame.
I don't think I have ever seen that card cast.
Oh, well, you may be.
I'm
about to.
very much looking forward to it. I don't know if we were just in a position where Cyanectar was attempting to come out, be an extra body, and might as well go and grab something, or if this is something that Pope has a specific plan for. We are Ambrosia-ing here, going to be going in, healing up, setting another back row.
Oh, my goodness. Getting in for 2. Lush goes down to 9 here, and then 8 to beat the Cyanectar. It's actually quite interesting. This one Cyanectar played on turn 1 has been the little Cyanectar that could, if Lush could just get rid of it, the tempo of this game would totally swing, but it's difficult.
Unfortunately, with only an Equilinx and no Nexus Bank, that does feel pretty bad. Although, like you said, with
There we
spirits,
go.
okay, there is the Nexus Bank that we've been looking for. Equilinx is going to be coming out here. We have Ambrosia in hand, as we know, and probably
Did we not pay out that Cyanectar? Ooh, I think we didn't.
he is still very much on the field.
That's
Although it's interesting because there were 3 spirits of damage taken, which I believed one of those was the payout.
Yeah, they're actually correcting this right now.
There we go. So that's exactly
They
what
just
that is.
forgot it. Okay.
There he goes.
So here's the deal. The Equilinx can Nexus to itself and pop the Dionysus, which forces the Dionysus's Chalice, presses the issue with respect to the Chalice, and brings Lush down to 2. Then Lush has to beat Pope, who's at 7 with the Cyanectar on field, and can get to a position where they might be in trouble should they have another Elestral to cast. The Equilinx, inversely, does not threaten anything. Pope, recognizing this play, says, before you set your last card, we're going to go for the Poison Chalice now. I'll go down to 7, you go down to 2, discard that last card in your hand, and we'll bring our Dionysus down to 1 so that if the Equilinx pops it, it's not that big of a deal. Alternatively, the Equilinx can go for what we know is a poisoned tipped arrow to put Pope on just a Cyanectar and 1 card, which, I mean, is strong, but also puts you in a position where the 2 on Dionysus is probably all you have to your name. It'll need to be an Ambro plus action, which of course is impossible with 1. It seems like a no-win situation from Lush that could be rectified by way of an Ambro right here, pulling off of the Equilinx. Unfortunately, no good way to do that. Obviously, you want to use the spirit under the Equilinx that's being poison-tipped arrowed to do that, but you need to Nexus to it first, so that's frustrating. And then I think we are going to the end step, paying out the poison-tipped arrow and passing. I'm actually really surprised to see the hit on Dionysus rather than the hit on the known poison-tipped arrow, because it means even if we draw action next turn with a 5 spirit count, we're not going to be able to do anything with it.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what Lush is thinking with the Dionysus, if there is a concern about the potential Latagon engine coming out.
That's what. We're going to flip our last remaining card, Dionysus's Madness, which is going to move the Cyanectar to defense. Now, Pope not only has to pay out for the PTA, they also have to... Oh, what are we doing here? Checking the Poison Chalice here.
Okay.
They're also going to have to find action. Down it goes.
So there goes the Cyanectar, and Equilinx is also going to...
Ooh, that was unfortunate. That Cyanectar had to become dazed as part of that step, and in so doing is able to once again search for a named card. The second Dionysus's Chalice here is disastrous because Dionysus's Chalice can be cast if any Dionysus is enchanted. So Lucia's going to take 1 here, go to 4, that Mustation to defense, and now the Dionysus's Chalice can put him to 2. Yeah, that's disastrous. Oh, and pulls it off, says, okay. Oh no, what an unbelievable tempo swing. By doing it in draw, we've just time-walked him. Any name off the top does it, and Pope takes it. That was an unbelievable sequence. I never thought Pope was that far ahead, but I didn't realize if you get to a simplified board state, Dionysus's Chalice just reads win the game.
Having not seen that card ever played before, to see it put in so much work is incredible. I mean, no wonder. I was confused as to why this is in the main deck, but if this is how games have been going all day for Pope, no wonder.
Well, if it was a fun of, I think we would have seen it activated and then, you know, oh, it got a little bit of action, so that's fine. They're clearly playing more than one because we saw the search off of the Days of the Cyanectar. And when they flipped the second, it was done to defeat the top deck, which was Quackle, which at 2 attack would have totally changed the outcome of this game for Lush. I mean, I really like it. It smacks to me of back when decks were playing like golden apples really early in Elestrals history because they wanted to shut the door on a game they had otherwise won. This is kind of a cool way to do that while also pressuring decks that spend a lot of spirits. Think Aphrodite, BlueStacks, and the like.
Well, and with Latagon, hey, who knows? Maybe it is Golden Apple of Discord's time again. I've heard whisperings that people are
Latagon.
Thinking about bringing it back.
Wow, wait, someone call Wirtz. Is old Dirtaya a part of this?
No, I think it is just the Latagon, which, you know, would be very exciting to see cast. But considering Pope didn't even have to go near that combo this entire game, I'm not sure what this game 2 is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, that was 1 off the back of 2 Cyanectars. Like, it wasn't like we saw a flurry of powerful Elestrals. It was literally 2 Cyanectors and then a Frostfall era playable Moustation. Like, really? That's the deck? But yeah, no. Found every poison-tipped arrow in his deck, every chalice. I mean, maybe this thing has legs.
I don't think I've seen this many poison-tipped arrows since, I mean, maybe Daybreak. But even then, I think there was a debate of, is poison-tipped arrow good anymore? Is it not? But here we are with Cyanectar making it searchable, and it is simply flying all over the place.
Certainly, it was assisted by the fact that this matchup is good for it. I can imagine a matchup like Bears or a matchup like Aphrodite where a Poison Tipped is less good. You take 5, but you out 1 of the Lockagons, for instance. This is one where every threat counts.
And then you simply have Aphrodite's soulmates, and it was all for nothing.
Yeah, right.
So we are looking at our side
with
decks.
every Aphrodite player I've played against.
And it looks like we are going to be pile shuffling going into this next round. I wonder if Lush is making any particular adjustments. I mean, not to continue giving it to PK, but a Pandora's box into this, knowing how many times Pope went into the deck to search for other things could be valuable.
We can actually see a P-Box in Pope's deck as he shuffles it from the actual physical Pandora's box promo.
Oh?
I want those so bad. I have to find a place to get them. But I think you're right. It's a perfect opportunity to be using those. Perfect for Pope as well because I believe it counters Ampup, but I'm not sure. With an understanding that your opponent is playing this strategy, you get to board out of a lot of the cards that you had in here to hedge against powerful decks like Aphrodite and the like. You're like, okay, we are playing a lower to the ground kind of Elestrals. I can board into more 1-for-1s. I can board into more like overcosted removal because it's going to simplify down to you have a Cyanectar I don't have an answer to, not I have a 15-step combo that blows you to Kingdom Come.
Although that could, in fact, be the case if we do actually see the Latagon engine.
Yeah, Lush doesn't even know the Latagon's in the deck yet.
Yeah, this could simply just be similar to what Lush is playing, an Earth good stuff low to the ground strategy, as you were talking about, because that hasn't been revealed.
All right, we are drawing our next hand. I believe Lush is on the play. Gonna take a quick look at this grip. It says I'm keeping. Pope is taking a sec to think, but is also going to keep. And turn 1 Astrabbit is, you know, I want to say it's as good as it gets, but it has been the play that I've been most underwhelmed with this entire weekend. Like, we watched Bo go for a Magnaros line turn 1 when it can't be Gorgon's Gazed and draw 2 cards just to draw 4 and then 6 and then 8. We've watched another Lotagon player establish the Lotagon on turn 1. I've played a significant amount of Bears games where the entire match hinged on the ability of Ursicle to resolve turn 1 and remain on the field by way of like a Gorgon's Gaze or a Shield. Astrabbit's good, don't get me wrong, but against the deck that can enrage it, it's a little less exciting.
Yeah, the 3 back row set really, I think, speaks to how many hurricanes Lush has been encountering, which is to say probably not many today.
We've seen it, but no, certainly not in this strategy. You just don't have the Spirit deck for it, I imagine. Hopperu, a nice play here. I like Hopperu a great deal. It's like an Astrabbit that feels a little more fair. You can only get an Earth card, and it attacks directly, which means you don't even have to worry about that pesky interaction here. It feels terrible to shield because it's always going to get in anyway, so you probably just let this go.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, why remove the Astrabbit when you can simply hit around it? And it looks like it is, in fact, going to be shielded, which, as you mentioned, doesn't necessarily feel great because we know that's always coming back. However, Lush, as we know, is on the Rumantis, so maybe Lush has a particular respect
Yeah, he's
for
like, I know where this is going.
Hopperu line, exactly.
Oh, wow. Saw some powerful one-ofs in that Astrabbit. An EQ, I imagine that's the pick. Yeah, we're going to snap pick that EQ. Try and walk in for 2 with the aggro bunny.
The one-of Earthquake, it's always good to find, especially early on. And, I mean, as we said, Lush doesn't necessarily know that Pope is running this Latagon strategy, but in fact has just stumbled upon the answer to it.
Earthquake's good against everything.
So even if we do see that combo pop off for Pope, might not really matter in the end.
Two down here.
You'll be taking a Thunder and a Wind, it looks like.
It's like already
Hurricane?
got those spirits from the Kissimmee event.
Okay, and here we go with the Hopperoo coming back as we knew it would. It always hops back.
This is kind of weird. Hopperoo is worded in a very specific way. When this Hopperoo deals damage, you can foretell. So we can walk over an Ast Rabbit, but in so doing, we won't actually be able to add a card to our hand. So we're going direct here, revealing a P-Box and a Lavalith. We do get, at the very last minute, an Earth Elestral, and it's one of the best ones, that Drataya. It was so devastating in the other match that we cast of Latagon.
Well, and of course, Lush is now looking at that and saying, ah, okay.
I see the Lavalith is coming too. That's horrifying. So if you're Lush, you're probably thinking, how can I most effectively stave off Lavalith? Is there some way for me to go wide and all of my Elestrals contest the Lavalith? Is there ever a situation where my opponent lets my play resolve in an attempt to get them a better Lavalith? You know, Lavalith is one of those cards that when you know it's coming, you can plan accordingly, but you can't plan that accordingly.
Yeah, however.
Here. This is probably getting shielded. This is kind of a weird decision from Pope, too, because it turns off the Lavalith, but, I mean, you can't let Viserys get in.
Especially with a potential Dionysus's Madness set, which might have been exactly what Lush was thinking. Lavalith isn't that big of a deal if you are using your back row and you have an answer to it, possibly.
Real quick, we're doing the count here. Pope overpaid for the Shield of Achilles, but I think with the understanding that they'd be taking damage off Ast Rabbit, they won't be because the Hopperoo is still on field.
Okay.
Usually the 3 attack doesn't body block very well.
No, but in this exact situation, it is in fact a bit of a wall.
Yeah.
When what you are working with is 2 Ast Rabbits, both in attack, which is interesting. Okay, Sai and Nectar coming back, going to be going in and searching possibly that PTA.
Love this Gorgon's Gaze. It's a really hard call to make, but they didn't have the PTA for the Viserys. Your plan next turn is to develop the Viserys again. You don't want to be developing it into a PTA. Going to set one more, but if you are Lush, you probably know that's Pandora's Box, added off the top of the deck from the Foretell. Going Hopperoo direct once again and revealing. That's going to let Lush know for sure what that set card is, but we'll see.
And looks like we're going to be going through spirits here real quick, and I'm just kind of taking a look at what we have over on Lush's side. We see that Earthquake that we saw grabbed.
Once again, so it's not the P-Box set. That's interesting.
Okay, and a Cryoblast.
Yeah, P-Box Cryoblast PTA does not proc the Hopperoo here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Cryoblast doesn't really do anything against what we are looking at on the board right now. Nor too much else. I mean, the Viserys, it could
probably
deal with that.
Pope is making some assumptions about what Lush is playing. Like, we saw a pretty fantastic Thunder Splash, so maybe he's like, it's a Bronta-Glow deck. I should be bringing in Cryoblast for that or something. I don't know. It's a toughie.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing exactly what that was for, but there are certainly some things that it can answer and contest. And the Viserys being one of them, actually.
All right, do we have a PTA? Looks like no. Says, I'm going to try the Viserys again.
I really would like to see the Viserys Dionysus's Madness play. Just one time. I really would love to.
It's kind of weird. I think we may be switching the Ast Rabbits to defense. There's not really anything they can do from this position unless we have a set Dionysus's Madness to clear the board, and then the Ast Rabbits will do stuff. Looks like we are thinking about some play. Yeah, we're taking up defense here.
Yep.
Try in over the Hopperoo. It's going to get shielded once again. I mean, this sucks for Lush. Obviously, it's miserable to see your single play get pushed back every single turn, but it also is not great for Pope. They're overpaying on every single one, which means they're losing spirits way faster, but it does enable them an opportunity to get to Latagon, which we are going to try to do here.
Okay, and looking at our set cards here, and all right, going to be looking and making sure that we.
Let me read this card. You're playing Latagon? You're really playing the Latagon?
Mm-hmm.
He's explaining how we get to the Latagon. Lucia's like, oh, no.
So on cast, the Drataya gets to daze something.
Yeah.
And when the Drataya becomes enraged, usually paired with Dionysus, then it can special ascend into the Latagon, and then it enrages the Latagon, which, when enraged, can pop a card.
Very, very powerful setup. We are going to go ahead and daze the Astrabbit, and then Dionysus's
There we
Madness
go.
to daze the Drataya, trigger its effect. Now, this could be played around if Lush also has a Dionysus's Madness or a Gorgon's Gaze. So I think you had the read on the Dionysus's Madness Viscerous play, which means that he now has to make the decision if he wants to wield this defensively to prevent his opponent from getting to Latagon.
Well, we know that the Earthquake has
Doing
been
it. Yeah.
in hand.
There it is.
Okay.
Good play, good play.
Yeah. So we are going to prevent the Ascension here, which is fair enough.
Here's where we flip our third Dionysus's Madness. Here we go. He's getting mad.
Yeah, it is truly madness.
So we're just going to have a quick judge confirmation here. Your opponent does have an opportunity to perform the daze function on your Elestral, which will prevent it from being enraged, which it has to be at resolution of the chain in order to trigger that effect. So that linked effect is not going to trigger. Instead, Drataya is just going to sit there. And, you know, 2 attack isn't fantastic. Kind of fodder for the Viscerous, even if the Viscerous gets Poison Tipped Arrowed at this point. A really fantastic opportunity for Lush to pull ahead. Let's see what we get off this Hopperoo. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And Pope goes, what is going on? It's one of those situations in Foretells that without a way to shuffle your deck, you're just giving your opponent free information that you're not drawing gas for the next 3 turns.
And, I mean, this Viscerous has gotten so much value for Lush.
Yeah.
It's taken out 2 shields, possibly a PTA, if we go for it again. And these Astrabbits have simply been able to sit here and accrue value
I
turn
think the
after
thing that we have
turn.
screwed up here is not contesting the Hopperoo with that Earthquake. I never would have thought that that was the play, but it has done like 5 damage itself.
Yeah,
by
the
attacking
Hopperoo
Spear
has
directly.
been simply just
looks like
getting
we've got a Hopperoo of our own. Thinking about it.
Okay.
I kind of like going for the Vis again, unfortunately. I know that if you're Lush, you're thinking, how many times am I going to make this exact same play?
We're doing
It wins the game if it resolves, so you have to do it.
Okay, I
Pope
didn't
says
see that set
yes.
card. It would be great if we could get another Dionysus's Madness, although, of
I
course,
think you have to imagine it's PTA. He's taking a sec to think
Yeah.
here on cast. This is not a good PTA. We, of course, have a fantastic target through PTA in Drataya, which means you get to eat the PTA and extend your board. Obviously, the second Viscerous is going to be a bit of a sitting duck to the Cyan Nectar, but we're actually going to resolve both problems at once by casting the PTA off the Drataya, which doesn't give the Viscerous a fantastic hit.
Okay.
The Viscerous can still hit the Hopperoo and proc, but nothing on board then will contest the Cyan Nectar. I think you still take that trade.
I really like this play and making Lush make this difficult decision because, I mean, this Hopperoo has been
It's been a house.
truly
It
a
hasn't
pain.
really gotten anything, but it has done like 7.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're Lush, you push the issue. Go for the Earthquake
Oh,
on the Cyan
yeah.
Nectar.
Simply just-
Viscerous into the Hopperoo, and then you switch your Astrabbits to attack and try to win the game. Followed up with an Ambro so that you don't get scammed out. No, we're just going in. Says, you know what, I'll have all the time in the world to get to you with Astrabbits. I guess I do like saying that because Astrabbit is dazed. You might as well keep them in defense.
Yeah, the one Astrabbit, of course, can't do much. The other one could have potentially gotten a little bit of damage in, but wanting to preserve the wall makes sense. Although, as
Are
we know,
we-
Pope is on Hopperoo, so
We're resolving backwards here. I think Lush is going for the Viscerous attack, and then Pope is thinking, do I want to respond to that? I think probably with the Gorgons. Oh, good gosh, certainly not. What a low value PTA into Gorgons setup if you do that.
Yeah.
You may be back against the wall because you know your next 3 draws. If you don't have action, you may feel like I need to stop anything relevant from making it onto the field. It's just such a hard position to be making decisions from, understanding what your next 3 draws are. If you don't have an Elestral, like, what are you going to do?
And here comes that second Viscerous coming out here in defense. Finally has been able to resolve this Viscerous effect after 3 separate attempts.
And if you're Pope, you've also now leaked what your set card is, most likely. I mean, Lush can probably just decide from here on out. I wonder if it's even properly enchanted. We are going to go for it.
Okay.
That kind of bleeds that the set card might be Dionysus's Madness, but if it is, that's the end of the game.
I believe that one was set this turn, so if we
There's
go...
the Lavalith. We knew this was coming.
Yep.
Pope down to 6. It is Gorgon's Gaze.
Okay.
That's an okay one. It's not fantastic. We can crash the Viscerous into the Lavalith in order to eat it. And then we know that our opponent probably doesn't have an Elestral for the next 2 turns. So theoretically, we can tempo them out from a 6 position.
If we can simply find a way.
This is so much math.
Although, you know what? You know what we could see is Rumantis.
Oh, Rumantis would go
ascend over the Viscera.
Rumantis would go crazy here. All right, we know one of the last 2 cards in hand is Ambro, but from here, Lucia's playing with perfect information because every card on top of the deck for the next 2 turns has been revealed. It's P-Box, Gorgon's Gaze, and I believe Poison Tipped Arrow? One of those.
Yeah, simply just not seeing guys for the longest time. So this is Lucia's opportunity to say, I don't think you're going to be able to deal with really anything that I'm about to do here.
So we know that Lucia has an Ambro, which will functionally get him back into the game. We can use the Viscerus to get over the Lavalith. And if we're doing that, we're always using the Ast Rabbit to attack directly.
And we are re-enchanting that rabbit.
Yeah, which means that we might as well re-enchant it to get a better look at the top of our deck. And Pope is thinking here, I mean, maybe for he's thinking about that Gorgons, that one closest to the Spirit deck. It's such a weak Gorgons. But you already know the next few cards of your deck. Like, can you afford to play from a winning position here?
Yeah, Pope really needs to find a way to wrap it up with this Lavalith. Otherwise, Lucia's going to be able to get rid of that Spirit differential, and that's all she wrote, especially from this position for Pope.
This is such a whack Gorgons. You have to retain a Gorgons to prevent your Lavalith from dying too, so it says go for it, go for it. All right, look at the top 3. Oh my goodness. That's Ampup, which also contests the Lavalith, but does so with an amount of spirits we maybe don't have at a
Yeah, that is
as well.
no longer an engine that is available to us, unfortunately.
All right,
We could simply see Lycavolt hard ascend.
Yeah.
Over this Astrabbit. There are multiple options here, but none of them feel, I would say, great.
There's a weird position for Lucia also. You want to switch your Astrabbits to attack to get the screws on, but also, if your opponent has any back row, you can't. You have to keep them in defense. So we probably switch the Viscerus to attack. Oh my goodness, he's not going for it. Okay.
So we are simply just trying to make sure that we aren't going to take the lethal
Cryoblast
damage.
the Viscerus. All right, we knew that was coming. And it's going to be met with Madness to daze the Lavalith, pulling off the Viscerus here.
Okay. Makes sense. We are preserving for one more turn. We have that one Spirit and a Dream. Just something, anything that deals with this Lavalith.
Sets a card. We know that there's a P-Box involved, so if we go for the Ampup, we could chase out the P-Box, take him down to 4. We are still at 1. Oh, we are ascending?
Yeah, here comes the Ascension. That is a Water. Oh, into another Astrabbit.
Gorgonsing that.
Okay. We needed to see.
I think we do. We have an. I thought we had an Ambro. Why are we? Oh no.
And then the Hopperoo. This is going
oh,
to.
No, at 0 spirits.
Lethal.
Oh
yep.
no.
Oh my goodness. And Pope is the winner.
Oh, that's incredible. That's so funny.
I'm starting to see the value of Hopperoo.
Yeah, that Hopperoo, the first one did like 7 damage, and the second
Yeah.
one won the game. Oh, wow. If you're Lucia, you've got to be kicking yourself. You're like, I knew the top 5 cards of the deck. How did I play this wrong?
Especially considering, I mean, it's your own tools being used against you.
Right.
That is what Lucia plays, especially with the Rumantis. You know that he's familiar with the Hopperoo package.
You know, I gotta say specifically, it is impressive that the more things change, the more they stay the same. As much as people used to bemoan how powerful Lavalith was, it's incredible to see this Frostfall card can still absolutely take games. It's limited for a reason, folks.
Yeah, even if at that one of, which of course, when you have cards like Hopperoo, can be easy to say, okay, I can plan for a Lavalith coming down the line, or even say Hopperoo going into Astrabbit, grab it, that kind of thing, and makes it slightly more consistent. But, I mean, Hopperoo really was the star of the show there. Being able to attack Spirit deck directly is incredible. I mean, the amount of value that we saw off of Hopperoo simply hanging around, it won the game.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a number of Dionysus decks today, and it's wild to me that even among individuals playing different Dionysus decks, they can come to totally different consensuses about what does or does not belong in the strategy. I mean, that was a Lotagon deck we never saw make Lotagon.
No.
Right? The closest it got was that Dionysus's Madness chase, But at the end of the day, did it need it? You know, it was able to swarm with the Cynectors. It was able to get enough poison-tipped arrows onto the field, and it was able to make really fantastic use of Dionysus's Chalice. I think a really, really cool suite of cards.
And this is just what we were talking about going into this matchup, is that Dionysus has not been sorted yet.
Right.
And these are two very different lists that we just saw of this brew. And I think that we maybe aren't quite there yet, but there are certainly some ideas, some seeds that as this format continues, people will be able to figure it out, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, totally agree. We are going to go ahead and grab you an interview with the winner of this match. We'll have them in here speak a little bit about the decisions they made and the deck that they played. And then we will get prepared for our final round of
Swiss.
so exciting to say.
Ooh!
By we, of course, I mean Kay. I will be taking a little bit of a break.
Yes.
But I think there will be a lot of high-octane Elestrals gameplay for you to entertain yourself with in the hour afterwards.
And of course, being able to find out the top 16 going into tomorrow.
Which we will have tonight.
Top Cut is going to be, I cannot wait.
Me neither. I of course am rooting for my boy Bean Soldier TV, but there's so many casters that I wish make top 8. Sincerely, I'm going to catch up with immediately after this. I'm going to see who is still in, at what capacity, and the likelihood of them beating an X2 tiebreaker.
We will see so much excitement to come, and like we said, we will know that tonight. So be sure to stay tuned, and of course we will have our interview with our winner from this previous round here, and I'm sure you have lots of questions about this particular brew.
Yeah, I mean, did you mean to not play Latagon in your Latagon deck? That's an important one. No, I wanted to ask specifically about the Dionysus's Chalice, how it's been all day. The only scenario in which I've ever seen it is a fun of. So we will just take a short break. I'll come back with those questions, and then afterwards, we will get you that winner's interview. We are back with the winner of round 7. How are you feeling?
Ecstatic. I was very nervous. It's not my first time in feature, but it was. I had a little testing on the set, so I was very cautious. I knew the Thunder matchup well, but he had his own brew, so I was very careful. And I have to say that I was lucky to be able to basically rip his hand at the end of game 1. And it's like draw for turn, draw phase, discard, burn 2, draw phase again. Like this is it. That's the game.
So I did obviously want to ask about the standout card of your deck, which is the Poison Nectar Dionysus's Chalice. We've seen a little bit of it today, maybe as a one-of that you can find off of Cynectar, but you're playing more than that.
Yes. It was weird. I saw it. I liked it because it's both a hand control management and a burn. So you have -6 when I only take -3. Honestly, I've the whole tournament I've barely searched for it. This time it seemed like the proper play, so might as well go for it. And it was both hand size and spirit, so he didn't have a counter for my full board.
Yeah. We've seen so many Dionysus lists today, and they all look different. A lot of people can't sort of determine what the power players are in this archetype. You settled on Latagon. How have you been liking it?
I've been liking it a lot. I like the back row control aspect of it, and the funny aspect of Lotogon is that I play the base set one. So I throw the base set one way they have like 4 or 5 spirits. It's like, please cast Ambro. Do it, because you know you're going to go -1.
That's fun. When playing this deck against other strategies, are there any that you're afraid of, any that you think are bad matchups?
Yes, the worst matchup is Solar. They just keep recurring, and it's a really uphill battle. So that's the deck that I least want to see, because they have a lot of new support, and it's very good, very annoying. Especially the counter rune that protects and also recycle spirit makes no sense. It's too free in my opinion. It is what it is. But that's the matchup that I least want to play against. Though the only matchup I've lost today is Lokogon. The brother, yeah.
We have been seeing so many Lokogon today. I imagine your run has been similar. Is there anything that stood out to you as a strange deck?
No, I've only played one Lokogon, and I've played 2 Solars and Frost Bears.
Oh.
But it was pure, not Bear Bomb, Pure Bear. He championed Kione me for 8 in 1 hit. I almost died. I managed to have the EQ and the Ambro to survive. And I can remember my first match was also Water. But it was structure deck, so.
Happens. Yeah. Well, congratulations. You're X1, right? So, I mean, pressure's probably not off. Still would like to win the next one.
Absolutely. I want to make sure that I'm there.
Yeah, but a much better position to be in than your opponent for sure.
Definitely.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck on the next round. We hope to cast you again in top 16.
Thank you. I hope to see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
casters. We are here for round 8 of the Kissimmee Open. This has been one incredible day. I love being out there in the vibe, watching everybody do gunslinging with A-Drive and Shady Penguin. Watch everybody do the Spirit Challenge over there where I got brutalized by Brulok in this Moose list who didn't even use Moose. Where I've seen people win. Winning sheets in here, the uncut sheets. I've seen people. I've watched Swolax and Bean Soldier play in the last round. Both undefeated, both on very similar, if not one-to-one lists. This has been an incredible tournament, and very soon we're going to have our top 16K locked in.
I cannot wait to see the top 16, and more importantly, I cannot wait for the first glimpse into what Livestream is going to look like. This meta that we haven't quite figured out yet, this top 16 is going to show us probably what the future of Livestream is going to approximately be looking like.
I think we're so far away from solving this meta. If what Bo's list has anything to go with, it is going to be an incredible meta to watch evolve. Like we saw, people are berating me and say, "Oh, it's not a 5s list." Listen, it's the spirit of 5. It was a parade of 5s. That said, Bo was okay going with April's parade. So, yeah. But all the same, like we have that going on. We've seen so many Earth lists. We've already talked about how diverse Earth is right now with everything that Livestream introduced. We have Thunder. We have not seen Amp Up and Like a Vote on stream, but we know those cards are potent. I think they might be trying to shore up Brontoglow, and Brontoglow is kind of an anchor of what Amp Up could actually be. We saw Rumantis and Haparu earlier as well in the last round. We know Aphros is there, and I think Aphros has a lot to be explored. Do not forget that Aphrodite can search for any water that's empowered with Necklace of our Aphrodite. We have so much to explore in this set. Is there anything you haven't explored that you just like can't wait to dabble more in that? And is it Centaur Champ?
Well, you know what? Actually,
we can't say Earth anymore. We gotta diverse ourselves.
Yeah. We have to specify. So it is funny, and I want to tell you that through testing for Livestream, I actually played the brew that you made with Swolax and Bean Soldier. I played that Centaur list, and you know what? I got Centaur out, and it won the game.
Let's go!
I did. I siphoned, ascended into the Centaur, and it was incredible. It felt amazing.
It goes so well.
Yeah, and one of the lists that actually Joseph and I talked about when we were here last round that I think is really, really exciting is the evolution of fire artifacts.
Yes.
The one that includes Small Tuga, Krakatuga. I love Small Tuga. And I think that this is a really good combo. I think we've been seeing a lot of these sort of turn one, you do this, which enables this, and then this happens kind of lists.
Right.
And that is such a good one because it's burn. And burn has been crazy. I mean, just this last game, Haparu, if you squint, is burn.
Yes, kind of. So it's actually funny you bring that up. It was a conversation I just had with Bo while we were watching the last round where Haparu is strong, but it's not exactly burn. As a matter of fact, I'd love to go into this conversation I had with Bo. We had more time to speak about it in the crowd, where Bo said that their priority is not the spirit deck.
Yeah.
Not attacking the spirit deck, but eliminating the Elestrals on field, eliminating the direct threat to your spirit deck. So anything else afterwards, any damage played or whatever, is going to come naturally through that process. But so in that regard, Bo does not value what Haparu can do. Which, you know, the only reason why people were assuming Haparu is strong is because of cards like Bloom and Full Moon, which can empower it or enchant it with spirits in battle step, using those set while still allowing the direct attack and getting a search off, which is incredibly powerful. But my first Earth build in Livestream was a Haparu Bloom list, and it was not working out. I also tried an Titan list with Werepup and Full Moon. Once again, it was not working out. It was arguably the weakest part of the decks. So I still like it. I still think it's solid. I don't know where its home is at right now.
It really goes to show, like we said, this meta is wide open. And even we talked about the Lycavolt stuff. So that last game, one of our casters was on a list that just played the Amp Up Lycavolt package as a package in an Earth list, we literally Earth and Thunder are back. We are back to base set once again.
Oh no!
I know you blink and you've gone back 20 years, and here we are. And obviously, this last match where we saw that it didn't work out in their favor. However, with a 5-1 record, I mean, that could have legs.
No, absolutely. If you're going to take a loss, taking it in round 7, very solid to do. I mean, Bo took their loss in round 4, and they won the next 2. They're pretty much locked for top 16. So I'm not going to be shocked to see them in the top bracket as well. We don't know what is going to be up next. We have, I believe, 1 or 2 casters still undefeated right now. Not many. So we may see them in a matchup, or we may see somebody who's on a bubble, which I do find bubble matches to be exciting.
Oh, I love whenever it's like, okay, if you win this, then you're going to top cut. I feel like that's where we get some of our best games because they're playing for their lives, literally. And I know that going into this last round, obviously there's so much at stake. We're going to be seeing the top 16 revealed at the end of the day. But yes, this last round, I'm hoping is going to be explosive.
Yeah, we got a preview with top 16 immediately after round 5, and we talked about it, and then we saw a top 16 contender lose that next round. So whatever you saw from then likely isn't going to be what we see in the top 16, besides who was currently 5-0. They have a pretty good shot. It would be really rough if one of them suddenly went 5-3.
Let's not manifest that for anyone.
No, it didn't happen.
No.
It did not happen.
No, and in fact, I know it did not happen based on what's happening. And it sounds like we are going to start going into round 8. The pairings are now live, which means we have just like a few minutes before.
Okay.
And you know what, PK? I've got an idea if you're interested.
I love ideas.
So Joseph and I were able to do a bit of a pack battle with some new live stream packs. And I happen to have a couple here. You can pick whichever one. This is not rigged, but I'm thinking a pack battle.
All right, you pick those 2. I will pick the box.
Okay, so if we could actually get a judge over here, I don't think that those are the rules. Oh, all the judges are busy? Is that what you just said? Okay.
We are the judges.
They can't stop us.
So I'm going to pick this one. I'm fine with it, but I am going to dig. I'm going to have a little bit of fun with this.
Okay. Well, then you put this one back.
Oh, sure.
There you go.
Go for it. I'm going to dig out the left side. I don't know if you guys are ever this weird with this, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to dig out the left side. We're going to pull 5 from the...
You're going to be so mad if after this one that I just pulled from the top has a serialized stellar in it.
It's very possible. It's very possible. Ladies first.
Okay. All right. Here we go. I feel pretty confident. This is only my 3rd pack ever of live stream that I've opened.
Oh, well, I hope it's a good one for you.
Okay, so we're starting strong. We've got Sparkit, we have Kinleo, we have Giraflora, which I love.
Giraflora.
Of course, the Fawnlet.
Absolutely.
Cracking.
That card, we haven't
Lizard.
talked about cracking yet.
We haven't talked about blocking zones at all, which I thought was going to be a much bigger
Put that to
conversation.
the side. We got to talk about it.
Yeah, we'll be. Okay, Blizzard,
Good
Whiteout. Okay, Thera Heart.
Great card.
Yes. We have the Reverse Hollow Barabug, who
I
is
will
so
trade you for that.
cute. Okay.
I love that
and
Barabog. That's hype. That's
Lunar
a
Phase,
really
Lunar
good
Eclipse.
card.
That's playable.
Yeah, absolutely playable.
And I got the Reverse Hollow Barabog, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Let's see what I can pull off as we have the Nemisail. All right, Nemisail. This card I'm interested in. I'm trying to figure it out, but has potential. New Champion Poseidon Typhlant. That card is kind of cute. We have Humbust. This thing is scary. I'm very scared of Mill in live stream right now. We have Hellmelt. Love me a good Hellmelt. Got my reverse hollows right there. This is Humburst, so we are just getting the playlist here. I'm ready to just build an entire deck off of this pack. We have Catarant right here. This card is, people who are losing the Blistrix.
I have heard that, the Iwooly stuff.
Yes, the Iwooly stuff. And then the Sisyphus Boulder, also crazy. Looks like we have Swole coming up. We are moving. We have 5 more cards as we go into Cyprong. Every Dynasty is playing this at 3. I love the artwork from Shatterstars Virgo.
I love the top 16 artwork. Get us in there. Let us compete.
Yeah, we were banned for a reason. They knew that
we were too strong.
Here is the reverse hollow, I believe, and it is Glenbat.
Ooh,
Glenbat.
Okay.
That looks really good.
Which, I mean, hey, no spoilers, but Glimbat, Solar, we might be seeing a bit of that going into this next round.
Just a little bit. And boom, I faked you out. It's Vipyro. The full art. The full art. That's not a full art. That is Cyber Ball. So I think we pulled pretty even.
I don't know. I did get the Barabog.
I mean, I got Glimbat. This thing is casting Novacore.
But Barabog's okay. Okay, chat. You know what? Here, what? We're gonna bring it to you, chat. These were our pulls. Okay, I got Lunar Phase, Lunar Eclipse as my rare, and a Reverse Hollow Barabog.
We all know Glimbat beats Bog.
In cuteness, I think not.
Yes! Look at him! Look at the little eyes! Look at the little eyes! Oh, you can't see it. It's focused on us. But look at the little eyes.
It's focused on the real star. That,
there we go.
hey,
Thank you very much.
Can I get production bias rulings?
Look at it. Look at the little wings. Look at the colors. This thing is adorable. Versus...
Just a little guy. Just a little guy. Look at him. He dreams of one day becoming a stadium.
I think that dream will come true.
Mm-hmm. Maybe not this tournament, but hopefully someday.
I'm saying it's a tie, but Kay doesn't want it to be a tie, so then I win. You will see Glimbat in top 16. Will you see Barabog?
Right here. You know what? I'll hold Barabog right here through Top Cut.
I think the only decision to break this is for us to just open another pack. They won't do it. Production will get mad at us. So we're just
Will they, though?
We're just going to put this here and let Leviathan sit here. But yeah, I want to know about you guys' pulls as well. Hashtag play Elestrals. I want to see what you guys have pulled. I opened 4 blisters of live stream today and pulled a full art champion Lakagon.
Ooh, you know what? I've heard the blisters are broken for divine packs.
So I have 22 on the way from shopelestrals.com, and that's what I chose to do. I'm going to do that, buy 2 boxes to my local game store, get all the support everywhere, and I'm still getting a bunch of packs to pull. I am hoping that the blisters are as cracked as we know them to be, and if they are, I'm hoping to pull at least like 2 or 3 full arts from them. If not a divine pack. Please, I haven't pulled a Stella from live stream yet. I haven't pulled a Stellar in such a long time.
Yet it's been out for a day.
I got reverse. I did get 2 reverse Stellar versus. Well, the pre-release. Yeah, I did get 2 boxes from the pre-release.
Okay.
But I've seen other people pull crack, and I have not. I've seen divine packs. I have not. I've seen Stellars. I have not. I just want a Stellar. Instead, I pulled a full art Glaciersa champ.
Oh, your favorite.
And then I pulled from Frostfall today. Full art Glaciersa.
I think that they're trying to tell you something.
Fortunately, I got 2 Lakagon to counter it, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I did. Yeah, I pulled literally a full art Lakagon from Frostfall and the base set, the champion Lakagon from.
Oh, huge.
So, like, I'm either a Frost caster or Water caster, and, well, no, I'm alive. I'm a Earth Lunar caster to the day I'm done.
Oh my gosh, me too.
I mean, that's what it is. When do twin powers activate?
Exactly. And speaking of, you know what? I have to say, how well Aphros and Magneros have been performing, because we got to announce that together.
That was very funny.
What a cool thing that they let us do.
I don't know how we popped off like that. Like, they even gave us the choice to say, hey, we want y'all to reveal this together. We said, bet. Kay already had the idea. I springboarded off of it. We made 2 masterpieces together. But it looks like we have our commentators here and ready to go. And we have Swolax on Solar versus Akshar, who was using Dionysus with Lalagon, champion of Dionysus. I believe in this, although in the last round, the same strategy was here, and you did not see champion Lalagon.
No, we simply saw a parade of ants. Or
not quite a parade of
Cyanectar? That's a wasp.
Sorry, it is close. It's a little bug.
A little bug. And this is a very interesting matchup because both of these casters performed incredibly well in Dallas, the last live event. Swolax, of course, being the runner-up from Dallas. And Akshar, I actually got to interview after one of his wins. So both of these casters I know and are great. And we are really, really in for an incredible clash.
Right. Well, this will be your interview from this round, right?
True.
It'll be fun. It looks like our casters are ready to go as well. So we are going to be locked and loaded. Round 8 of Kissimmee Swiss. The final round is playing here. Akshar's on a play, casting out Astrabit. We all thought that Astrabit was going to be gone from this meta, and it has been pervasive and prominent on these stream matches.
Well, well, well. The little rabbit that just kept coming back. And we are looking at the top 3 cards of the deck, adding one to hand. It's such a classic. It really just fills me with joy every time I see it happen.
Oh, that's one person there. we know someone who's not, but all right, it's all good. Let's fix it up real quick. But yeah, just a quick cut right there. Astrabit adding 1. We're going to set 1, set 2. Honestly, set 2 on your opening play is intimidating because you know you at least have 2 turns where you have to start working through your opponent. But we're just going to straight up Solar Burst.
We are right out of the gate Solar Bursting.
Celestlio, Gaze, Celestlio.
Double Celestlio and a Solar Burst in there too. So we're going to be taking the Celestlio, pitching that into the Underworld, which, I mean, I don't know if we're playing a Rise from the Ashes, but if we see that at some point, that could be crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say hold your breath for Rise to the Ashes, Rise from the Ashes in the hand as we see Swolax is now on a 6-1 record. I actually thought he was undefeated at this point, so, you know, I guess I was wrong there. But, I mean, still a 6-1 record is really pervasive and going to get them a secure spot as we go for win gen. And we already got the Fortel, but main set Pandora's box.
No
stops
way.
the search. Stops the ascension of Tornigen. Insane play. I did not think that main deck Pandora's box would be here, but it is pulling dividends for Akshar. Is also causing a mill of 2. That is the burst and the gaze. So probably was going to call for the gaze if we don't see a set here, but we do. So it's probably going to be the burst, but still able to wait. Oh, no, it was Pandora's box, not gaze. Yeah, so we do deal 1 point of damage, and now, I mean, not a terrible spot to be in, but losing your top 2 to a Fortel, one of them being Solar Burst, the other gaze, not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, 2 incredibly powerful cards for Swolax, both of them gone. However, as we said, if we see a Rise from the Ashes, this game turns around immediately.
Oh, yeah, got to hold your breath no matter what, unless that gets milled another way from another Pandora's box. Sire Nectar, champion of Dionysus, is going to be searching out likely Poison Tip Arrow, which will make it tough for Swolax to get into this game outside of, you know, trying to get a super spam of Elestrals onto the field, see how heavy the band can march on from his deck. But Poison Tip Arrow coming out is going to be a threat that Swolax has to deal with. Wingen, will it be protected? I can see it wanting to be protected. And it is.
Yes.
Shield of Achilles.
Well, of course, with the Wingen, we know what the next card is because of that previous, the Fortel.
Well, it's going to be drawn, though.
Well, the from the Solar Burst.
Yeah, but remember, Cecilio got sent, so the top 2, and then the other card was drawn. So now we're at an unknown top deck.
So we are simply going to re-enchant and call.
Yep. Risk it all. We're going to see what we can go for. What do you call it? I mean, you have to search for, like, Apollo, right?
Yeah, I mean, Gorgon's Gaze is usually the call, but of course we know one of those has already been milled from the Pandora's box. So who can say? It could be, I don't know.
You see Akshar looking through the underworld trying to figure out, like, I can't stop this. Do I want to stop this? Is it Pandora's box or, you know, whatever it could be?
It feels so bad to stop a blind call because you don't know for sure that it's going to hit. But of course, if you know you can't deal with the incoming Tornadian, then you simply have to make that call.
Yeah, because you don't want Tornadian to give a wish of 3. Like, we've seen games snowball from Tornadian remaining on field. You let it get 1, you got to take it out immediately, which is why we're starting to see Cryoblast playable again. Also, did not know Swolax was on Tornadian. Really interesting decision.
Yeah, this Solar list, which is combined with some of the new Solar stuff, as well as Tornadian, is really interesting and has been performing really well today. Another Cyanectar coming out here. Getting out.
Not likely the same Sire Nectar, but getting another Poison Tip Arrow. So just very scary for Swolax. Because now you know, even if you do get out the Tornadian, it's going to go down unless you can somehow search a Golden Fleece I don't know. I like unlikely that Solux is playing Golden Fleece, although you are playing solo. It's possible.
I think that Cypher Mall is probably a little bit in retirement, I would say, after being such a star in Dallas. And that is Champ Exaltus, I believe, coming out here.
Where's that artwork from?
Shattered Stars, I think.
I've never seen that before. That's beautiful.
Not totally sure, but we do have the Poison Tipped Arrow coming out, which makes sense. It's simply going to be saying, hey, I know that you have this back row. I know I need to work through it. And Champ Exaltus is a fair way of doing that. Of course, if it survives, allowing that to be Ascension fodder. But a Swolax Classic coming out here on stream, and Expend to Draw.
Well, yeah, not able to do too much. The Exalt is going to the Underworld thanks to the PTA thanks to the PTA from Akshar, and now just trying to figure out how do you advance your play as we do a hard ascension to Lotagon. This is the Lotagon that we've been looking for, and now if there is an Ambrosia, well, actually we can just try to enrage it and go away, but we're just doing this for damage, which I respect. Not seeing any enraging, so we cannot pop the last face down, but it already seems to be clear that the face down is a fake down by Swolax, not getting too much. We are playing Temple of the Sun. Likely Nova Core is going to come out right now, and here it is with the 2 different Luminate Spears. I see you, Swole.
Yeah, we do have this Nova Core. There it is, the reveal coming out, and immediately being hit with a Gorgon's Gaze. We would have been able to pop a card with the ability of the Nova Core, which says that when Temple of the Sun is active, you can simply destroy an Elestral, but Akshar saying, I don't think I can let you get that kind of value and get rid of a Latagon with a Nova Core. However, Swolax going to be giving a little bit of a read to this Latagon here.
We saw the deliberation from Swolax as well, considering putting the Nova Core in defense. But right now, the back from Akshar, so there's pros and cons here, right? The backshot from Akshar has absolutely been real. We've seen Gorgon's Gaze, we've seen PTA, it's been hungry and vicious. But we're getting the counter runes out. Meanwhile, the only counter rune spent by Swole has been the Gaze sent to the Underworld, and I believe a shield. So a lot more to be played in the long run for Swole, as we're playing Guardian of Light to stop the attack of the Lotagon. No way to enrage the Zataya to get to another Lotagon.
However, I do believe that this Nova Core is probably going to be dazed, just based on the effect of the Drataya. Yep. However, we are hard ascending into the Celestlio. Here it comes. Oh my goodness. Of course.
And it goes through.
That PTA having been taken care of with Exaltus.
I believe that's Tornigen, Exaltus, and I think the other one is that's a Corvishine.
Yeah, that's a Corvishine.
So we pop all through
that
both Elestrals in a face down.
What did we say? This could turn around in a second.
In a second.
If Celestlio could hit the board, and what an incredible foretell from the Celestlio.
I blinked and there's a lion on my field. I am so confused at what happened.
Hard Ascension. Apparently, it's the future. Many people are saying.
It all comes back to base set.
Mm-hmm. Or it really is Daybreak at this point.
Good thing that Akshar is remembering that when Lotagon is destroyed, you get to search out an Ambrosia. I've seen many players, I've been a player who has had the Lotagon destroyed and forget that fact. But good for you, pretty much saying
it's
I
the
can
new
get
Poison Tipped Arrow,
it
for
literally
sure.
is new PTA, absolutely. And taking 3 points of damage, Earth, Water, and Lunar Spirits going to the Underworld. 3 points left, 5 after a potential Ambrosia. Let's see what Akshar has to try to turn this back over. But it looks like that's a concession.
That is
the
a
third
scoop.
PTA is not possible.
Yeah, saying this is a 13-10 body and there is nothing that I can do. I am simply going to hold back information on my deck and go to a second and not worry about the timer.
Right.
You know what? I think that makes some sense.
And I think this is just a really tough matchup because, well, not even just a tough matchup. What do many decks do against Hard Ascend Celestlio?
I mean, Akshar actually was playing with the Pandora's box in hand. That is what is supposed to shut down this engine.
Yeah, supposed to.
However, now, because Swolax was able to simply hard ascend by working through the back row that Akshar was very meticulously building up, getting the PTA, all of that, and saying, okay.
You see a Nova Core, you gotta stop the Nova Core because otherwise it would have just been losing that. You get the Ambrosia, but then you lose for 2. Especially with the follow-up blade working out how I did. I don't think it was incorrect, but it's one of if Swole would have cast Nova Core in defense, then that attack wouldn't even happen. That Guardian of Light would have stayed in. Because he went for the defensive play, the offensive play was pushed, which causes that. I mean, if things was different, things would be different.
Yeah.
So, can't deliberate it too much. But it may have just been inevitable beyond how many spirits were spent by each caster.
That game was so well played, especially after that first turn, seeing the mill of the Gorgon's Gaze and the Solar Burst. I know you and I both were like, ooh, those are two pretty big hits to lose early on. It looks like, based on your face here, PK, are you getting some information about these sighting patterns?
I'm looking at what Akshar is doing with the plays, and I feel like a Poison Tip Arrow has been removed, but it looks like we're just kind of counting out cards and seeing what is available. No, taking out something else. Moving really quick, so I got to make sure I can keep an eye on what the theory would be regarding. That's a Lunar card right there. Was that a Gambit?
I really would love to see.
No, it's a Spectress.
Okay, well, we can keep the dream alive. Maybe it's a Gambit. You don't know.
Let me pull something else out. Wait. You just pull out a Spectress for a Spectress? You just pull out a Shatterstar Spectress?
I guess.
What is that? Oh, that's a Strabbit. We're taking out a Strabbit.
Yeah, that's the Clash of Strabbit.
For the Spectress. Yeah, you know what? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, it's one of those things where Astrabbit is just a little too slow right now. Versus a deck like this solo list, you got to be as fast as possible. If you stay in defense for the Astrabbit, you're pretty much saying your opponent, yeah, get another free Fortel, get out Celestlio, go on and destroy it with Nova Core, put out a 6/8 body, play your Temple of the Sun, like whatever you want.
Unfortunately, when you are looking at a list that can simply, with one turn, essentially play a Lith in Nova Core and say your Astrabbit wall is no longer a wall and it's just something I can walk over, it becomes less valuable. The real danger of Astrabbit is when it hangs around, when you get re-enchants, when it simply just sits there and protects you from taking damage.
True. And that always comes down to the type of deck that you're facing and what cards they have. Like, if you see a Saipong, yeah, Astrabbit's amazing. If you see a Aetheros list, okay, Astrabbit is doing what it needs to. It's showing up. If you see a Nova Core, well, bad decisions were probably made, which is why it was started out there for the Spectress. Definitely a much better tool in the long run, in my opinion. We'll have to see how it works out as we go into this game 2, assuming Akshar will be taking the lead and Sire Nectar comes out, so that way we can search out a Poison Tip Arrow and once again threatening an offside Celestial count for Swolax. Really got to be something you need to be aware of going into the next game. Sire Nectar, Champion of Dionysus, scary card.
Poison Tipped Arrow is one of those cards that if you play it later in the game, it feels terrible. If you get it turn 1, it is the strongest card of all time. And being able to bring out Sire Nectar over an Astrabbit, say, for example, turn 1, not only do you have a decent 4-statted attacking body on the field, but also you have an answer to anything that Swolax wants to cast. An excellent opening hand and starting turn here.
And you know one of those face downs right now is Poison Tip Arrow as we go with the beautiful Nebuleo art.
Neblio coming out.
Love that one. And we're not going to Poison Tip Arrow right now. Probably still mulling it over.
You're waiting for the effect, I would say.
I mean, I guess that's an option, but you got to... Oh, there's the Rise. So you know it's not in hand. Guardian of Light. So no ass. You get a really good information at the top, though. And now, I mean, well, first of all, you might want to shuffle the hand a little bit harder than that. But, yeah, definitely get a good choice of your top 4. Guardian of Light maybe want to come back, but it might be too early for that one. So maybe Gorgon's Gaze and get Guardian later. Look like we're going for Apollo.
Yep, there
so that's going to get Corvishine. That's not a bad pull.
Corvishine is a ridiculous card.
It makes Solar so much more potent. So if you can pull that to your hand, protect Nebuleo on the next turn, then instead of foretelling 4, you're foretelling 7.
Yep, and there goes that Corvishine. We're going to add that right to hand. And if I'm Akshar, I'm a little nervous because Corvishine turns this entire strategy on.
Absolutely. I think we just saw Guardian of Light going to the top of the deck for Swolax as well. So if we have a face down right now, Akshar should probably assume this thing is not going to last long. But instead, we are going for the attack. Nebuleo currently being a 6 attacker thanks to 3 spirits being on board under Apollo. And Dionysus Madness will cause it to be dazed so it cannot attack.
Okay, so Akshar is keeping this Sire Nectar safe for a turn, possibly going to be hard ascending into a Latagon, which we saw last game.
Would love it if it's a Waspivy. Wait, there's no face down by Swole.
Oh, so we are actually just going to be coming into Champ Galaxy here and swapping the effects of the Neblio. And as you pointed out, There is no set face down, so we are just going to be taking this damage. And I mean, I gotta say though, even with all of this, we have Corvishine, and Corvishine plus Solar Burst has to be one of the most disgusting combinations of cards that I have seen happen in this game.
Oh yeah, it's very similar to Up in Flames, but actually better because you can dig for the resource you need instead of hoping that it's in your hand or trying to get it to your hand. So very scary, unfortunately, for Akshar there, but who knows? You got to see what's going on. We know that Poison Tip Arrow is still face down, so if Corvishine comes out, I mean, personally, I'm Poison Tip Arrowing a Corvishine just like an Estrabit.
I think that Corvishine cannot stick around, not only because of how well it pairs with, like we were just talking about, Solar Burst, but Celestlio with the Corvishine on board. Those added foretells are just so strong, allowing you to hit additional cards, possibly having these combos pop off. It is a menace. However, there is no answer to the cast of Corvishine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still mulling right now, just kind of patiently thinking, but I think he let it go, and he does let it go. So we get a foretell of 7 here. So we know Rise is on the top. Guardian, oh wait, whoa, he pulled Rise to hand. And look at that surge.
Okay, there is a Celestlio.
Glimbat. I think that's Tornigen. So the only choice there was the card that was pulled in. Not too much to do otherwise. And Solar
Just like what we were talking about, here comes the Solar Burst. We have foretold, we already know that Celestlio is there, and we have Rise. So if we want to send that Celestlio to the underworld, we can rise from the ashes, bring it back. We know that we are going to be getting those additional foretells. We know we're going to be popping so many cards. This is...
Wants to see the rest of the foretell. He's just like, yeah, I think that's a Royal Lotto. That is a Royal Lotto in the middle. But yeah, this is a foregone conclusion.
This
Solar
is about
Burst
to be...
And Rise setting up for the Celestlio. Like, even if you Poison Tip
There
Arrow,
it is. There is the Rise from the ashes.
I am terrified. This is, like, even if you Poison Tip Arrow, it's going to do so much damage and wreak so much havoc. You know what is coming here.
Here we go. Here he is, the big boy. This...
You got a PTA at Akshar. Absolutely, you have to.
We know that that's a PTA.
Look at the face. Like, there's a grimace like, I don't want to. The only way you don't is if you have Earthquake.
Earthquake in hand is a possibility. I mean, we know that Akshar is on Earth. It runs it natively, but it looks like here comes the PTA. Paying off of the Galaxy, which we know is going to get popped anyways, I think that this is a net positive gain for Akshar here.
Going for the foretell anyway, so it doesn't get to destroy anything, but does add the Royal Lotto to hand, and there's a Celestlio as well. Do you have, I think he has reading if you have to add everything. But, man, what an amazing top 7. Top 7, Kay.
Thank you, Corvishine. He cannot keep getting away with
A
this.
little crazy, if I do say so myself, but wanted to get those cards in hand. The good thing about Celestial's effect is that it does stop it from recurring so easily on the next turn. I cannot emphasize enough so easily, but at the same time, Corvishine allows you to shuffle your deck by re-enchanting a spirit back onto Apollo. It's such a perfectly crafted card. Kudos to the designer.
It is so fun and has single-handedly brought Solar back as an element that is at the forefront of everyone's minds. And, I mean, with all of this being said, we do need to look at the spirit count.
I was going to say.
Yes, Akshar is about to take a lot of damage here in terms of this payout, but Swolax on 6 spirits, that was an incredibly expensive turn.
I feel like, he knew he had to go for it. So you take the damage, but I think in the grand scheme, if you can remove the Corvishine this turn, very net positive for Akshar. That's not going to remove it.
Nope. Cypron coming out, all we can hope to do is go and get Dionysus. We can daze and rage things all we want, although I guess if we want to enrage this Corvishine, that might be the answer. Forcing Swolax to possibly ascend over it, getting rid of the Corvishine. But
well, we know there are plenty of cards in Swolax's hand.
That is that is a massive grip that we have.
Oh, I need to get that full art.
Hey, you and I both are going to be chasing all of the Earth cards in this set, I think.
Yeah, we're pretty one note.
Yep.
Dionysus, I will be going to trade night after this, so I can hopefully trade for that. But right now, knocking the spirits off. But, getting the field set up, Dionysus has been searched. I wonder what we're going to enchant it with. I can see a world where you enchant it with 3, but considering the spirit count, 2, maybe 6. There is an earthquake.
So that Celestlio, no matter what, was not safe. Here goes the Corvishine. Interesting that Akshar said, I actually don't want to give you the opportunity to next turn possibly ascend over. Who knows what could happen.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. I absolutely agree with the decision to do so. But seeing it right now, as crazy as we have Glimbat searching out the Temple of the Sun, there is likely a Nova Core in hand, which means that Saipong will be going down. But the question becomes, what is the face down? I don't think we've seen a Gorgon's Gaze from Akshar this game.
Yeah, we know that PTA was used on, of course, the Celestlio. And here comes the Temple of the Sun, which, yep, you are absolutely
so
right.
Expensive.
Here comes the Neblio, or the Nova Core.
It goes down. Do we foretell just to try to stack out next card? Are we playing Ambrosia in this list?
No, we are simply swinging for 2. I assume Ambrosia has to be played here somewhere, although we haven't seen it in any of these foretells.
No.
But Akshar simply has to deal with a 4 attack, which, I mean, really anything does it, even Cyanectar crashing.
Was Dianectar set last turn?
It looks like it was a fake out set, I would assume. And I think that we are going to be dazing this Nova Core.
Makes sense. Like, you got to spend 1 instead of taking 2. Viscerus going into attack, which is an interesting decision to do. Only 2 spirits left. There's the Ambrosia from Akshar, spending a Zaptor for 3 Earth. Absolutely where you want to be right now. Lovely. Using the base set Terratless, too. Love that artwork.
I wonder if... Okay, so we are simply going to pass. Akshar didn't want to give Swillax any opportunity to do anything funky with this Nova Core. With it being, I assume, dazed. Again, we need to get these coins for our casters.
Well,
so
they had it last time. Well, I guess it wasn't on stream. It was by the player. So
yeah,
it would be very good to have for stream. We're going to talk to production about that, get that done. Apollo getting Gorgon's Gaze, Guardian of Light. And
Guardian of Light would be incredible here.
You add the Nebuleo, you stack the Guardian of Light, likely. We got a quick shuffle there, so, I couldn't even tell there.
Yeah, that was some quick handwork there.
Very quick. Actually, trying to pay attention there, but hey, it is the nature of the game. Now you know you can't cast out Nebuleo, and it'll have a massive attack stat. As we're paying the last spirit, go for Nebuleo. It does get over the Viscerus if you foretell. Well, and you should foretell, I should say. And we got to try to find Ambrosia at this point because now there are no more spirits in Swillax's spirit deck. So any direct damage Akshar can provide, I mean, this would be a crazy time for Hapu to come out.
Yeah, I mean, even paying for a Guardian of Light off of that Apollo would give us a little bit of life back and give us a chance to stay in the game. But
I like that. I think Guardian of Light is set, and he didn't want to foretell to reveal that because he knew it wasn't going to be there, hoping that he can survive the next attack, draw it, and then use one of the spirits on board to stop the attack and heal too.
I think that's exactly what we're looking at. But also with that being said, Akshar plays a list that really struggles with the current Elestrals, especially under Temple of the Sun. If this was simply a 4/6 Nova Core, that would be pretty easy. You would you could take care of that in a second. However, considering it is now a 5/7, that just makes it a little bit trickier.
I tell you for sure, one of the biggest ones I have for Elestrals is for there to be a Flaloy Searcher and a Demeter Searcher, or a Demeter Searcher. Just one of those two would bring so much life to Earth. And mind you, I'm saying this as a fanboy.
Yeah, there
I know
is Earth propaganda
strong.
happening on your stream, right?
And everyone's going to say, oh, Nimba can search it. Literally, that's what A-Drive told me. Nimba can, you know darn well, it is not searching Earth Flaloy. Stop this, sir. But look at the face of Akshar just pretty much saying...
I mean, having to expend to draw at this point in the game, which is what we just saw, is not what you want to see. With only 2 spirits in the spirit deck, one of them represented under the Dionysus. Of course, you could activate if you have... I think only a Tsunami would keep you in this game.
Well, let's see what happens as we're doing the Dionysus to Daze.
Okay.
But I mean, there's no more spirits in the spirit. Oh, no. Oh, there's two.
We have two, but
in the
even
spirit deck.
then,
Yeah.
that is not enough for a shield. That is not enough for anything that takes care of the threats on board and allows Akshar to then go into the next turn with enough spirits to make any plays.
You have Guardian of Light. Guardian of Light, right? Can you let me see it? I want to see if it specifies an attack directly or an attack on a Lestral.
It has to be an attack. I do not have it, but yeah, it is a card that when you declare an attack, you can stop the attack and heal. That was the Guardian of Light that was set, and Swolax has won the last round of Swiss, and Akshar, I mean, hey, a 6-2 record, especially losing to Swolax at this point in the day, that does not mean that they're counted out of Top Cut.
Not at all. A 6-1 to losing to a 6-1 means that you both have very positive tiebreakers and records. So both of these casters should be very proud of how far they've come, especially Akshar having to deal with this explosive burst of solar that Swolax is playing here. I mean, we saw it twice back-to-back. Insane plays and very high octane, very aggressive, very consistent. And that's what really sold the list. It's very strange how we started our day with a solo list not doing that, like kind of getting the worst of the worst. And we end with the solo list being the best of its best, including a hard ascended Celestial.
Yeah, not only that, but a Celestial that rose from the ashes. What is this? The last game of Moonrise? What's happening?
That was so perfectly set up. Both the recall and the play by Swolax right there, pulling the rocks in the hand, knowing you're digging for the solar burst, hoping the Celestial there, and there were two? Two? You just do whatever you want at that point. And that was so methodically set up. So that goes to show you there's another dimension to foretells beyond just, oh, well, these are my top. Do I see what I'm looking for? It's not just what are you looking for in that moment. It's what you need for turn 2, turn 3, or 4. Do you need to shuffle beyond that? What are the plays? Maybe you're setting up for the counter roots. That is valuable information that while both of your opponent knows, only you know the true accuracy to those cards. Your opponent has to play around one of 3, one of 4 cards in the drawing. You know exactly the one you have. So it's 25 to 33% chance versus 100% knowledge. So very powerful.
And Corvishine really has been the star of these solar lists. I think that it's something that has just made them that much more consistent. Being able to foretell an additional 3 cards. I mean, we saw it in this game just right there, how much more that does.
Yeah, it's a really just strong play, and I think that was the biggest crutch for Akshar's list, is that we don't have the big body. And I think that's what Earth is struggling with right now, is while so many great 2-cost Ascensions. I would say one of the best ones we have is like one of the best things Earth has is Chrysor, because it's Earthquake on legs, but it's also a card that's not easily gotten into. There's no way to just, like, if we make some champ Mudlet that can special cast a Cryspore, then we're talking, because now we're special casting Earthquake on legs with a 7/6 body. Unless that's going to happen, what does Earth have to really get around those? Yes, Earthquake is real. It is native in Earth, but you play one Earthquake, they can play 3 Nova Core, 2 Celestial, whatever have you.
I mean, the real answer there is if we had seen that Latagon combo pop off and actually be able to get the enraged effect, then be able to pop cards, then we would have seen something very different. However, we did see the Drataya, we did see some of that attempt to happen in game 1, but we just were never able to get the enraged effect and have the full ability of these Elestrals come through. And you're right, that means that because of that, we really struggled with these bigger bodies.
And there are some bodies that, like you have new Waspivy, 9/1 body. When you ascend it over a Side Nectar, it becomes permanently enraged. So that's a benefit that card has over Latagon. But Latagon is a lot of pressure. It's a bigger body. It's a thicker defense. So Champion Galaxy can't run over it. It can destroy a face down after it pops. But there have been a lot of situations where you don't want to destroy a face down. You want to destroy the face ups. And you're just not getting to it with what Champion Latagon has to offer.
A lot of times it's the threat that you do know that you need to take care of versus the maybe I'm going to pop shield because it never resolves.
Exactly.
That you don't know. And I know that we are going to be preparing to hear from our final winner from today, from our Swiss rounds. I am going to be talking with Swolax a little bit. And then when we come back, we're going to take a short break. And then we're going to hear about our top 16.
And I'm going to win another pack battle.
They did say that we could do another. I'm just saying.
They
They
did.
can't take it back.
They did.
We've now announced it publicly. They cannot take it back.
Don't take it back. You're going to look like liars.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not lying about this interview with Swole that's coming out. I'm going to hop off. Kay's going to be here, and y'all get to hear from the 7-1 player himself, Swolax, so we can pick his brain about what that solo list is all about.
Mm-hmm. And I am here with our winner from Swiss Round 8, Swolax. What an insane couple games. How are you feeling?
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm feeling good, honestly. I didn't think I was going to get this far. Josh was pilling me on this solar list, and I was like, there's no shot it's really this fun, this good, and it's awesome. I've been loving live stream, too, so it really helps that every deck feels good, but this one was a good run so far.
How's it been performing for you all day? How's it felt?
Well, 7-1's pretty all right, actually, I think. But, yeah, it's been, I joke not, it has been better than I ever expected. Solar historically is with your foretels. It is expend to draw turbo. Trish was right. They fixed it. I don't know how they did it, but it was good.
I think exactly Corvishine.
Yeah, Corvishine's good.
I think that PK and I were talking about that a little bit. It's one of those keys that feels like it's really unlocked the solar list.
Yeah.
And I loved the addition of the Winjin Tornadian. What went into the theory crafting of this? I know you said Josh pilled you on it a little bit, but
Sure.
What was that like?
So the idea with this one is that your deck already foretells so much. Shout outs to Cobalt, by the way, on this one too. And so like you're digging for your one of removals. You're digging for your counter rune suite, which typically historically Solar likes to play a little bit less of. The other thing too is that with Winjin, you are practically going to hit it like a lot with these foretells. And then Tornadian shuffles away your bad ones. So it's another big body, hard to deal with, and gets you to a game state where you are consistently applying pressure. So, yeah, absolutely.
Well, speaking of game states,
Yeah.
tell me about the end of that second game there, where it really came down to the wire. What were you afraid of? What were you playing to? What was going on with that?
Well, it's an excellent question. Honestly, I was afraid of the new Poison Nectar. The Dionysus Chalice one, the title form of that was really scary there because they had the Dionysus up for so long, and I had 0 spirits, so I'm just like, am I going to get Earth Eruption for a game, right? Like, Boltuga doesn't exist, but this card does. So I was a little bit scared of that. I found out later talking to my opponent that they didn't have that card, and I was bullets gone. It was great. Yeah, it was awesome.
Okay, the final question that I have for you.
Okay.
Obviously, we can't confirm anything, but based on your record, I think it's pretty safe to say that you are going to be moving on tomorrow. How are you feeling about your run? Do you think you can take it all the way?
I am feeling relieved that I got this far with this strategy. I need to dodge Josh, and I need to meet Bo in the finals again. That's my only 2 wishes for tomorrow. So I'm hopeful, I'm excited, and I'm excited for day 2. Absolutely.
Hey, me personally, I could be sitting here with my future champion from the Kissimmee Open. Thank you so much for talking with me. We're going to go to a short break, and when we're back, we're going to reveal the top 16 list for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
No way. Thank you, Kay.
beautiful time for that transition. That was so perfectly timed. Welcome back, casters. We have now concluded the Swiss option of Kissimmee Open. My name is PK Sparks. I am here once again with VK Cray and the MBT, and we have a lot to talk about. I don't think any of our caster predictions came through as well as we thought they were. But before we talk about the caster predictions, I just want to reflect on what we went through with everybody. So, Joseph, you and I both started this day. We saw a really strong matchup with Aphrodite versus
Solar.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we talked about it not long ago. It was Aphrodite versus Solar. Literally, just how we ended is how we started as well. That matchup did you think Solar would have a strong performance ending off with how we saw Solar end in round one?
Yes. I feel a little privileged because I have some information others might not, but this Solar
journalistic integrity
was my pick to win the event. I think it is far and away the strongest thing that can be played, and I think nothing makes that clearer than the match we just saw Swolax play. An absolutely dominant performance courtesy of Celeste, Leo, Apollo, and all of the little synergies that make that deck tick. I didn't think the list we watched round one was particularly the one that might win the event, but I do think that Solar strategy has legs, and you are going to see a lot of it in our top 16.
It's amazing what Solar can do when it can actually foretell, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible, especially with Corvus Shine from Swolax just doing so much work. It was incredible. Kay, you and I had round two. And we saw Pantera versus Pantera. Ari taking on his key Elestral from, I believe, Ruli. And in that matchup, we saw a lot of things. We saw Pantera, right? Mm-hmm. But it showed the dichotomy of what decks can be built like. And we saw that later on with Bo versus, with Bo on stream as well with versus his opponent. And it's just a situation where decks can be built so differently. What did you learn from deck building from that round two matchup?
I mean, and this has been kind of the lesson of the day. It's that this format isn't solved. It's that many things, Dionysus specifically, the Earth matchup, and as ever, people trying to throw Pantera into random lists.
It's a 15, baby. What are you going to do?
Look, we have not figured it out yet, and our casters are still cooking, and they're still figuring this format out, and we have a lot to look forward to. But with that being said, we have seen some incredibly solid lists all day today that, I mean, just this last round, we already talked about it, but with Swolax, it's one of those lists that you watch and you say, what do you do?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you do?
What do you do about that?
Live stream is such a potent, explosive format right now with all the new cards introduced, including the cards from Firestream as well. Although we haven't seen a single Valkyrie's champ as well. Like, what?
Totally,
still good.
Totally rotated, unfortunately. There was a moment in that last game where Swolax had 0 spirits in deck and just 1 Elestral on field and 2 known set Guardians, and his opponent just kind of looked at him from a base of 5 or 6 spirits and was just like, what do you want from me?
Exactly, like the situation.
From this position, advancing my game state loses me the game.
Like, you attack, all right, I'm going to pay off the Apollo, get you back, now what?
Yeah.
So it was a rough situation to be in. I still feel like Valkyrie just has some legs, but it's similar to what Bears is going through. It's just new toy syndrome. I imagine as things go on, we may see some people pull back and try out Firestorm or more Bears, and we'll see how the meta shakes out, but there's a lot to explore. You mentioned like the unique decks that we built, so I do want to ask you two as well, because I have my own suggestion. But Joseph, what of all the decks that you commentated today, what was the most unique deck you're like, I want to try that for myself?
Far and away the Bow list. We loaded into a Lockagon mirror and thought, oh, goodness, here we go. It could not have been further from the truth.
Your phrase was, I'm disappointed.
Bo's Lockagon list is like Lockagonless Lockagon, using the synergy between Magnaros, Aphros, and Old Aphros to set up a loop by which he'll draw 14 or 15 cards using the effects of these Elestrals over the course of a single game. We didn't even see Lockagon make an appearance in some of the games, despite the fact that we knew Bo had it and he had ample opportunity to cast it. He just preferred to draw cards. I think that decks like that are going to reward skilled deck builders instead of individuals who see the list provided to them in the structure and figure they're just going to double up on the ratios.
I got to talk to Bo after the match in the crowd after his round 7 matchup where they essentially said, I asked them, what made you want to play this list? They go, I'm playing 2 5s a turn.
Yeah.
what do you want me to do? Not play 2 5s a turn? So yeah, it makes sense that was a really exciting list to try out, and I hope to. Well, I'm going to get my hands on that as well. Get those cards in Clash ASA now. Kay, what about you? You've casted a lot of matches as well. Anything really peek out? You just like, I might want to put my eye on that one.
Well, one thing about Livestream is that it is so fun to play. I have been having the best time testing. There are so many lists that I saw today that I said, I might steal some of these. I might try this out. But one list that I think has been really fun and hasn't really shown what it can do, in my opinion, is Lunar. We've been able to see it pop up a couple times. Of course, Rise from the Shadows is an incredibly strong counter rune. We even saw it in a non-lunar list. Of course, as we talked about the Pantera list, casting out a Twindra.
Yeah, that was cool.
Which was an amazing moment. And Lunar just, I don't think, has been as fully explored as it can be. Now, PK, you are asking the questions here, but I gotta know. What are you wanting to play after today?
What am I wanting to play? I like Cineshades list. I saw one of my favorite Elestrals take Taurus on screen, and I was told it didn't do so well. But you know what? It was on screen, and the caster won. Cineshade did it. So I want to know what that deck list is about, because I am excited. But otherwise, I really want to explore more Champion of Zeus. We haven't seen much of that on stream, if at all, today, and I think there's a lot of hidden potential yet to be fully explored. So outside of my typical insert Earth card here, Champion of Zeus, I think has a lot of legs that I want to check out more.
I think the Champion of Zeus stuff is really interesting, and I remember saying the same thing all last format and saying, when are we going to see these Champion of Zeus, Zeus's Call? When are these things going to pop off? And I don't know. I'm with you. I think that it's unexplored and very strong.
I agree. I mean, look at these notable cards all right here. The Aphrodite being amazing, Guardian of Light being the linchpin that essentially swole the game in round 8. We have Postamus, which was the box hopper we pulled from here earlier today. We have not seen Morphost, although, again, that was another thing Bo mentioned. The initial version of their list included the Morphost engine.
It's so awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean,
man is cooking.
Really just
Unbelievable.
Went to something different. There's a lot to explore, so I cannot wait to see what people do. The next webcam premiere tournament is October 11th, and I will be watching intently. But right now, I want to take a quick break and talk with everybody else here, because we're going to have one more pack battle between the three of us. We have all chosen a pack, and we're going to see who can pull cracks from all this and that. Bars. It won't be you this time. I refuse to believe. We're going to let ladies go last as the finale here.
Okay.
So,
when you put
Joseph,
it that way.
We got a Humburst.
Humburst, okay.
We got a beautiful Typhloid.
That artwork is so creepy and lovely at the same time.
We got a Barabib.
Love Barabib.
We got a Drataya.
That's my baby.
We got a Bandaloon.
Homie is emo.
We got Nectar of the Gods.
Glug,
Dionysus's Chalice.
Glug, glug.
We got Cypro. Okay, good card.
That's
good card
the dude.
alert. We got Therahart, an excellent card.
That's
And we got Gambit.
No
you know
way!
we got Gambit.
Someone get us a coin. We got to flip right now.
Got it. We'll flip Barabog.
Hey, you leave my boy alone.
I'm up next, and we have ourselves a Bubloon champion of Aphrodite. We have a Kraken. We did not talk about this yet. This card has not seen play, but I still think there's something to explore here.
Very good card.
Findus, this card, oh my, the Spirit Challengers have been cooking me with this card. I'm playing Wind, and I'm suddenly playing Earth. Like, what are you doing? We have Fawnlet. Who hurt the Fawnlet? We have Poison Nectar, Dynasty Chalice. This thing is ugly. Like, good ugly. Blizzard Whiteout is here as well. I believe no, not yet. We have Ampup just talk about Champion Zeus doing some cool things. Reverse Hollow Centaur, Champion of Dionysus. This thing is crazy. And this Stellar here is unreal. Royal Lotto!
No way.
Oh!
That's nice.
That's a pretty big pull. And,
right.
of course, Fire Spirit, right, Pyro?
All right, let me get in here.
Do it.
Okay. Oh, one of my favorite arts from this set, and maybe ever.
It's so cute.
The Riddle P-Gust is so good. We have Sparket, another incredible art. The Glimbat Fun Glow
Fun Glow.
charged. Nectar of the Gods. The Thera Heart.
Good.
Guardian of Light. Very good.
Huge card.
Ooh.
The reverse hollow is the Krakid and Artemis Mrs. Deadshot.
On to
Well.
Mrs. Deadshot. Well, unfortunately, not able to claim it this time. But we got two contenders over here. We have a reverse hollow reverse hollow Theraheart and the Gambit for Joseph, and reverse hollow Centaur and Royal Lotto for me. I feel like as a pair, you win, but by big hit, I win. Let us know what you think in the chat.
Yeah, or if for some reason you guys think that I win.
You are allowed.
If
You
you
are
wanna
allowed to vote
say
for
that.
Cat.
I think you won.
You can just say K1 for the sake of it. We know you're lying, but you can say it.
Oh, come on.
So, real quick, if we can refer to our caster predictions here and just talk about what we thought would happen versus what actually did happen. We'd love to go back to our caster predictions and to see what's going on there. But I did say Gigaflora. Not even the Earthless were on Gigaflora.
No, that was rough.
I really think people just are underestimating or don't understand the power, that recursion that Gigaflora brings. So I'm not sure what could have been done regarding that. And my other choice was Guardian of Light to represent Solar.
Hey, there you go.
And
that one was correct.
You kind of cooked.
That was so hard, Red. So there you go. I think that was a really good play. Guardian of Light. I didn't think it'd go this hard, but I do think it did a lot good for Solar. If we can get our caster predictions up on screen, we're going to, if you want to go over yours, Joseph?
Yeah, so my first prediction, unsurprisingly, was Dionysus's Madness. As Tsunami kind of finds its way outside of the metagame, as a result of there being a good water deck, there needs to be a counter rune that performs a similar function. And Dionysus's Madness is perfect for the slot. I think this card is fantastic. We saw it all day, even in decks that aren't playing Dionysus. The number one fun thing we saw it do was used to counter a different Dionysus's Madness.
Yes.
Where one individual would try to daze their own Tritaya, and then the other individual would respond with a Dionysus's Madness to cut it off. A really powerful play that we saw over and over again, and I am happy to report that this card is just about as good as we had imagined. The same cannot be said for Necklace of Aphrodite. I'll be honest, this one is a total meme pick. I had hoped that one individual would believe hard enough and attempt the Waylance Necklace of Aphrodite mill all of your water Elestrals combo. I spoke with an individual who had a fun run with a Morfrost deck that was playing it out of the board as an answer to Lockagon. And to that individual, I'm so happy to hear that you did this. However, they also confided in me that they went 2-5. So I don't think maybe it was the best option.
I think it's sad to say I think Necklace of Aphrodite is just content card.
Oh, yeah, it's a total content card.
It's just a content
Perfect
card.
for content, though.
Yeah, perfect for content. Love to see it. Kay, your air pump, your poster moves, not quite the showing, but I think it might have been for lack of representation.
It was around.
Yeah, I did see a lot of the amp up, and we even saw some on stream. This is one of those that you're not really going to see an entire deck built around it. It's more of a niche engine that I think we're going to see thrown into certain decks that can benefit from it. And yeah, we did see it mixed in with Earth, which was really fun. I just wanted to see a puppy parade, and by golly, I did. Posthumous, admittedly, was I should have picked Theraheart, but I liked the art of the Posthumous.
And you're right to do so.
Thank you. I really believe that we needed a full art on here, and she's gorgeous. And you know what? I think that Lunar, as I was saying earlier, has a lot still to be discovered, a lot of things to work through and figure out. And we saw Lunar do a pretty good amount of work, even if it was just some tech Lunar pieces put into other decks. And you know what? One day, maybe I'll see Posthumous get cast. Maybe someday I will simply just see Theraheart do really well. Either of those things I would be very happy about, but yeah, today I don't think was either of these dogs' days.
Nah, I mean, you might need to keep following Blue Lock. I'm sure we'll see poster moves coming very soon. Let's talk about A-Drives and Shady's picks.
I was going to say it's unfortunate they're not here because I would love to make fun of them. Shady's picks were what? Leonite and Up in Flames?
Yeah, a
those picks
diehard
went Up in
Firecaster.
Flames. Yeah.
Diehard Firecaster. Not up in, that's rude.
We saw almost no fire all day. It's not hard to see why. Kindleo et al. Are parts of a deck that just requires so many moving pieces to land correctly. And in a format where a Lakagon is your entire strategy, a Foamy is your entire strategy, a Cyprong is your entire strategy, it's so hard to say, well, if the Valkyries resolves, and then the Kindleo resolves, and the Hephaestus doesn't get P-boxed, maybe you can put a Heliolith together over the course of 3 turns. I think that this strategy has really gone up in flames, and unfortunately I don't think Shady's picks really worked out. A-Drive is 50-50. I think that Brontaglow, of course, is a really powerful card, but unfortunately we didn't see it at all today. I think despite the fact that it was relatively popular in terms of what people brought, did not convert. And though we were watching some matches at the X2 rate, we did not see it even once. Same cannot be said for Rise from the Shadows. I don't know why this is in the meme slot. This card's great.
Yeah.
We watched people, even not in Lunar, play it just to reanimate a very powerful Elestral and occasionally cash it in for a really strong card like Posthumous or Farrageist.
I thought we were going to see Fulgorage from the Twinter earlier. Like,
You did
genuinely.
believe for a moment there.
I still think it's possible. I will hold. I think the synergy between Lunar and Wind is so incredible that I think there's a lot to brew there that people just have not figured out yet.
It's awesome to be confronted with, like, yeah, they weren't playing it. It's like, but they could be.
They could be.
I still believe in my heart.
And the potential is what makes it exciting.
That's true.
The Leonite, I'm a fan of Shady.
Yeah.
He's very tall and handsome.
Yeah.
Great beard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So those are our casting predictions. I think that overall we played rather well. We picked rather well. But seeing what decks are going to be in the top 16, I cannot wait to see. We're going to be getting that information to you guys very soon. Not only will you find out the 16 casters who will be duking it out for the 1 of 3 Stellar Lakagon and who have all earned themselves the Stellar Cyprong, which is such a beautiful design. The frame break in the corner. I need it. Why couldn't we compete? If commentators commentate top 16, do we get a Cyprong?
That's what I'm saying.
Like instead of a number, just make a mic there.
We were there, technically.
Yeah,
Yes.
we were there. We were there.
We helped them get there.
Exactly. We shouted the correct play from backstage, and they heard us.
They literally.
Hey!
I giggled
They
in
just
this.
top decked this.
Yeah, I don't understand it. So I mean,
We've been doing it all day.
consider
You've all
us.
seen.
Consider us. Like hashtag play Elestrals Cyprong for casters.
For your consideration.
For your consideration.
We are at present just finalizing top 16. Of course, any sort of tabulation is going to take time. All of the individual casters are checking to make sure that their points are recorded correctly before we press the final button with respect to who is in and who is out. And for a lot of casters, a lot's on the line. These 6-2 individuals, I think about half of them are going to make top cut. The other half will not. So very tense moment for individuals with tiebreaker math. Fun fact, there were no undefeated players after 8 rounds.
Incredible, right? Typically, from these tournaments, we have at least one. No, everybody took at least one. I believe they were all 2 of bullet streaks.
Well, no, that is not true. The very final round, the undefeated player was pulled down and had to play against Sanseli, who won with Solar.
That's my girlie!
Okay,
She's
Sanseli.
great. She is actually very goated.
Very, very talented in this game. Like, you guys have not seen enough of her, but
You'll see her tomorrow.
She
will
was
see her
top
tomorrow.
16 in Dallas, and by golly, top 16 here.
Talented. We love the consistency from our casters as well. While we wait for top 16 to be finalized, though, we see the production team working very hard at it. We're going to take another round at pack cracking. So
It works out for us. The longer this takes, the more packs we're going to crack.
honestly, so take your time.
Oh, no, another delay if you insist.
Oh no. So we're gonna we'll let Kay go first this time. Or you want to go last? Your lady's choice. Where you want to go?
And you go, right now.
All right, go for
I'm
it.
holding them in my hand.
Go for it. It's all on you. Ooh, Sparkhead.
Oh my gosh, I got a Spark too.
I was talking about you.
Oh.
I got a Spelduga.
Okay, anyways.
Oh, look at the
Excited
cutie.
about Glimbat.
Oh, the Foamy. Okay, this is a card I thought we were going to see a lot more today. Speaking
Are you
of,
talking about MBT Elestral's card reveal, Foamy Champion of Aphrodite?
Oh, that is
this
the
card
one.
changes everything.
Wow.
it's also, PK and I almost had a friendship falling out over
We
the
really.
Foamy reveal.
Oh, dead
Oh
shot.
my! Oh,
In the reverse.
beautiful
Looks good.
reverse.
Okay, the Artemis is dead shot, and...
That's going to be hard to beat. That's going to be hard
That is incredible.
Really
Look
hard
at
to
it.
Oh, no.
We don't get to look at it. Yeah, you Vanna White that thing.
I
Yeah.
do want to say, this is probably the card that I changed my opinion of the most over the course of today. I thought Lotagon was like
Ooh.
a cool inclusion in a deck that already had enough playables with respect to the Dionysus things. All of the top Dionysus decks, I think, are playing Lotagon in some capacity.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like it's yet to be fully figured out.
Yeah. Oh,
Wanna go
sure.
there?
Yeah.
Go for it.
We got Humburst. We got Finda.
Oh, look at the little goggles. He's so adorable.
We got Barbalum.
Look at these designs.
We got MBT Elestrals Cast and Reveal. We've got Moss
My
Station.
boy Moss Station.
We've got Gnomodile.
Love him.
Terrasail.
Love him.
We got
Ooh, Reverse Hollow
Illuminate.
Spirit.
Let's go.
Okay.
We got, okay, that's for me. Dionysus' Madness. Can never get enough of these. And
Terratlas. Love that.
Unfortunately, I did not beat K. Not by a long shot.
But hope you don't beat PK. Let's see what we got as we start with Smotuga here. And then, ooh, Fun Guy. This thing is so adorable. Sundial. I'm waiting for this thing to be broken. Like, snatching someone's draw phase. Oh, my God. Drataya is crazy. Love me a good September. Goes in my Reverse Hollow Centaur.
Supercell.
Supercell. I'm not sold on it yet. Amp Up is very cool. We have our Reverse Hollow being Humbust and Stellar. You're not a Stellar. You're not even Hollow.
Owned. Well, we got Lotagon all over.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that. That is crazy.
Oh, but
Congratulations.
the Humburst maybe is comparable.
Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, look at it. I'm pretty sure Humbust could eat Lotagon. Like, tell me this thing doesn't eat fruit. Yum, yum.
PK.
Is there,
I want
can
you to
see
look me in the
Lotagon?
eyes.
Is this textured? Are you kidding?
Oh, yes, it's textured full art.
textured
Oh,
full
my
art.
goodness.
Like, we can show it off on stream one more
I don't
time.
know
It is a
if it's gonna
textured
You have
show
full
longer
art.
arms than I do, so.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
so
we go.
look.
You can see it slightly.
Yeah,
It is a beautiful full art.
It's like a gold foil that warps around the plate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, that's nice.
I'll be taking
Beautiful.
that home.
That is yours. That is absolutely yours.
All right, that's enough touching.
But yeah, so we do have a little bit of a discrepancy with top 16. So the producers are working on that. So when we get it done, we will finalize everything. This is why we allow the time to be happening, because we want to make sure everything is as accurate as possible.
You know what that sounds like to me?
Yeah.
Another one?
There's
I
a
think
way
maybe-
to fill the
I think
time.
We have to. I mean, what else are we going to do?
All right, one more round.
Yeah, I feel like maybe, I mean.
One more round. I'll
Okay,
take
okay.
it. Toast, can we cheers to this one?
Oh, cute.
Boom.
Cheers.
There we go. There we go.
I think we all just go for these.
All right. Just same time, just run it for everybody.
Bubbly.
Don't you guys just love live stream?
It's nice.
Big fan of it.
Abominers.
Oh, everyone's getting some pretty nice cards. Oh, well, I got this dork.
Okay, I got the Gigaflora.
Oh, Gigaflora set.
She's real.
I got Moss. Oh, lucky.
Is that Lunar Phase, Lunar Eclipse?
Oh, let me catch up. I got Hopper Wheel. We got Reverse Hello
That's your
Hamo.
boy.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a big hit for you personally.
I do love me a Hellmelt.
Yeah.
It's going to a good home.
And, yeah, Bronzeglow.
That's probably you.
I
Both
got your
pulled Glaciersa.
other
We did. We both pulled Glaciersa.
Gosh. I like my hollow foamy here, or reverse hollow foamy.
Almost as much as you love your Lotagon, right? Almost as much. Almost. Oh, Jesus.
Let's not.
But it's been an exciting time for everybody. I've been having a lot of fun. Did you guys get to try? Well, I know you did. You told me about the
Played
Spirit Challenges.
so much Elestral. Last time I was here and I casted Dallas, like I was kind of irritated because I played maybe 2 total games of Elestrals,
Yeah.
and they were like during the lunch break. Shurit and I innovated that Kindleo Nexus deck that would like play Werepup, enchant it with fire, and then.
Oh, that was y'all.
Yeah, it was just a spur of the moment 15-minute theory craft. And this time I was like, I'm going to play Elestrals while I'm here. When I found out we were rotating, I was like, I'll have some time off. I have played probably a dozen games in like the 45 minutes that we had
Yeah, yo, we gotta play a game. I gotta get some time on my
Absolutely.
decks too.
Absolutely. We were
was it-
playing in the hotel last night.
That was a fun time.
Yeah, it was at like 1 in the morning. The people who were staying there hated us.
Yeah, very eventful.
The thing that I love about this event and about Elestrals in general is that people are just so excited to like capital P play the game. We've got, of course, the trade event happening after here if you are in the area. And we, of course, will have more games for you tomorrow. I know a lot of people are showing up to day 2 just to play side events. In so many other games, it's just a foregone conclusion that if you scrub out, you'll spend your time driving back or flying back a little early. People are excited to play more of the card game, even after losing their rounds.
Yeah, even if you play, it's just like, okay, I see what happened. Let's run it back. Go again. Let's work all of that.
Go again. We go again.
Were you able to get any games? I think you were mingling more so today, right?
Yeah, I was enjoying my time with the community, and I showed up to this event, not even a card to my name. I brought a bunch of stickers. By the way, if anyone wants stickers, find me. I have some stellar stickers in there too. Hey, I got you.
But
yeah, after this.
Now the card to your name, walking away with a full-out Lotagon. the magic of Kissimmee Open.
Wow. But no, I had a great time talking with so many community members, and that is my favorite part of these events, is just getting to in person see the other people who love this game too, and just bond over nerding out over these cards and this new set that has been so fun. And I love the Elestrals community, and I love the people in it, and there really haven't been events that I've been to that have felt quite this good to be at and to mingle, and the excitement and the energy. And like you said, people are excited to just play the game, even to the point where people are coming back and saying, Disney World? No, I think I'll go to day 2 of the Elestrals Kissimmee Open.
Disney World? No, day 2.
I'm legitimately doing that.
I've been having a lot of fun. I haven't had some time to play some games, but I've been stopped so many times. I think people have been looking for me, but I've been so busy. Every time I'm just walking across the convention, it's just like, oh, hey, PK, can you sign this, that, and the third thing? I'm always behind you two. I've been signing things that had your name on it, and I'm like, I got to catch up. You guys are waiting for me. But it's been great meeting so many people, taking so many pictures, shaking so many hands, playing so many games, opening so many packs. I jumped in vlogs. I've been saying hello to people. I've been giving out so many hugs, and I have been properly sanitizing to keep sicknesses at a minimum. We are out here keeping everyone safe and healthy and just having a whole lot of fun. This has been, like, I knew I needed to be here after I watched the Dallas Open on camera. It's nothing like.
We missed you very much.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'm thrilled I am now.
Exactly.
Like, it's been a lot of good. Hey, look, I reminded them to get some hand sanitizer.
Mine's in my bag. Aw.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Hey, health as well. We share it, right?
True. I did just touch
consider
my
this trickle-down economics.
full art textured Latagon. Better.
Oh, you got to keep the clean hands.
Yeah.
Don't want the dirt to get in the textures there.
Well, we talked a little bit about our predictions about the Elestrals that we were taken aback by. What Elestral were you totally disappointed in this weekend?
That's a really good question.
Me personally, it was Drotagwa, Champion of Aphrodite. I just sort of expected it would be part of the list, and it has not shown up at all.
We saw it a little bit, but it was more so a means to an end, and was taken out almost immediately. So, like, the cars that I saw, I'm just like, it's just not doing anything. Man, that is a...
Tectorus, of course.
Shush.
Yeah, you are in the wrong company for that one. Unfortunately, what I have to say is Latagon.
The thing about
Honestly,
Lotagon, all the top Dionysus brews were playing Lotagon. How many times did we see Lotagon?
I think
it was like, I guess you have to Gorgon's Gaze or Madness the Drataya.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like, it is strange to be like, right, so the idea is Drataya can ascend. However, there are 6 cards that stop this from happening. Yeah. And they're all played at 3, so who knows?
Yeah, and Drataya only dazes when it comes out, which isn't terrible. It does give you another chance, but you don't want another chance. You want to get it out immediately. Right. If you can get it out, the net positive can be really good, but we know back row is real, and we know Dionysus Madness is becoming so common. I know, I ain't worried about Drataya. All right, now it's dazed. Smile. Like, what are you going to do? It's like, all right, well, I just got to pass 2 with a 2/2 body on the field that's not going to do anything. And then, like, I feel like this has been figured out, which is kind of the curse for Earth decks right now. There are so many different builds, so many things are being tested, and we don't know what the exact ratio is. But it should include the Champion of the Meter package.
It reminds me of the way people have started playing Bears, where it's just a Cryoling deck that scares you into thinking they're going to activate Hibernation Ursaden. And the truth of the matter is the most impactful Bear Bomb is the one that never comes. Your opponent holds a Gorgon's Gaze for the entire game and just loses because you outvalue them with a Cryovern. Similarly, the most important Lotagon is the Drataya that eats a Dionysus's Madness, a Gorgon's Gaze. You know, you get a little bit of card economy for it, and then you can attack with a Drataya still. But they're still playing it. Like, it's still in the deck.
Yeah, or the Hopru that simply hits around.
Hopru that hits 7 times.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of, I mean, hey, Earth is still an incredible element.
It's great.
It just has not been figured out. And honestly, part of that is because there are so many good options. There are so many different things that you can put into these lists. And I don't know, PK, I'm just saying the games that I tested Centaur, new Centaur champ, I won.
Kind of clean. Like, give me my full art. I believe in it. You're so not a believer.
No, I'm not. We're going to know the names of the people who make top 16, but we're not going to know their decks. That's because, of course, we want to reward people who've come up with ingenious or innovative little strategies. What decks do you think we'll see in top 16? I think it's a given. We're going to see a lot of Solar. I think we are likely to see a lot of Aphrodite. What else?
You know, I feel like a Blistrix may have squeaked in there.
Yeah.
Once in a while, I feel confident.
Seems like almost a guarantee. Some person had the high roll.
Somebody has it. I want to assume that there's some tempo list.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a good stuff list, playing something simple and low to the ground, and something like that. What about you, Kay?
I think that you hit the nail on the head that there has to be a Blistrix lurking. I'm not sure.
There must always be a Blistrix.
There really is. I'm not sure what else we're going to see hugely represented. I could see, like you said, these tempo lists, these things that run the engines. I don't know. We could see Amp Up run in something like that. And, you know, some of us could collect some more points on our predictions.
Not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question for both of you. Are you surprised by the amount of Astrabit we've seen on stream today?
It's been kind of middle of the road. I think I've seen 2 or 3, and they were fine. Certainly not powerful, but we'll see. I will say it is refreshing to not see it every single game.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that it still has a place in the metagame. We took a look at the top Elestrals. It's still the second highest Elestral represented. But I am excited to feel that it's finally at a place that is respectable.
Yeah, it's a... So, again, just go back to Bo, because it gave me a lot of insight to why they chose to do what they did. And Astrabit was simply... It was Astrabit, it was foamy, and it was something else. It doesn't really matter because it wasn't chosen. But the idea was that Astrabit actually slows the game down to what I need to look for. Like, I want to dig in for my A-field. I want to look for my combo pieces, so then I can go berserk. So until then, Astrabit does exactly what I need, because if it's not a 5 attacker I'm putting out, it's a 5 defender. Essentially the same thing. So that's why the value is found more so in Astrabit. But just overall, I am shocked to have seen it, but Astrabit is just an eternal good. You can't do anything wrong with Astrabit in play. But just look at these top 12 cards that are here that we saw. I don't think we've seen a single boom bat.
I was going to say I have to immediately point at this boom bat here, and I think that's amazing. You know how we love our boom bat.
So I know what you're all thinking. This sure is a long time we're waiting on top 16. We are currently investigating an issue. There is a tech issue that's impacting exactly one top 16 result. As you know, the top 16 is going to be determined by tiebreakers, and the tiebreaker math gets really tight. We've got a ton of 6-2s, and only about half of them are going to make it, which means that some people's entire tournament run is going to be determined by their AdJop record. At present, the team is on it. They are trying to resolve it, and once we get confirmation that that is resolved, we'll be able to post the top 16 in its entirety.
So just be patient with us, guys. We are yapping as long with you. I can't activate the chat, but don't worry. I know you guys are there. So please let us know what you guys are
saying,
thinking.
oh my goodness, I think you all should open another pack.
No, we gotta save more.
Chat.
We gotta save them. There we go. Okay.
Okay, so we have gotten the packs taken away from us by no way.
No, be cool.
We literally have had our privileges removed.
Yeah, like the box is no longer here, but it's okay. We have a lot more we can be opening up next week, so I'm not worried about it. But we're going to see what's going on going forward, and we have an empty box.
Hold up, wait.
With one?
I believe we have one pack remaining. Let's go. All right,
one pack. Hey,
this is going to have the stellar.
It must.
Hey, I have a game I made up a while ago that I think we can pull now.
Yeah, it's crazy. You're going to be really good at it, right?
No. So look at this pile of cards right here.
Okay.
There is only one Vipyro.
Okay.
We will shuffle it and each draw one card. Whoever draws the Vipyro gets the pack.
I'm in.
Okay. Okay.
So it is. Does anybody want to cut? Do you want to cut?
I'll cut.
Go for it.
I've been watching people do it all day.
All right. Ladies first.
And Vipyro.
Nope.
Embarrassing.
Joseph.
This is actually Vipyro right here.
We can't keep doing this the entire time.
Vipyro was actually like middle of the pack, so. Oh, is this Joseph revealed foamy?
Is that MBT Elestrals revealed foamy champion of Aphrodite?
Oh my god.
Wow, that card changes everything.
Anyways, I have to draw this Vipyro real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Got it.
And, okay.
Oh, that's
Well,
not my
Pyro real quick.
That is yours.
Yeah.
Oh!
The one time that we don't
Too easy.
say it.
I said it. I said, I'll draw this Vipyro.
There it is.
Oh, I
you
was
got to
just
show
using
me
my
this.
brother
Serialized.
dreams, I
Ready?
guess.
Spark it.
Would love if we'd be a serialized.
Ooh, wait. We should ask Shady if he thinks this is good.
Oh no.
Gigaflora.
He's going to come back here.
Gigaflora.
He's going to make us play him with his new divine.
Unglow Charge.
Oh no, please.
It's
Crack
scary.
It's cracked.
Terrasail.
Cracked king.
Cyprung again. Here we go.
You're joking! No! What?
It is actually too easy. Okay, it's not serialized. It's the reverse Cyanectar.
There's no way!
It's too easy. It's actually, they handed us the one pack.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody cheer out in the audience.
Oh my God.
so
Wait,
we can
followed by an upside down Locagon. Many would say that's rarer.
Dog, that is unreal.
And into the binder it goes.
Yeah, actually, it goes right in there. That's.
Oh my goodness, that's so funny.
It could have
Well,
been us.
It really could have been us.
Should have pulled the Vipyro.
But
I could have been a contender.
Think about the scenario there. It was all the packs that were left. One was given to us. We shuffle for Vipyro. It goes to MBT.
Too easy.
Honestly, it could
I know they're
been
back there. They
more
weighted it. They have like a
fair,
scale. They're like, give MBT the serialized. He's had a rough day.
I got a reverse Hollow Helmet.
That is nice. That's pretty close, actually.
Full art?
Do you want to trade?
Does anyone
Stellar?
else think
Yes.
that that this is cool still, or?
Oh, it's textured. It's textured.
It is textured. I got a reverse Hollow Helmet.
All right. So, anyways, that's all we have for you all
Cheers.
today.
No, we got top 16 to do.
We pulled the stellar. I think that was the end goal.
It's going to be an exciting time. That was really hype. The crowd got popped off as well. That was really fun to do. And, you know, we're just kind of biding our time here. I wish we had to set up to do another Who's That Elestral. That'd be fun here.
Ooh, a 3-person Who's That Elestral?
That would be.
I would just annihilate you all, I think.
I think that
We have been doing pretty poorly here.
Oh.
We've just been giving 3 more. But at the same time, we got the stellar. I mean, it could be another full art.
Well, we pulled a reverse tail. I will tell you, I purchased 1 box of Livestream to try and pull Dionysus's Madnesses, and I will tell you right now, I did not, but I did pull a serialized, a reverse, and a full art in the same box. I was like, something's going on here.
All right. Well, I haven't pulled a single stellar or much good from Livestream. I even pulled full art Glaciursa. So I'm going to wait for y'all. I'm going to have the finale here.
Didn't you pull a full art Aphrodite or something?
Latagon.
Hopperoo. I'll take Hopperoo.
Oh, hey.
It's a nice card.
Oh, okay, Drataya. Yup. Okay, Gigaflora. We love her.
The issue is still ongoing, so we will not be able to announce top 16 or top 32 at the venue.
Oh, no.
Okay.
We will announce it as soon as possible once the issue is resolved. We will
So,
contact everybody, so please keep an eye on socials.
we are getting news.
Hang tight.
Yes, about the current top 16 standings, and we will get that to you all as soon as we finish hearing about this.
So we can get everybody to start making their way out of the venue as well. Again, thank you very much for your patience. We'll see you tomorrow for top 16.
Okay, so here's the situation, everybody. Unfortunately, due to the technical issue, it's taking a lot longer to solve than possible. So our top 16 will not be known until tomorrow. That is absolutely unfortunate, but I'd rather them take the extra time to try to solve this as well as possible versus trying to just speed this out. So I appreciate all the judges for their work. Like, it's tireless, it's sometimes thankless, but I am glad they are doing it. So I know that's not the best news y'all want. It's what we got.
We are getting an update. We are going to have it before tomorrow. It can't be announced here at the venue.
Okay.
So we won't be able to do it. But if you check the Elestrals socials, it will be posted later tonight.
Okay.
So if you are an affected player and you are in contention for top 16, you will know before you would have to wake up earlier tomorrow. You just won't know at the physical venue.
All right, so there you go. So in other words, follow Elestrals socials.
What a
They
segue!
did this on purpose.
Hey, stealth marketing.
The information will be out there as soon as possible, but unfortunately, times are there. There are all the socials. So if you have any of your friends who are maybe in top 16 contention, please let them know to follow the socials. As soon as the information is solidified, it will be posted there for everyone to know. So I know I will be watching with bated breath and all that, but it looks like it is time for us to go with this full. That's not a full art. That's hip hoofing. All right,
It would have been sick.
I tried to do the same thing.
I tried. I tried to end it on a strong note, but I mean, I can't beat full art and stellar.
Yep.
But hey, we did have a hype moment to end off on, and now we cannot wait to see what top 16 will be about. Us three will be returning tomorrow. We hope you guys will be doing the same. The best of this first live stream tournament, Kissimmee Open, will be happening tomorrow. Joseph, it's been great.
Yeah.
Kay, love the opportunity. We'll all be doing this again tomorrow. You guys have any parting words?
See you then, Solar Best Deck. If anyone is playing Brontiglow, please, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
I think that said it all.
This is not sponsored by Elestrals. Thank you all so...
Okay, bye.